What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome in to Monday, start of your work week. Although, look, if I know you the way I think I do, you were probably with us all weekend long for Sims, for Leaderboard Live, for all things conference championship games yesterday, and we got a lot to talk about. He is a crisp looking, great sounding Christian D'Andrea. I am Adam Kaufman. Welcome in to the Nooner, as we have a game that we probably won't talk a whole lot about, if we're being honest, because there's lots of real important football to discuss. But this one does feature the Vikings and the Jets. So let's just get a little bit of it out of the way without giving our lineups, because they do lock in another minute or so. But how you feeling about this one, buddy?
It's a very Monday morning game. It just kind of fits with the mood. Yesterday, of course, a little bit of a disappointment if you were rooting for a Bills-Packers Super Bowl or just rooting for the Packers to play with common sense on their side. Just a brutal performance from a Packers team that looks a little bit more and more like the mid-2000s Eagles with every year. So not feeling great. Had a little bit like a stress dream kind of night, just seeing visions of Tom Brady piecing up that kick field goals. So not thrilled. There's no way. Already getting the internet connection unstable. What is going on? Come on.
I was waiting for you to notice, or for someone in the chat to say it, or for me to have to point it out. One of the three was going to happen. And yeah, your internet's been a little choppy to start things off, but that's okay. It's okay. You know, it's a Monday morning, and your internet is still catching up with its morning coffee or something like that. But that in mind, it gave us enough time to, lock these lineups. So what have you got here for the Nooner free roll? Is he gone? He's frozen again. This is unbelievable. Guy gets his internet fixed. They spent about 8 hours repairing all things in his life, and here we are. All right, we're going to get ready for this free roll in just a moment here. And let me give you, as we go out to, of course, virtual Minnesota, beautiful stadium if you've never had the opportunity. Let me give you my lineup. Producer Drew, R.I.P. Christian's good internet. Lasted about 30 seconds. He's going to be popular. Dalvin Cook in the captain spot. I don't see how there's another option coming out of this contest. Whether it's a paid contest or free roll, I don't see how in the world there is someone in the winning lineup that is not Dalvin Cook in the captain spot, but we will see. Also have Le'Veon Bell, Sam Darnold, not Kirk Cousins or Adam Thielen, because hashtag always fade them. Kyle Rudolph, Dan Bailey, and super contrarian play with regard to the rest of my lineup, but the Jets DST. So we'll see how it goes. We are scoreless, seconds in. Again, Christian D'Andrea will be along. I am Adam Kaufman. Thank you all for being with us. And hit us up in the chat. Dylan says, good day there, Kauf. Well, good day there, Dylan. Thank you to you. Someone says, Frozen Caveman Christian. Yep. El Paso #1, new week of Sims, no question about it. We're happy to have you all here with us. 2nd and 8 on the way, as we are almost a minute in to this opening quarter. I believe Christian is back with us. Are you? Can you move? Nice.
Yeah, I think so. I'm getting your network bandwidth is low.
Your video's frozen, but I can hear you.
Great. Love it. Yeah, no idea how this is still happening. I got upgraded to, they even were like, oh my God, we threw so much nonsense. We'll knock $20 off your monthly fee, even though they're charging me more, which fine, whatever. But I am getting pre-upgrade internet speeds despite being post-up, and I cannot express in words the primal hatred I have towards Charter Spectrum's internet service. They are monsters.
It's a dicey start, no question about it. Perriman with the catch, 1st and 10 on the way, about 2 minutes gone, opening quarter. 48-yard line here for the Jets as they are driving. Dalvin Cook, as expected, is about 52% owned in the captain spot in our smaller free roll, 92% overall, as we have a run play here. Le'Veon Bell, the real-life chief, who did not play yesterday, of course. Second rush here in this one, only picked up 2 yards. Taking a look at ownership in the larger contest, Cook is still owned about double anybody else. He is 88% owned.
just an absolute monster here in Simland. My captain, Jamison Crowder, second most owned. So any hope of getting a little rub from him is probably out the window for me. But this was a weird one for me. I know I was busy freezing while we were discussing our lineups. Me, Captain Jamison Crowder, Dalvin Cook, Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson has been trending upwards lately. Rashad Perriman for the last spot. Dome game, Vikings at home. Had to choose between Kyle Rudolph and Tajay Sharp. As much as I love Sharp's UMass, Minuteman, Bonafides, went with Kyle Rudolph. We will see if that comes back to bite.
2nd and 8 coming up from the 29 as we are approaching the midway point of this quick-moving opening quarter. Again, no points so far, but, well, normally if it were any team other than the Jets, really, I would say they're in potential field goal range. But when you have Sam Fick in there, that is no lock, obviously. Bell for 525 now as we are 3rd and 4 coming up from the 25. See you guys in the Chat Kings conference room. Thank you all for being with us here early on a Monday. Sexual Chocolate says, happy birthday, Kaufman. Almost the real thing. I appreciate the daily fictional birthday wishes, but almost the real thing coming up on Thursday, which is just, it's another day, really, if we're being honest with ourselves. 1st and 10 from the 20. Boyd says he wants Rudolph also in the captain spot. Some of you, of course, inquiring in the chat about the free rolls, the paid contest, the prize pools. Understandable. If you have any questions, certainly reach out to DraftKings customer service. You can get them on Twitter very easily. DK_assist is the Twitter handle. What I will tell you, rest assured, for anyone wondering, we are not going anywhere. We are here with you. We are going nowhere. Period, let alone anytime soon. Like normally, earlier in the pandemic, it was like, we're just remember, we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. But we're not going anywhere, period. We are here. The Dream Stream is here. The Sims are here. Madden is here. 1st and goal from the 6. That is here as well. Looking for the first points of this game. So not to worry. Jonathan says, hey, Koff, did you know Chris Hogan played lacrosse?
Yeah. Especially now, we're about to head into that dead. So,
yeah, we got the off season coming up. We're going to need these more than ever. Le'Veon Bell, a run. He forces his way there. No, gets to the 2. Jonathan, do you know Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard? Dom says, I wasn't here for a few days. Did Tara Lynn start making lineups and beat you in the end, Koff? Nope. Haven't played her as of yet. I really don't think she's unlocked her account. She's incredibly lazy. You can tell her I said so. Oliver says, thank you, Koff, for your reassurance. It's very pleasing. Look, I tell you, I promise you, we're not going anywhere. I don't even feel like I need to reassure you. I feel like you guys just need to know. This needs to be knowledge. 3rd and goal to the 1. Giggle Pigs here noting all the great contests that come your way, paid and free, between early and late classic contests, as we have Lev Bell touchdown here, and of course all the showdowns 6 times a day, 7 days a week, as we get to the off season anyway, and pretty much there now, obviously, with only 1 game remaining in the NFL season. We'll get to that, talk about the Super Bowl. The first touchdown here for Lev Bell and the Jets.
A baller drive there from New York, eating up most of the first quarter. Lots of runs, lots of Lev Bell. 3rd most rostered guy out there at 45%. Kind of the best of a bad situation, aside from Dalvin. No one super consistent when
The glass is half full, says, I just logged on. Tom Terrific. To those who doubted the Lord. Hyro says, Koff, done talking about Tom Brady yet? I haven't even started yet today, Hyro. And look, I stand by everything that I said last week and in previous weeks. I was rooting for the Packers. Do not confuse, however, because I think this is a noteworthy distinction. I wasn't actively rooting against Tom Brady. I was rooting for Aaron Rodgers. I wanted to see Aaron Rodgers win multiple championships, which, could still happen, but obviously not going to happen this year. And his future, listening to him post-game, was less than settling. If you're a Packers fan, we can get to some of that as well. His, murky future, the 37-year-old, who is still technically under contract the next few years with Green Bay, but
why would he go anywhere?
Evaluating whether or not he wants to return.
Yeah, well, why would the Packers want to trade him? I think this is all posturing for next season. You got another very deep wide receiver draft. They had one last year. The Packers ignored it. They traded up for a quarterback. They got a running back in the second round who is their third string guy for most of the season. I love A.J. Dillon, but they could have gotten a lot of more immediate value from that second round pick. So I think Rodgers is frustrated, obviously, with the situation in Green Bay. He knows that horrible, awful, no good game, another NFC title game loss, their fourth in 4 tries since 2014, will basically send the message to GM Brian Gutekunst that, hey, we can't mess around anymore. We got to do something about this because, Equanimeous St. Brown shouldn't be the guy getting the 2-point conversion looks. It should have been a guy like Allen Lazard who gets pushed down the depth chart because you have a CD Lamb or a Darnell Mooney or someone on the depth chart that can take those big time snaps.
Quarter in the books. It is 7-0 Jets off a Le'Veon Bell touchdown. Darnold 4 out of 4 for 42. Cousins, he has only thrown the ball 1 time, has 10 yards. I'm telling you, don't play him in these sims. Do not play Kirk Cousins. He's never going to go off. It's just never, ever going to happen. I realize it's 1 quarter he's thrown the ball once, but I'm just telling you, projecting ahead to the end of this game, he's going to have his 175 yards, a touchdown or 2 and a pick. That's what he does. Don't play him. Herndon 2 for 20. Perriman 1 for 17. Thielen 1 for 10. Bell 1 for 5. That's what you got. Le'Veon Bell on the ground is really the guy so far.
Last time
I'll be honest, it's hard to know whether Christian's with us or not.
Just not worth it. Don't rock.
Stats are updated, and thank you so much to our great Game Ops crew. Derek and Jared are here with us, as our producer Drew and Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s. Has it all covered. Here's what yes, I'm disheartened with the way that Packers-Bucks game played out for a number of different reasons. Just underwhelming performance out of Green Bay as Tampa Bay was actively trying to give that game away. Consecutive drives, 3 of them with interceptions on the part of Tom Brady, who, he was good. He was very good yesterday. He was not, amazing by any stretch. Rodgers had the better fantasy day, if that's something you're, concerned with. I know a lot of people from a lineup perspective obviously were, whether you played a showdown or a classic. But if we're just talking about real football, the game, and I'm right there with everybody else. I can't for the life of me understand the field goal on 4th down for starters. When you're that close to the end zone and you're down multiple scores, and to go for 3 there in that position, giving Tom Brady the ball back with 2 minutes left. Even Matt LaFleur in the argument, we basically had 4 timeouts with a 2-minute warning. I can't quite wrap my head around that. So that was kind of aggravating. But even more than that, this gets a little underplayed, I think, with regard to people picking apart that decision to go for 3 in the first place. The fact that Aaron Rodgers was just force-feeding his guy Davante Adams the ball on that, first, second, third and goal situation anyway, when, he's weaving it through traffic, he's trying to split the seams, he's trying to do whatever he can to, he had Lazard wide open at one point, he's just trying to feed Adams, when, hell, if he had taken off the first down run, it made sense, or the pass made sense. Second down, throws on the run. Third down, throws on the run. Both those times, he should have been running toward the end zone. He might have gotten in one time. If nothing else, he absolutely would have gotten closer both those times to where maybe instead of 4th and longer anyway. You're looking at like 4th and 2. You're right outside the goal. You feel compelled to go for it with the NFL's best scoring offense over the course of this season. It's just, it never should have even, Rodgers should have been more mindful of just how effective he is at scrambling and running toward the end zone. It's not like he was worried about risking injury or something like that. Run. He could have gotten there. And so that irritates me more than just about anything else with regard to the way that game ended. Am I shocked the Bucs won? Of course not. I mean, we talked about that many times throughout the week. It wasn't going to be a surprise. To me, it wasn't going to be a surprise either of those games. Any of those 4 teams had the ability to win. Now, the Bills played awful compared to, obviously, the Chiefs. Josh Allen had himself a pretty good day overall. Again, fantasy numbers more than anything else, but could have been a compelling Super Bowl no matter what. I think any matchup would have been compelling, and this one is obviously compelling. You know, you got the old guy versus, you know, the new guard, the next in line, as a lot of people like to think. So we can get to a lot of that as, you know, clearly as I ramble on, we've lost Christian. I think people know that by now. Not that I'm not capable of rambling on, but it is 7-0. The Jets are still leading halfway through this second quarter. Christian has returned.
Yes.
He looks good. He sounds good.
We've been fooled before, though.
Yeah, pregame.
Yeah. Good Lord. Yeah. I spent hours and hours with Charter customer service, people who told me different things at all different hours of the day and the night before someone could finally fix things. And I had good internet for roughly 24 hours right before getting back to the dream stream and getting back to our tradition of me being choppy and difficult to understand. So very happy with the way this has turned out. As bang, we got a 1st and goal situation here. So looks like I've missed a budding drive from this Vikings offense. I imagine it's been mostly Dalvin Cook. Is that right?
Honestly, I was more rambling on about yesterday's happenings in the NFL and staring at the chat as they, you know, deeply questioned where you were while, you know, focusing in more on that than the sim itself. But you're right. We are on the cusp maybe of a Dalvin Cook touchdown. Can he run it in? Nope. Picked up 1 yard. Dalvin's doing okay, though. Kirk Cousins is moving the ball. He's had 5 completions.
Yeah, 2nd and goal. So he's going to get the ball probably at least one more time here. This could be a opportunity for my my bottom of the roster fill here, Kyle Rudolph, to sneak through.
Oh, Dalvin. 9 for 17.
That's a lot of usage for one drive, but not a lot of yardage. And especially against the Jets defense, that was a little bit punchy. They were better than you would expect for a team that was just horrible to watch most of the season. They do have some nice young pieces on that defense. It's not a bad situation there for Robert Saleh, but as we get, yes.
There you go. Kyle Rudolph touchdown. About to be all evened up after a Dan Bailey extra point.
Wow, very nice there. A response from Kirk Cousins. You don't often get that, especially in Simland. Kirk, like the human embodiment of ranch dressing that he is, mostly forgettable in these sims, but right there finds the big tight end who was serviceable, if not spectacular, heading towards the end of his career, but should be able to continue to be a key piece in could continue to be a key piece in Minnesota. As over on YouTube, Austin Sanderson, let's talk about that pass interference call.
Oh God, where do I start?
You mean the defensive holding that was definitely a penalty but allowed all game? Yes, that is actually how I lead off today's post route, postroute.substack.com. That penalty was crushing for the Packers. And yes, we saw it all game. Allen Lazard especially got chipped, got hands on him. Sean Murphy-Bunting used a late hold to really seal that interception at the end of the first half that led to 7 Buccaneers points. No calls there, but then with the game on the line, Tyler Johnson, give him credit. He sold that non-interference like a veteran soccer player. The flop was outstanding. The ref felt he had the back judge rather felt he had no reason, no chance but to call that penalty. I hated it. I wanted to see Aaron Rodgers get the ball back with 90 seconds, no timeouts at Lambeau Field. I wanted at the very least call to get an Aaron Rodgers Hail Mary before all was said and done. Instead, Packers never saw the ball again. And you know what? They didn't deserve to. They deserved to lose that game. Everything was terrible. Kevin King was a human disaster. The play calling was bizarre. Their red zone, historically great in the red zone. 80% of their red zone trips turned into touchdowns. And yet, against a very good Buccaneers defense, they could not figure things out. They dropped passes. They missed opportunities. Extremely frustrating to see. Just kind of fell apart at the worst possible time, which is becoming a new Green Bay tradition. You can go back to last year when Raheem Mostert pieced them up on the ground. You can go back to 2014 when they should have absolutely beaten the Seattle Seahawks in Washington and yet gave up an onside kick, lost in overtime. Everything very frustrating for the Packers right now. Looking like the Atlanta Braves of the NFL. A long string of prosperity, but very few actual championships to show for it.
Mocking Jay says going for 2 was stupid as well. I actually disagree with that. I think going for 2 there made sense. You know, you want to make it a 3-point game as opposed to a 4-point game. Make it a field goal game. That was logical. I mean, obviously they didn't convert it, and so whenever, LaFleur talked about this after the game with regard to the whole field goal versus going for it on 4th down. Obviously, when things don't play out the way you want them to, revisionist history, you feel or look a little foolish. I don't think going for 2 there was a mistake. I had talked about this when you were not here, Christian. Obviously, I hated taking the field goal on 4th down there late in that game to begin with. But also, even more than that, I hated Aaron Rodgers' whole approach to that 1st, 2nd, 3rd and goal situation. Just going Adams, trying his damnedest to feed Davante Adams there. He had an open Lazard at one point. He could have taken off and run twice. 2nd and 3rd down, he could have picked up significant yardage on the ground, maybe even run for a touchdown to where, 4th down at that point in time is a much more attainable situation if it goes to 4th, to begin with, as opposed to obviously doing a little bit of what Sam Darnold just did, which is finding success with his legs. And instead, what plays out. But I just all the decision making there, I thought was choppy.
It was just whiplash because LaFleur went from advanced analytics going for 2 and the 4th down decision bot loves that, and then he decides to kick that field goal, and the play calling was just kind of weird, and maybe part of it was losing Aaron Jones in the second half, although A.J. Dillon did have some very nice runs against that tough Tampa defensive front. I would like to see him get involved a little bit more. That dude has legs like tree trunks. You give him the ball near the goal line, he's probably going to turn it into something. The man squats like 1,200 pounds as far as I can tell. It was just very, very frustrating to see. The Packers made some very, very good defensive adjustments. They leaned on Tom Brady. They got pressure to him against a very good offensive line, forced him into bad throws, turned those into turnovers. They should have been a lot better than they were. This should be a Packers Super Bowl. We shouldn't be seeing the Buccaneers play as Sam Darnold into the end zone. My toddler hates it, but all the Jets fans out there love it. And that is a very Sam Darnold dance out there.
Suddenly Sam Darnold, your toddler can't stand it. Suddenly Sam Darnold is a rushing threat here in this sim. What is happening? What are we doing? Jets have taken a lead. Le'Veon Bell and Sam Darnold, the 2 touchdowns, both on the ground. And obviously, on the other side, Kyle Rudolph with the score. If you are just joining us, we are nearing halftime. That is the 6th rushing score for Sam Darnold in Madden 21.
Fry guy behind the scenes. If Sam Darnold can do it, so could Rodgers. Yeah. Well, I was looking at that 3rd down play as the same as you guys. And as it was going on, I was like, oh, Rodgers, you got this. Run to the corner of the end zone. Going back, looking a little bit closer, he probably wouldn't have made it in, but he could have, at the very least, forced Matt LaFleur to go for it on 4th down rather than forcing him to galaxy brain his way into a stupid field goal.
Well, and he was just so I'm sorry to cut you off. Like Rodgers, and look, I've been, as people know this, I've been all in on the Aaron Rodgers story this year, and I think that he has, found an inner peace or whatever you want to call it, where this guy was speaking his mind, and he was, it was really like must listen to this guy's, whether it was interviews with Pat McAfee or just some of the different things that he would say to the media all over the course of this season, and really a strong year for Rodgers on and off the field. But then for that to end the way it did last night, and then for him to, obviously was asked about fourth down, it wasn't his call, and the decision was made, and he just sounded incredibly mopey. And I know you just lost the NFC Championship game, and hell, 13 years as a starting quarterback for the Packers, you've only got one of them. And Tom Brady in 1 year in the NFC has won as well. But he just sounded incredibly mopey at the end of that game last night. It's one thing to be distraught, to be upset, to be emotional. To be mopey, it's a bit different.
Yeah, I had a buddy who was like, "Oh my God, Aaron Rodgers threw Matt LaFleur under the bus in his press conference." I love to see it, but I actually thought Rodgers handled it pretty well. I mean, I can understand the disappointment. This is, like I said before, 4 NFC title game losses in the past 6 or 7 years. Things have just been falling apart for Green Bay. And if you're Aaron Rodgers, you know why. You've seen this team spend first and second round pick after first and second round pick on the defense as a Hail Mary there at the end. It falls incomplete. Vikings going to go into the half here, trailing by 7. I think I can understand that frustration bubbling to the surface, but I think a lot of people were like the soundbite from that interview was I don't know what my future holds, and it wasn't my call on fourth down. But at the same time, Rodgers qualified all that. He said there are a lot of guys who are up for free agency. We don't know what this roster of this team's going to look like. And when it came down to that fourth down call, he's like, I understand the appeal of the kick. So I think ultimately for a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who has a little bit of a reputation as being difficult, I think he handled things about as well as he was going to, about as well as he could have. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. Packers would be stupid to trade him. He's under contract through 2023. And no matter what, the return you get in value is not going to approach the value you are sending out by getting rid of Aaron Rodgers, especially in a trade market where Deshaun Watson is available. I mean, Deshaun Watson's great. He's probably going to be a much hotter commodity than Aaron Rodgers would be because Aaron Rodgers is in his late 30s. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I think this is all just a little bit of posturing, a little bit of letting that frustration boil to the surface, and really a kick in the pants for Brian Gutekunst to give him some better targets, get him a better contingency plan if David Bakhtiari gets hurt again, because Bakhtiari's absence was extremely felt. Poor Billy Turner got beat on one side by Jason Pierre-Paul, and Rick Wagner got whipped like a dirty rug by Shaq Barrett, who sacked Aaron Rodgers 3 times. They need to go out. They need to draft some O-linemen. They need to draft a wide receiver. There's a lot these Packers need to do. And I think Rodgers basically saying how it was. It wasn't doomsaying. It wasn't pessimism. It wasn't complaining. It was realism. He's putting that all out there. He's laying the cards on the table. Now Brian Gutekunst has to figure out how to play that hand. Good news is they will have options.
Jake says Rodgers about to go to the Saints, Patriots, Niners, or Rams. Here, you know what? We do this all the time, and I know I said we were going to talk more Super Bowl, more of these conference championship games, and we're halfway through. 14-7, the Jets in front, so we still have time to do that. But here's something we've kind of danced around, I think, on a lot of these sims the last couple of weeks, as we expect all this QB movement around the NFL. Let's actually go through the exercise. Christian's a guy who covers the entire league. He's got obviously the post route that obviously you guys need to
subscribe, you guys. Great post route today.
Here's what we're gonna do. And do me a favor, Drew or Bry guy. One of you keep count on this, and just because you know me with multitasking here during these sims, and I'm going to pose these questions to Christian, to all of you for that matter in the chat. I'm going to read you every single team in the NFL. We're going to go one by one, and you tell me definitively, without a doubt, without a question in your mind, who that team's starting quarterback is next year. And I would be willing to bet we're not going to come up with more than I don't know, 12, where we actually know the answer. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's start in the AFC. Buffalo Bills.
Josh Allen.
Okay, so that's 1.
Yeah.
Look, I can count. Miami.
2.
Definitely?
Definitely Tua. They have gone public with it. They're saying he's their guy. They're not going to look at a quarterback at number 3. And I think if they were,
what about a Watson trade?
I think Watson's going to be the starting quarterback for the Jets if he leaves. I think that Houston, they're waiting so long because they're going to hire Eric Bieniemy. They know they need to mend those fences with Deshaun. They know that they're getting battered in the court of public opinion. I think they're going to do everything they can do to try to fix things. I'm not sure Deshaun will stay there. I think they might force their hand, a la Jay Cutler back when he departed from Denver. But I think there is going to be an olive branch there. I think the Houston Texans are going to try to hold on to him until they get bowled over by an offer. And based on the reports, we're seeing the most likely place, because remember, Deshaun has to approve it. He's got the reported no trade clause in his new contract extension. It seems likely to me that it's going to be the Jets over anywhere else. So if I'm picking one spot where Deshaun Watson is quarterback, I will say the Jets, and I will say maybe not definitely, but 85 to 90% Tua is the quarterback in Miami going forward.
Rossi says, Koff asking someone else to do something? No. All right, but you're giving me 85%. I want 100% certainty for the purpose of this exercise.
Okay.
So as we have, is Ralph going to do it again? Gets down to almost the 10. My goodness, Kyle. All right, so that is, I'm taking that then. If you're going 85 to it, then we are 0 for 2 or 1 for 2 at this point because it's just Josh Allen. Patriots, I think we both know the answer to that question. Jets, I would say we know the answer to that question. So we are through the AFC East. Steelers, you certain it's Roethlisberger next year?
I'm not, let's say 95%. So no, I guess we can't put him on the list. But Ben says he wants to come back. The Steelers don't really have any other options. He's $22 million in dead space if he does anything but retire. So I'm pretty sure it'll be Ben, but you can't rule it out. It could be something stupid like Ben calls it quits in August and Mason Rudolph has to take over and the team's in shambles. So fine.
Okay, so I agree with all of that. So we have just Josh Allen still. Let's make it 2. Baltimore, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
3, Cleveland, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Cincinnati, 4, I would say. Yeah. No question about that. Joe Burrow.
Burrow's healthy.
Yep, that's 4. Yeah, and I'm not even including something like that. Obviously, pending health in that situation. All right, so Tennessee, Ryan Tannehill. No doubt about that, right?
Yep.
Okay, 5. Colts?
No idea.
Don't know. Houston? Don't know. Jacksonville? We'll assume Trevor Lawrence?
We'll put that in the guarantee pile.
All right.
Unless the Jags do something very, very stupid and even dumber than hiring Urban Meyer, it's going to be Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, so that's 6. KC, obviously. Vegas, Derek Carr. Thielen touchdown, baby. About to even up this game. Vegas, definitely Derek Carr.
No, can never put the definitely on that situation when it's John Gruden. We know Gruden doesn't like Derek Carr as much as he should. So, I mean, you still have Marcus Mariota there. He's he'll be under a contract for the second year as one of the league's highest paid backups. You don't know what to expect with John Gruden, so no, take him out of the guaranteed pile, even though they should go with Derek Carr.
Chargers, Herbert, definitely. So that's 7, right? Denver, I don't think anything is definite with Drew Lock, right? So that's through the AFC, we've got 7. So we go to the NFC. Washington, we don't know. Giants, you certain about Daniel Jones?
It's going to depend on a regime change. If they decide to cut Gettleman out, then you could make the case that they're going to try to replace Daniel Jones. But year 3 for Jones, the front office likes him. Barring a tremendous shift up front, it's going to be Daniel Jones, despite him backsliding considerably in 2020.
All right, so let's count that one. 8. I think that is more of a guarantee than like the Will Roethlisberger retire situation, because that is a 1 foot in, 1 foot out every offseason, it feels like. So I think that's a Dallas, we presume Dak, but we don't know. Philadelphia, I mean, you certainly don't know. Maybe you probably assume Hurts, but then again, the organization seems to still want Carson Wentz to be the guy. Green Bay, we don't know. Chicago, we don't know. Minnesota, that's locked in, barring a trade, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be Kirk. They give him the guaranteed contract every year, and they have just kind of consistently been in salary cap hell. They're $13 million over for 2021, and they can't really do anything around Kirk Cousins unless someone feels very froggy and jumps at the chance to trade for him. No one should do that. It would be very stupid.
So I think that's 9 if the numbers are right. Detroit, we don't know. New Orleans, we don't know. Tampa Bay, barring Brady retiring, he's back there. So that's, what are we at, 10, Drew, I think you said? Carolina, Teddy Bridgewater, definitely.
No, definitely on Teddy Bridgewater. As much as I like the Bridgewater return tour, Carolina's got a top 10 pick. They're rebuilding under Matt Rule. Matt Rule might want to get a college guy, a young signal caller back there. It could be someone like a Trey Lance, or maybe they move up a little bit, get a Justin Fields. So no, I would not put them in the circle of trust.
Okay, Atlanta, not certain about that. Seattle, I think we can all feel good about Russell Wilson. So Drew tells me that's a dozen. Rams, Jared Goff, definitely.
Can't move on from Jared Goff. He is basically untradeable and uncuttable. So unless something very weird happens, 99% Goff. So keep him in the guarantee pile.
Okay, Kyler Murray, obviously. And San Fran, we don't know. So that is, so that's what, 13 locks. 13 quarterback locks right now as we sit at the Super Bowl. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable, the amount of, I'm not saying like all those teams, you're going to have like 18 or whatever the number is, new quarterbacks next year. But the amount of potential turnover at that position this offseason is incredible.
Yeah, pretty volatile. All right. So, and the Chiefs. So we got 14. 14 total. So still more than half the league could be looking for new quarterbacks next year. And the good news is the supply is going to be solid. And there are going to be a lot of high leverage, high value backups out there. The free agent market next year, or the trade market, you've got Deshaun Watson, you've got Matthew Stafford out there and available. You've got Ryan Fitzpatrick. You've got maybe Dak Prescott, although the Cowboys are probably just going to franchise him again. It would be immensely boneheaded to let him even sniff free agency, especially after how good he was early in that season, how bad the Cowboys were afterwards. You got Andy Dalton out there, who's whatever. You got Cam Newton out there, same thing. Jameis Winston. There are a lot of guys who can really fit the bill, even if you aren't trying to find yourself a true backup. If you want a guy who can give you 6 or 7 games of replacement value quarterbacking, there's a lot of guys out there who can fit the bill. Plus, an NFL draft class that could put about 5, maybe even 6 quarterbacks into the league as rookies. Big throw from Darnold.
What a catch off a deflection, hit off the body, the hands, and Crowder, a 47-yard grab to get him to the 11. That was something.
Wow, a true Jets downfield play if I've ever seen one. Crowder, the only fantasy relevant member of that Jets team all season long, coming up big, bounces off his helmet once or twice. Let's look at it again. Dink, doink, dank, donk.
So Bry Guy and Drew, great teamwork here. 14 on the yes department as far as locked in QBs for next season right now. Bills, Ravens, Browns, Bengals, Titans, Jags, Chargers, Giants, Vikings, Bucks, Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals, Chiefs, which means Dolphins, Patriots, Jets, Steelers, Colts, Texans, Washington, Raiders, Broncos, Cowboys, Eagles, Packers, Bears, Lions, Panthers, Falcons, Niners. We don't know. At least we don't, even if we think we know, we don't definitively, bet your mortgage on it, no, which is just wild. Jared, our guy Jared says, Koff, if the old Pats QB, because God forbid we mention him by name, wins the Super Bowl, any chance he retires on top? And honestly, Jared, like, no, there's no chance. I mean, how many times have we wondered that in the last few years? There's no, it's going to be, okay, let's go for 8. I'm playing to 45. There is no chance in hell.
No, agreed there. You know what he's in for, and he looked good this season. If he had a decline like Drew Brees, you could say maybe, but he's looked a lot fresher than Drew Brees. He's looked a lot fresher than Ben Roethlisberger. He's running circles around other guys who have aged out of their arm power, and yes, there are definitely concerns about how he stands up to pressure. He floated quite a few passes against the Packers. He should have had at least 4 interceptions in that game in barely 2+ quarters, but you can't discount what he did in the first half of that game. Those passes that touched downfield was crisp. Playoff Tom Brady is just a different animal, a different beast, a complete X factor. Koff, I'm going to enjoy the whiplash I'm getting right now, because I'm going to go from you, who started off our broadcast or our Zoom meeting basically saying that if you're rooting for Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, that you're rooting against the Patriots.
Correct.
You to Glash, who has done nothing but post fawning memes.
Oh, God.
For Tom Brady on Twitter.
Non-stop.
Yeah.
And believe me, I know something about being obnoxious on Twitter. It has been non-stop. Yeah. Oh, God. And he's with you next. Yeah. All of you, tell him I said this. The non-stop Brady ball washing needs to end. Just calm down. Calm down. He doesn't play for you anymore. He's not a Patriot. And yeah, I didn't say this during the sim. I said this to you guys off air when we were talking about it, but I mean, I have no problem bringing it here. It's true. I mean, he is, and not he, like it. I mean, he for sure. He is among the many Patriots fans that are just devoted to all things Tom Brady winning this, this Super Bowl. And I get it. I do get it. But I do believe that if you are so passionately, it's one thing to like, I wouldn't mind seeing Tom Brady win, but to so passionately and obnoxiously lust for Tom Brady winning this championship, you are actively rooting against the Patriots. And here's what I mean by that. You have chosen your side. And as we all know, like in any separation, any divorce, there are sides. Your friends pick a side. There are sides here. There is Tom Brady and there is Bill Belichick. And I'm not saying Bill Belichick is not more at fault for Tom Brady no longer being a Patriot. I believe that he is. I genuinely do believe that. Tom Brady wanted nothing more than to remain with the Pats for years, and Belichick would not count to it, would not give him the contract, would not lock it up, would not just give him that, effectively a lifetime contract. He decided he was ready to move on, whether it was ego, whether it was something else, whether it was believing that the play was going down, which clearly it didn't. Fine. Not fine. I mean, clearly we saw where the Patriots were this past year at the QB position with no succession plan. But nevertheless, you are rooting for the sport schadenfreude. You are rooting for Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft and company as Justin Jefferson about to have a touchdown, get set, take a lead. You are rooting for spite at the Patriots. So if you are a Patriots fan, hungry for Tom Brady to win this championship, and I kind of get you wanting him to beat the Chiefs, but like all throughout the playoffs, if the Bucs were your adopted team, and it's just Brady, you are actively rooting against your Patriots fandom this offseason. I so firmly believe that.
Wow. I'm not. I don't think it's a strike at the Patriots. I think Brady obviously made the right choice. He saw the writing on the wall and went to.
Brady didn't have a choice. The Patriots did not offer him a contract.
I'm sure they could have worked something out if Brady wanted to stick around. I mean, he already had all that dead cap space that eventually wound up really choking out what the Patriots could do last offseason. I'm sure if they wanted to come to an agreement, they would have found an agreement, but instead, he saw a much better situation, jumped at it, and he came to a roster that was tailor-made for him. So I don't see his jump from the AFC to the NFC as any kind of statement or any kind of traitor kind of stuff. No, he just did what was best for him. It's a business. Bill Belichick will say that until the day he dies. So I wasn't. I guess I don't see it that in depth.
What do you want here? What do you want? Brady ring number 7 here? Are you rooting for the Chiefs? Do you not care which way this thing goes?
And I just want all the players to have fun, Carl.
Everyone gets a trophy. Yeah. It's just as pertinent to ask you this question too, because you are a Patriots fan. So how would you like to see this play out now?
I would like to see a vintage Tom Brady performance. I want to see a quarterback duel between Mahomes and Brady. So last time these two met in the playoffs, it was awesome. It was that AFC title game in Arrowhead. Patriots won in overtime. Game was awesome. I just don't think that's what we're going to get. I think the Brady we saw in the second half is the Brady the Chiefs can force out of the shadows, kind of. You know, they have a better pass rush than the Packers. They have the 1 or 2 cornerbacks who can limit what the Chiefs do, or what the Bucks do rather. So, as I would like to see Brady get a nice, a solid win. I wouldn't mind seeing him get a Super Bowl, but I kind of want the Chiefs to go back to back. I don't know.
Get off the fence. Who are you rooting for?
This is like the least interesting Super Bowl matchup to me. I don't really have a dog either way. I guess I'm pulling for Brady and the Bucks, but I am rooting for an exciting game and a baller quarterback showdown more than anything else, which I know is cowardice. I would be trashing myself if I could hear me, but
good. Listen back on YouTube. You are a man who does not stray away from opinion, and that the fence sitting that is happening right now is unbelievable.
That's it, man. I don't care enough about this matchup. That's where I'm at right now. It's baffling to me.
So but when there were 4 teams remaining, let's pretend yesterday hadn't happened yet. When there were 4 teams remaining, how were you ranking your order of preference of those teams winning championships?
It went Packers, Bills, Chiefs, Bucks, but again, it was because the Packers were playing the Bucks, so it was like, all right, whatever. So yeah, I guess I would like to see Mahomes. Now, see, but part of the reason I wanted the Bills is because I wanted, okay, let's get the Chiefs the proper arch villain. That's the thing. I don't care about the Chiefs or the Buccaneers in this such situation. There's no like, I hate either fan base either, where I'm like, oh my God, these guys, get them the hell out of here. Like there would have been if, let's say, the Giants made it or the Jets made it. I don't even know.
Brother Phil says, I'm sorry to you Brady lovers, but Koff is 100% right here. You can't play both sides because your QB left for another team and he's doing better than you and you still want to share in his success. Seriously, are we going to we've had this discussion. Are we going to go back in time? Is this going to be, Boston throwing a parade for Ray Bork again, winning a championship somewhere? Is this what we're going to do? Like pretend the pandemic's not happening? Let's all go to City Hall and fire up the duck boats and have a big parade because Tom Brady won number 7. Let's get Rob Gronkowski up there on the boat doing what he does and all that. I mean, it's just, look, I'm not going to say that Brady and Gronk putting out the, Bad Boys for Life video remix last night didn't sting a little bit, because of course it did. But, I was rooting for the Packers. Then I was rooting for the Bills. Though, it was right there to start. Now, and this is where I will talk out of both sides of my mouth in this respect only with regard to this matchup. The only reason that I can understand Patriots fans passionately wanting Tom Brady to win this Super Bowl is because you are not prepared for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to be, which they already have been, quite frankly, deemed the next thing, the next big thing. And watch out, Tom, I know you won 6, but Patrick's 25 or 24 or whatever he is, and he's already got 2, and this guy is here to take over the league. I get why Patriots fans want, the last 20 years to still be all ours, right? We're both Pats fans, want it to be all ours, and know your Chiefs and Reed and Mahomes, like you don't compare. And so you've got, we got 6 and Brady's got 7, but you've got just 1 and it's going to stay 1 because Brady's still in the, I get it. Like, I get that. I do get that. But if you are just blindly rooting for Tom Brady, completely independent of who was on the other side. You are doing so in spite of the Patriots. And people need to realize that. And if you're comfortable with that, like if you think, if you're that mad at Bill Belichick and at Robert Kraft and the organization for letting Tom Brady go, that damn it, I am rooting against the Pats this year and I am rooting for Tom and Tom was in the right, then that's okay. Like, people around here have termed it like I'm on the right side of history, i.e. I'm on Tom's side, not Bill's side. That's totally okay. But just acknowledge what you're doing. You can't do both. You cannot do both. You can't passionately root for the Patriots and for Tom Brady so long as they are separate entities, which they currently are. And as Drew said before, we're not letting Glash back on the bandwagon when Matt Stafford or Jimmy Garoppolo or whomever it is guiding them to a division title. We're not doing it. Stop dressing up, Glash. The Sunday videos are over.
Poor Glash.
Tony says, "Oh my God, what are you talking about?"
Ooh, big 4th down conversion there. 4th and 2, and goes back to Hogan now, up 4 for 45. So not a bad little day for him now.
I just want everyone to have fun.
Yeah.
I will say this though, I agree with you in the sense that, I was rooting for the Packers to beat the Bucs. I still wanted both QBs to play great. I still wanted a ridiculously entertaining game, which, it had its moments for sure. I hope the Super Bowl, hits for 60 points and it's close and it's just like a wildly entertaining game. I don't know what to expect. I mean, we got a questionable secondary there for the Bucs, no question about it. And, a lot of great offensive weapons on both sides. What kind of game are we going to get as you start to speculate 2 weeks out? And the Jets have retaken a lead here in Simland. Watch out, Sam Darnold, and watch out, Jets, everybody, because we got ourselves a Jamison Crowder score.
Yeah, about to be a 3-point lead here. So overtime, Spidey sense tingling just a little bit as the Jets offense has been pretty much unstoppable. I don't even know if we've seen a punt today, Koff. A lot of long scoring drives in this one. Let's see. I think the Buccaneers defense is going to be able to slow down the Chiefs early on. But we also saw what a fast, deep threat can do. I mean, this isn't like you're trying to tamp down one Davante Adams. There are a ton of guys who can burn you in that Chiefs lineup. And look at the guys we saw catch touchdown passes for the Packers against that Buccaneers secondary. Yes, Davante Adams got one, but it was Big Bobby Funyuns. It was Marquez Valdez-Scantling in single coverage on a deep route. I mean, that's a bad sign when you're giving up touchdowns to a tight end and to a deep threat. And then you got to go on and play the Chiefs, where that is the crux of their offense. Throw it deep and target their tight end early and often. So it's going to be a big ask of that Buccaneers defense. I think they are very good. I think they can effectively throw some shrapnel into Eric Bieniemy's running game plans, but ultimately I don't think that's going to matter. I think if the Chiefs can even just break 3 yards per carry, they're going to consider that a success, because if they can just keep the Buccaneers safeties from crowding the box or play, we're not crowding the box rather, but vacating the box and playing deep. If they can do enough to keep them honest, that's going to be a huge, huge victory. It's going to give Patrick Mahomes so many more passing lanes, really open things up downfield. So it's going to be very, very difficult to figure out how to stop that. And I don't think the Bucs are going to be the team to slow down the Chiefs, especially after how good the Chiefs looked against another peaking defense in the Bills. Bills, coming off a game where they had held the Ravens to 3 points, really didn't have much of an answer for all the yak and the vertical routes the Chiefs had to offer. So I think the Chiefs defense will look better, at least on paper, when you go to that box score at the end of the day, than the Buccaneers will.
on Twitch. T-Mac says, hey, Christian, tell Koff his Patriots versus Brady argument is terrible. Somebody else in the YouTube chat says, this is a Kenny Ducey level bad take.
Oh, in the Twitch chat too, man. You're getting some unfortunate Ducey comparisons here.
Clash says, Koff equals the rule maker of fandom. Austin says, Clash is the subject of cyberbullying too often. Fantasy Hawk says, Koff, so much for that Dalvin Cook in the captain spot take. Yeah, he has been dreadful today compared to
he really has.
Trending toward that Babysitter Billy award. Bruce says, I am Koff, I make the rules. T-Mac says, correct answer is, if the Pats play the Bucs, you cheer for the Pats. If not, cheer for Brady all you want.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I said this to Glash on Twitter yesterday as we were getting into a spat, because that's what we do. We spat on public forums rather than just over text. I have no problem with you cheering for Tom Brady so long as you acknowledge that there isn't some sort of mandate that you as a Patriots fan must, and how dare you not, cheer for Tom Brady, as if it is a rite of passage that this guy was a Patriot, was, past tense, a Patriot for 20 years, and therefore, because the Patriots are no longer playing, I must root for the next of kin, Tom Brady, to win the Super Bowl here this year. It's, if you want to, if you choose to, go right ahead. I'm not going to tell you not to root for Tom Brady, but if you're going to start to tell me I have to root for Tom Brady, that's when I start to get defensive about it. It's just asinine.
Yeah, I think you can generally, if you're wishing Tom Brady well, then that's very different than going full Glash and Tom Brady cosplaying your way through the playoffs.
Thank you. Couldn't have said it better myself. DeMac Line says, Koff, Favre went to the Vikings and the divide in Packer land was jaw-dropping. It's the basis of the weird Rodgers hate that exists for Packers fans. And you could certainly speak to that better than I can out there in Packer land.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it took years for that rift to heal. But, I mean, that's going from one team as a long – it would be like if Brady decamped for the Jets. It's a different situation there. It was just basically that one did feel like a turn, but at the same time, they were pushing Favre out the door. They thought he'd retire. Kind of similar to the way Patriots may have addressed Brady by, drafting his replacement all those years, except in Green Bay, it was basically like, listen, man, you got to go. We're pushing you out the door. We got this Rodgers kid. He's got to start or else he's going to walk in free agency. He's not going to come back. And listen, guy, you're throwing too many interceptions. You are a gunslinger right now, and it's hurting us. Brady didn't really hit that, and when he left, there was no contingency plan. It wasn't like Jimmy Garoppolo or Jacoby Brissett were still around. We had to turn to Jarrett Stidham and then hope for Cam Newton to languish in free agency, which he did, and that even didn't fix things. So different situations, but I can appreciate the comparison as Kyle Rudolph having a banger of a game, 6 for 81, a touchdown. And now we may get a Dalvin Cook sighting here as the Vikings would like to continue to burn clock and score a touchdown. 3rd and 1 out of the shotgun. The Jets defense is an invitation to run, and of course they're not going to do that. Cook wide open at the goal line. Kirk Cousins throws it to nobody. You deserve to lose, Vikings.
Drew says you should clarify it for the people. Glash would not be cheering for the Pats. It's true. Glash would be cheering for the Bucs against the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Wearing his Tom Brady finest. Glash says, I'm glad I'm on the 2 so I can respond to this stuff. I clean that up for you, Glash. So, 24 all after the Dan Bailey.
Yeah, a brutal end to that drive. I mean, 3rd and 1, you're at the 3, you have Dalvin Cook, and you don't, fine, you're not going to run it, whatever. Cook's been having a bad day, it's fine. But that pass play, just a disaster from Kirk Cousins, much like Aaron Rodgers blanking a wide open Allen Lazard in the second quarter near the end zone yesterday. He completely blanks Dalvin Cook. Could have maybe kind of sort of saved Cook from Babysitter Billy ignominy, and instead pushes us close to overtime, although Jets 3 timeouts, about 90 seconds on the clock, about 80 by the time this kickoff is done with. They're going to have a shot here, and the Jets' offense has been pretty difficult to stop today.
Some have noted, by the way, including Bry Guy, the reverse jinx of Sim Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Bry Guy says, I'd like to point out your Cousins is trash in the Sims take. A little off for this one, LOL. 271 yards and 3 touchdowns. So he is sitting at 22.8 fantasy points. I don't have the game logs up in front of me. Correct me if I'm wrong.
First time.
Is this only the first time or the second time that he has cleared 20 fantasy points in all of Madden 21?
I believe, because I was trying to make this point earlier when my internet was absolute garbage, but I'm looking back and I see a lot
First
of
time.
stuff.
Yeah, I just scrolled back. First time. The first time.
Yeah.
So yes, I maintain Kirk Cousins is trash in these Sims. He just happens to be having a good day.
Yeah.
So I'm happy for the 20% of you that rostered him.
I'm not. You need to pay for your foolishness. Yeah, 5 points 2 Sims ago. Let's go through all the times Kirk Cousins failed to break 10 points. 1, 2, 3. You know what? I'm not going to count because I don't know if I can count that high without taking off my socks.
We can wait.
Yeah.
Bruce says, "Is this Deucey or Cough?" To which Glash is just instigating in the chat now. Says, where was it? That I don't know. I'm overcomplicating a very simple. I might have to actually tune in for the next sim just to see how he does simplify this. Either that or I'll just text you and you can sum it up for me. "30 seconds away from overtime. Who said we were in for a bad nooner? Is there such a thing? It's 24-all. Jets and Vikings. Ball at midfield for New York."
Oh, I'm excited for this one to go into overtime when Sam Ficken doinks a 51-yarder or whatever.
Hey, Drew, since we're going to overtime and since Glash is hanging out in the chat anyway, is he available? Can we get him into the Zoom call? Can he just respond directly to me? Can we do this? No.
Producer Drew, no.
Save it for 2.
Yeah.
Don't want the ratings to dip.
I mean, to be fair, Glash knows where to find us. He knows. I guess we'd have to unlock the Zoom meeting for him. I can imagine him just hitting the refresh, clicking the Zoom link over and over again, waiting for us. Darnold, what are you gonna do, buddy? Oh, he gets out of bounds, but takes the out of bounds sack, loses a yard. 58-yard field goal from here. That's not going to happen. 18 seconds left. They need this first down.
Here's something I haven't said all sim. Smash that like button, folks. We're just a few away from 100, about 700 people watching the Dream Stream just on YouTube. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out and being here with us, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, any of our other great many platforms. Flash says, "I'm strapped in. Let's go." The Guru says, "I'm a hardcore Lakers fan. I did not cheer for Shaq to win when he went to the Heat because it was the Kobe versus Shaq dynamic, just like Brady versus Belichick. So I agree with Koff. It's choosing sides."
Well, a cowardly punt here from the Jets, and I no longer hope they win.
It's not like this is a new dynamic in sports, people. And believe me, I would love to just blindly pick a side. I mean, I do. Belichick is more in the wrong here than Brady, okay? But ultimately, as a fan, am I going to pick a guy? And he's like the guy, I get it. So I'm not minimizing Tom Brady. I'm saying this for the sake of saying it. Am I going to pick a person, an individual? I don't want to make him sound like a jag, like just another guy. I know what Tom Brady means in NFL and Patriots history. Or am I going to pick the uniform? Am I going to pick the colors? Am I going to pick the laundry? And I'm picking the laundry.
Yeah.
Jets are going to receive here in overtime. Of course, you don't have to look at our mugs. We're going straight to OT here. You know how this works, or if you don't, let me tell you. Jets will get the ball. If they score a touchdown, game over. If they get a field goal, Vikings will have an opportunity to tie or win. If both teams are tied after each has had one possession, be it a 24-all or 27-all, sudden death.
Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate with our overtime games lately. They've been 1 or 2 possessions. I had one end on a fumble 6 not too long ago, a prime fat guy touchdown. So hoping for something in that vein, but the way this game has trended downwards towards the end there, with both offenses just running out of gas at the worst possible time, I fully expect this one to go 4 OTs.
Well, 3 is our record, which has been hit many times. 4 would be really something else. Bruce says, Lord Kaufman, Lord of all fan rules. Where's Lord Silverman? Lord Silverman. Alex says, Coffee might be the only Pats fan that feels that way. Every Pats fan is a Bucs fan now. I disagree. There are some in our Zoom meeting right now that are Patriots fans that are not Bucs fans. Your toddler cannot handle it.
Oh, well,
our own Bry guy says, I am, and this man is a fan like you read about, says, I am nowhere close to a Bucs fan.
And I mean, if anyone could be excused for jumping off a bandwagon as Bry guy on the 1s and 2s, he is a Boston College fan, which has been nothing but heartbreak for the past
through and through.
So, if he's sticking with the Eagles, if he's continually going to games in Chestnut Hill, he is a lesson unto himself in perseverance and suffering. He is basically a compressed Bills fan at the college level.
He says, I know pain.
Nice run from Bell there. So Jets getting to right about where they stalled out on their last drive. Need that touchdown. Otherwise, they're probably going to lose if the Vikings get a chance to respond. Neither defense doing much of anything in this one.
The Freak of Nature says, it is me, Lord Silverman. Good day, sir. Kareem says, so basically Glash was never a Patriots fan. He was a Tom Brady fan, just like Michael Jordan dynamic. Nobody liked the Bulls.
Some people out there like Horace Grant, man. Some people out there saw the rec specs and they're like, hey, there he is. That's our guy.
You know what, though? Good comp. We were talking about that a little bit yesterday, in between our leaderboard live hits. Good comp. If you were a Bulls fan in the 90s, and Michael, when Reinsdorf and company ended the dynasty after that 6th championship, when Jordan was still, toward the end of his prime, absolutely, you could have figured it out with Pippen, maybe Rodman, or you got somebody else in there. They could have kept winning. They absolutely could have kept winning. They had won 6 out of 8, 6 in a row effectively around Jordan's retirement. They could have kept winning. The Bulls broke it up, not unlike the Patriots breaking it up with Tom Brady. Did Bulls, and I don't know, so I'm asking, did Bulls fans say, you know what? That's fine. We support Michael. Go Jordan on the Wizards. We are Wizards fans now. Go Jordan.
There are a lot of people that make this switch.
People wish Jordan well on the Wizards.
A lot of people made that switch. There are a lot of people out there that have the Bulls 23 jersey, the Bulls 45 jersey, and the Wizards 23 jersey. I guarantee you that there is a large contingent of basketball fans who made that exact switch.
So, and I'm not saying these are the same people. They are different. Glash says oh my God, Jordan is not a good comparison. He quit to play baseball. He quit on the Bulls. Brady never quit on New England. I don't know. I mean, one, he didn't quit on the Bulls. He went to go play baseball. He came back relatively quickly. And it's not like he quit to go play somewhere else. He left the NBA. He left basketball. And also, do we not remember the last few years of Brady in New England when he just decided he wanted nothing to do with off seasons and going to OTAs and, getting rookies up to speed and working with, he was done. He was done with all of that stuff that he happily did in Tampa Bay, by the way, to, get indoctrinated with his new group. He wanted nothing to do with any of that. I'm not saying Brady's a bad guy. Let's not twist the argument here. But what I am saying is there are absolutely common threads between that situation and the Bulls situation, that the organizations, not the star player, the organizations ended. Jordan would have been back with the Bulls. He absolutely would have been back with the Bulls. He left when they broke it up. Belichick broke it up.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. If The Last Dance taught us anything, is that management in Chicago was incompetent and basically wanted to prove they could do it on their own, and clearly could not. They just kind of lucked into a great situation, which obviously Jordan falling to them at 3, Pippen being available, Rodman coming available. They were a victim of circumstance, really. The Patriots not really built the same way, but you can go back and look at all the moves Belichick made, his terrible drafting in the first round, his inability to find those star players early in the draft, a real hit or miss, inability to find wideouts to help prop Brady up. Those all contributed, not at the same level as a Jerry Reinsdorf, of course, but it was definitely a problem. And yeah, I mean, Brady wanted out, and it was a situation just like in Chicago with Michael Jordan. It was tough to blame him. So, yeah, I'm on board.
Did you see that? Says Koff, so you don't care about the historical 10 trips to the Super Bowl? Super Bowl at 43 years old, only team to play a Super Bowl in their home stadium. This is all history. These are all cool facts. They are, of course, they're cool facts. They're all great facts. You know, that doesn't mean I need to, like, become a Bucks fan. Like, you know, Tom Brady is the greatest ever. And if he had not made this Super Bowl, he would still be the greatest ever. And I am so eternally grateful for the 20 years in New England. He is the greatest of all time. Nobody will ever catch him. Anyone that argues for Manning or for Montana or for, you know, Breeze or for Favre or Rodgers or Marino or, you know, Bradshaw or Staubach or whoever you want to, Unitas, whoever you want to put in the, no, nobody comes close to Tom Brady. Nobody. It's not even close. That doesn't all of a sudden mean, like, you need to keep pulling for the guy when he's no longer on your team. Are we talking about history, or are we talking about a Patriots fan's perspective? And producer Drew says Brady absolutely quit on the Pats last year for sure. He had to, I mean, don't you remember all those, like he had said to Al Michaels or whoever it was that he was the most miserable 8-0 quarterback in the NFL? There was that quote.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just kind of like a Brady doing it's just kind of how he motivates himself, you know, how he continues to kind of revel in the no one believed in us kind of storyline, which the Chiefs are co-opting this year. No one believed in, oh God, Kirk Cousins barely gets rid of it. Thank God. We are going to get about a 52-yard game-winning attempt here from Dan Bailey, but I give it what, like Dan Bailey, 60% chance he ends the game here. What do you think, Koff?
65.
Okay.
2-yard field goal. I'll go a little bit higher than you.
No,
they're gonna fake it! Wow, they went for it. They got it. Whoa, man! First down pickup.
Barely got it. Wow.
Welcome to Simland.
Wow. A bold call there. I like it. I
love that.
I don't know why you didn't do that on 4th and 1 at the 3-yard line, but sure, whatever. Why not? Only the second or third fake field goal I've ever seen in these sims. And that might do it right there.
Alvin, done of the 2.
Good Lord. Kirk Cousins, 341 and 3 touchdowns. And now you got to imagine this is just going to be Dalvin Cook up the middle. Maybe a field goal if they can't. But, yeah, since it's basically all you need is a kick to win it here. Don't expect many more. Yeah, there it is.
Touchdown. Game over. Vikings win.
So like that, Dalvin Cook maybe avoids the Babysitter Billy Award, but seems unlikely to me. He does get into the end zone. The Vikings do take care of their business against a very bad Jets team. But the story in this one, Koff, after we spent a good part of the first quarter trashing him, well, I did. You might not have heard it because my internet was garbage. But
Cousins were bananas.
We were busy trashing that guy. Look at that. 341, 3 touchdowns, 139.3 passer rating. By far the greatest sim game in Kirk Cousins' career. And we got to witness it, and of course, came against the Jets. Why wouldn't it?
Yeah, so fitting. Almost 30 fantasy points. Good for you, Kirk. Captain Kirk is what he should be. Yeah. And sure enough is in the what projects to be the winning lineup, about a 3.5 point advantage here for Skull Vikes 247-365 in our smaller free roll. The nooner, the Jets, Vikings, whatever we're talking playoffs, which in a matter of speaking we did. Looks like actually Rudolph in the captain spot here. Cousins in second place with Cook, Cousins, Darnold. Tajay Sharp went for almost 20, and Deshaun Perriman had 8. But I assume, I mean, how can we not give Kirk Cousins the Krusty Koff player of the game?
Got to do it. Got to do it. When he punches that high above his weight class, reward him. The man is the human embodiment of Pizza Ranch, the terrible chain buffet restaurant he sponsors. But give him credit. He got it done today. And I begrudgingly accept you, Kirk Cousins, as our fantasy sim savior.
And the Babysitter Really Not My Kid award is that, I mean, Cook did have about 18 points, which is not nearly what you expect from him or even close to what he averages at about 25. Given the ownership, does he get that award or is it going to be somebody else?
He kind of has to because, I mean, everyone was just really a lot of points in this sim, a lot of guys catching balls. Big spread out offense. Le'Veon Bell was great. Even Chris Herndon finished with more than 8 points, which is kind of a similar downgrade from where Cook was, his scoring average versus his scoring output. So give it to Dalvin. He redeemed himself a little bit at the end there, but for a guy who was basically twice as owned as everyone else was, he did not have the true Dalvin Cook experience today. So it's a begrudging Babysitter Billy award for the all-pro tailback in Minnesota.
Hyro says, Koff, Sim Fam deserves an apology for all the hate that came out of your mouth today.
Hey.
Glash says, love Kaufman, just don't like the take, which I totally understand. I look forward to the response, obviously. In the meantime, let's tell you what you got coming up here. Christian is sticking around. He gets to, play the role of Switzerland, of Jeff Ulrich, be on the other side of this thing with Glash for the Madden Matinee, the Rams and Bengals. And then you have the early bird special, Bills Falcons, Jason Rossi, who popped into the chat earlier, Zach Thompson, they'll be along. Then it's Rossi and Kenny for a little Chargers Bears action with the happy hour sim. Prime time. I'm coming on back with BK. Me and Brandon Cristal, Giants, Dolphins. We'll do it again, I'm sure. And Glash comes back for Madden After Dark with Brandon. I hope he is not staring down back-to-back sims today of having to defend himself with a like partner as the Steelers and Saints will match up. But that may just be what it is that he's got in front of him. Also, want to remind people, very important, we are excited, obviously. DraftKings, now a sports book in both Michigan and Virginia. Download the Sportsbook app, Michigan and Virginia, and have some fun, obviously. Start your betting and have a great time.
Only a 4-hour drive for me to get up to the UP and play some bets from the snowy tundra of the Upper Peninsula. So might have to do that for the I got some thoughts about the Super Bowl. I don't think I can get into them here, but
sure.
Does seem like the Chiefs, they seem like a good investment to me, just in general.
John says happy hour and Kenny, LOL. All right, hit the like on your way out the door. We appreciate all of you. Of course, Derek and Jared, our great Game Ops crew. We've got producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s for Christian. I am Adam. This thing got a little crazy, but we had fun, and we will do it again a little bit later on. I'll see you guys in a little under 7 hours. Look forward to it. Enjoy the Dream Stream day, and I might even have to tune in to hear what's coming up next with Glash getting on that soapbox, wearing his best Brady's with Christian next. See ya.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have tryouts. Bengals taking on the Rams in Simland. Christian D'Andrea is back. Yours truly, Brendan Glasheen, with you for this one, back at 10. But we have a sim at hand here, the second of 6 on the day. Well, there's certainly a lot to get to and unpack from the weekend. We will eventually, I feel like, get there. But my friend, who do you like in the captain spot here? You just said it to me before we went live. This is a horrid Bengals defense. So you actually do like some Jared Goff today.
I do. I kind of like that whole Rams offense, even though they're playing on the road at Paul Brown Stadium. That's typically a recipe for disaster. But the Bengals secondary can get pieced up pretty easily. There's not a lot to like back there. There are a lot of holes in that defense altogether. So I think it's going to be a big day for the Rams passing offense. I captained Robert Woods. Old Bobby Trees out there has been pretty great. Well, not lately. Last game, he only had 2 points, but the game before that, nearly 32. So he's capable of an explosion. Betting heavily on that. Behind him, Goff, Cooper Kupp, Josh Reynolds, because Josh Reynolds, you always got to throw Josh Reynolds in there. You don't know what he's capable of. And my token Bengal in this way, CJ Uzama. Uzama came up big in our last sim. You know, that game I missed because Charter was here making my cable internet somehow worse. But hopefully he'll be able to come through again. There is a little bit of a gap there. I don't like the wide receiver matchups the Bengals have to deal with because that secondary for the Rams is so good. But maybe a guy like Uzama can be Joe Burrow's Huckleberry in an otherwise difficult lineup for him.
I feel like the price is going down on Uzama lately in Madden 21. He's at $5,600. I've got him in the flex. Lineups have locked.
All right.
Or they're just about to. They just did. So I've got John Ross in the captain spot. I know I'm a fraud because last week I was like, oh, he's too expensive. That was actually when you weren't here.
Yeah.
When you were having the charter guy. And that's the name of our free roll, by the way. I hope the charter guy doesn't show up. Ross and the captain, Joe Burrow, Tyler Boyd, Uzama, Cooper Kupp, and Malcolm Brown. Still had a little money left over, so some savings. In my gut, I just can't play Jared Goff. I can't make myself do that.
Just based on what you saw from him in the regular season or what you saw from him in Simland recently?
Simland. I've always said this. I've been consistent on this. If I see Jared Goff in person, I would shake his hand. I mean, maybe not now, but like, you know what I'm saying. In normal times, and say, hey, Jared, nice to meet you. But in Simland, I would disregard.
Yeah, I mean, Goff, at the very least, he's a better play than Kirk Cousins. He's had a few 20-point sims here and there, not a lot of them. So he's not exactly inside the circle of trust. But we saw Cousins really step up and show out last game. 300 yards, 3 passing touchdowns. His best performance in Simland by a long shot. So could be a day for Jared Goff to show out as Joe Mixon getting it done on first. I'm sorry, Gio Bernard. He of the perfect fireman mustache in his team roster photo. I'm very jealous. Follicle excellence is what you get from Gio Bernard, although at 6,200, no longer the bargain he once was.
Okay, so we're underway. Gio Bernard getting us started. Trips to the right for Joe Burrow. He will look and deliver, completes 2 CJ Uzama to the Rams' 38-yard line.
Burrow is going to be a lot of fun to watch next year. And obviously, we want to talk about the playoff situation. We want to talk about the Super Bowl. Let's talk about a team that was very far away from it, this Bengals team who improved slightly, but not really in a meaningful way. Zach Taylor still looks like he's very much overmatched as a head coach. But he did get that nice, as Mixon. Oh, my, big run. 1st and goal coming up here for the Bengals. Taylor did get that very nice finish, got the win over the Steelers, helping ruin their season in prime time. Got a win over the Texans. So finish strong-ish, as long as you don't, count the 30-7 loss to the Cowboys or the 38-3 loss to the Ravens. But got some work done despite having a backup quarterback. Joe Burrow, a lot of pressure going to be on him to prove that he can hang with Justin Herbert, that he is, in fact, the best quarterback from his draft class. What we did see from Burrow was he had a lot of passing yards. He had a good completion rate, but tons of short routes, tons of passes. He's got to be more efficient with his downfield passing than he was as a rookie if he's going to make any waves in the NFL. We didn't see – that was not a problem for him at LSU, but he had such an overpowered receiving corps. Speaking of overpowered, A.J. Green into the end zone. Quick 6-0 lead here for the Bengals. Barely needed 2 minutes to score a touchdown. I think a touchdown on that very good Rams defense. So a great start here for Cincinnati. But Joe Burrow, he's gonna, he had a solid receiving corps with Cincinnati, but still had his share of rookie struggles. Not a lot of efficiency out of him. Very much looked like a first-year passer. There'll be a lot of pressure on him to live up to his #1 overall pick standard next season once he's fully healthy.
A.J. Green, 37% owned in the free showdown. Buzz Killington, Irwin, Chris Boyd, Front and Turner says hell to the yes. El Paso #1. Steven says if Sim Goff walked into the Krusty Kaufman, you wouldn't ask him for his autograph? Nope. Not doing it. All set. But nice to see you, Jared. Dom says Goff is about to go off. You can't spell Goff without off.
True.
Tyler Link, what's going on? John DeCano. Need, we will ban you if you keep it up. Fantasy Hawk, captained Goff. Oh, the anti-jinx by Fantasy Hawk. You'll love to see it. Barry Walling. Hello, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the football yesterday and the greatness on display. Darrell Henderson for a first down. Up to the 49. That's Jared Goff's specialty. Handoffs and little dump-offs. Good for him. Christian DeAndrea on Twitter promoting the Madden Sim. Appreciate that, Christian. Way to be.
Let the people know we are here and we are ready to talk about, whatever. Oof. News coming out of Buffalo. Cole Beasley finished out the season playing on a broken leg, a cracked fibula. And yet he was still one of the more reliable wideouts in that offense in the AFC Championship loss to the Chiefs. So, just another reason to like that guy. Cole Beasley, not only able to make hay in bad situations, but tough as nails. He didn't really seem like he lost a step despite playing through a broken leg this season. Goodness.
Goff with a clean pocket. What else could you ask for? Complete to Reynolds in the red zone. Jared Goff is 3 for 3. Want to shout out the 154 of you who are participating in the Glash and Christian Hope the Charter Guy doesn't show up free roll. Has the Charter Guy been over again since we last spoke?
No, but I did spend 90 minutes on the phone with customer service before they actually fixed things. So it took a series of tweets and DMs and absolutely worthless interactions with very nice people who could do absolutely nothing to help me. So, and even then, it failed to fix anything because my internet immediately went out during the first sim of the day. So I was sitting here, my crystal clear video quality went to waste, and poor Koff had to talk by himself on his own for like 8 straight minutes, mostly just haranguing you, of course.
That's fair. Yeah. My favorite part of that that description was absolutely worthless conversation.
Yeah.
Which is like, out of the 24 hours a day, it probably comes up like 23 hours and 30 minutes of my day. Just there's only like 30 minutes of my day that's worthwhile conversation. That includes the Sims. 3rd and 4.
Oh, yeah.
Goff.
Ooh.
First down, Reynolds.
Yeah, big first down there. Tough situation. Had to thread the needle on that one. Josh 2 for 28 now. And Goff, 1st and goal from the 5. Might see a steady diet of Darrell Henderson here. It was kind of tough to find a good value in that Rams running back room. Henderson going off at $8K. Malcolm Brown, who had previously been pretty cheap, up to $5K. He was only $2,600 in his last sim. He gave you 15 points for that value. Nearly doubled his salary. So a tough day to roster those Rams running backs. Although golden opportunity to make that a valuable pickup here. Rams showing the run with this formation. They're going to go into the teeth of the goal line defense.
Oh, Malcolm Brown gets back up. Now he's touched.
Okay, sure.
Choker, I remember that. The Galloping Chicken nearly cost me a pizza. Jared Goff, Simland Jared Goff. It was very close. I think he had to throw he had to have a Bundy and 300 passing yards, and he threw for like 400 yards. It was fantastic. He stuck it to me. There's a touchdown. That is Higbee.
Yes.
There you go, folks. If you got Higbee, shout out. 37% flexed, 6% in the captain spot.
I got him in that flex. I stacked up the tight ends in this one. Not entirely sure why, but enjoying it thus far. Went Uzama over AJ Green. Could have done better there, but it does feel like a tight end kind of day.
7-7 opening drive touchdowns for both teams. We're coming up on 90 seconds left, opening quarter. Shout out to Derek and Jared from the Game Ops team. So, where should we start in terms of what happened yesterday? Well, I'm really, really happy for everyone that was rooting for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I guess he didn't have enough help, right? I mean, 3 and outs down the stretch. The quarterback for Tampa, I forget his name, threw 3 second-half interceptions. I guess Aaron didn't have enough help yesterday, huh? Wow. Gee. Tough going for Aaron, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he only threw for 336 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah,
so,
not enough help.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Rodgers, the game plan in the red zone was really concerning for me because the Buccaneers knew what was coming, and they were able to stop. They were able to limit those Devontae Adams looks, even though Rodgers would zero in on him. And I get it. Like, that's your Huckleberry. That's your guy. That's the guy in the red zone. He led all wideouts in touchdown receptions, but it was to his detriment in the NFC title game. It was predictable. The Bucs knew it was coming. And, yeah, he made some adjustments as the game went on. But for a team that scored touchdowns on our league record, all-time record, 80% of their drives in the red zone, a tremendous disappointment for a team that moved the ball well, got in scoring range, and then had to settle for 2 what were effectively game-killing field goals. It was brutal to watch.
Yeah, game was at home, and look, I definitely understand folks that are upset that the Packers decided to go with the 3 points and kick a field goal. That's just inexcusable. I couldn't believe it. I had to rewind. Like, what are they doing? What is happening here? I was shocked.
It was crazy, and everyone had the same reaction at the same time. But the analytics didn't hate it as much as you thought it would. Like, it was one of those weird situations where it only added, it was like they gave up basically 1% win probability by kicking that field goal, where it felt like it should have gone from 10% down to 0 when they made that kick. And it's going to haunt Matt LaFleur forever. It's going to follow him to the ends of the earth. That was his Mike McCarthy moment. And this is a guy who was, aggressive enough to go for 2 in the third quarter, smart enough to basically call for the purposeful encroachment penalty after Mike Evans picked up 9 yards on 1st and 10. It was just one of those situations where the disconnect between galaxy-brained, analytic-heavy coaching And what LaFleur actually did was just disjointed. It was it looked like a mistake a second-year head coach would make. And it was kind of baffling, especially after how well he dismantled the Rams with his offense in the divisional round. LaFleur coached a great game against Los Angeles and then came and kind of failed to live up to the moment in Green Bay against the Buccaneers, and he got outdone in a game where Tom Brady threw 3, should have been 4 interceptions.
That's right.
That guy.
Hey, go Pack go, though, right? I mean, I'd be a bad fan if I didn't say go Pack go.
Right.
2 decades of greatness, 6 rings, didn't quit to go play baseball. He's just in a class of his own.
Oh, so much salt.
The coach
So
didn't want to keep him.
much
Interesting how that works. Interesting how that works. Tom wanted to stay, took all those discounts and decided to help out the head coach to keep his system in place. And that system quarterback goes to the Super Bowl. And some folks just don't understand that you can cheer for Tom. Now, next year, ladies and gentlemen, the Bucs actually go to Foxborough. I will be cheering for the New England Patriots.
Okay.
But you know something? You ever hear this statement? You ever say that you see someone once a year? Say it's like one of your second cousins.
Okay.
Right? What's that line you always hear, right? Hey, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I wish you nothing but the best. You ever think about those words? I wish you nothing but the best. Robert Kraft said that. Bill Belichick said that. Nothing but the best. Well, to me, that equates, we hope you go win at the highest level as long as it's not against us. And you didn't think he could do it. And he did. The simple way to go about this, people, is just to root for the guy. But some people just have to complicate things. I'm not going to.
You can say caution. He knows we're talking about him.
He's got to make it crusty. He's got to put his crust formation onto it. Just come. It's really sad. It really is. Anyway, not to name names, Tyler Boyd to the 31. Nice pickup there for the Bengals. Anywho, I am excited for Super Bowl 55. Should be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think that the way the Buccaneers ended that game bodes poorly for them, because you're dealing with a Chiefs team that has a secondary that's not going to screw up time and time again, like Kevin King did. They're going to be able to bring a little bit more pressure than the Packers were able to get. And when Tom Brady was under pressure, it was a problem. It was a big deal. Let's take a look at the pressure rates during the regular season. The Packers were able to bring pressure. They were a bottom 10 unit in terms of pressure created. The Kansas City Chiefs, however, a lot better at it. They were a top 10 or just outside the top 10. So it's going to be bad news for Tom Brady. He's going to have to prove he can step up in the pocket and deliver accurate throws. That was what he didn't do in the second half of that game, especially, that one touchdown that Will Redmond should have intercepted, or one pass that Will Redmond should have intercepted is your guy. No, AJ Green again, the veteran, having a throwback game in this one. 2 touchdowns as the Bengals take a second quarter lead. But yeah, Brady under pressure threw some ducks, threw some arm punts that the Packers were able to come down with, and that they weren't. So I think the Chiefs are a little bit more opportunistic. I think they're better built. They have the higher capacity to exploit that weakness. And I think that's going to be an issue. As much as I would love to say we're going to get Brady and Mahomes, there's going to be 800 passing yards combined. It's going to be a 54-51 Super Bowl. I think it's much more likely the Chiefs do something like go out and win 24-10.
Yeah, that total would be amazing if they do combine for 800 passing yards. And by the way, I want to shout out Sko Marek on the contest page. The hope the charter guy doesn't show up, 2 p.m. free roll. He's in first place by 3 points. It's got AJ Green in there, 2 touchdowns.
Makes sense.
So, look, I'm seeing your comments, and a lot of them make sense. I can process this. I can admit also when my feeling is not exactly fair. Like Tom's Microwave points out, if Tom Brady decided to go sign with the Jets, would you feel the same way? No, probably not. Probably not.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. Let's see. All-Star Gaming, you are wrong. You are wrong. Tom could have stayed if Bill took care of him, but he didn't. Andrew, producer Drew, says, why can't I be spiteful? Drew.
You're allowed to be spiteful.
Drew, let's go. Drew, let's do an exercise. Drew, how old are you? I talked to my friends about this yesterday. Drew, how old are you? We'll use you as an example, producer Drew. How old are you?
Oh, Drew.
You're 33. Okay, Drew. So, for more than about 2/3 of your life, a man was part of great memories. Great, fond memories. Drew, I hope this doesn't happen to you, buddy. So I'm just using you as an example. Say you die at 80. A quarter of your life, that man gave you joy. He gave you great, great joy. There is no other comp in sports history. Don't give me Jordan. Jordan only played like 15 years or whatever. Brady played 20 for one city. He's 43 years old, and he's still doing it. Still doing it. It's fantastic. It doesn't compare. Don't give me Wade Boggs. Don't give me LeBron with Cleveland. Don't give me Jordan, Bulls, Wizards. Don't give me Shaq and the Lakers. There's no comparison. My point is this. You can appreciate Tom and root for him. If you're going to root for Tom, the individual, well, he plays quarterback, right? The most important position in sports, team sports. So that insinuates that you're rooting for him to win football games, aka win at the highest level. As long as it's not against my hometown New England Patriots, I don't mind it. Now you bring up a good point, Tom's Microwave, if it's a rival like the Steelers or the Jets or even like Kansas City if they didn't have Mahomes. Tom Brady gave you great memories, people.
Yeah.
And the simple way to go about your life in these times, a pandemic, why be miserable? Root for the guy. It's fun. He's 43. He's going to be done in 2 years.
Yeah, I am in between. I wish Tom Brady no ill will. I am happy to see him make it to another Super Bowl. It's very cool to see a guy be completely above and beyond the typical range of outcomes for an NFL quarterback. We are witnessing an outlier. It's like seeing a sober clown. It just doesn't happen. So appreciate it for what it is, no matter who he's playing for, sure. We can also be like, I'm kind of sick of this guy. Or you can also be like, oh, this is what it's like to not have Tom Brady on your team, and that annoys me. I mean, yesterday was the first time I had seen Tom Brady go up against a team for which I had a rooting interest in the playoffs, and it's like, oh, yeah, after that first quarter, this sucks. I understand why everyone else is sick of this. So it's a situation where I wish him no ill will, and I will be happy for him if he wins a 7th Super Bowl. I will be delighted to see his name in the record books as being just so many levels above anyone else when it comes to postseason success. But at the same time, I don't care enough to outwardly root for the Buccaneers in the postseason. It's not a matchup that I am super interested in aside from offense and football reasons. I just don't have it's a game that nonpluses me. I am nonplussed.
Brother Phil now starts specifying how Tom got back to his 10th Super Bowl in 55 tries all time. He beat Heineke and Breeze, 5 weeks removed from breaking 11 ribs. Oh, it's funny. The ribs thing now comes up that Tom won. Punctured his lung. Oh, come on. Stop it. He just can't throw anymore. Beat a rookie head coach once again. Oh, give me a break. Matt LaFleur, year 2. Now, granted, LaFleur should have gone for it on 4th down. He really should have. But as I mentioned off the top, They had 3, or was it 2? 2 3-and-outs after Tom screwed it up and threw interceptions. There were opportunities to be had. I've been saying on this Dream Stream the last 2 weeks, Aaron Rodgers, here you go. 1 seed. You've got the 1 seed game at home. Here you go, buddy. Go for it. All yours. And he didn't deliver. And that guy that everyone calls the system quarterback in Foxborough for 20 years, goes to the NFC in year 1, goes on the road as a 5 seed. Oh, yeah, but Brady needs the AFC East. Goes on the road. Beats Washington. Say what you want. Good defense, good coach. A Super Bowl coach. A coach that's been to the big game. He goes and beats Drew Brees, who doesn't belong in the same sentence. Then he goes and beats the guy that everyone also wants to put over him, Aaron Rodgers. And I love that he's got Mahomes. I love it. Love it. So, real quick, Christian. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Someone brought up Kobe Bryant. Folks, Kobe is not a good example because the Lakers took care of Kobe. That's my point. The Lakers took care of Kobe. They let Phil Jackson go to the Knicks. Kobe was taken care of as Darrell Henderson scores a touchdown. If the Patriots handled Tom Brady like Kobe Bryant, this wouldn't be a discussion. Sorry, Sarah. Hi, board of directors. There's 2 separate arguments and discussions going on, I understand, about if you're allowed to root for Tom Brady, even though he's not with the Patriots anymore. And I just find his situation to be the biggest outlier in sports history. 20 years with one team. He's 43 years old. He's got maybe a year or 2 left. I think he wants to be with his kids as they go into their upper years of middle school and then also into high school. It's not like Brady. If Brady played in New England for 7 or 8 years, won his first 3 rings thanks to that defense and Bill's excellent coaching, I acknowledge that. Excellent coach, bad division for years. And then Tom left for money and then sponsorships. Nope, Tom bought in for 20 years and just wanted a little bit of love. And I am upset that he's gone. But I, in these times, can appreciate his greatness. And I'm thankful for what he gave to me. If I am lucky to live beyond 80 years old, if I die at 80, I can say for a quarter of my life, that man made me happy. And damn it, I'm going to express it. Okay. 1st and 10. I'm sorry. I just don't
You're passionate,
understand.
man. You got feelings. You got feelings.
And you know what the best part is, too? It's the best way to get your point across to the people. Just put yourself in the shoes of me, which is probably uncomfortable to think. But if you were rooting for the team he played for 20 years and the individual, you would think the same way. You should think the same way. And just to go at my buddy Adam Kaufman for a second, here's where he's very much wrong. Very much wrong. The majority of Patriots fans think how I think. Koff's like 20% of the fans. Producer Drew is in the 20%. That's okay. That's fine. Life's too short. Life's too short. I've been rooting for the guy since he left in March. And you know what Koff said in a text to me yesterday? Go, Pack, go. Gross. Gross.
Hey.
Unbelievable. Bet you didn't mention that part, did he?
I think he did. He brought something like that.
Gross. Go, Pack, go. I told him to stack those bucks in our head-to-head. He says, nope, go, Pack, go. Unreal.
Well, hey, there's your guy there. And the guy we were talking about a little bit before, Joe Burrow, if I'm not mistaken, is perfect so far in this half. Bengals down to their last timeout, 16 seconds left with ball at the 25. So well within Fat Randy's field goal range here. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
Last thing I'll say, we'll move on, I promise. We'll talk about the Chiefs and the Bills. Last thing I'll say. If the Packers won that game yesterday, I would come on here just like we are right now, and you can all yell in my face and say, you loser, Brady lost. And you know who else would do it? Kaufman. He would have done it too. Absolutely would have put his thick cheese head on in front of his DVDs and done the same thing. Do not let him tell you otherwise. But that's what's great about the games, folks. There's a scoreboard. There's a winner. There's a loser. And the man is in the title game for the 10th time in 55 Super Bowls all time. 10 out of the 55. And as a Patriots fan, you are allowed to cheer for him. It is the natural thing to do. Yes, it stinks it's not with New England. It stinks he's not wearing the Patriots laundry. I'll get my Patriots laundry fix by doing Madden simulations and watching Cam Newton throw deep balls incomplete to Damiere Byrd. I can still get my Patriots fandom fix right here with the DK Sim Fan. And you know something? Luke Murphy just brought this up. As we can transition, there's a very strong possibility the Kansas City Chiefs could smoke them, because I think we have reminded ourselves that the Chiefs are very, very good, and they can just flip a switch whenever they want. Down 9-0 last night, and they just said, oh, let's go. We got this. So,
yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think the opening line, the Chiefs by 3, was a little bit of a swing to the Buccaneers that maybe is undeserved. Although last time these two teams played in Kansas City, it was only a 3-point win by the Chiefs. So if you take all that into account, that suggests that on a neutral field, they'd be pretty evenly matched. And now, instead of playing the Super Bowl on a neutral field, you're going to be in Tampa. Now, granted, it's not going to be a full stadium, and it's the Super Bowl, so the ability to which you can actually have home field advantage in terms of crowd noise is going to be up there. But like you pointed out on Twitter yesterday, Tom Brady gets to stay in his own house. These guys don't have to travel. That's a big deal. So that's going to play a role here. That is going to be a very, very nice benefit for them, having won and getting to play a Super Bowl on their home turf. Even if the crowd isn't behind them, they don't have to deal with travel. They don't have to. They have all these media commitments that come out of nowhere, but they get to relax, unwind at home. The recovery is going to be a lot easier. So I still don't think that this game is going to be that close, or as close as odds makers think it will be. But there are some X factors working in Brady's corner. They're working in favor of the Buccaneers.
yeah, you know something, though? I feel like a little bit of me feels that Tampa's had this momentum by being on the road. I get a sense, and I'm talking like all sports now because doing some college basketball stuff, like teams have a chance to be closer together when they're on the road. Yeah. When they're at home, they've got to be at their house or at the facility, and that's it. Meaning, at least when you're on the road, you're in the hotel together, you're having a meal together. There just feels like there's more camaraderie. And for that team being in year one with a new bunch of talented pieces to figure it out. And here's the other question, and you might know, I'm going to put you on the spot. Okay. How are they selling? I know the first responders are going to the Super Bowl, but like Tampa's not selling tickets to Tampa fans, right? This is like the league is giving the tickets away. I'm just curious what the crowd might be like. It's going to be a neutral crowd, or at least that's going to be the goal, right?
Well, I mean, right now we're seeing the resale market on these tickets go. I mean, some tickets are going for $24,000 right now. The cheapest that you can get in is like $1,100, might be even more actually. Let's see. Okay, there are 4 ticket packages, and they start at, for the ticket packages, it's $6,700 and up to $21,000 through the NFL itself. So a big deal. It's I'm trying to figure out what the capacity is going to be for this. All right. So 14,500 ticket buying fans, plus the 7,500 free vaccinated healthcare workers. So you're also dealing with, not only is it the Super Bowl, not only is it at home in Tampa, the teams are going to get their allotments. I don't know if that's going to be factored into the tickets that are for sale, but this is really going to help spike the market for these tickets, even if people aren't traveling like they normally would because of the pandemic. It's going to be really interesting to see what the resale market is like the week leading up to the Super Bowl, because we know there's a tremendous hustle there. This is where these brokers make their nut for the entire year. Are they going to be able to find guys on the street willing to hand them an envelope filled with 20 grand? Or is that done with now? Can be, I don't know, not a great time to be a ticket scalper, but I'm not going to shed a tear for them because I've paid way too much for way too many stupid games to feel badly for brokers out there.
He's Christian D'Andrea, Brendan Glasheen. As much as we get on here and act like dopes, mainly myself, I appreciate you guys being here and tuning into the Dream Stream. We have 4 more Sims after today.
I enjoy it.
Look, we're here to have a good time. I love the conversation, the back and forth. That's why sports are a blast, man. And you guys are entitled to your own opinion. And look, there are some folks that get on the air with a microphone and they've got their opinion, and I love them dearly. I just want them to be okay. And I think I can help. So that's why we're passionate. That's why we love games and sports. It's great. It's fantastic. I love the NFL. Don't you love it? I heard you and Koff talking about this last sim. Last offseason, we figured that would be we would have the most movement in an NFL offseason history of quarterback movement. And now I feel like that's going to be topped. It's starting to feel the way Aaron Rodgers sounded yesterday after that game. It's starting to sound and feel like the NFL is going to get an NBA feel to it, where guys are going to use leverage to wind up in a place they want to be to get out of their current situation. Do you feel there's some truth to that? Because I'm using Deshaun Watson, of course, as an example. Stafford. Now, look, Stafford and the Lions are mutually parting ways. And then you've got Aaron Rodgers, who, my God, I mean, I wish he just didn't say that for his sake. Like, just don't even go there, but he did.
You know what? I don't think that was necessarily an expression of unhappiness as much as it was just laying the cards out on the table. He wasn't saying anything that wasn't true. The team really has struggled to build around him, and when it has the opportunity, it's kind of run screaming in the opposite direction, as proven at last year's draft. So I think we are getting a little bit more player autonomy when it comes to picking their spot, but I don't think we're necessarily moving into a new era. We're not going to have a Eric Bledsoe style, I don't want to be here tweet that rearranges the landscape of someone's backfield, I don't think Rodgers is going anywhere. I don't think anything he said was notoriously beyond the pale for Aaron Rodgers. He's unhappy, but he has reasons to be unhappy. He's upset, but he has reasons to be upset. Everything kind of fits inside the Aaron Rodgers box, so not too concerned with that. Deshaun Watson is a different situation, but at the same time, it makes sense because the Texans have just crumbled around him and broken promises. So I don't think it's going to be nearly NBA level where teams are unhappy with their fit. They're unhappy with the team around them. They're unhappy with the level of success just because in the NFL, I mean, we knew the Rockets weren't going to be a championship team and probably won't be for the next decade. But in the NFL, there's so much parity. The landscape changes and shifts so significantly, and it's not like in the NBA where a 1 seed is almost certainly not going to lose to an 8 seed. You have to be a top 4 seed to make the finals. No, this is an NFL where you can sneak into the wild card and Eli Manning your way to 2 NFL titles. I just don't think the same kind of urgency is necessary in the NFL. I don't think we're going to see it. Things can shift too quickly thanks to the salary cap, thanks to the way rosters are built, thanks to how effective a rookie draft class can be, that I think guys in the NFL are a little bit more patient, willing to wait and see what happens and not have to force their way out of that situation.
Sure. I hear you. 3rd and 4 here for the Rams. Got to get to the 7 for a first, or just toss a touchdown. There you go. I think that's right. There you go, Christian.
My guy, only his second catch of the day, I believe, but he makes it count into the end zone, careening towards a double-digit day, and probably going to get a few more opportunities. This game trending upwards, good offense on either side. Let's see if we don't get a little bit more scoring as this one develops.
Robert Woods in the free showdown, 12% captained, 53% in the flex, Looking at the free roll, hope the charter guy doesn't show up. Sko Merrick continues to pace the contest, 89.02 points. I don't think we've got an update yet, though, from Derek and Jared. They're on it. Problem Kid Gaming, that's a fair point. They just lost. What do you expect him to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not expecting him to be jolly, problem kid gaming. I just thought he could avoid going into his own personal situation. Like less is more, that kind of thing. Or less is the better avenue in that case.
Yeah, and I said this on the last time. I had buddies who try to go out and crap all over everything. That's like their thing with watching NFL football. They want to make sure no one enjoys anything. But like they were like, "Oh my God, Rodgers threw LaFleur under the bus. I love to see it." And like, no, he didn't really. I mean, the headlines, the sound bites were not great. But if you look at his entire comments, he's like, "Yeah, it wasn't my decision to go for on 4th down." Well, yeah, no kidding. You should have had some input. And yes, LaFleur should have told you that on 3rd down, you guys weren't going to go for it on 4th if you didn't gain any yards. Acceptable, pretty understandable. But like he's like, I understand the appeal of kicking the field goal there. I understand the momentum the defense had. I just don't call the plays. And that's correct. Rodgers was just telling the truth on that one. That wasn't throwing anyone under the bus. That was just an explanation of what had happened, where he wasn't going to take blame for something that wasn't his fault. And 100% on board with it. When he said he doesn't know what the future holds, what comes next, that's the same thing he's been saying for the past few weeks. He's just sticking to a line of reasoning that has been true. So as far as Rodgers lighting guys on fire, throwing them under the bus, this is not one of his more egregious breakdowns. He's fine. This is just a message. Let the rest of the organization know that, yeah, he is unhappy with another NFC title game loss, and he should be unhappy with it. And hopefully that'll convince people who make these kind of decisions to fix things.
Wait, so you don't think he threw LaFleur under the bus a little bit with that comment?
I think he said the exact thing. I mean, LaFleur got the blame he deserved. It was a stupid call. And, Rodgers didn't go out there and say it was a stupid call. I hated it. I disagree with it. He said, I understand the appeal. I understand why he made that decision. It wasn't my call. That was the gist of what he was saying. I don't think he was, being unfair to his head coach. To be fair, LaFleur did screw up. He could have been a lot worse. He could have been a lot less deferential to his head coach and still been
Sure.
And he opted not to, and I think that speaks to the relationship those two have. I think if it was Mike McCarthy in year 12 making that call, I think Rodgers would have lost his damn mind.
Yeah.
So, could have been a lot worse.
No question. That's a good point, because a lot of quarterbacks and significant, standout players have said something similar. I just thought he could have avoided a little bit of it, but again, he lost and he's frustrated. Let's not lose sight of this. This was year 2 of LaFleur Rodgers, and LaFleur kind of cleaned it up there at the end. Not that you thought there was much to clean up. I thought there was a little bit to clean up, but LaFleur was like, look, I sure as hell want this guy back. I'm really grateful for how he's bought in, and Rodgers has bought in. I said this before the game. There's 2 things that come to mind here. Number 1, Green Bay, I think, is set up for the next 3 or 4 years in the NFC. Sure, they had the spot. I was just critical of Rodgers. It's on the table. It's on the platter for you right here. You're at home, 1 seed. Go get it. I think they're okay going forward. And number 2, if there was any quarterback of the 4 playing this weekend and one of them lost, he was getting the most criticism, whether you like it or not. There's an argument to be made for the other 3 not to. Brady's still the GOAT regardless. Josh Allen's still a kid. And Patrick Mahomes was just in concussion protocol, and he's already run a Super Bowl. So Rodgers was going to get the most crap if he lost. That was predictable. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, and he's kind of a lightning rod for this stuff anyway, because he doesn't have the championships. He's everywhere on TV thanks to the discount double check ads, and he's a guy who we kind of wade around in his swimming pool of interpersonal drama. I mean, just the way he's interacting with his family, the girl. He's kind of become this weird figure, this lightning bolt for criticism, the way Tom Brady would be. He's kind of brought that high-level stardom in a new era to a team that hasn't really seen it before, or at least not before the Brett Favre era in Green Bay. So everything gets a little bit magnified when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. And yeah, he is just a lightning rod for that kind of stuff. But I mean, all things considered, this wasn't in a fireable offense. This wasn't a, I can't deal with this anymore. This wasn't a, you guys need to find me some help. Maybe he's saying that behind the scenes, but even if he is, he's got a point. So I think he's still playing the good soldier. I think he's being a good teammate, and I think he and the Packers will work this out. They're going to be back. I got to imagine that his comments will be way heavily on the mind of the front office when it comes to this year's draft and when it comes to free agents. A lot of guys who can immediately help this team are going to be available, whether or not it's the very, very high impact draft class of 2021, or if they can clear some cap space, go out. Oh man, how great would it be if they could lure Allen Robinson from the Bears to Green Bay, not only strike at a division rival, but get one of the best, most underrated wide receivers in the game. And I know we talk about Allen Robinson a lot. He's that good. He has the strongest hands in the world. I would love to see him as a Packer. They probably can't afford it. It would take a lot of doing. But I can't imagine anything would make Aaron Rodgers happier than going 1-2 Devontae Adams, Allen Robinson, top his wideout depth chart with big Bobby Funyuns at tight end.
In the midst of unpacking a tremendous championship Sunday, Jared Goff has threw for 2 touchdowns and north of 200 yards passing. Malcolm Brown, the leading rusher, 10 for 38. Joe Mixon has just 3 carries for 40 yards. Bernard, 4 for 26. Henderson, 4 for 16.
Yeah, the Bengals running it really well, just not running it very often. And I mean, they probably won't get the chance to here as the Rams putting together a scoring drive, maybe about to take a 2-possession lead would be an opportunity where this Bengals team really needs to continue throwing the hell out of the ball, which is fine because Joe Burrow has looked really good in this sim. Not a ton of yards, but very accurate, very efficient, and could be a big comeback opportunity for him here in the second half.
Reynolds with a big day, 5 for 67. You get some good value there. Henderson, 3 catches, 46 yards. Uzama, 3 for 41. AJ Green, both of his catches for 29 yards, but more importantly, both for touchdowns.
Yeah. Huge. Yeah, this is kind of what we did see from Green in the regular season this year, except he got way more targets. He just couldn't really create any space, had a letdown year. Now he's going to be one of the very intriguing free agents out there as well. He played a full year. He's healthy again, which is the biggest question you had to answer. Was his rough 2020 the result of not being an elite wide receiver anymore? Was it the adjustment to a rookie quarterback? And then after Burrow got hurt, second and third string quarterbacks, does he have anything left in the tank? He is going to be a very interesting free agent to watch. I don't think he'll be back with the Bengals, and he could be a guy who really goes on to have a nice latter half if he can continue to figure out how to use his size and veteran leadership. Basically, like your dad, if he can play wide receiver like your dad plays rec ball at the YMCA, use that dad strength, box guys out, he'll be just fine.
Want to shout out our great ops team, Derek and Jared. We have producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew digging up this stat on Jared Goff in Simland. Only 20 DK fantasy points in 7 of his 34 Madden 21 games. He's at 16.6 right now. So I feel better about myself fading him every time he's in competition. Look, everybody, I see you guys talking about Rodgers. There's no denying Aaron Rodgers is fantastic talent. There's something missing there, though. There's something missing in terms of that winning touch. I think Packers fans get frustrated because they wish he could play a little bit more free and easy and not as tight, just like the Chiefs. If every offense operated like the Chiefs, like that's the gold standard. Of course, the talent, right? The Hills, the Kelseys, Mahomes, like the talent, of course, but just the way they play so free and loose. Green Bay got tight in that game yesterday. Tight. And of course, Aaron Jones got hurt. That didn't help matters, but they just got tight, man.
The problem was we saw as we did a bold move here. The fullback dive.
Oh my God.
In. Is that Johnny Munt?
Oh man, yes it is. A vulture from Munt.
Oh my goodness. 4.9 fantasy points per game in the flex, 2,200 to roster him there. And this is only the 4th sim in which he has seen action. His 3rd sim touchdown ever, and they've all come of the vulture rushing touchdown fill-in fullback variety as Munt getting on the board, maybe putting this one out of reach for the Bengals. 1.8% owned.
How you guys doing on Twitch? Heavy, Quan, Yogi, Dead, CEH over on Twitch. He's living in two worlds. It's okay. You're allowed to do that, as I've ranted on. Train Island, Christian's in there. Prince of Darkness.
I don't know.
Robes, Care Bear. Robes, I'm doing fine. I'm scrolling up. I'm okay. I'm great. I'm grand. Jared from Ops just messaged everyone and says, Glash, I've been here every time Munt has scored a touchdown.
Clearly, we gotta let people know if Jared's behind the scenes, because that would make Johnny Munt a must roster as a punt point.
Hey guys, gonna ask you for the first time in this 2 p.m. sim, smash that like button. This has been mentioned once today. I know you guys are a little frustrated from what you've seen in the game center, but these sims are not going anywhere. We are grateful that you folks keep tuning in, making lineups. Continue to do so. We greatly appreciate it. We enjoy doing these. Christian says it all the time. This is like the best job ever. It's like the most effortless thing ever because you guys make it so fun and interactive. We can talk about football from the weekend. We got 2 weeks. I mean, the fact that I just went on that rant today, we got 2 more weeks of this Brady Mahomes buildup. Aren't you guys excited? We're almost at 200 likes. Let's get there, if you don't mind, as Joe Burrow will rush for a first down.
A nice pickup, but keeps the clock running. Bengals need to get in their hurry-up offense here. They're down 11, 5 minutes to play. Cannot afford to keep the ball in the middle of the field and go full huddle afterwards. That's going to be disastrous for them, but that's probably what's going to happen.
Coming up on 5 minutes to go from their own 41, Bernard over the first down marker into the 46 of Cincinnati, or rather of the Rams.
Yeah, big pickup there. Nice design screenplay, but Bernard doesn't get out of bounds. Now, granted, since there were more than 5 minutes left in the clock, the clock would have started once the clock was reset there, but still would have saved the Cincinnati team a few seconds. I'm sure the fans at Virtual Paul Brown getting frustrated with the clock management as John Ross, your guy, having a decent day. 4 for 43, not great, probably not what you wanted out of your captain spot, but up there with Bobby Woods.
Problem Kid Gaming, you got to create an intelligent way of asking for likes. Well, we've had an enormous amount of ways since March 28th. Please take your suggestions. Jake says, thank you for making my time here in COVID land more bearable at Glash and Friends. Jake, I know you're one of our newest members of the fam in terms of the chat and also making lineups. I hope you're feeling okay, and glad you're here, and we hope to uplift you during your tough time, everyone's tough time. What do we got? 2nd and 5, 4 wide, 2 left, 2 right, over the middle, first down, Uzama to the 15.
Uzama continuing to barrel toward, I think that's going to give him double digits on the day, so a very solid day for the Bengal tight end, who did seem like he might have been on the brink of a breakthrough season. Tough to tell because he only played basically a game and a half before being lost for the season, but 8 catches on 11 targets, more than 10 yards per catch. Got in the end zone once, so he looked like he could be a sneaky play in season-long fantasy next season, maybe a mid-round target at tight end where points were scarce in 2020. Not too many proven targets at tight end, especially with George Kittle being out much of the season. And after Travis Kelce, everything got a little bit weird.
Coming up at 4 p.m. It's almost 3 p.m. now. We have Bills and Falcons at 4. Burrow complete to A.J. Green. Finally a catch that's not a touchdown. You'll have Rossi and Zach Thompson at 4 for Bills at Falcons. And then after that, stick around for NBA pre-lock with Shirag and a special guest, Julian Edlow.
Oh.
First and goal here. Burrow. Oh, incomplete.
At least that stops the clock. A run here. Well, at any rate, the Bengals are going to need a quick stop. They might be nearing onside kick territory, which, hey, might come through. I mean, we saw the Bills pull one off for the first time in the postseason in 7 years, maybe 6 years. I remember that one fondly because it was against the Packers in the NFC title game, and it was a game changer as, oh no, Mixon stuffed. And Bengals got to hurry the line to get this one off before the 2-minute warning. And I guess from here, you can run it, you can pass it, you can do whatever because the clock is going to stop at the end of the play almost certainly because of that 2-minute warning.
Charlie Amrich, appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Alex Fox, Akeem, Bill. Bill needs Mixon. Here's Burrow out of the gun, fires, touchdown. AJ Green, a hat trick.
Who else? AJ, 4 touchdowns in his last 2 games, 3 today. The veteran wideout putting on a show, basically screaming at us, telling us that he is still good, he's still got it, and he should not linger in free agency next spring. What is this spring?
Going for 2, and Uzama makes the catch. We have a field goal game with 2:05 left. 3 timeouts for both squads. Wow. For AJ Green, you just hit on it. Only his second multi-touchdown game, had 11 touchdowns in Madden 21 DraftKings history coming into today. Edge 95, loves to see it. Fantasy Hawk. David Israel did not play him.
Heavy Kevy had him in captain and took him out. Yeesh. Brutal.
In terms of what's up for the rest of the day, I think Emerson Latzia needs a day of processing his takes, so he is not on the Dream Stream today. You know, Emerson, it takes him a little more time to kind of process things. So he will be watching film of the kicker film today and giving you kicker analysis on Tuesday. You'll get Emerson tomorrow with Christian at noon. So Emerson's breaking down all the tape to give you his kicker analysis and his hot takes. But for the rest of the day, Rossi is here for the next 2 with Zach, and then Kenny Ducey at 6, and then Kaufman returns at 8. And then I'm back tonight for Madden After Dark. We will both be with Brandon Cristal. Looking forward to that. That's the rest of the day. Bengals need to get a couple more stops. 2nd and 9, and they can get the ball back and potentially tie the game. Randy Bullock would be the leg to deliver.
Yeah, not someone you'd really want to trust, although his Madden stats are okay. He has been a little glitchy in the real world. But you know what? I appreciate a good overweight kicker. The Badgers had Rafael Gaglianone, who is just a chubby little guy who was a pretty good kicker in his own right. So I can appreciate anytime a pro athlete is fatter than me, they are instantly up on my wall of heroes. The gold standard, of course, former Red Sox reliever Rich Garces, El Guapo himself, the jar of talco, just tremendous girth for a relief pitcher.
Come on, Jared Goff, ruin it. Oh, Jared Goff delivers to Higbee.
Will just about do it. 1:39 left, and they can kneel. 1:42 left, rather, but they can kneel. We might see a garbage time carry here, maybe one running play, but that is enough time to run the clock down to zeros with kneels. It's not going to take a knee here in the victory formation.
Before you guys hop out, if you choose, smash that like. We're almost at 200. Thanks for being here. About 600 of you watching. And over on the Twitch machine, we have 72 folks tuning in. So thanks, guys, for being here and hanging out. Are they going to throw on 2nd and 11? No, they'll hand it off, right? They got to hand it off.
That would be lunacy.
Oh, put Cooper Kupp in motion. Fake to him. Henderson is stopped. We get a flag. That stops the clock.
Oh,
Ooh, holding on the offense.
what are the Rams doing?
Okay, that helps.
All right, right back to the back to the
They'll take a knee.
They've learned their lesson.
Okay. Yeah, right. Bry guy in the 1s and 2s. Why kneel down on first down and run on second down? Great question. Alex P, you're not going to get any more Cooper Cup. Sorry. Because this one's over. Problem kid gave me. If Glass shaves his hair and eyebrows, leaves the beard, I'll drop a like every sim every day for a year. Yeah, BRB.
Yeah, you might want to clear that with Sarah first before you go get in the barbershop.
I can't do it, man. I felt the veins coming out above my eyes. It was super uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was freaky.
Yeah.
I'm good.
The amount of sweat getting into your eyes too when you do any kind of workout without eyebrows is got to be unpleasant.
That's a great point. Well, see, as it turns out, when I did it here in New England, as you know, it's colder in April.
Yeah.
So, like running outside, for instance, it didn't feel that bad. But I could only imagine what that would be like in like a warm, moist gym, and just, like I'd have to like put tape on my eyes or something.
Not a fan. Oh, yeah, we're looking at the stats. A lot of touchdowns, a lot of passing touchdowns. Goff only had 2. Burrow with 3. Burrow had a pretty nice day. 231 through the air, 3 scores, all 3 to AJ Green. And AJ Green gotta be the crusty cough player of the game. Let's go scroll up. AJ Green, captained by 3.3% of you, and you guys are almost all certainly in the leaderboards of your respective contests because that guy balled out the hat trick. Give him the crusty cough player of the game award. And as far as the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, I might have to give it. Let's take a look. Joe Mixon, Gio Bernard. Let's go Joe Mixon on this one.
Okay.
Star qualities at running back. Just didn't really get much done. Only 4 carries on the day. A few passes, but otherwise forgettable afternoon for Joey Mix.
Yeah, $7,400 in the flex. So makes sense. Want to shout out Evans. Evans, how do you say your last name? Is it Boney? Booney? I would guess Booney. This is tough for me, words and everything. But he is in first in the Glash and Christian Hope the Charter guy doesn't show up, which it didn't. Your internet was fine for this 2 p.m. sim, which is good.
Yeah, not too bad.
So Evans won the Evans with an S, if I'm correct. Evans won our free roll, so congrats to him. With Higbee captained, Goff, Burrow, Woods, Green, and Uzama. And in the free showdown, the larger pool, there was a 31-way tie for first place. AJ Green captained, Goff, Burrow, Woods, Higbee, and Uzama. Bone E. Evans Boney.
Nice. Good name.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Dinosaur from Wienerville.
Now that you say that, I remember.
I'm here now, yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, so you, my friend, are done for the day. Great stuff. I appreciate you putting up with me and Kaufman.
I enjoyed hearing it. It was a great manifesto. It should be stapled to the wall of your local churches. And it was fun.
Local churches. Oh man, Christian, you're great. Christian, speaking of, he's back tomorrow at noon and 2, same times. He'll be with Emerson for Niners and Cowboys at noon, and then Panthers at the Eagles with Kaufman as far as the rest of the day. 4 p.m., Bills, Falcons with Rossi and Zach Thompson. And then Chargers, Bears at 6. Rossi and Kenny Ducey comes in with his fiery takes. And then at 8 o'clock, Giants at Dolphins, Kaufman and Brandon Cristal. And then I return for Madden After Dark. Steelers at the Saints, me and Brandon Cristal. I made a free roll for that one if you'd like to join in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. It is called Big Ben and Breeze Watching on the Couch Again.
Yeah, I'll go pop in there. I'll get my lineup going.
All right, man. You don't have to, but if you please get involved.
Yeah. And then I'm done for now. But if you are in the Lexington, Kentucky area, I'm about to go on ESPN Radio 1310 to process a little bit of playoff information with those guys over there, Matthew, and used to be Mikey, now I think it's Sean. Anyway, if you are in the Kentucky area, if you are a Wildcat fan, and you're like, I bet this guy knows his stuff and has a great rapport with our local radio hosts, I'm about to prove you right. So either way, I'll see you either on the radio in a little bit or tomorrow with Emerson at noon.
There you go.
And it's a pleasure.
Erwin, you make a great point, my friend. Yeah, college basketball broadcast could not handle no eyebrows. Yes, there's other things there are things that I need to do also now in real life that I leave my home for, where these are good. Thanks to our great team, Jared, as well as I think it was Derek today on the nooner for the yes, it was Derek. Thank you, Drew, for updating scores. Keep an eye on the Game Center for Bry Guy, producer Drew. They're back for the next one. Rossi and Zach Thompson at 4. Christian's back tomorrow. I'm back later tonight. You guys have a fantastic day. Thanks for tuning in to the DraftKings Dream Stream.
Hey, everybody, welcome in. DK Simpson. We weren't talking trash.
We're just
Yeah,
starting.
oh, well, are we just starting? All right, listen, his handsome face, that's ZT, Zach Thompson,
What's
the
up?
godfather of Madden Sims.
I have to do that.
I used to call you the
That one.
CEO. You didn't like that, though. You got a little...
I'm okay with CEO of Sims. You just called
No,
me
of
the CEO of DraftKings. I was like, whoa, that's heat I don't need.
So that's not accurate. The CEO of DraftKings.
Let me check.
Okay, hold on. Let's check the bank account.
No.
Okay.
Do not. Nope. All right.
Today is going to be a complete overreaction. We had 2 championship games. We're obviously going to talk about those. I'm sure you've been Kaufman's and spitting rhymes all day. But ZT, in this one, we have the Josh Allen was oh so close to the Super Bowl game here. We got Bills. We got Atlanta, who's an action-packed team to play and watch. So what do you think in this one? Where are you going?
Yeah, I mean, you're right about both these teams bring a lot of points usually to the Sims and bring a lot of excitement because Atlanta's defense, not so great. So because of that, I went ahead and stacked up Buffalo. I've got Josh Allen in my captain spot. We can talk about the rest of my full lineup after it locks. But yeah, Josh Allen in my captain spot, he does generate those rushing yards. And since he's gotten his superstar traits in the December update, that escape artist, it does help him get out of the pocket and run a little bit more of those rushing yards, make him a much better play. So I've got him as my captain. I did sprinkle a little Falcons in there. Who you got as your captain?
All right, my captain, I'm on the same page as you, just a little more on the other side. I went with Stephon Diggs, a little bit cheaper in the captain spot, hoping he's going to be the beneficiary of a lot of those Josh Allen, scramble out of the pocket, get it to your star receiver, also with that X factor in there.
Yeah, and I mean, he is in my lineup for sure. He is their go-to receiver, but just not in my captain spot because I do think there's a good chance that Josh Allen gets those rushing yards, maybe even a rushing touchdown. And when you see that from a quarterback, those are really the only quarterbacks that I put in my captain spot are the ones that give you the rushing yards, just because otherwise you can do better if you find the receivers they're going to go to. And like you said, save a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a good call. So here we are. It's Atlanta. It's Buffalo. I have Captain Stephon Diggs, who I believe is still on the field right now in Kansas City, watching and getting hugs from his coaches
from a distance.
Yeah, we'll talk. I think we'll talk obviously a lot about that game. As obviously we'll have the Bills here, but for me, I'll let you know. I went Diggs in the captain. Let us know your lineup as well over there in the DK Sim fam. We see you guys growing back here on YouTube, Twitch, millions of you not watching, just watching from various sources and listening. Diggs in the captain, Josh Allen. Got to put a kicker in there because I'm not foolish. I got Bass, Gurley.
All about that.
I got Dawson Knox and Calvin Ridley. I faded Matt Ryan.
Faded Matt Ryan. Interesting call there. I did the same actually with Matt Ryan. Matty Ice chilling on my bench. Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Lee Smith. So I've got the other Buffalo tight end. You've got Knox, you said, right?
Yes.
So I've got Lee Smith, who is the tight end one. And then I've got the Bills defense. Switching up a little bit there, one with the Bills defense. And then no kickers for me. On the Atlanta side, I've got Gage and Gurley.
Okay, so similar structures in different places, right? That's kind of where we're going in this one. So just so you guys know, as we have the ball here with the first down for Buffalo, look at Josh Allen just flexing that arm right there. He is owned in the most of this one, ZT. He is owned in 67%, which actually kind of shocking. I thought it would be higher in the free showdown. Behind him is Julio Jones, followed by Gurley at 53. Stephon Diggs is right under 50. Matt Ryan around 45. Gage at 41. And Calvin Ridley at 35. So those are your high ownership in this one.
Devin Singletary with the grab on that pass. Was a completion, but lost a yard.
Yeah, gets the points. Just going the wrong way. We do have a family and friends contest here. I think there's like 100 and some odd of you. So I like when it's a bigger contest. Yeah, 6,000 of you. I like it, but I also get worried because I could look a lot worse. Like when there's you do it last second, there's only 30 people in. If you finish 25th, you're like, oh, it's not bad.
Still a top 25 finish. Yeah.
Exactly. Right, when you're in 125.
Right. It's like finishing 30th at the Century Tournament of Champions. There's only 30 people playing, but you're still top 30.
30, don't look bad on the spreadsheet. All right, nice pass
right.
there. It's complete. I can't tell. I always don't know if that's Knox, if that's Lee. It is Lee Smith on the grab.
Lee Smith.
People tossing in their lineups. Let's see. Who did I see there? I thought I saw. Oh, here we go. Tyler says he captained Falcons DST. Interesting call.
All right.
Has Diggs, Bass, Ryan, Gurley, Jones. Let's see if it plays out.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Hooligan and I got the same lineup. That could be really good or really bad.
I was going to say, I'll watch you too and see if you the cream rises to the top like the Macho Man, or if you guys are going to.
And
Get the
he's
mob
not
hit.
kidding. I can say that he is not kidding because we're tied for third right now in our family and friends contest.
There's another
We
pass
will.
completed. Josh Allen, 4 for 4. Nice start
Rise
for him.
and fall together, Fooligan, you and me.
Won't get fooligan again. Same lineup. All right, you got J.E. San Rosser, Professor Z, Rossi, Professor Z. What up, guys? No, Rossi is our team name. That's us together.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah, you're in the Ross Z broadcast. All right, 3rd and 4. Josh Allen in the gun, wide open receivers. Got it.
It's like when they just smash the names together and make the new name. I like it.
Yeah, we're a couple now.
I my apologies to you.
No. This is an upgrade for me, not from my wife, but from some of the other people I've teamed up with here for sure.
Okay.
Come on, we're not going to say names, but Emerson, come on. All right, so as the Bills are driving here with 4.5 left to go
marching
in the
right down the
first,
field. There's Diggs in motion at the bottom.
if you were to
You
say a
mentioned those
word,
X factors. Oh, he had Diggs. He had him. He just missed him.
if you had to think of a word to describe how Buffalo played yesterday, what is the word you would give them?
I feel like it felt so. Here's my general takeaway. I've got to come up with the right word. So give me a minute on the one word.
Oh yeah,
But I would say Stephon Diggs. A nice way to break out of that tackle and lose yards.
thanks, pal.
They played like it was their first time in the AFC Championship game in a while. Like that unit,
Yeah.
it felt they played not tentative, but they just didn't seem as comfortable. So maybe uncomfortable, maybe. But I do feel like it's still overall the season. Oh, nice!
Oh, what a
little
move
right there.
Devin Singletary coming out of the backfield.
Shake and bake.
Did a Singletary move there and just wow. Atlanta defense. By the way, I was gonna laugh earlier. I think it was Tyler said he captained the DST of Atlanta. I'm like, dude, Atlanta, come on. But hey, take a shot.
We'll see.
Still a long way to go.
They
But
played, I mean, tentative isn't the right word, but that it kind of felt that way at times, right? Like they seemed out of their depth just a little bit. And then once they fell behind, it felt like they didn't really know what to do. I mean,
Chiefs have become
whatever
that
the word
team,
is for the new guy in the room, right? Like the new guy in the room who's trying to figure out, like, can I say this? And then they say something they shouldn't say, but they don't really know how to react to that. And then, okay, so they're trying to like find they seemed unsure of themselves.
that's
not
that's
very
the word.
confident, right? Like they weren't confident at all. And even when they jumped out to the 9-0 lead, it didn't feel like they had Kansas City in trouble. I never felt like Kansas City was in trouble. And part of that is just Kansas City's offense is so good when they're all firing on all cylinders. And we hadn't seen that in a while. We saw it yesterday.
The Chiefs are like, honestly, they're frustrating at this point. It's like in Madden when you play like on easy and like you step away from the game for 20 minutes and you come back, you're like, oh man, I slipped behind 20-0. You just know, let me just get in control of this one. All right, let me win this game.
Oh, okay. I should actually use the plays that work with my plays.
Yeah. It's almost like borderline cheat code, it feels. And obviously being in New England, we saw a lot of this. Like, I think the Chiefs they're a much more ridiculously high-powered offense than they might be on the verge of being like one of the most of all time. Like, let's be real. At this point, 2 seasons of this, like usually when you make a Super Bowl, it's hard to get back. You see all the numbers, the stats, but like they're like making it look easy, but only in like 5-minute doses. Like,
Right.
yeah, we'll give you 9 points, and then we'll just go ahead and squash it like a bug.
Right. We'll almost lose to the Dolphins. We'll almost lose to the Falcons, who are watching this game.
Yes.
But then we'll just
Raiders.
turn it on. And we didn't know, right? We didn't know if they could throw that switch. And now they continue to prove that they can. And they were, I mean, full disclosure, they were my Super Bowl pick before the season. But I thought Cleveland had a chance at knocking them off. I picked Cleveland in the Cleveland game. I thought Cleveland was had a real good chance of knocking them off. I hadn't seen the Chiefs offense. Oh, I did. I hope, I mean, the Chiefs offense hadn't looked like the Chiefs offense even yesterday. I thought the Chiefs offense still hasn't looked like the Chiefs offense. Are we going to get the real Chiefs offense? And then they showed up, right? Like, and then it was like, oh, yep, these guys are really good. But really, when you think about it, Patrick Mahomes is really good. Tyreek Hill, right, and Travis Kelce.
Really good.
Those three.
Really good.
And they're not going anywhere for a while. Kansas City is going to be there, right? I don't feel like they're supporting cast. Right? It's not like, man, CEH, what a ringer. No, not really. Darrell Williams looked pretty good too. It's not like they have a ton of wide receiver depth, but they've got those three guys who are basically unstoppable. The Bills had no answer for Travis Kelce. None. Neither did the Browns. Neither has anybody that I can remember anytime recently. And I mean, when you look at even like this matchup, right, the Bills do struggle against the tight end. We already saw Hayden Hurst with a catch on this drive. And I think that that's something they've got to address. They've got to figure out how to fix that hole in that defense, which the defense was decent throughout their run. I think their offense is going to be good again next year. The question is, can they patch those holes on defense and then have a team that can make another run? And are they going to be the team that runs into the Chiefs every year, as we see Hayden Hurst with another catch there, showing that weakness? There you go.
Yeah.
Of the Bills' defense against tight ends.
Yeah, and like obviously, and this is not just Homer thing, just watching and seeing every game. I still think Gronk was the greatest tight end to ever play. But Travis Kelce, another like year or two like this, he is like, he's not the blocker that Gronk is, but he is by far like, and obviously Gronk never had the Tyreek Hill next to him, and I don't discount that. Game is game, and teams are structured the way teams are structured, but man, Travis Kelce is that off. It's insane. It really is, ET. Like watching yesterday, it makes you feel better if your team didn't make it there, because you're like, oh, okay, like we're not going to beat that team. Like whatever team. I don't care if you're a Patriots fan, if you're a Carolina Panthers fan. I'm just throwing out all of you. Dallas, like you're not it's going to take a hell of a game, and we can talk about the turf toe and what is such a foolish name for such a serious injury, because people think of it as like, oh, what do you got, a stub toe? It's not a stub toe. Like when I get up to go to the bathroom because my bladder's losing its edge as I get older, and I stub my toe on my bedpost walking back in the dark. A turf toe is dumb. Like if me or you had a turf toe, we're donezo for like 6 months. Like we ain't walking. Right. Boot. Yeah. Everything.
Yeah, it's not a minor injury, although it does sound like, oh, whoops. Pick that up.
Yeah, whoopsie. That's the end of one here, by the way. We'll continue this conversation. See a couple of comments from you. Jimmy Lead says Kelce is the GOAT and a hell of a blocker, bro. Low. I don't know what the low part is, but no, I'm not saying he's not a hell of a blocker, but I still think Gronkowski's blocking was like next level, like legit, like could be a tackle if you want it to be. Mm-hmm. In this one, by the way, Josh Allen.
Not now, by the way. He's talking about Gronk's previous life.
He could be a tackle in like JV high school right now. So look, almost looking as sleek as my guy ZT here. Devin Singletary with the lone score. It was from Josh Allen, who's just got one incompletion. He's throwing, he's slinging it like this. Look at him. What are you doing? Like boom. DK Sim fam. We're here with you. Appreciate you. Smash that like. Got to give a shout to our outstanding crew that we have with us. Not just myself and ZT. You can follow me at ZT_sports. I just say it like that because you should. Go give him a follow on that Jason D. Rossi. We got Andrew, our producer. We have our guy, Brock Star. We have Brock Pot, Brock Lesnar, Mini. We have whatever you want to call him. Goes by a lot of names. Brian on the 1 through 7s. We got Jared and Derek, our dudes in ops. Appreciate all of you. Smash a like. Let's get, I don't know where we're at right now. Let's just get 50 more. I don't care where we are. 50 more. You see the numbers, cool. YouTube. Hit it 50 more times.
Just do it.
For us,
tight end's very involved in that first quarter. 3 catches for Hayden Hurst, 3 for 39. Lee Smith, 3 for 22. And we do have the 1 touchdown you mentioned from Devin Singletary as a receiver out of the backfield. So Josh Allen also getting points for that. Let's see if the Falcons can answer as they open up 2nd and goal from the 7. Julio Jones, top of the screen, being covered by Tre'Davious White. They're going to go the other way, back to Hayden Hurst. But not much there.
Stats are good through the first. By the way, again, Matt Ryan captained in 6, owned in 45. And Julio Jones, as you mentioned, was out there, captain in 22, owned in just under 60. So here
Julio,
it is again, Matt Ryan.
Ownership against Tre'Davious White, who you can see man-on-man bottom of the screen there with that
Stars.
X factor. Yeah,
Look at this. Going
don't
again.
love that matchup for him, but they stopped him short at the 1.
That was Russell Gage.
That's my guy, Russell Gage, out of the slot.
Now, do they go for it here? This is tough because they're at the
I say
1. It's
yes.
a 7-point
Go for
game. The way the algorithm and the way
Go
I've seen
for
these
it.
sims, it does look like they would go for it, and you would likely see a Gurley run, but we'll see what they do here. What simulated, not Arthur Smith yet. He'll be there next year. Still our good old buddy Dan Quinn.
That's right. Didn't he get a DC job somewhere? Maybe Dallas?
Look at that. I think you're right. I'm 90% sure on that. We'll double check in a second. A lot of stuff going on. This is like literally like the fact that we're saying anything about the sim, you guys should be kissing our toes because there's so much going on.
It really
quickly
is.
back to the Chiefs. By the way, Younghoe Koo getting the kick. Yes,
They
Dallas
didn't go
confirmed
for it.
by great
Cowards.
producer Drew.
As
You
Emerson
guys
would
stink. So yeah, back to this
There you
Chiefs Bills. Like I thought, like definitely the Chiefs have that allure now. Like when even up 9, you felt it. You're like, we should have been scoring touchdowns. We can't be settling like this. We got to be scoring. Like it was that nice little like start to the game where you peppered them. Like I said, like you've done this in the past with Patriots have been down in the beginning. When those teams that there's fear on the other side. And I'm with all due respect to Sean McDermott, who I think is a hell of a coach and doing everything and going in the right direction. This is still a huge coup to get where they were. Just felt like he didn't push the team and didn't have the team ready to fight all the way through that lead. Like when you're up and you have to kick some field goals,
They
okay,
felt over
that
their heads.
next
Yeah.
and you saw it, and it kind of hurts to say it that way. Like the game before, there was a dogfight. It was back and forth and all sorts, a lot of, veteran, obviously the quarterback position, but throughout the field. And then, I don't know, I just felt like the Bills, nobody was there, like, pick them up and say, guys, let's go. Like even a Stephon Diggs, who this is the furthest he's been as well. So a lot of experience at least.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you had gone to a Bills fan at the beginning of the season, in March when we started these sims, and we said, okay, I remember when we first made the roster update and they got Stephon Diggs, and it was like, this is exciting. This is going to be a fun one to watch, right? Like, let's see how this team looks with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, and are they the team to beat in the AFC East? You have to consider this season a huge step forward for Buffalo as a franchise. They're not in a place like so many. I mean, and this is something we will get to talk about for the next 6 months on these sims, where all these quarterbacks are going to land. They're happy.
Gosh.
Josh Allen, huge steps forward for him. Huge, progress, visible progress. So much better this year. Even just from the playoff game last year against Houston, where he looked scared. This year in the playoffs, they beat
Horrified,
Baltimore. Yeah,
Yep.
right? They beat
They
Baltimore. They beat the Colts, who are a very solid team in the first round. Both impressive wins. If you had told any Bills fan start of the season, you're going to win the division, you're going to be the number 2 seed, you're going to win 2 playoff games, and then you're going to lose in the AFC Championship game, every Bills fan would have taken that as a huge step forward. Now, can they continue to grow? Definitely. Zach Moss, I think, is a huge part of their future in the backfield. I think next year, if he can stay healthy, he becomes the feature back. I think that's a very, it's an upgrade for them. I like Singletary. I think he actually fits in very nicely in the third down role. We saw him with the catch earlier in this one. I think he can be your change of pace back. Zach Moss, a little more physical between the tackles. You shore up that defense. The question is, can anybody take a serious run at the Chiefs in the AFC? The Bills are right there, but you're going to...
They were like, they were the one, right? Everyone's like, oh, get them in the AFC Championship. Get them in the AFC Championship. And, hey, they gave it as good of a shot. Obviously, the Browns, it was a whole different circumstance the week before. But
well, and that's a good reminder, too, right? Like, Patrick Mahomes, let's say, I mean, you always take your run at the champ, right? Like, you always take your run at it. and you hope maybe you do catch that break, right? Maybe you do catch the whatever it is, whether maybe it's Travis Kelce that gets hurt for that game or whatever. You've got to take your shots. It's the Houston Rockets, right, against the Warriors. You got to keep going. But it's not like you can say, well, I guess the Warriors are too good, we'll just mail it in for a few years. No, you take your shots against it, and the Bills are right there. I mean, I don't see any other team in the AFC with their current parts as they are that's going to have a better chance of beating the Chiefs. Now, we've got a whole offseason ahead.
Yeah,
we've got a whole – I mean, people are going to be changing teams all over the place. We can talk about the quarterback musical chairs, which we will get to talk about over and over and over again. But as going into the offseason, there's no other team in the AFC that has a better shot next season at beating the Chiefs than the Bills. You could maybe make a case. The only one, because I was looking through it, like trying to figure out, I knew we were going to talk about this. The only team that might be...
Let me guess. Hold on. Let me guess where you're going to go with this, because I'm trying to think. I'm definitely not the whole... Maybe I'm off on this, but I'm trying to think theoretically who... one improvement to... I'm leaning towards Tennessee, but I'm thinking actually it's Indianapolis if they get a quarterback.
Nope.
Neither one. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Ravens.
No, I disagree, but I want to hear what you mean.
The only reason, and I know Lamar Jackson against Kansas City has had his issues, right? Like we saw, they hyped that matchup at the beginning of the year, remember, on Monday Night Football, and then Lamar Jackson went out and the Chiefs just steamrolled him.
They did.
It's a bad matchup, right? But the reason why the Ravens might have a better chance is because I think Lamar Jackson still has that much room to improve, specifically as a passer. You get him some wide receiver weapons, whether that's Hollywood taking the leap or whether that's getting him some other options there. I think
Mike
that's
Thomas
a team.
there.
Totally. I mean, where wouldn't he look good though? Right? Like,
that's a good point.
Where are you going to be like, yeah, I don't think we need Mike Thomas, but seriously, like,
yeah,
they're a player away and a leap from Lamar, right? Like you've got to have that leap, and at least Lamar gives you that potential as a passer. As a rusher, he's amazing. But if he could add, and maybe it's Allen Robinson, maybe it's somebody like that who's a free agent, who they pick up, or Hunter Henry as a tight end, a very reliable possession type guy. And then they take a step forward offensively, passing the ball. They'd have to slay the dragon, right, a little bit, and take down the Chiefs. But they're the only team that I could come up with as I went through. I mean, Derrick Henry was as good as Derrick Henry can be, right?
Yes.
Like, I don't think we can expect more out of him.
No, especially not these like 200-yard games, like most people just get up out of bed.
Right. So
like
that's why I said no to Tennessee, because I just don't, while he is otherworldly, can we count on him being otherworldly that much? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good point. The Chiefs are definitely the class. They're in that position, but there's always something that changed. Like even the Bills, like you said, where they went this year. Did you really see that? Like even people that thought the Patriots are coming down, the Bills will be improved. Did you see this? And I personally didn't, but I want to give a quick shout or cut even maybe a mini promo for the Buffalo Bills fans. Because I know this stinks. This feeling's got to suck. Because you were that close. You had a lead. Kansas City on the ropes. This is, by the way, what Kansas City does. We've talked about it. We'll get back to it. But Buffalo, I am a New England Patriots fan. And I've never felt this way about another team in, I think, all of the sports. NBA, NHL, MLB, that I was like, go get them. Like, just go do it. Because Buffalo, your fans are insane. You guys are an insane fan base. There's some of you here in this group that have probably done some crazy things up in North New York and basically should be in Canada because it's illegal in America what you're doing. But I will say this. Good for you guys. Good for what you've done. I think you won the Twitter fandom because like all the stuff you did, like donating to Lamar Jackson's like fund, the whatever, I forget what the charity was.
The charity,
whatever it was, like amazing stuff there. We're in Eastern time, so it's 4:22 our time, wherever you are. Appreciate you being here with us. Smash that like. We like you, regardless if you do it or not. Appreciate you, all the world. But you were up at 3 a.m. Eastern time to welcome your team back from a losing effort during this difficult of a time, and doing that like stand up, Bills Mafia. Like, you are truly dedicated, like the greatest fan base in football today. I will stand by that. As a team that I thought had that kind of hunger fan base, definitely has lost that without a doubt. Like, you guys deserve it. So, like, be proud of that team. Be proud by standing by guys like Josh Allen when the rest of the league was like, he's trash. Like, you got to go. Like, when Brady was out there, like, oh, Buffalo should look at him. Or all these guys, Phillip Rivers, there was all this stuff. Good for you, Buffalo. Like, you're probably going to stink again next year, let's be honest. But relish in this moment. And I mean that with all jokes aside. Like, seriously, like, I would be so pumped if I were a Buffalo fan, regardless of the hypothetical you put out, ZT. Living in reality, you were this close, you could have got there, but come on, like, what a season. And I think Buffalo is going to be maybe a future blueprint for some of these teams. Like, we're seeing two ways of things going, ZT. We're seeing quarterbacks being cut so quick, draft them early and cut bait when you don't have to, or Josh Allen, let's watch him, like, get the weapons around him, get the defense, get the O-line, plug in the quarterback, and just push him forward. And like you said about Lamar, I think Josh Allen, a little more step forward, and they could be right back in it and be Super Bowl bound next year.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about whether they can knock off the Chiefs, or if the Chiefs do have an injury or something like that causes them to take that step backward. To get back to what you were saying there, interesting comparison, right? 3 picks after Josh Allen was drafted, another Josh got drafted, Josh Rosen, who went to Arizona. They moved on very quickly, and I'm not saying they were wrong to do that, but just you've got those two. I mean, they're right next to each other, right? In the draft order, when you look at them, it's like, okay, so he went 7, he went 10. They're relatively the same player, but one they've had the patience, they've worked with him in that system, and then the other, they didn't have the patience, they gave up on him. He went then to Miami, and they gave up on him, and I forget where he caught on now. Was it Tampa Bay maybe? But
no, he went to Tampa, and then he got picked up at the end of the year by I forget. Somebody else picked him up. Like
49ers.
Yes, the 49ers. Thank you, Derek. Big shout out to Derek. Yeah, so think about it. But I did hear, not that people want to hear this, Josh Rosen, I believe, will still get a ring if the Buccaneers win. I know we were all concerned about that. So in 13 nights, if Tom Brady puts up number 7, I believe he still will. Oh, Derek, big 49ers fan here. Well, Derek, he could be getting Aaron Rodgers, just saying.
He'll get one before Josh Allen if Tampa pulls it off. Josh Rosen
it's
gets
true.
the ring
Yes,
before Josh.
yes, he does. He does, and he will cherish that.
There you go.
Into free agency.
It's like who's the guy in the Lakers who's always dancing at their party?
Luke Walton.
No, not him.
Mark
Madsen.
Mark
Yes,
Madsen. Thank you.
Producer Drew comes up. Mark Madsen.
That was me being as completely just white goofy guy who doesn't play a lot in the Lakers. Luke Walton. I'll take Luke Walton for 1,000.
There you
That's
go.
Funny. Mark Madsen. Relic in it, my man. Hey, probably did good at practice.
Enjoy it.
Yeah. 1 minute left here in the first half. Atlanta threatening. That ball's caught.
That's his second catch on this drive. Couple catches. He also got stopped at the 1 earlier on, so he's stepping up here out of the slot for Atlanta. Sometimes when you're going up against these tougher defenses like Buffalo, you'll see the slot guys actually step up, because you end up with, on the outside, Tre'Davious White, who has been matched up man-on-man. We've highlighted a couple times against Julio Jones. Yep. And then, the other side's Calvin Ridley. So either way, and right now he's on Ridley. But you can see they've got, where do they have Gage? So normally, anyway, he doesn't drift into the slot on where Gage will line up. As we see that pass. Wide open. Come on, Matt Ryan.
Yeah, Matt Ryan, get it together. But you were mentioning, and I just want to go back. I think this is such an interesting point with, especially with Josh Allen's development. First year, he looked borderline bad. He was just lost. You saw that kind of from Jared Goff as well, who
he had the running, so he was always running. But yeah, the passing was just very inaccurate. He had the cannon, and we talked about how he's got that 99 throw power. But man, the accuracy, the aim of that cannon left something to be desired.
Sure did. Made a nice jump, made the playoffs second year, third year. It was even coming into this year. And I definitely, in the second half, I want to talk about Stephon Diggs and the impact that had and how dominoes fell. The report came out yesterday. We'll get into it in the second half. But, you add somebody like Stephon Diggs, which I think I think what all it came down to was, did it make Josh Allen a really much better quarterback? My answer is no. I think it made him a confident quarterback. Made him had a dude, like as they always say. That's a big time sack for Buffalo's
Big
team.
time sack, yeah. That'll
Looks
hold
like
him
Coop's
to a
gonna
field
come
goal.
out. Yeah, tough one for the offenses so far here, but defenses reigning supreme. But I think that's what it comes down to. Like, he knew he had that dude. Like, not just I can throw it to. Like, he probably lifted up. Like, when you bring a player like a Stephon Diggs in with the experience, a playoff experience, the big plays he's had in his career, the whole room is like, okay, we got somebody else here that's done it, and everything rose up from there. Right. So I think that's the biggest thing that happened to Josh Allen. He had more confidence. I think the offense just played around him. So I'm super interested to see how that plays out with all these. Like, Zach, we could look, and I've been doing this over my past Sims. Look at the top 10 in the NFL draft this year, just team names. We don't have to go through the exercise, but I think both of us would agree, at minimum, 6 of those teams have the real opportunity to take a chance on a quarterback in the first round, because you get 5 years. And if you want to cut bait, as we've seen now with Dwayne Haskins, Josh Rosen, the list kind of goes on. Before that, people used to just hang around. I'm trying to think of who did the Vikings pick a few years ago. Remember when the Blaine Gabberts, it was that draft? I can't remember his name. I think he ended up playing a playoff game. Great example by me. But the point is, sometimes it wasn't Case Keenum. It was before that. It was, I can't think of his name. He's married to an ESPN reporter or something. I believe so. I'm going to look it up, but that's
all
okay.
right. You look that one up. Ponder?
But the point is, Ponder. Yes,
That
Christian
could be it.
Ponder.
Christian
Thank you.
Ponder. There you go.
That was the era, what was that, 8-9 years ago? Might have even been before. That was the era of let's hang on to these guys as long as possible to see if they turn out. We live in an era where it's they could draft Zach Thompson first overall, and 6 games in, we're like, this dude stinks.
I'm signing, though, just so we're clear. I'm signing
Yeah.
quickly.
Thank you, everybody, for pondering over on Ponder. But yeah, the point is that now we live in an era where you could see Detroit, when they move on from Matthew Stafford, take a quarterback, put Wilson, whoever you want to take there, Mac Jones, and it doesn't have to be a lock forever because they have the control of him forever. That's why I think at the end of the day, Green Bay did that with Love, because they probably think Aaron Rodgers has 2 to 3 more years, but why does we not have a guy there? Because we have a backup plan. So I think
they did trade up for him. So I think that's a little bit different situation, because they did trade up for him.
That's a good point.
So you're giving up draft capital to move up to take a guy. So I don't think it's quite the same, but I agree with your point overall. We're seeing those young quarterbacks come in, get a chance. And I mean, even just the fact that the Dolphins are talking about moving on from Tua. I mean, I'm not saying that they are. They've made it very clear that they're not. But even though that was a conversation, like you said, shows how quickly that, hey, turn around, reset, move pieces around. We're in a little bit of that fantasy football type mindset with GMs too, right? Where it's like, hey, what if I mix this with this over here? And they're doing it in real life, obviously. What if I take this quarterback, put him with this receiver? How will that play out? And we're seeing some of those deals hit. I mean, the Stephon Diggs trade, I think, is great for the NFL, because what it enables teams to do is to go out in a trade, get a top option like that, a top receiver, top weapon for an offense that needs that. And what that allowed them to do is kind of slide everybody into a more comfortable role, right? Like John Brown is a solid receiver, but he's not a wide receiver 1. He's a speed guy. He's a second option. He was never well fit for that top option. Cole Beasley, nice out of the slot, but can't be the number 1 option. So what they were able to do is take Diggs, or acquire Diggs, put him as that number 1 option, and then slide everybody else into slots where they were much more comfortable. And obviously that allows then Josh Allen to have that confidence, like you talked about, and to take those huge steps forward. And obviously I'm not taking away from Josh Allen. He improved a lot, his improvement from last year to this year. I mean, last year he was the guy in Houston running, and then with that lateral. Remember, that was him. This year, much better.
It's just you take it. No, you take it. Exactly. We're talking obviously heavy Bills stuff here. Bills being in the Sims 7-6. It's still a Devin Singletary tud is your only score. Koo with 2. So if you hashtag stack them kickers, you're doing all right. Not doing great, but all right. You have points from both of them. Unlike my team, who's yikes. We'll get to our scores in a minute. He's Zach Thompson. I'm Jason Rossi. We got Drew, Brian on the 1s through 7s, Jared and Derek as well. Having a good time. Tyler Link over on YouTube says, as a Vikes fan, can we never mention that name again on Sims? Fair. I will not ponder about Christian's name. That's rough landing. But yeah, we'll do that for you Vikings fans. By the way, Vikings fans, whole nother story. Tough. I was watching a whole documentary about their playoff stakes. But in this one, again, 7-0, Singletary with the lone touchdown. A lot of just snags here and there. Stephon Diggs just 2 for 21 in my captain spot. Thanks. I like that -3 on the run after catch, just going the wrong way.
He slipped out of that tackle, remember, and then ended up losing an extra 3 yards.
Appreciate that. That really goes a long way, pal. Awesome.
Helps you out.
It really does. But with that being said, one thing I think that has come to light, and I think is very intriguing, is this whole story where Stephon Diggs. You see this Ian Rappaport report yesterday, CT?
I don't know which one. I was
Okay.
going to wait till you said it and then determine if I saw it or not.
First of all, Post Route Malone, formerly James Farrell, says, no, you're Jason Rossi. He's Tony Gonzalez. So
Hey, I'll
another
take
one.
that.
One of the goats
Tony
right there.
Gonzalez. Thank you.
Check
very
your
much.
bank account. Check that bank account.
And by the way,
all right.
he does
Yeah.
great as an analyst on. Is it Fox? I think
Fox.
he's with.
Yeah, Fox.
I was watching them yesterday, obviously, because they had a game. Maybe some people watched it. I was watching. I was
Yeah.
like, man, that Tony Gonzalez, he's pretty good. Not because he looks like me, but just because I thought his insight was actually really good. And he said the Chiefs were going to come out and throw the switch, and yep, can't
Did so.
confirm. That's what they did.
Nailed it. Which is interesting. Yeah, Tony Gonzalez is, I think, one of the more underrated because he's not overexposed in any way. Usually a lot of those guys, you get like weird commercials or like they're involved with 5 different morning shows.
Even like Terry Bradshaw is in everything, man. They're always talking about, he's giving away his money. He's in movies and TV shows. He's not even Howie Long, who's out there quite a bit. And both those guys, I don't dislike either of them, but I think Tony Gonzalez does a really solid job. And like you said, not always out there, but when he's out there, I value his input. Good transition there. Greg Olson, the next tight end, headed for the broadcast booth for Fox.
Hey, how funny was that? He did a couple of games while still playing.
I know, right? Yeah. He was like, I'm out this week. I think I can call a game for you, Fox.
Yeah, I'll call that. Yeah, I'll call the next Panthers game.
He did, didn't he call a game?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was hurt and he was calling games. Good for him. Alex Fox over on YouTube says, hey, Rossi, shout out the touchdowns as they happen. I'm getting some sun and just listening for a few. Like, Alex, can I have your life? I'm just chilling, listening. Appreciate you, by the way, Alex. Appreciate anybody listening, joining us. ZT, Jason Rossi, producer Drew, Brian, Jared, and Derek. We will do that for you.
That was it. That was a run by Todd Gurley for no gain.
Nope, not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Oh, okay.
He said touchdowns. Because guess what?
Fair enough.
If you were just calling touchdowns, we only got one. Just so you guys know, after this game, we're going to go straight to a pre-lock show for the NBA. So if you were thinking, I got football, I got like that football hangover, I need some, get your DK app open up some of the contests for tonight. These guys, Shirag and Julian, will give you the slate. Julian's one of my go-tos, by the way, along with the guy I'm with today, CT, over at the Playbook because, I'm sorry, is it the Playbook? How do I always get the two? Yeah, thank you, sorry.
Playbook.draftkings.com.
Because I love finding good options for low cost. Because play Luka Doncic. Thanks. Yeah, go for it. I need those guys that I can find in the middle. Seth Curry, play him. Got it. I know. Or sometimes, tell me a reason why. But these guys always will give you cheap plays to budget correctly. I love it. And ZT, while we're over there, go check out the stuff they writes up on these Sims for this. So instead of just throwing stats, I'm like, I like Russell Gage, he's cool. No, go look at it. He gives you the rundown for, you do both classics and showdowns, right?
Depends on the day. Usually it is the featured classic. We do hit some showdowns every once in a while, depending on what's going on. But normally it's a featured classic slate, which is the late slate today. If you go over there, playbook.draftkings.com, look for the Evan Engram picture, and that will be tonight's slate. The write-up I did for that. You can also see I did pick values for tonight's basketball slate. There's a ton of great stuff over there from Shirag, who's going to be on right after us, from Julian. I think Kenny wrote some stuff up there as well for Snake Draft. Stan's got some stuff in there for the late showdown. There's just so much content over there. Plus, You've got golf content, golf coming up this coming weekend, kind of stepping back into the main spotlight while we get a week off from the NFL. So all kinds of good stuff over there. Playbook.draftkings.com. Drop a bookmark, come back often, and get all the DraftKings info you need for whatever sport you feel like playing. Also, want to give Bukes a shout out real quick because he nailed the Scotty Miller pick this week. He was like, Scotty Miller going to have a big game, and then he had the really where I thought that first game, and I know we've been spending a lot of time talking about the second game, but that first game was won and lost in the last 2 minutes of the first half, the last 30 seconds of the first half. But we don't.
Here's the reason why I want to get to the Stephon Diggs point, but again, we will get Sharad, Julian coming up next. So again, if you're hanging in here, get your app out, play some lineups, have some fun, win some cash. All right, so the report came out from Ian Rappaport. This is going to tie in. We'll get to the first game with this. That's a touchdown.
Dropped it. Hayden Hurst. He's been busy.
He might as well be Austin Hooper, but more like Hoover because he's been sucking everything in. But that one tipped away. Yeah, I'm landing planes very, very shaky today, but I'm getting there. He's catching everything, but unfortunately couldn't snag that touchdown. So a 3rd and 7 here at the 34-yard line. Matt Ryan. Looks like he's got that nice looking glove. I like these jerseys all of a sudden. Didn't like them all year. Bullet down the middle, incomplete.
That was an awful pass.
So Ian Rappaport yesterday came out with a report that on March 16th of 2020, right around the time that these were probably being cooked up, the Stephon Diggs tweeted out like time for a new venture or something to that.
I remember this. Yep.
And so everyone's kind of like, oh, he's being traded. What happened was, dude, again, according to Ian Rappaport, it's on his Twitter, you can check it out. He said that the Buffalo Bills offered their, I believe it was the 22nd overall pick for Stephon Diggs. The other team that had already previously been in conversations with the Minnesota for it was the New England Patriots. According to this, is in the inclination he was put in, that Stephon Diggs said, if you can get the match from the Patriots, I'd rather go there. So if the Patriots were willing to give up what they had the 23rd for Stephon Diggs, he would have said, yeah, I'll go play with Brady. We all know what happened later that night. The Patriots declined to match. He goes off for the 22nd overall pick, which ends up being Justin Jefferson. So everybody there is happy. Patriots stick with their 23rd pick. Jefferson, sorry. Stick with their 23rd overall pick, which they trade to the Chargers, and so on from there. The very next day, Tom Brady announces he's not coming back to New England. So, if you put these puzzle pieces in a weird place, let's just say, theoretically, Stephon Diggs, the Patriots match, Brady, Diggs, in New England, we're having a different conversation today. Can't go back in time, but just thought that was an interesting point because Stephon Diggs, look at what he did for his team this year. And then the other guy that departed, his name's Tom Brady, he's heading to, that's right, his 10th Super Bowl.
It always comes back to Brady with you, doesn't it?
Well, because let's be honest, he's the greatest of all time. No, don't debate that. That's fine. But it does because I found this report specifically the most intriguing. If it was on any other weekend, if this came out like next weekend, it would be like 3 days talk of this. But it comes out on the morning of, championships, and there's a lot more stories, especially with Aaron Rodgers' comments after the game and Matthew Stafford news. But I just think it's very fascinating sometimes how we perceive as fans - media, wherever you may lie, that like you think things are just so black and white sometimes. Like, oh, he didn't like this, but like if it's something like that, if Stephon Diggs wasn't on Buffalo this year and went to the Patriots, like this could be, we would be looking at a whole different landscape. But then again, what do they say? If your aunt is your uncle or whatever. But anyways, I find it fascinating because again, we're getting there. I just think it's funny that little things like that make such an impact in the NFL, and you'll see that all over the place. And I think it ties into what's going to happen this year because there's going to be a ton of movement, especially
the player movement this offseason is going to be insane, especially quarterbacks. And I would assume that's where you're going with that because there's so few teams that I think, as you said, you could look at the top 10 in the draft, but you could really look across the entire NFL. I mean, yeah, it's those 10 teams, but it's not like the next 10 teams have, they're all locked in with their quarterback. We went through, there's more than half the teams could easily change quarterbacks by next year. Easily.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that a dozen teams are going to have new starting quarterbacks.
Right?
Yeah, I guess that's true because the whole Tua thing is up for debate. But like even still, Ryan Fitzpatrick was technically the starter in week 1, but I don't. We know that Tua's the incumbent.
So if you say week 1 to week 1, it's going to be well over 50%, because that would also mean you get the free Tyrod Taylor for Justin Herbert swap. I mean,
think about like Tyrod Taylor. No one's even thinking of it. He realistically will likely, whether he's a starter or not, be on another team next year. And he's so small potatoes in the grand scheme of the players we're going to talk about.
How awful, though, do you have to feel for that guy, right? The doctor messed up, literally punctured his lung. He lost his job, never saw the field again. And now it really is. It's sad for him. I mean, he still got paid. So
the paychecks are still coming in. He's fine financially, but nobody, like, when you think about it, if you have passion for something you do, whatever that is, you don't want to not do it and just get paid. You want to execute your passion, and that's unfortunately he wasn't able to do so.
Yep. And Justin Herbert looks legit.
Yeah.
I mean we'll see. Obviously, new head coach, and that's going to be a new look there for sure. But yeah, it'll be a very fun off season for sure.
Yeah, I want to give a shout real quick. Brian, I got to say something. So our producer, our technical advisor, Koff did a thing earlier. I actually was on the sim for a while. I was having lunch, and he said
he went through and said who has their quarterback and who doesn't.
Yeah, like 100%. Do you think that like they have their quarterback for next year or not? But I love how he started. He goes, "All right, Brian, Drew, one of you guys write this down." Like, one of you guys? How difficult is it to take a note while you're having a conversation? But anyways, that's enough picking on Koff.
Last time.
But he basically went through this whole thing, him and Christian, about who.
So wait a minute, I'm confused by this list. Yes is what?
Yes, 100% their quarterback. They have their quarterback situation figured out. So like
Bills, they have it figured out. Okay. Yeah. So like, because this is why I asked. The Jaguars are on the same list as the Ravens.
Yes.
So to me, like, if we're talking, is there turnover this offseason in Jacksonville? Yes, it's going to Tyler Lawrence, and then it will be his forever. But right, okay, definitely.
The point is that like they definitely are going to take Trevor Lawrence, and he'll be their starter next year. That was the way they would.
It's not turnover versus not turnover on this specific list.
No, it's just 100% know their quarterback.
They have Rams on the wrong list then. Because they have Rams with a yes.
I agree with you.
So does Sean McVay. Mm-hmm. Sean McVay was not willing to commit to Goff. So, I mean, I know the contract is there, but I think they might start the Wolf.
Well, the Wolf, or I'm just saying, just because it's the day to do it, the overreact. You know who might want to go back to LA if he can't get to San Francisco and he doesn't land and stay in Wisconsin? That is Aaron Rodgers. If he is legit available, insanity this year. Like, obviously, Tom Brady, that offseason, like, no quarterback like Tom Brady has ever really, like, as good as Montana was, it wasn't this, like, he wasn't playing the level Brady is at this point in his career. Still was great with Kansas City for a couple of years. But my Lord, if you have basically the NFC North, like, we're just, 3 of those quarterbacks from last year are going to be gone potentially with Trubisky, Stafford, Rodgers. Insane if that is the case. Kirk Cousins looking around.
Vikings.
Yeah.
Is that a congratulations? Vikings fans were here earlier. Is that a good thing for you or not?
Yeah, just. Yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but it's potentially factual.
It's like the NFC East, where Ron Rivera is now the longest tenured head coach. It's like one of those things.
Yeah, it's like.
Congratulations, but also maybe that's not a good thing.
Yeah, that's probably not a good thing, we'll just say. But I will say one interesting thing when it comes to like this Brady, everyone, like, there's been a lot of Brady comments. Obviously, that first game was awesome. As a New England fan, you know where I am here. And people saying like I love Tom Brady. Of course, yes, of course I do. But I have literally hated him. Loved him this entire year. It has been so difficult, ZT. And yesterday, I had my breaking point. It just happened. Because I'll be honest, the fence sitter that he is, Brendan Glasheen, finally took a stance on something and went all in on the Brady love. If you follow him on Twitter, it's actually kind of disturbing. But I will say this. I don't like the stance of, like, if you're a Patriots fan, you root for Tom Brady, or you're not a Patriots fan. That doesn't really make any sense. Like, you could, if you're a Tom Brady fan, of course, which some part of you, even if you are, like, But I just don't think because a ton of you out there, your quarterbacks have switched over. I don't think you just follow that quarterback as like an organizational fandom. Like, I know it's apples to oranges because it's Tom Brady, but I've just been like sick to my stomach saying that. Like, I just like, yeah, this should have never happened. This should have never happened as a fan. Like, so let's just use like all these other turnovers. Like, if Aaron Rodgers leaves Green Bay, I don't think everyone's gonna be like, well, if Aaron Rodgers lands in San Francisco, it's like Green Bay's fandom's like, yeah, go San Fran. Like, it's not how it works.
They will not be coloring their cheese heads gold. And
no, that's
scarlet.
like,
no.
There'll be fans that are appreciative of him and like wear jerseys, but I just think it's funny in New England, and you're probably seeing this across Twitter or wherever you are. It's like people hanging like banners of the Buccaneers flag. Like, what is going on? Like, I get, you could be a fan of Brady, throw us his jersey, but like now they're like Tampa Bay hats and Tampa Bay flags. And like, I was driving around yesterday, I saw like outside of people's houses, like Tampa Bay flags. I'm like, what is happening?
It was just a pirate invasion. It actually had nothing to do with the football. Yeah, I mean, it, just like everywhere else in the United States of America and the world, Tom Brady is now a polarizing figure in New England as well. The only place he isn't is Tampa Bay, where they love him. But I mean, everywhere across the U.S. and anywhere people care about football, he was a polarizing figure, except in New England, where everybody loved him. And now he's a polarizing figure here. I don't think it makes you a better or worse fan of the Patriots if you love or hate Tom Brady. Some Patriots fans love Tom Brady and they will cheer for him, and that's fine. Go. Have fun, live your life. Some will not, and that's fine too. Like, that's okay. Cheer against him. Watch this sim. I mean, watch the Super Bowl
and the sim.
Cheer against him. It's fine. Like, that's okay. That's fine too. I
don't know. I've been taken so aback, and I finally thought, and I see our guy producer Drew in our little Slack channel behind the scenes here talk about Drew Bledsoe. So you're not going to find a bigger Bledsoe guy. Now, let me just explain this really quickly. I love Drew Bledsoe. He's the reason I got into football, being locally, like when he was drafted. When he left the Patriots, and I know it's a different scenario. When he went to Buffalo, I was the biggest Bledsoe guy, but I never was like
for the Bills
that year. Absolutely,
you did.
Yeah, but let me explain something. I was cheering for him, not necessarily. I should have said that better. Like for Bledsoe to play good. If it was Patriots versus Bills, of course I was rooting for the Patriots because I'm a Patriots fan. But like Bledsoe, I wasn't like doing this thing, and I know social media was different. Like, you're not a real fan if you're not rooting for Bledsoe. Like, no, that's not how it works. And then he went to Dallas, which was a lot easier to root for because it's out of the conference, out of the division. But like, this isn't the first time any of this has happened. I just think it's so funny how people like these hard stands we have today, where it's like, damn it, if you're a Patriots fan, you have to root for Brady. I'm like, what? Like, I was rooting for him to play good, but I would have loved to see Green Bay win because it takes my emotions out and I get to calm down for once. It has been 21 weeks of the ZT. It's just not fun as a Patriots fan to watch. I'm literally going to my ex's wedding in 13 days. I'm going to have some hot wings. I'm going to be a mess. I'm probably going to drink a little too much because that's what you do if you're invited to your ex's wedding. And that's where we're all going if you're a New England Patriots fan.
I'll take the wings. All right, cool.
How far are you from me? Are you north or south of Boston?
I'm north.
We can find
west. Mostly west.
Never mind. Cancel the order.
Well, east is the ocean. So.
Well, that's where I wanted to be at about 6 o'clock last night when Tom Brady's just cheering it up as Julio getting his way towards the. Actually, Calvin Ridley forgot he gets the boost here from the last update as well. He's got that.
Yeah, I mean, the play to Scotty Miller, that was the play that turned the game. That play changed the entire course of the game, and ultimately, obviously, it was the difference. But like that, when Tom Brady went out, they said they were going to punt, and then they didn't punt. They went for it. They got it, and then Greg Williams somehow called the Packers defense after the Jets let him go. After he called the play against the Raiders earlier in the season, completely just gave boom.
There it is.
What was that?
I don't know. Second goal here at the 1. But yeah, the game was a mess for me. Like, it was hard to watch. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to come on here and then I'm biased or anything. A lot of people telling me to just say I hate Brady and move on. I don't hate Brady. That's the worst part. Oh, forget it. I'll get you there. CT, I'll get you some wings.
Yeah.
It's easy enough. Not too bad. anyways, we're sharing addresses, social security numbers behind the scenes as we get ourselves.
Well, hey, we're officially a couple now. We've got our names smashed together, so it's done.
Rossi, you're in the Rossi Dude Talk conversation. Forgot to tell you, but Dude Talk comes up sometimes. So whenever we talk about dude stuff, it turns into just you have to get your big boy voice and scream about dudes, because me and Coffee were talking about. Yeah, dude, you watch a football game yesterday and crush wings and just straight up have 4 protein shakes and just do 15 push-ups in between quarters every time Brady threw an incompletion.
With one hand.
Yeah. One hand push-ups for 1 hour straight. Let's go. All right, let's see if we can get a touchdown here.
Gurley.
Oh, got it. Everybody, hey, Alex Fox. Todd Gurley scored a touchdown from the 2-yard line, bro. It's good for everybody.
Especially if he's in your lineup. He's in my lineup.
He's in mine too, so I am everybody.
There we go. Points for both.
Let me take a look at this.
Where are you at, by the way? We haven't checked
I
in.
must be absolutely smoked. Let's see. First place right now, Wolverine. I am in 86th.
Fooligan and I are tied for 48th. Thanks for joining, Fooligan. It's fun to track both of our lineups together. I just wish we were a little bit better. But let's see what happens here. We need a Josh Allen rushing touchdown. It's really what we need.
We all could use a little bit of that. Or maybe a passing one to Diggs. Here we go. A lot of people reaching out.
Points, man.
Yeah, well, could use it. Alex Fox saying he was a Broncos fan when Manny went to the Denver for a while. But I'm like, were you really but like, you're not a Broncos fan now. I think that's my point. Like, once the player that you like leaves that team, are you remaining a fan?
All right, so you ready for my hot take on this?
Oh, I want it, and I want it steaming.
If the Bucks win, you know where they should open. You know who they should play in their
You can't.
Thursday
Don't say
night football.
No, you know what?
Opening night
You know what?
opener.
Just finish the statement. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. You got me emotional right now.
How spicy Brady against Belichick for the first time.
It can't happen. It would be amazing, but New England hosts the damn game. They should change it. I'm in. I don't, because you know what? You know what's going to happen, right? CT?
So Brady returning to New England Thursday night football after winning.
Yeah, but they have to put the banners up and all that. They have to do. It'll be the first Sunday night game. I promise you.
Then let Bill attend his banner raising in Tampa Bay.
I would switch. If I'm Bel. Oh, nice.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Thursday night.
If I'm Belichick, say, I don't even care about the schedule. Let me go to Tampa, because you know what they're going to do, right? Patriots, they are ready.
Producer Drew said that if all Pats fans must be Brady fans, they can put the banner up in Foxborough.
There you go. Exactly. Tell Glash that whenever that trollop is on next. I will tell you this. The Patriots are going to reload like nobody's business. Whether it's, I already want Matthew Stafford and Galladay. Bring them both here. Oh, yeah. I've been saying that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, no. You also told me the Lions were Super Bowl contenders.
I stop
you
with
have
that.
been in on the Stafford Galladay thing. And that's cool. Like, I'm
not
okay
turning
with
off now. The bus ain't turning around. Now they're just bringing it to
Why would you? That's like, that would be like me
wrong.
saying I picked the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl, but I'm out now. I'm going to pick the Bucs. No, I'm going to pick the Chiefs. I picked them preseason.
You did. Well, the thing with me was I thought Detroit was going to be the biggest bounce back team. But anyway, I said, remember when the season ended, I think it was me and you at this exact time slot. And I said, all right, here it is. Stafford, you trade for him. I don't care if it's the 15th overall pick, because Patriots aren't going to get a quarterback at that point. Not a good one. They're going to be, they're gone. This year, it's no chance. Trade it, get him, ask him about Kenny Galladay. If he's a dude, like we all think he is, sign him too, and let's go. Bring Brady here, and let's kick his ass. That's the plan. I know Brady went Oh, there's you talked about him. Isn't a number one, but can be relied upon in the slot. Cole Beasley into the end zone. Woo, Buffalo! Look at this. You're making up
back up top.
Yeah, come on. This is what you needed. Nice bounce back.
Can confirm his leg is not broken in this sim. Because there are no injuries in this sim. How about that though? Seriously, like playing on a broken leg? Like, I've never broken my leg, but that does not seem like something I would play football through.
No, it's like AJ Brown talking about playing on two torn up knees.
No.
Pro Bowl. Jason Mack saying Galladay is getting franchised. You say that now, Jason Mack. You say that now.
Who knows?
If I'm Detroit, I don't even think I would do it. You're in a
rebuild.
you're in a full rebuild. You don't want to put all that money into a receiver. Anyways,
Unless you ready for this? Would you franchise him and try and trade him?
tougher to trade. Yes, you would. Absolutely, you would. But I think you're asking a lot.
And then you try.
You're asking a lot if you think you're trading Stafford and hey, why not? If I'm Dan Campbell, he's going to be biting kneecaps.
Well, I'm not right, and I'm not saying you trade him in the same trade. You can trade him two different.
No, of course
places.
not. No. You're right because the window of time would be later, anyways. They're trying to get that Stafford deal done as soon as Super Bowl's clear.
There's like a 5th day of the next season or 15th day of the next season. They got to pay him a bunch of money, so that's going to get done fast.
It's as soon as this. I think free agency or I know there's windows, and it's still different because we're still living in this odd time.
Right.
I think once Super Bowl's done, there's a 48-hour window, and then there's trades can happen or something.
You let the confetti finish falling, and then you're good to go.
El Bongo just said Terrell Owens said
Stephon Diggs still standing there with him. But.
Yeah, he is. El Bongo says Terrell Owens had 2 kids when he had a broken leg. Anything is possible. Here we go. Bert, rooting against Brady isn't petty if one were to dislike Brady. That's just called having an opinion. Brady is a winner, or whiner, he says, with the tiny child hands who needs deflated footballs for a man grip. Listen, Bert, don't need to be a child about it. If you don't recognize greatness, that's fine. I would be jealous too, like LeBron James. I don't like LeBron James because he wins. He also chased rings to places, but I have to respect him. I don't care if a report came out, you can deflate balls. Does it really matter? I'm not having this conversation, but the point is, as a Patriots fan, it's been very odd emotionally, but I'm telling you now, I want Brady to win the Super Bowl because if he loses, I know what that will say, and they'll discredit New England. Either way, New England's getting crapped on. So I'd rather him go win it.
Here's what I say.
Tell me.
Can I get the extra large order of wings for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Cool.
How many would you say is an extra large order? Somewhere
I
around
don't even
20?
know. I just want as many as I. Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm texting my wife. That we're gonna make a boatload of wings, and I have to send some to. I won't say the city out loud.
Thanks. Great.
You got it.
Cool. I'm in. What do you? So what is your go-to wing sauce? Are you barbecue or buffalo or what do you do?
It's a very good question. I'm a dry rub guy, to be honest. When it comes to if you want to do buffalo, I don't think wings are good unless you cook. Depends on your patience. I've become an air fry guy, by the way. So I like getting my dry rub, put it in there on super low for 20 minutes, so it actually cooks in the spices in. Then crank it up, crisp them, eat them. If you want to dip it, well, BBQ, go for it. If I'm gonna do wings though, sauce, you have to put those things in the oven or on the grill with it because you can't. I don't like when people just throw the sauce on at the end and throw it on a plate. It's too messy. It's getting all over my clothes.
Yep, I am 100% with you on the air fryer. We talked about that in a sim. I think it was with Emerson because he doesn't have one, and I was telling him all the stuff I made. And it was great. But I'm with you. I don't mind the sauce on the wings. If somebody serves them to me, not going to complain. But I prefer, like you, to separate here's the wing, flavorful, good by itself. If you want to dip it in something, dip it in something. And I like variety with my sauces. If I can do a buffalo, a barbecue, little lemon pepper, you can do garlic, all kinds of different, and then you can just, variety.
I like this. But I will say to anybody who is curious or thinking, get an air fryer. I see B-Ride saying he just got one. Drew's all in. I 100% it has changed the game for wings. I've always baked my wings. Because I don't have a fryer at home and I don't make the oil on my frying pan. Anyways, I can't now eat, if I'm going to get wings from somewhere, I need to know how they're, coal fire is my way to go because I can't do that at home. But I think, the air fryer, Matt Ryan's thinking about wings to get sacked. 2.5 left to go.
We distracted him.
Yeah,
he's back there going, ooh, air fryer. Did we
take it out of the package? I put it on the guest list. Anyways, so I'm all in on it. And I think, you cannot go wrong.
You can do so many things in it too. It's actually pretty versatile. I made cookies in mine last night. Chocolate chip cookies.
Wait, like a break and bake, or did you make the dough yourself?
from scratch.
So how did you? I'm thinking about this because there's little holes. So did you just pack? It was a very tight mix, and then just pop
Parchment
it on.
paper.
Oh, you put the
paper,
parchment paper in there. Got
and
it.
then right. Yeah, it blows around a little bit, but you get a really crispy outside, and if you get it at the right time, and I had to experiment first time making cookies in it.
Yeah.
I had to experiment to get the right timing, but if you get the timing just right, the outside's super crunchy because everything that comes out of there, the outside gets a little crunchy, and then in the middle, you get like dough that's barely cooked, like cooked, safe-ish, but it's really good. It's
Yeah.
gooey.
PhD saying he got an air fryer 2 weeks ago because of the Madden Sim chat.
There you
By
go.
the way, hashtag this is not an ad.
No,
This is
because-
we're just fans of air fryers. Yeah. The thoughts and of the commentators and the producers and people behind the scenes are of their own. Does not
It's true.
reflect the thoughts of DraftKings as an organization.
No, nor any sponsorship deals. But if they want to contact me, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, seriously, please do reach out to @ZT_sports at Jason
And,
D. Rossi. We'll take all your cash.
And talk about air fryers.
Yeah.
But
By the
yeah,
way, people are all in on the air fryers. Everyone's saying it.
Great. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
if
can do
you're
a
on
lot
the
of good-
fence,
good stuff.
yeah, if you're on the fence, and you know what I made the other day was chicken cutlets in there, because honestly, I have a very sensitive smoke detector. So if my oven gets really hot and like just like even like a little oil or whatever bubbles over and like it'll
Yep.
go off. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try it in the air fryer. Nailed it. Juicy. Like the air fryer literally is. There's the microwave, which I think is the devil's magic, and then the air fryer, which is like the angel's magic.
There you go. I like it.
Because you ever
Yeah,
think about like
it's the way to
microwaves
go.
don't make sense. It just burns like the middle is cold, the outside. Like, you can't get it right in a microwave.
It's true.
I'm pro. This is amazing. I'm pro air fryer. So yeah, I'll get you some wings. We'll do some
Yep.
wings.
Sounds good. But yeah,
That'll do
wings
so.
season.
Yeah, it is wing season. Super Bowl. Get your I don't know distance parties together. If you're in a warm climate, I'm jealous of you. Be a nice little excuse. I like this. I always love the start time of the Super Bowl. It makes me always think about the whole year, like that 6:05 kickoff.
Yeah.
Whatever time it, like I love that. I think that's why I wish Sunday Night Football I know would interfere with the end of the other games, but there's something about that time I think it's just so perfect because you know if you're
Ooh, they're
East
gonna
Coast,
throw. Oh wow,
Gutsy
gutsy play
play.
call there, and they throw and pick it up, picking up that first down, keeping the sticks moving, which will let them run out the rest of this clock. John Brown with the catch there, 4 for 47 for him. We haven't stopped calling the touchdowns. There just haven't been any.
yeah, we have not. Yeah, we did not pause on the touchdown calls. We have not held off. That is legit. There's been 2.
Yeah.
We're getting knees here, so we're likely going to end it out here. We'll get to that NBA pre-lock in a minute. Silly
Reload. 10 games
Sally's.
tonight.
I know. Big slate. That's why. You know what? I've actually decided. I'm really looking forward to what the guys have to say because I find it more difficult with the big slate because there's so many. It's like the Cheesecake Factory menu of slates. I like going to like your local place where there's like the 3-game slate where it's like, all right, I can manage this, but you still have to be very,
You
nuanced,
can solve
like
the
even with
slate a
NFL.
little bit easier when it's a smaller slate. When it's a giant slate. Now, if you do look, sometimes there are other slates within the big slate. Like there's a 10-game slate, but you can do like a West Coast slate or there's obviously showdown contests, those kind of things, turbo slates. Those are kind of a fun way around that, but definitely lots of options, and those guys will walk you through all of them.
And we're gonna get that in just a few moments here. I just gotta say this real quick. Steven says he air fries eggs in the shell because I'm lazy, and he goes, "It worked, but not great." Air frying eggs, so like a hard boiled egg, I guess. I'm
gonna. I don't know.
You know what?
I've not
gonna
tried
try
that
it.
one. Okay,
I'm going in on it.
you'll
I'll
have
let
to
you know.
report back on your
I will.
findings.
So ZT, this was a very it was a game. We'll get these guys
You
going
can't
here. So
confirm.
who will be your crusty Zach Thompson player of the game?
Well, let's take a look at some of the numbers, and
Just
we can
take
break that
They
down.
stunk. Everyone stunk. That's what
Everyone stuck. Matt Ryan threw for 300 yards, but he had no touchdown. Josh Allen had the 2 touchdowns, threw for 222 yards. A solid performance out of him. And obviously his team won, which is always a good thing too. But my crusty cough player of the game is going to be a little bit off the board, but it is the the leading receiver, at least as far as catches go. 9 catches, 79 yards. Hayden Hurst, captain in just
Give it to
6%
him.
of lineups. So very productive, over 25 points there in your captain spot. If you were like Midwest Heather in our
Yeah.
Friends and Family
Number 1.
contest, there you go.
Congrats.
Over
All right.
95 points in the captain spot there for Hayden Hurst. So he is the Krusty Koff player of the game in this one.
Who is your Julian Edlow Sherrod Not My Kid award?
Let's see. Who do we got? A bunch of most people were involved a little bit, but let's see who is not. Like, who really let everybody down. The Falcons defense, we talked about them a lot, and we're surprised somebody had them captained. Only 1 fantasy point from them. So we could go that way. What do you think? You got anybody who stood out on in your lineup as a miss?
Stephon Diggs. He was a captain. He had 57 yards receiving on 3 catches. He stinks. Get him out of here. I don't want him.
Yeah, but even worse. Nope, I got it. Even worse. Julio Jones.
Why'd you ask? Oh,
well, because I was clicking around, man. I was trying to figure it out. Julio Jones, 3 catches, 35 yards, and he was captained in a lot of lineups. Tre'Davious White did a good job shutting him down. So Julio Jones gets the Not My Kid award for this one.
Julio. All right. He is Zach Thompson. Go follow him at ZT_sports, and we'll do some more dude talk. Always good teaming up with him. Big shout outs to Bry Guy, Andrew, Jared, Derek. We got to get the heck out of here. Go over to your DraftKings app right now. Go to your NBA tab, get your lineups locked up, or at least get your thoughts going, because 2 brainiacs are about to just hit you with some info to make you some cash, because you probably lost a ton on the NFL this weekend. But here they are. Give it away, or give it up for Sherrod and Julian. Guys, give us the info. We need to win some money.
Guys. Yeah, thank you. It's an entertaining slate already. We got some exciting news to break down. Thanks for Julian for hopping on. It's been a couple days since seeing you. How are you holding up?
We're both unmuted, so that's a good start to the show.
Yeah, we did it.
It probably means that we're going to have some good things to say tonight.
Yeah.
I'm good. I was slightly depressed that Jeremy Grant did not keep his points prop over streak of 13 games in a row going on Friday night. He went under on Friday and Saturday, but guess what? Jeremy Grant plays again tonight, and his point prop is 2 points lower than the last time we saw it. So
that's
hint,
what we need.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
You got any other player props that you're starting to look into?
I do. We want to start with just firing away player props?
Yeah, fire away some player props and get it going.
So just in terms of the analysis on Grant, he had 21 his point prop was 23.5. He had 21 points on Friday against the Houston Rockets. He missed a free throw down the stretch on an and one, and he got fouled on the potential game-winning bucket, but it was after the horn, so he didn't get any free throws there. It was one of the better player prop sweats you could ever have. And he shot 4 of 15 from the field in that game and hit 21 points. And he follows that up on Saturday night against Philly, shooting 3 of 19 from the field. So over the last 2 games, Jeremy Grant is shooting 7 of 34 from the field.
Wow.
In his last 2 games. And that brought his point prop down 2 points. So Jeremy Grant's been really good this year. I'm going to say he doesn't shoot that god awful 3 games in a row.
His usage has been there. That's the thing.
Right.
You like
He just needs the ball to go in the basket. He's taken, what did I just say? 37 shots over the last 2 games. It's going to be there. We just need the ball to go in.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you guys have any questions for Julian or myself, feel free to shout it out in the YouTube chat, Twitch, on Periscope, wherever you guys are watching this. Feel free to shoot out any questions to us. We will be more than happy to take them live on air and provide you the analysis that we've been taking so far. This slate, because of how many people are in the 10,000 and up kind of section, it looks like you have to really consider a bunch of values. And the ways that I've been looking at the values for the slate has just been all the injury news that's really been going on. So we have something to consider with George Hill. We have something to consider with Robert Covington. You know, the Heat are still missing a bunch of guys. Then we also have the D'Angelo Russell news. So those are kind of 3 starting points where I'm looking at the slate to kind of attack with value. What are your thoughts on potentially Harry Giles, looking at also maybe Diallo for the Thunder to start in place of George Hill. What are some plays there? Because those guys are under 4K and kind of open it up also.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to need one under 4K play, and I think I wrote 2 up in cheat sheet. I wrote up Diallo and I wrote up Gafford, the center for the Bulls, coming off a brutal game. I think Diallo is probably a little safer. He's also $800 more, but there's some good mid-price plays, and I really like some of the cheaper stars that I think we can make this work. Like with Covington out, we now get Carmelo at 4.6.
Yeah.
Against OKC, that with no McCollum, with no Nurkic. Like, I feel like you got to go there. You got to get some Portland exposure, and if you pay up, Lillard's obviously just about as safe as it gets on this slate because he's already getting you 50 to 60 a game with McCollum and Nurk out. So that's about as safe as it gets. Melo feels very safe. He's coming off a game where he shot 2 of 10 from 3. If he looks like that again, you're going to see some production, just like we're talking about with Jeremy Grant. You scroll through a game log sometimes and it's like, but you got to look at that whole box score. If it shot 3 of 14 and 2 of 10 from downtown, if Carmelo makes some shots against OKC, now he's got that 35 to 40 DK point potential.
That might give you a 10x option there. 4,600, you have a chance for Melo to get you close to 10x.
10 would be big time, but you know what I'm saying. 7, 8, that would be good.
Are you considering potentially running Harry Giles out there at 3,100? I mean, he could play 20 minutes tonight at 3,100. 20 minutes makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's not that productive, but you look at that last game with 19 minutes against the Knicks, he got you to 18.5 DraftKings points while shooting 2 of 7. Like, if he could play 22 minutes and shoot 4 of 8, like that can get you, the 25 points that you really want to get here. But the bottom line is he's 3,100. And if he gets you 15, he's not busting for you either. So I think that Giles is definitely in the conversation for top value, especially against OKC with Horford out, because the front line just doesn't have all that much resistance.
Right. That front line for the Thunder really, setting up with Isaiah Roby, kind of their big man. He's been a value. He's been solid. He's coming off a double-double. I think he's not out of the question either. I mean, his minutes are trending in the right direction, but at 4,600, it almost makes more sense to look at Carmelo Anthony, who's going to likely have a ton more usage and not worry about minutes even with Robert Covington out. Yeah,
Portland's rotation is the one to look at tonight. I would say it's going to be really thin without 3 key pieces, and we knew 2 of the key pieces were out. But when you add one like Covington, it just makes it all a bit more sweet. And OKC is not the best high-flying offense that Portland will necessarily have to keep up with, but so shorthanded, I just think. And without a defensive-minded player like Nurkic, a 3-and-D guy like Covington, like this game has some potential to go up and down. And there's only so many guys that are going to do the scoring for Portland.
What do you make of Portland still being favored, even though they're basically missing 3 starters? Like, are the Thunder that bad on the road, especially, or is it just the fact that Dame is Dame and they have a chance to carry with guys that basically Cantor can play 35 minutes and then have Giles back him up? Carmelo and Trent can kind of rotate in. Hood's been solid. Do you find it's more of a Portland thing that they still have quality depth, or what do you make of that line being at 5 still for the Blazers?
Yeah, it's a no bet for me in terms of the line, just because there's such a wide range of outcomes that can happen on this slate in this game, right? So OKC is bad, but they've been good in some spots. They have some wins. They beat Brooklyn. They beat the Pelicans. They beat the Bulls, who I think are an undervalued team. Now they got whooped by the Clippers and Nuggets in recent games, and then had an 8-point loss to the Clippers, which is, fair. Yeah. So for me, Portland's favored because they have the best player on the floor in Lillard, but you can't back them. And I'm not going to bet OKC as a dog because I don't know what OKC team we're going to see. This game could just go, if you told me it's not going to be an OKC blowout, I don't think, but if you told me OKC wins by 5, and if you told me Portland wins by 20, I would believe both.
Big news
Embiid.
just dropped. Joel Embiid is out tonight. That's what I'm seeing on the wire.
Also, look at this Clippers news. No Leonard or Paul George.
Wow.
Health protocols.
Yeah. But that's not affecting this slate though.
When is the Clippers?
Clippers are okay. I'm seeing Embiid as out. That is really, really big news for this slate. I mean, let's dive right into that.
I lost my mind for a second. The Clippers play on Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, we can stack the Hawks on Tuesday too. But let's just jump into this Sixers news. I mean, with Embiid out tonight, you got to look at Ben Simmons. He's been playing consistently well now. Triple-double upside. Tobias Harris back in the mix with the team. Even Shake Milton down at some value. Then you have Dwight Howard at 4,200. So what do you make of this? They're playing the Pistons. While it is a low total, you have a chance now with the team that's struggling on defense to play against some guys that are going to have massive usage rates.
Yeah, so I think Howard becomes obvious pretty quickly. Like, he has to get some minutes, and look at what he's been doing. Like 15 minutes against Boston, 23 DK points, 18 minutes against Boston, 25.5 DK points without even making a field goal. He had 25 and a half DraftKings points against the Celtics without making a field goal. Yeah. 13 minutes against Detroit, 16.75 DraftKings points. So the last time we saw him get minutes was that Memphis game, which I assume Embiid had to be out.
Yep, he was.
34 minutes, 39 and a half DraftKings points. So if Dwight Howard's going to play 30 to 35 minutes against Detroit, who is awful against centers, there is easy 10x upside here.
Yeah. Do you feel that you can pair that and stack them with Ben Simmons or Tobias Harris? Or do you want to look at this game as something potentially just to bet on right now? Even the line,
line's about to get yanked.
Yep, it got taken down. All right, the line got yanked just as we missed it. But in that scenario, if Joel Embiid gets ruled out in the future and you are looking at that, would you prefer the Detroit side, or are you still confident with the Philly side and looking at maybe an alternate line in that moment with Embiid getting ruled out as we break that news?
I just hate betting on bad teams. I don't want to put my money on the Pistons because they can still lose this game to a good team with Simmons, Harris, Curry, Shake Milton. The Sixers are still better than the Pistons without Joel Embiid. So, I mean, the one thing that you can do is if you want to try and double dip, if you have the ability to sneak in that Detroit line before it moves or gets yanked in the future, you do that. And then when it comes back, you bet it again at 4 or 5 points different, and you hope for that window, and worst comes to worst, you split the bets.
So it's back up now at Sixers -5. So it moved 1.5 for Embiid.
Okay. So that's not even worth trying to middle on.
Yeah.
And that
just because he was questionable, so it was kind of expected a little bit, and they've been kind of cautious with him.
I was going to say the line obviously had Embiid being questionable baked in. If he was confirmed in, maybe it'd be 8. I don't know. So yeah, it doesn't do much for me. Howard's the obvious play. Simmons, does he really benefit that much without Embiid? You would want him to, but he doesn't take on the scoring load.
Right.
That Memphis game without Embiid, he shot 3 of 9 for 11 points. He had 44 and a half DraftKings points.
Because of his rebounds. He's the one that was grabbing the rebound and initiating the offense from that. 16 rebounds in that game.
16 boards. So it really helps Simmons rebound the ball more than anything with Embiid being out, which is crazy. But he just had a better fantasy outing on Saturday against Detroit than he did against Memphis without Embiid. So Simmons doesn't become much better of a play. Harris does intrigue me because he has to pick up scoring, you would think. He didn't necessarily do it against Memphis, but
21 points though still for him. I mean, that's not bad, shooting 41% from the field. He had a 31% usage rate in that game, and that his usage rate for the entire season has not been higher than that one game that he had against Memphis.
Yeah, if you put it this way, I would definitely play Harris over Simmons if you're playing a second guy, and Howard just becomes the obvious one.
And Shake Milton had 40 fantasy points in that game against Memphis. So is that someone you're potentially considering at 4,900?
So that was still without Curry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Curry missed that game. So I think Curry has more to do with it than Embiid, just position-wise, minutes-wise. And Milton kind of fills the role that Curry has if Curry's out. So Harris has to be the best scorer on the team and is a front court player with Embiid out. I think that's the strongest spot.
Nice. To wrap it up, so we're looking at Dwight Howard in the center spot, and then you got your small forward, power forward, Tobias Harris, 7,200. That's really nice for this large slate to try to take advantage of some injury news early on. Let's get into some questions. Gordon Hayward, is he overpriced tonight? Coming off that monster game, back-to-back games, 50 fantasy points at 7,300 against the Magic. I don't know. I don't think he's really overpriced.
So the question is I don't think he's overpriced, to answer the question. But then the next question you have to ask yourself is, it depends on the slate. Like, are there better plays? And I think there might be better plays on this slate. So I don't know exactly how I'm going to get to him, but it's nice. It's very nice that he just really performed in this matchup with the 39 points, the 57 DraftKings points, his second game in a row over 50. He's in a groove right now.
Yep.
So I think Hayward's a very safe play. I wouldn't mind playing Hayward at all. I wouldn't go out of my way to do it. If he fits in my build, that's great. And he's a player that I would be comfortable with.
Yep. I personally would go to potentially Tobias Harris, $100 cheaper, same position, small forward, power forward in this match.
It's just, there's obviously more of an edge there because of the Embiid news. So it makes sense that you would go that way. And then, like, we're talking about so many expensive guys. Like, I think a guy like, my favorite play on the slate is probably like Bam Adebayo.
Yep.
Because of that matchup against the Nets, he just torched him, 62.75 DraftKings points. He played 38 minutes. The Nets were bad against centers before the Harden trade. Then you get rid of Jared Allen. Now they're even more thin. I think Adebayo is going to destroy Brooklyn in this matchup. No injury news needed, although, Hero, Butler out, that does something. So I think that price range is where I'm going to be looking to get exposure to some, top level guys that are not necessarily all the way up at the top of the board when it comes to salary.
Speaking of top of the board, we did get a question from Twitch asking who the top favorite players above 10K are for tonight.
So that leaves us with Jokic at 10.8, Luka at 10.7, Durant at 10.4, Lillard at 10.3, and Harden at 10.2.
Correct.
Floor's yours. You're first.
Well, I feel like in this matchup, we have to consider Damian Lillard as being one of the top plays. Yes, he's playing on the second night of a back-to-back, coming off another monster performance against it. It was against the Knicks, and they barely squeaked that win out against the Knicks. So I think due to the injury with Covington also now being out, yes, Covington's not a high usage player, but still, in this setup, OKC is not an elite defensive team. Yes, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is solid, but he's not stopping Dame Lillard. So I think Damian Lillard is my favorite in that top range. And then trying to figure out what to do with Luka Doncic. I don't see him as a cash play. I can't consider him somebody that's a cash play, but you have to look at this game because it has such a close spread. So if we have a close spread right now, it's favored Nuggets by 2 on the road. So that means that, if this was a home game for the Nuggets, we maybe be looking at a 3 or 4 point spread. But since it's at home, you have to consider Luka Doncic with the potential upside. He did drop 77 fantasy points against the Nuggets in an overtime matchup, but still, that's the kind of upside he has. But if he doesn't get there, he may end up busting your lineup because you have other potential guys that are a little bit more safer. Like we've seen that, when Jokic is out there, Jokic has just been a monster and he's a double-double, walking double-double with the potential for the triple-double upside. And it just sets up where Jokic could be safer, but Doncic is more of the tournament play.
Yeah. Everything you said definitely makes sense. My honest answer, I think it's Lillard by a mile in terms of the guys over 10K. Lillard's the guy that I want. Lillard's the guy that I will play. I don't want to play another guy over 10K. So my top two don't matter. It's my top one. And then I'm looking at Bam. I like Vucevic. I like, a lot of different guys down in that price range. We like Tobias Harris. There's different ways that you can go. If I played somebody else, I think nobody's talking about James Harden all the way down at 10-2 anymore.
Yep.
Really good matchup against Miami. We know the assists and rebounds are going to be there. He only took 8 shots. He shot 2 of 8 in that Saturday game. He's clearly a distributor here, which is, by the way, we're talking props. Another prop, wrote it up in best bets, Harden over 9.5 assists. He's averaging 12 assists with the Nets. He has at least 11 in every game. He's clearly the ball handling point guard. He's played at least 37 minutes in every game with Brooklyn. I love that prop on James Harden to get to 10 or more assists. But I also think he has to do more scoring in this game. I don't think 8 field goal attempt games are going to come by much. So if I played another, it would be Harden, but I don't think I'm going to quite get there.
Makes sense. We did get some news. Aaron Gordon, who was questionable, he will play. I don't think he changes the slate too much. I think it would have been more if he didn't play. He's been producing really well, over 40 fantasy points in 3 consecutive games, with topping out at 7,600. Point Aaron Gordon is now a thing going up against the Charlotte Hornets.
Point Aaron Gordon has transitioned above Jeremy Grant for right now to my favorite prop on DK Sportsbook in general.
Nice.
For some reason, we keep getting the 4.5 number. Now it gets bet up. It's usually opens in the 120 area. And before you know it, it's above minus 150. I wrote it up today at minus 155, but I think that's fine. I'm not really completely interested in Gordon for DFS purposes. Although he does have at least 43 DraftKings points in 3 straight. He has a 60 burger in there.
Yeah.
Not a bad play against Charlotte, but look at the assist numbers. Since Markelle Fultz got hurt on January 6th, there's 7 games in that time, and Gordon's point prop is always 4.5. He's had 5 assists, 8 assists, 3 assists is the only under, 6, 10, 7, 9. Over the last 3 games, he has 26 assists, no fewer than 7 in a game.
Yep.
I love the over on 4.5 assists for Gordon.
That's great. That's a great call. Let's jump into some more questions. We have, I need some 5K plays. And, I was looking at that when I was creating my rankings for tonight's slate, and that low mid-range, 5K to even 6K range is really standing out. I mean, you have to consider Jarrett Vanderbilt, Carmelo Anthony is there. Jalen Brunson's been solid. Isaiah Roby's under there is also. Derek Jones Jr., can't sleep on him. Norman Powell with Siakam out. He's at 5,200. There's a bunch of guys in this section that really make a lot of sense in that 5K range.
Yeah, the 5K range is interesting and it's changing. We talked, Melo at 46 is a guy that's under 5K that has a lot of appeal. I'm just scrolling through it now to see if there's any under 5K guys. Roby is also 4,600. So those are 2 guys at 4,600 that I'm going to have a really hard time not playing on this slate. And then you get to, I don't know about those guys in the 5,000 to 55 neighborhood. I don't know if I'm going to go there. I'd rather spend under 5K on a lot of different guys.
Yep, exactly. And follow-up question from same user. Any love for Jeremy Lamb, 4,400 against the Raptors tonight?
So I think long-term, if Karis LeVert is out for a little while, like we think he is, Lamb's going to have to be more involved. And his second game was really good. 28 minutes, 22 points, 34.75 DraftKings points. I don't know if we can count on him consistently yet, and his price goes up every game. So I don't totally feel comfortable playing him. But Jeremy Lamb is going to be valuable for fantasy purposes at some point this season. And it could be sooner rather than later. So you very well might be onto something. In tournaments, I think go with it. If you like him, go with it and see where it goes.
Yep. We got some news right now. We have news that Siakam officially ruled out, and Kyle Lowry will play tonight. He's had this kind of weird toe issue. The coach called it gnarly. I don't think he really makes a huge difference. I think Indiana's a solid defensive squad, and that actually kind of downgrades a lot of the people. OG Anunoby had a great game the other night with Lowry out. Can he carry that over? I'm not entirely sure, but because his price has skyrocketed up to 6,900.
Yeah. Sorry, we're reacting here on the fly.
Lowry and Siakam. Lowry's in, Siakam's out.
Yep. So, I mean, Lowry being in, obviously, you're not going to pay $7,900 for FVV, even if you were going to do that anyway. So, this is like you said, Anunoby, dude's coming off 53.5 DraftKings points in 40 minutes against Indiana. That's pretty good. Chris Boucher, our guy, now strictly center eligible, that we seem to be talking about all the time. The minutes are weird. Like, he plays so well and then the minutes go away, but the minutes have to be there, right? Now they have to. So
I don't know why they ripped his minutes away. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but
it feels like they've been doing that for like a couple of years. Like, every time he plays well, the minutes go away, but they have to be back now tonight. Norm Powell was, starting and getting a lot of minutes in Kyle Lowry's place, but if he's a big enough wing that he can maybe pick up a little of Siakam's slack, that's where my eye goes here. Those three guys, and I think Anunoby is probably the best place to go.
Yeah, that makes sense. 6,900 is still a little bit much to spend on him, and on a big slate, there's a lot of value options. When I was going through my rankings, I saw that kind of that 6,900 put Anunoby kind of lower. I would prefer maybe Kendrick Nunn, DeJounte Murray, Marcus Smart, Draymond Green, Ricky Rubio. These guys are much cheaper than Anunoby. Yes, Anunoby went off, but do you want to fully chase game logs? Yeah, Siakam's out, but I think it makes more sense on such a big slate to pay in a different direction.
Yeah, he's definitely overpriced considering we didn't know Siakam was going to be out when pricing happened. But now that we do know that, I'm willing to pay the whatever it is, like $1,000-ish premium on him in this spot. But you can also talk me into those pivot plays, Boucher, Powell.
Yep,
those are fine directions to go in.
Yep. Another question that we have here: now that Tatum is back, will Carson Edwards see the floor? I personally think I'll leave it up to the Boston Celtics guy. Let's leave it up to you. What do you think about Carson Edwards? I with Kemba Walker not playing, Peyton Pritchard not playing, what's your take there?
Yeah, so it doesn't really have much to do with Tatum being back, although he should be a little limited conditioning wise in minutes. I actually did one of the DK shows with the Celtics earlier today, with like some of the people that are reporters that cover the team, and they seem to think that Jason Tatum was going to be around 25 minutes. But really, the deal with Carson Edwards being on the floor is that Kemba and Pritchard are out. So Smart's going to play a ton of point guard. Jeff Teague is going to see a very healthy boost at 3,700.
Yep.
And then Edwards is kind of just the last piece there. So he hasn't been playing. He only played the Cleveland game in a massive blowout and got 19 minutes and shot the lights out as he can do on occasion, but you can't bank on that happening again. You can't even bank on the minutes being there. So if you're going to spend $3,000 on Carson Edwards, I would say just find $700 and play Jeff Teague.
Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Moving on to some more questions. Outside with, now that we have that Siakam news, we did get this matchup here. When you're looking at this game, Brogdon playing against the Raptors, 2.5 over threes tonight. It's kind of scary with Brogdon 2.5 over threes. I mean, it doesn't go over often enough to potentially consider it here. What are your thoughts? That's how I'm looking at it.
What you're trying to say is that there's not an edge. And when there's, lines are generally set appropriately, you need to look for an edge. Like I see an edge on Aaron Gordon's assists. That line seems to be mispriced to me. So, I mean, this wasn't on my radar. So I'm like trying to look into it quickly. Yeah, this looks like an appropriate line. So see now, I mean, Toronto 3-point defense is meh. 1 of 10 last game seems to suggest maybe he'll have some bounce back, but like in general, he's only gone over this mark once in his last 4 games. It's a pass for me.
Yeah, makes total sense. With all the values now that we have discussed, Harry Giles, maybe even Jeff Teague, Daniel Gafford, Dwight Howard coming in and kind of stepping up as a guy that we definitely need to consider here. Does it make sense that you could look at this slate and try to even build out for the turbo slates or the night slates and look at how you can build from there? Because there's so many values in different games. How does that impact if you consider working on other slates?
Yeah, I mean, look, 10-game slates are hard as always, and in COVID they're even harder. So it's difficult. So I personally like a little bit smaller slates. You know that. I like the like 4 to 6 range. That's my sweet spot. I feel like it has the right amount of things to focus on. So it depends on your comfort. If you're somebody that's a heavy GPP player that's going to put a lot of different lineups in, you love this big 10-game slate. If you're somebody that's going to enter the $12 single entry lineup, you probably want to condense it a little bit. So it really depends what type of player you are, or you want to do both. You want to split your bankroll for tonight and toss some GPPs in the big slate and do some single entries on the smaller slate. Like, it's all about how you're more comfortable playing and how you want to build your bankroll and how many different players and slates you want exposure to.
That makes sense. I just updated, actually, as we were talking, I updated my ranking sheet, and I put Dwight Howard near the top there. I think that he just makes way too much sense to skip over Dwight Howard for tonight's game. But let's check out some of the other injuries on tonight's slate. Larry Nance Jr. being out, does that make a difference in this Cleveland Los Angeles Lakers game?
I don't know. The Cavs are tough, right? So he got a lot of minutes for a while. You see those like 44, 45s in there.
Yep.
Almost always playing over 30 minutes. And, it seems like Drummond is pretty much fallen out of favor a little bit somehow, but he's still expensive.
With Jared Allen being around, so they're playing Allen a little bit more because of that.
Yeah, so that's tough.
JaVale McGee still getting a little bit of run too.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know necessarily what it means. It could mean a little more for somebody like Cedi Osman, who's way off the radar at 6,100, but that would be kind of like an off-the-wall GPP play. Like, I'm not telling you he's a good GPP play. That's especially blowout risk against the Lakers here for sure. So
biggest spread of the night.
Right. So it's I can't tell you what it means, but it probably doesn't mean anything for me necessarily.
Okay, cool. I mean, that makes sense. We just received that Goran Dragic is available to play. He was probable. Tyler Hero will remain out. And then also moving down the list, what do we do with this D'Angelo Russell news? Do you just plug and play Ricky Rubio against the Warriors? Does that just make a lot of sense at 5,100?
Somebody has to do something, right? So let's see. What's Russell's status right now?
Russell, he's out.
Russell did get ruled out.
Sorry. He's doubtful. My bad. He's doubtful. He is not expected to play. He's doubtful.
Okay. So obviously we need confirmation. We need confirmation on that. Yeah, he's expected to sit. So Beasley, I played his player prop against New Orleans. They somehow win that game and score 120 points. And Beasley gets 16. He didn't get to the 20 and a half. But he's a guy that Rubio's not going to fill Russell's role. Like, you need a shooter, and Rubio's not comfortable in that role. Rubio's going to get a lot of minutes, but he only took 4 shots in that game against the Pelicans, and his team scored 120 points. So he had a 9-7-7 line. Like, Rubio's not a bad play at all. I just think Beasley has to fill some volume
6,600
for Minnesota. And, you know, Anthony Edwards only played 20 minutes in that game. It's not like they boosted him much with Russell out. Just scrolling through game logs, like not many people. Jarrett Culver maybe got a little boost, 25 DraftKings points in 25 minutes. It's hard to figure out why, with such a big scorer like Russell out, there's not a more obvious play on Minnesota, but it feels like there isn't.
Yeah. And trying to attack maybe with this not such a strong defense from the Warriors, trying to figure out who we can do and who we can play from the Timberwolves might not be as sharp, and maybe considering a guy like Draymond potentially, considering a guy like Steph Curry potentially.
So it's a good matchup for the Warriors. They've been inconsistent, but it's a good matchup. So none of them are really on my radar, but that's probably a good thing if you're a GPP player. You probably want some exposure to an awful defense coming off a big win. You know, Draymond's got an ugly floor that, you know, he can also get you a triple double at any point. I would consider them all GPP plays. And if you're playing, you know, a late turbo, like you said, then you have a little bit more room to fit them.
Yeah. What's your favorite game to stack on tonight's slate then?
Man, favorite game to stack. I think that I want to get Portland exposure, but I don't necessarily need that much OKC. But we can make it a game stack because there's a couple of values there. I'll take a Roby value, I'll take a Diallo value, and Portland's a high-scoring team that doesn't play much defense and has very good defenders out. So I'm playing two guys from the OKC side. Maybe you go with Lillard and Melo at a minimum from the Portland side, and now you're at four guys in that game.
Yep, that makes sense. Another question from Quan Chapo. Brandon Ingram or Ben Simmons? I'm leaning towards Ben Simmons for tonight just because of the Embiid news. I don't feel that Ingram is – I mean, Ingram's a fine play. He's 8,000. He has to get you 40 fantasy points. He hasn't been getting there. But I think that Ben Simmons just really makes a lot more sense in this scenario with Embiid out.
It's Simmons by default for me. Ingram hasn't hit 40 DraftKings points in 6 games. So he's not in a great spot against the Spurs. I don't see why this is going to be a spot that he goes off. Maybe that's why you like him, because there's no reason to like him. So just throw him in a lineup at no ownership. Go for it. I also don't love Simmons. I don't think the Embiid news helps Simmons all that much. He'll get a couple extra rebounds, and that's probably about it. So you can play Simmons. He's not a bad play, but I'm probably staying away from both those guys.
That makes sense. We had another question on YouTube from Barbs. He likes Bam for another 60 burger tonight. I know you're a big fan of Bam tonight. He's been playing extremely well, but do you feel that coming off that monster game, playing a heavy amount of minutes, his ownership is going to be skewed in tournaments?
He's going to be highly owned. He's like, there's one of the reasons you like him so much is that he just scored 63 DraftKings points in this matchup and his salary didn't budge. I don't know how he's not $9,000 on this slate after that game against this team. So 38 minutes, 14 of 20 from the field, 41 points, 9 assists, 5 boards. He's going to have an easy time scoring against Brooklyn, who plays no defense and has no bigs right now. DeAndre Jordan's not going to shut him down. So that's why he's my favorite play on the slate. Bam's my favorite play on the slate. And even injury news like Embiid didn't change that.
We have another question from Twitch. Diallo or Miles Bridges? I'm personally leaning towards Diallo just because the George Hill news. And I think Diallo starts and has a shot here to play 30, 35. He hasn't played 35 minutes. He has a shot at playing 30 minutes. 29 has been his season high. So give Diallo a chance to play 29 minutes versus Bridges, who doesn't get that consistent role with Zeller back in the lineup. I feel like their whole front court's kind of messed up, you know?
Yeah, Bridges has a lot more risk. And the last game's kind of an outlier to Chase. He played 25 minutes and had 33 DraftKings points, but he shot 8 of 11 from the field. And I don't necessarily know if he's going to be that efficient in short minutes. He played 19 minutes the game before, didn't even attempt a shot. So what are we going to get here? I think that's unknown and makes Diallo a much safer play. But if you like Bridges, if you think he's in a good spot, there's your tournament pivot right there. Go for it.
Yep. Before we jump off, want to remind everybody we had an amazing team working on the back end of DraftKings Sportsbook. This weekend, we launched Michigan and Virginia both in the same weekend. So props to everybody that helped launch that, get it together. But if you are in Michigan or Virginia, there are no-brainers set up. There's a no-brainer for the Pistons. I think the no-brainer is off the top of my head is Pistons to hit a 3. So that's something that you should really consider playing.
That should
there.
happen.
And then, that should happen. And then we also have, more no-brainers coming in, and we see that with Virginia, they're setting up for the Wizards. So just other no-brainers that kind of set up for everybody to go there. Check it out on the DK Sportsbook if you are in these states, and more is on the way. I'm looking forward to sports betting becoming a national thing. I cannot wait until our disclaimer has more states excluded rather than all the states that are included.
That would be nice. That's what we're all hoping for.
Yep. But any final thoughts before we jump out?
No, I shared my 3 props. Those are going to be the ones that I'm playing. Those are the ones in my article. And we broke down the slate. Let's roll.
Check out Julian's article on the DK Playbook. My NBA rankings are also on the playbook. Thanks to everyone on the back end for making this happen. Jesse is coming up next, and then Rossi and Kenny will take you home with Chargers and Bears.
NFL, NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, and more. By the way, welcome to the state of Virginia, where the GK Sportsbook is now available. Also, my home state. All right, let's get this Monday Night Football action started. We got Chargers, we got Bears, we got Jason Rossi and Kenny Juicy. Have a blast.
Scene. All right, Jesse, give it up. Woo! Go take a breath. Go walk around with Thor. Go have a party. By the way, what a freaking sweatshirt. I am just the envy, Kenny. Is through the roof. And I'm not talking about hers. I'm talking about yours. You look good in pink, Kenny. What's going on, my man?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a little bit of a salmon, but yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You know, I'm pretty fired up after yesterday. I had a lot to say after those games.
Boy.
I've gotten it all out, so no one has to worry. I'm not gonna.
Where'd you let it out? Did you already? No, rant
Well, I was
away.
on Leaderboard Live last night, so
yeah.
I got a lot of thoughts out of it. I watched the game last night with a sad Bills fan, so I couldn't really say anything out loud, you know, because I do try to be a nice person.
Trying to be nice.
But one thing I am fired up about, Rossi, is
Totally.
this game. I love Mitch Trubisky in the captain spot. I love fading David Montgomery. You know, the thing about this game is we were together on the last Bears sim.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened on the last Bears sim? David Montgomery went off. But it wasn't like he had a great game. He had a good run. He had one long run.
Yeah.
And that was what accounted for most of his yards.
It was all in the fourth quarter as well. I remember because I captained him in that one, just threw a dart. And I can tell you, not only did I not captain him, I also faded him in this one as well. So
Yeah,
Kenny,
I faded him as well.
Run down the lineup. What do you got in here?
Well, I love Mitchie Magic in the captain spot here.
Got it.
Mitchie Dimes, at 75% ownership, but only 14% captainship in your little free contest here. I really like Austin Eckler in this one. You can't fade Austin Eckler. You can fade him in the captain spot sometimes, so I decided to do that. But you know, in this sim, it's really impossible to figure out a way to get around Austin Eckler. I mean, he's just too good.
Yeah.
You know, and then I just got Allen Robinson, Tariq Cohen, Jimmy Graham, big Bears stack, and threw a punt in there with KJ Hill. I don't know.
Why not? Got to do it.
Sure, who cares?
For me, I went same thing. I got Trubisky in the captain, so we'll both have interest in his game. Got to put a kicker in there, so I went Badgley. Eckler in the lineup as well. Teddy Ginn, Pinheiro. I hashtag sacked them kickers. Didn't even remember. And Allen Robinson. I was noticing.
There you go.
The Chargers are very susceptible on defense in moments. I know that they have some pretty decent players. Their stats have dipped over the last update, so look for that Bears passing attack and Mitch to maybe get loose on the ground as we head now to formerly Sim Diego. Now, oh no, we're in Chicago.
It's not Sim Diego. It's Sham Diego.
Sham
it's not
Diego.
real. It's a sham.
The fans would beg to otherwise. They're begging for a team to come back. Maybe Mitch showing off his captainhood there, though, Kenny. He's got it loose for a first. So obviously,
we're in the Simmy City. Simmy City.
Simby City. I like that better. I see a lot of people dropping in their NBA stuff. We had Chirag and Julian right before this doing the pre-lock game. I know Kenny's got some articles up. Check out the playbook over on DraftKings if you're setting up your lineups for tonight. Jesse was just telling us a little bit about the Super Bowl stuff. I'm sure there'll be plenty more and intrigue and early numbers and things you want to do there as well. Day yesterday. AFC, NFC title games. I know, like you mentioned on Leaderboard Live, you say you got all your rants out, but you know what? I have a bad feeling, and not a bad feeling, I actually have a good feeling. That isn't true, because I'm telling you right now, I don't think I can deal
I don't
with
think
it.
Koff does either, and I'm going to go right to the comment section here because Hyro was saying, I think you're some ridiculous takes. Maybe Koff rubbed off on me in the first place, Hyro. Look, here's the thing. Everyone's got the takes inside. It just took, a huge upset victory in the postseason to get Tom Brady out of Adam Kaufman once again to start talking about TB12. So we work with a lot of Pats fans here. They all feel the same.
Scattered around everybody that works here, but that's kind of, the hub, and where I and Koff also in radio prior, myself, him still current. But man, I just tell you, it has been a struggle this whole season. You just didn't want it to get to this point as a Patriots fan, a Brady guy, and now that we're here, I wanted the Packers to win. I know you can call me whatever you want. I'm not Glash, that ridiculous so dumb. I'm not talking with him, so I'll save that. At least he took a side. But yeah,
I'm a little fired up about that.
Oh, I am. I think that's such a naive, dumb. Players move all the time. You don't follow the player and like that team. You like that player. Like, that's fine. Like, I'm sure Kenny is
what
a
punt.
Telling you, if we could get punters on these lineups, they'd be crushing it for you.
DraftKings contest. Maybe this is sim contest.
Yeah, just
Where
one.
we could
Just give me some punters.
We could get some punters and kickers involved. And honestly, I'd go as far to say I would do punters, kickers, and IDP, and even special teams players. Big tackle on special teams. There's a point. I love it.
I dig it too.
We just missed the safety there. Oh!
So look at Austin Eckler. He's gonna take it, Kenny. It's a 40 to 50. It's not gonna. Oh wait, what's he? He's jiggling around.
Oh no, he might get caught. He's gonna get caught. He's
no,
gonna
he's
get
not.
caught.
Oh,
No,
into the end zone. 80, 98 yards. My
95,
Lord.
I believe.
Oh, I thought it was
97.
more. 97.
He said
What a score. Eckler owned in 71% of the contest, over that amount in yardage on his first play. Look at this at the end. I thought he was going to get caught too. Eddie Jackson trying, everybody. Breaks this right through. I don't even know if he was touched.
the unfadeable man. You cannot fade. To nearly 15, or excuse me, over 15 DKFP with just that one run.
Unbelievable. That is, you know,
It's
we
up to
both.
90. Yep, go ahead.
No, you were just going to say, like you said, I like Eckler in this contest. I don't like spending up for the captain spot, but if you were those that did, which again, over 26% of you, just about 27 did, what an absolute start. Like, it doesn't get better than that.
Yeah. And I feel like a real loser for taking him out of my captain spot the last moment to go with Mitchie Mittens, or I don't know.
He's got those Bernie Sanders mittens on right now. I'm sure we could put a meme together. Those things literally are everywhere. Literally the internet.
Tom's microwave. Remember Greg Jennings?
Yeah, with that
Greg
famous.
Jennings.
The best part about that is somebody filmed their TV. It wasn't like they got the capture card. It's really clear. It's just somebody filming their television. If you don't know what the hell we're talking about, just Google Greg Jennings. Enjoy. Here's a handoff. Looks like Tyreek Cohen coming out of the backfield there.
This is a Tyreek Cohen type of debt. Get Cohen in your lineup. He's going to be playing a lot of snaps, and he is the running back. Don't be deceived. Don't let the David Montgomery monster game from last week fool you.
Yeah, but that's what happens. That's the thing about these sims, like with the uniqueness of them. You never know. Like we could get the Mitchie Mittens big game here as he drops back, has a receiver open. Nice pass.
There you go. I believe in Mitch. I don't think this is over yet. I do not think this is over yet. I don't think that Austin Eckler is set in stone as the must-captain play of the day. Robbie Noble is saying, keep trying. I got Austin Eckler. I got him in my lineup.
Yeah.
What if for a long touchdown here? Then all bets are off.
It's true. Touchdown so far. Herbert is owned at 47%. That was the 30th touchdown. There's the give. There's Montgomery, and he's going. No. Just checking out our YouTube chat here. We got
Not actually. His name is not actually Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
no. I found that out.
Nor is he named after Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
He is not. He's potentially older. I believe so. So here is Mitch Trubisky on a 3rd and 8. 3:47 left to go in the first. Kenny Ducey at Kenny Ducey on Twitter. Kenny, how'd you do this weekend with picks, lineups?
I didn't do any lineups, but I was fantastic with my picks.
You nailed it. I
Yep.
was dead wrong.
All but one. All but one. I think I picked Gronk to go over 2.5 receptions. That was the only one that I.
2. Just that one down
I
the
said
sideline.
that. Yep, but I said that the Bucs would win and the Chiefs would win, and that Travis Kelce would be the. I said you had to. Pretty good.
Oh, that's a
How
good
about you?
call. Oh, I was awful. Lineups. I'm not a millionaire. I am. I thought the Bills would keep it interesting, keep it close. Nope. Oh, are we gonna get Eckler again? Go, baby. Stay on your feet. Not that time. Over 100 yards though. Hit the bonus. Yeah, that was. I also had the Packers. The only thing I was right on, and I suggested to people because you need to take those deep stabs, was MVS. I didn't put any prop on him, but I just said, it was either him or St. Brown. I was putting St. Brown lineup, but MVS was cheap enough, so threw him out there. Tyler Johnson as well. He didn't have the score, but had a couple.
How about that drop by St. Brown in the on the 2-point conversion? That was pretty bad.
And people want to make the excuse, yeah, I know Sue tipped it, but it still hit his hands. And I don't understand receiver and this caliber of St. Brown. But
Allen Robinson catches that, right?
Yeah, 9%. I'd say 9 out of 10. Even St. Brown catch it. He also had his hands oddly, Kenny, against his rib protection. I don't know what he was doing. Put your hands in front of you. Catch the ball with your hands, not your body. That was a huge play, and I didn't like that call at all. By the way, I'm not.
This run play right here?
Didn't like that either. I just don't like 2-point conversions.
Huge stuff. Now, no, the 2-point conversion made sense. You want to cut it to.
But at 3 points.
Cut it what to a
3-point.
Yeah,
but it's 5 to 3. But then, the way I look at it is, if you kick the 1, they go down and kick a field goal. You're down 7. They go down, score. It's the same thing regardless. It's 11 or it's your 2 scores.
But I don't. But what's the difference between 4 points and 3 points? At least at 3 points, you get to have a chance to get back into the football game with the field goal. That's
sure.
I didn't mind that. I mean, I think out of all the decisions that the Packers made, or frankly that were made by both coaches on the losing side, I don't know if that's the one I'd go after. I think that lost in the entire, in day really. Because the game was so out of hand, and I feel like people just forgot about it, and the Bills kind of lost pretty easily. But what about the fact that Sean McDermott didn't go for 2?
Oh, dude, I don't know.
Right? But that was hilarious because I think no one ever gets under the assumption that, well, we might recover this onside kick, right? And then you put yourself in a position where if they got, first of all, this defense is really good. I'm not sure they would have gotten it anyway, but get the 2-point conversion, then all of a sudden they had the football back. So they could have cut it with the 2-point conversion. They could have cut it to a 1 touchdown and 2-point conversion game with 3 timeouts. Again, wouldn't have mattered. They wouldn't have stopped the Saints. But to not go for it at all was ridiculous.
Yeah, Chiefs there. Yeah, it's so weird. There's so many of the decisions, and Jason Mack criticized me for that. I've always just wanted to play the number in a way that if the worst case scenario. That's the way I look at it. Because then later, the Packers, even on that weird when they went for the field goal at the end of the game, when Rodgers threw that horrible pass to Devontae Adams, there was a lot of that this weekend, which, by the way, everything's under a microscope. We get it. 2 games, championship weekend. This happens in week 16. It's not as big of a deal, but that's, the stage is set for this, Kenny. So I don't know. I'm one to always lean on worst case scenario here. Packers kick that extra point. Same thing with McDermott. If they go for 2 or they don't get it, it's both scenarios should have went the opposite way, in my opinion. And I just think the Packers made so many odd mistakes when they caused Tom Brady to do 3 turnovers in the second half, very un-Brady-like, and they don't take advantage of them. And Tampa Bay took advantage of everything that Green Bay gave them, including at the end of that half. That Scotty Miller touchdown. That was another one. I don't know who called that. I think it was Steve Buchanan. I was hearing a lot of people praising him, saying that get Scotty Miller in there for a touchdown. So didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, it was certainly. Got
him down the middle. I thought it was Ted Ginn. That's Anthony Miller. Oh wait, it is Teddy Ginn. Come on, look, I can't tell by the numbers anymore. And the Bears at this point, am I really memorizing their numbers? But Ted Ginn in my lineup as well. Mitch Trubisky and the captain. What was that? That was a 40.
50-yard throw, I believe.
Was he on the 50?
Maybe a little bit under that. It definitely was. It's a heartbreaker there to not have Ted Ginn in my lineup because I was thinking about getting him in there.
Ted Ginn, once those points come in, baby, it's going to be huge. By the way, got to give a shout out to our great crew here with us, Kenny. We got our guy Michael producing, suave. I like to call him the wind chimer because every time when we're talking before, he's got the wind chiming out in LA. Hope he's staying safe, being well. Hope things will change out there. Our guy Andrew, our technical producer. We got Joe and Jim, the J&J Ops team. Appreciate them. Good dudes. Making sure my lineup's getting updated, and I'm currently in 9th place. Let's go. 13 touchdown right there for Ted Ginn. Ginn is just owned in just about 23% captain in 1.6. That's a heck of a move if you put him in the captain. You could flex on that if you did that. PhD saying he switched Ginn for Miller at the last minute. Good call. Oh, no, bad call. Yeah, for Miller. Yeah. Captain Ginn, Scott, look at you. Must have been so inexpensive. What's your lineup look like, Scott? I'm always intrigued when people do a real dart throw at their captain.
I mean, that's what happened to you. You won last time the Bears had a sim. Yeah. You won your little free contest.
It was actually bizarre too, because that was one of the rare ones where like the fourth quarter complete. Like I was in like 90 something, and then he had 2 scores. I forget one other player that I had as well, but yeah, can turn the whole thing around. That captain spot, especially when it's the dart throw play. Barry Whaling says been playing Ginn for weeks, but not this time. Mark also captain Ginn. Look at all you guys coming out. Oh, the 3 people. Dylan, Ginn is my captain. There's your 1.6% probably right there.
Woodworks.
Ooh, Eckler getting stuffed. That'll be the end of the
That's
first
what
quarter.
I meant. There's a lot of sim left. I mentioned it. Eckler unfadable at running back, and that's true. But there's a lot of time. It doesn't, the early run doesn't mean that he's going to be the best player to captain. There should be a lot more points on the board here, and a guy like Mitch Trubisky could still be the top option at captain. But let's give a quick shout out to Mr. Eckler. Bonus glasses going on. He's already
in
the bonus.
Pop the
I
top.
think he might be out of the bonus now because he lost a few yards, but regardless, hit the bonus in the first quarter. Pretty impressive. Shout out to Mr. Austin Eckler. Mr. Don't heckle me, Eckle.
What?
Heckler. Heckler, Eckler.
There you go. You landed
yards.
the plane. Yeah, he's got the touchdown. 4 carries to 105. Keep the shades of rolling because aside from him, the running game in this one, Mitch Trubisky has that first run of the game for 12, 10 for Cohen. And receiving, I guess, Ted Ginn. Keep the glasses on for him as well, right? 47 on that one snap.
That's right. Everyone shouting out the ring light in the sunglasses. Yeah, there's a reason why I love wearing the sunglasses and looking right into the ring light. First of all, it's hard to look into a ring light and talk. People want to know why I have such crazy takes and I'm such a crazy person. It's because I'm staring into a bright light every time I'm on the air. Number 2, you can see the rings. It's kind of cool, I
have a big square. I wish I got to update to 2020 lighting.
A square?
Oh, dude, I have like legit.
What are you on broadcast television?
You would think
getting interviewed after you had 2 sacks and all the cameramen and want to come over to you. Yeah, what? I hope the people at home understand what I'm talking about. If you've ever covered sports and in the locker room, right? What happens is a player will get ready to talk in the scrum. The scrum is like there's a lot of reporters and TV cameramen. All the TV cameramen, they have their big camera over their shoulder, and there's this big, square, bright light that just pops up over the camera. So when you're doing a post-game interview, you wonder sometimes why these athletes can't think of things. They have 3 huge, LED lights shining in their face, and they're like, what could I say? It was a tough decision to throw the ball there. You can't think when there's bright lights in front of you. So that's what happens, and that's where I think that's what you have going on there is one of those square lights.
You know what? At halftime, I'll show you. I'll turn the camera, and I'll show you. That's one really good, interesting way of looking at it, which is very true as people that have been there. especially Super Bowl week when you're in those like Radio Rows or you go to the first night. Oh my God, it's insane with those lights. On top of that, yeah, I look at it like a like second grade photo shoot in here, like the light that you had with like the lasers and they put those fake screens behind you. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so your ring light. I think it looks badass, by the way, in the sunglasses. I think it like looks cool. If I were to have sunglasses on and you just reflect this big square, it looks ridiculous. But anywho,
We'll see.
now,
Vidalways says that he loves the fleece. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have a good rotation of fleeces that I go through. It's the easiest way for me to look like a real person in the quarantine times. I don't really leave the only time I'll leave my house is to take a run. Like I'll go on a run. Or
Nice.
drop off my laundry or pick it up. Other
or
than
pick
that,
up food. What
I'm
about
not-
food?
I mean, sometimes, yeah, I don't like going in places. So, you know, I'm
I
trying.
got you.
I'll go in somewhere. I mean, I'll go in Starbucks to pick up a coffee. That's about it. For the
about a
most part, I'm
bagel?
getting delivery.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in months past, I have, but the last month, I think we've kind of done a silent agreement to just like not go anywhere, not go in any places. So that's sort of what I've just been chilling here, getting groceries delivered. Also, haven't been eating bagels because I've been on a diet. So
Go for it. Nice.
been bagelless for a long time now. Bagels, you know, that's my life, man. I love bagels. Being in New York,
You're in New York, yeah.
I'm a bagel snob. I can't eat. Like I go home to Connecticut, I can't eat the bagels there. They're just not the same. Like, and I feel bad. Like I don't want to be this bagel snob, right? I don't want to be this guy who's like, I can't eat anything but a New York bagel. New York bagel's #1. But that's who I've turned into because I've just eaten so many good bagels. I've been so spoiled.
That voice you just did is what you normally sound like. Look at you. It's like a
There you go.
fresh
I'm-
perspective. Would you get good sleep last night?
Parodying myself. Having a little green tea.
Calm, very
You know,
zen.
it's so cold here. It's so cold here in New York, and I sleep next to the window. Not only is it, you know, is the cold air blowing in on me, but also certain people who live here really like the air conditioning on at night.
What?
So it's
Wait,
freezing cold
wait.
in my apartment, so
Wait,
I
wait.
sleep under like 5 covers because it's so cold in my room.
Hold on.
She's
Hold on,
very
Kenny.
warm-blooded. I don't know.
Kenny. People are putting the air conditioning on. It's like we're not far away from each other. Yeah, it's like hundreds of miles, but it's like 20 degrees. What are people doing with air conditioning on?
I don't know. I'm not the one who makes the choice, but you know what? It's fine. Yeah.
No, it's
Andrew-
not fine. That's a
Andrew-
waste of
Andrew
money.
chiming in, saying, you know, people choose to spend their money how they want, Rossi. I mean, you know, you spend your money on a pack of bubble gum, and I spend it on it. You know, we spend it on air conditioning for a couple
There's
weeks.
a big difference. There's a big difference. It's the middle of winter.
Really? Because how long is bubble gum good for? Like an hour, and then you throw it away. You spend
But
$2-3
bubble
on
gum.
a pack.
I also don't
what's
put.
the point of buying bubble gum?
Open
Anyway,
a
my
window.
point is,
Tell them open a
Andrew-
window.
Yeah, but Andrew's saying it, and it's a good point, and it's the main reason is for the sound. Like the sound that the
Get
air
a
conditioner
fan.
makes helps you fall asleep. And where are we gonna put a fan? Have you seen the tiny box I live in?
Yeah, it's in your bunk beds that are non-existent. By the way, again, people, there is no
you
bunk
put
beds.
you put the air conditioner on because it makes a nice pleasant sound, and then thank you, Hyro. I'm not a snob. I don't want to be a snob. I'm not trying to be a snob. I'm trying to be someone who's a normal person. I've never.
Don't try, Kenny,
I
just
can
be
sound
yourself.
pretentious when I try to tell you like why my take is right, but other than that, like I think I'm a very humble person. Like I'm definitely like. I'm not trying to be out here thinking I'm above anybody else.
Okay, hold
But
on.
look, okay, can I please explain the air conditioner thing?
There
So,
he is.
Drew,
Come back.
it's about
There
the
he is.
sound. It's not my decision, so don't yell at me. But
There
I'm
you go.
telling you that it is very noisy in New York City, and sometimes you need a constant sound in the background to fall asleep. So that is where the thinking comes from. Also, you know, there's a lot of heat on in here, so it's not like it's like already 40 degrees in here, and then we're putting the air conditioner on, right? Anyway, long story short, the reason I brought all that up is because I have a little bit of a cold now because my head was next to freaking 20-degree weather for 7 hours last night after I spent like 5 hours. Not only did I wake up at 8 a.m. yesterday and just work the whole day, but then I'm screaming on Leaderboard Live for 2 hours with Kaufman about that game last night. And
That's crazy.
I don't go to bed till midnight because I have to watch the new season of MasterChef. We're on season 3 now.
What a
And that-
drop, by the way. What the heck just happened? ball was wide
What?
open right in the hands. If that
Oh, I thought you
replay,
were talking about MasterChef. Yeah. So anyway,
Oh,
that's
I'll
what
check
I
that
like
out
right
later.
in the present. That's why I'm a little subdued today. So you can thank the air conditioner, the cold air. I don't know what it is, but it's it's a little. It's getting very cold here in New York.
yeah. Well, I listen. I'm not trying to judge. I'm passionate to help. And when I hear somebody, first of all, if you're sick, this is getting more ridiculous. This story. First of all, feel better. Pound some emergency. I like the green tea look on you. But first of all, if this is going to be post-football season Kenny, this calm, collected, humble Kenny, we're going to have to boot him out the room. Second of all, just get a fan. I'm going to order you guys a fan. Can you do Uber buys?
Do not do that.
But a fan
Pinheiro,
does the sound.
money.
Don't worry about the game. We're talking about you, Kenny. We need to save Kenny's life. We're going to put a GoFundMe together to get Kenny a fan.
It's fine. I don't care. I enjoy it. It's a nice, pleasant sound. It's not too loud. It's not too.
But it's
quiet.
cold, dude. It's freezing. Like if it's freezing outside, do you guys not?
I haven't gotten sick yet. It was just one night.
Are you below sea level? Are you below the street? I always forget. We've talked about this.
What? No,
Where-
no.
Okay, so
First
you
floor.
can open a window. Wouldn't that solve that? I know the noise. Actually, you're in New York City. It's not like it's like crickets.
Not really. The AC, Andrew, does have a fan setting, but the thing is, then it's not cold enough. It's a dual purpose. It's for the sound and for the temperature. Hey, look, these are the things you put up with.
Get the roommates in.
For
Get the
people that you
roommates
love.
in.
That's all I'm saying.
No.
Sometimes you make sacrifices for other people because you really enjoy being with them. So those are the types of things.
I will say one thing that's crazy that my old room, when I had roommates back in the day that used to absolutely hate me, they loved heat. And I'm on the Kenny's. Oh, I don't know if Kenny actually likes the cold. Sounds like he doesn't, which I understand. But you deal with it for others. I can't sleep when it's like super warm. So anyways, we used to have heat, baseboard heat, the worst kind of heat, just boils and you can't touch that area. And I used to open the windows and my roommates would be so PO'd. I don't know what I can say. They used to be so PO'd. They would be literally like, they would come home and I'd crack a window and they'd be like, what are you doing? It's wasting the air. But I'm like, I can't be in that like atmosphere of like 70-degree heat all the time. Especially we had a big apartment back in the day in suburbs of Boston. It was awful. It was just so freaking hot in there. So I understand that. Like I definitely, especially sleeping. I think I think crazy
gotta be
people
at
are like
people have a temperature that they're used to when they sleep.
We'll have to get
But
you one of those beds, like a temperature gauge.
That's what you're talking about with the temperature. Like you can't sleep when it's warm. You'd rather have it too cold than too hot. That's true, and you can always put on more blankets. So I'm normally fine. Honestly, sometimes I get a little bit hot because I sleep on like 4 blankets. But
I just imagine you in a sleeping bag with like one of those weighted blankets, which by the way people rave about, and I guess has nothing to do with temperature, but I haven't heard. But did Herbert get there on that slide? We'll see after the
Not sure.
timeout. Didn't look like it.
I
Just
think
the way
so.
I've seen
I think he did.
it. He didn't.
Oh,
Fourth and
wow.
1. Come on, Herbert. I know you're a rookie, but let's go. But yeah, I want to know if people have the weighted blanket. I don't know, Michael. I feel like Michael's a guy who has a weighted blanket. Joe, Jim, anybody? Andrew?
Looking
Come
at the replay here, yeah, the
Little too early.
The ball was just a little too far behind the line.
No weighted blanket, Michael. You're letting us down. Talk to your wife. We're going to order one of those for you. Test
All
it
right, here we go. Mitch, read option.
out. Another great
Big
punt. Another great
Calling
punt, though. All right, let's see.
Mitch is going to have a big run on this drive off the read option.
All right, Montgomery in the backfield. I think it's Clement as their fullback in there, and he's going to go nowhere. It's Montgomery. 139 and counting. Not going to call a timeout here. Could be a couple runs to be done.
Mr. Ford, why slide? I don't know, maybe because you don't want to get your block taken off. That's why.
No, and also that's like 90% of the time in these sims, and if you're playing in reality,
Here
that's
we go.
what they do.
Here it is. Here's the read option.
In the gun, 3 wide. Cohen left him. Clock goes down to 1 second.
No, it's not.
Uh-oh. Oh, he gets it to...
Oh, this could be
Cohen.
trouble.
Oh,
Oh, I thought he was going to break it.
didn't have the patience to wait for his blocks. 2 linemen there, and Cohen just outran him, went right through him. That's like me when I play Madden. No patience.
Oh, I thought he was going to break that, Crossy. It looked like it.
He could
Now
have.
the Bears only down to 1 timeout.
He absolutely could have on that one. Linemen were there, 2 defenders. Here we go. Almost a safety as well in the play. So here it is. Mitch Trubisky setting up from the 16. Cohen, same set as last time. Blitz coming. It's picked up. Here comes Trubisky. Oh, don't fumble. Does not. Holds on to it. 9-yard gain.
22 yards. Now he might get to 100. Jordan Lindenbaum. It is a fact. New York bagels are better. You will find a place called New York Bagels, or that says New York style bagels in every town. Why is that? Why is that?
Well, that's because it's the best bagel. They were trying to replicate.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a foolish argument. Right. Oh, what a grab. Nice pass down the right side. That looked like it was Anthony Miller.
That was Miller. Come on, where's your depth chart at? They send it to us every game. You got to have that up.
I can't see the number on that distance.
1-7, baby.
Yeah, you couldn't see it either. We're both guessing.
Oh, you want to talk about me, being on my high horse, right? Yes. Me being the snob. Someone in the chat goes, "I'm a chef at a private college."
That doesn't make them a snob. They're just telling you what they were.
And our head chef worked at a Michelin star restaurant in New York.
Sack here. That's still different. If I did the same thing, that doesn't make you a snob. Like, if you have a background in something, it doesn't make you a snob. But it's okay to be a snob, by the way. Like, I embrace it. Not just you, me. Like, I'm snobby in some certain things too. But most of the time, like, it's like New York style pizza, Chicago style pizza. There's a reason that Uno is in multiple neighborhoods. It's because that's a popular style, and some people argue the best.
I'm a snob. Some no good.
I'm gonna throw some passes.
Overzealous.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know.
That's you?
I don't know.
What the hell is going on here? It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi.
What's going on here is Mitch Trubisky is 106 yards away from the bonus.
Get it, Mitchie. Throwing that nice deep pass there on a 2-minute drive that went nowhere, but he did get Anthony Miller for that long pass. Look at your guy here. Do you think Eckler, where are we thinking? Where are we going to set the bar? 150? Does he get over the 150 mark, you think, Kenny? Is that 118?
170.
All right, so we'll take the over on that one. David Montgomery, 5 carries and 8 yards. Throw those glasses in the trash for that one. Teddy Ginn's got a second grab, 60, so he's potential. Same thing, Allen Robinson, 53. Could happen. Outside of that, when it comes to you look like that Belichick meme right now. Outside of that, for Keenan Allen, milk carton, 1 for 4. Mike Williams, just 1 grab. Not getting the offense we thought from the Chargers. So it's 10-7. Bears over Chargers. Kenny. I meant to show you my light. Hold on. Let's see our ops team. Yeah, ready? So there's where I used to broadcast from. And then here is my ridiculous square light. Look at that thing. Look at it.
A piece of paper?
It's literally what you would get if you were to set up like you said, like a news type of situation, but more likely it's like photo, like when you're a kid and you went school photos. But that was I bought a whole package back like 5 years ago when I was doing more YouTube stuff for a company. And yeah, that's the one light I set up because I don't want to do the 2 lights down here. It's too much. So yeah, that's my ridiculous setup. So you kids are wondering, hey, how do you guys look so good when you're lit up? Or Kenny has a really nice looking professional 2021 look, and I have the 1995 special.
Well, the reason that I look so good is because the good people at DraftKings sent me a ring light and a camera and a microphone.
What? I gotta get on that. I gotta talk to them. I gotta talk to the good people.
Yeah, I do stuff almost every day, and I was working on I have a 2012 laptop, so it's so old.
Yeah,
that I was it just wasn't really working out. It was what's so funny? I go back now and I watch some of my old stuff that I did when I first got to DraftKings. You can't even like see my face, like it's so bad.
It's actually really interesting that you say that. Like most people that have been on YouTube or like have done stuff over the years, if you look back at any video platforming, look back like 5 years ago or even 3 years for most people, like it is a vast difference in technology wise, sound wise, and you say like even perspective wise. And then you started what, in July? That wasn't even that long ago.
Right? August, I think.
August, okay. That's funny.
Don't look now,
I'm not
by the
looking.
way. But I am 13th in your contest. I am
And
coming for you. I
you are.
told you, don't feel complacent because Austin Eckler had the big run. Mitch Trubisky now in the captain spot, up to just about 21 fantasy points.
There it is. I'm currently in fourth. In first place is Straight Edge. Like the old Straight Edge Society, CM Punk led. Royal Rumble this Sunday, Kenny. I think we have another. We have a whole nother. I think we're getting together a couple times before that, so we don't have to talk much about it now. Thinking about yesterday again, some of these other takeaways. Obviously, Brady headed to his 10th. Mahomes going to his second in a row. Obviously, the turf toe injury also for Mahomes. I'm sure you got into that last night a little bit, but
I don't. You know what? I don't care for this. Don't care about it. You know, look. Here's the thing.
what
The
don't you
Super
care
Bowl
about?
is in 2 weeks. Sorry, the big game is in 2 weeks. The Royal Rumble is not in 2 weeks. It's in like 6 days. Let's talk about the Rumble. I don't care about the Chiefs Bucks game.
What about the turf
I care
toe,
about-
Kenny? What about
I
the
care
turf
about whether
toe?
or not Daniel Bryan is going to be the last man standing, or if we're actually going to get like a real surprise. Because in the world of Dave Meltzer and you know your Justin Barrassos, who I used to work with,
Shout out.
You don't
Sports Illustrated.
have any surprises anymore. Everyone knows who's gonna win.
No, I disagree.
Everyone knows every title. You know, it's all. I mean, obviously it's all scripted, but it's all cyclical. It's all boring. There's no title changes. The same guy. They just push him the whole year. He holds it all the way through WrestleMania. Then he drops it at WrestleMania, and then he holds it the whole year. Like, give me a break, man.
Don't die on me.
Yo, like,
I know last year was a big surprise.
I don't want to see Daniel. I wanted to see Daniel Bryan win the Royal Rumble. Now I don't
5
want
years
to see
ago.
him win the Royal Rumble because he's like such a lock to win it. Everyone's like, oh, who's going to win it? And you know, and you look at the people who generally put up, the probabilities. There's a lot of people who are professional probability comer-uppers withers. Those people have said that Daniel Bryan is very, very likely to win the Royal Rumble. So my question is, like, can we get someone that's not Daniel Bryan? So it's like it's totally out of nowhere. Because every year you sort of know, right? Every year it's like Roman Reigns is gonna win it again. Oh, Randy Orton, like I want to know.
Here's what it was. What they do with Roman Reigns after he did win it, they always make him the second to last guy, like 5 out of the last 6 years, so that you cheer for the other guy. With that being said, last year was an out of nowhere, I think, with Drew McIntyre. Not out of nowhere, but he was a very surprising. I thought they would give it to somebody else. He would have a good showing. Like, there's usually the good showing guy and then the winner. Same thing with the Women's Royal Rumble. For me, this year, I actually think they haven't done Daniel Bryan any favors to be in the position of that favor. Like, he's lost several weeks in a row. He's got really low momentum.
It seems like it would come out of nowhere to me. Like, I think that they want to push him up the card, but like he's not there yet, and there's like really no momentum. Like there actually are guys with more momentum right now moving up the card, even like Big E, right?
Big E, Shinsuke Nakamura, even Cesaro, they've put in a little heat behind the last week.
Yep.
On the Raw side, I really don't know. So right now, 6 days out, I can tell you, I don't know where they're trying to go. Because also the champions look like it would probably be McIntyre and Roman Reigns still. As by the way, how this ties into a little football for you wondering, the Super Bowl is in Tampa Bay at Raymond James Stadium in 2 weeks. That's going to hold, I think they said 20,000 fans total. 6,000 of those, I believe, are the first responders that have been vaccinated, and I think selling around 14, give or take. So WWE last year was supposed to be at Raymond James Stadium. They're going there for WrestleMania 2 nights in early April, and they're going to have fans. They have yet to announce how many. Tickets have yet to go on sale, but I do find it, they're basically going to wait till the Super Bowl happens to see how it kind of plays out. So that is fascinating, I think, just as a live event standpoint, as we're all hopefully getting back to that within the year. But and it is 2 nights again, so that also kind of plays a factor in the Rumble and stuff. Like, I don't know if they'll actually main event the last match of the second night, like Drew McIntyre did last year. But right now, like, there's no guy that I think is like that. Oh, like Daniel Bryan would be great, but I also don't think Daniel Bryan's going to beat Roman Reigns. Like, I think they are doing something with that character for once that's actually palatable, and like people want to see. Like, I'd rather have a dominant heel for a while, as we're going to get a Michael Badgley field goal attempt here. 45-yarder. Got it.
How fast did Michael Badgley fall off, by the way? This guy, he had a nickname.
Yeah.
If you're a kicker and you have a nickname, like you're really good. Like there's only been one kicker I can think of with a nickname, and he had 2 nicknames, and it was Legatron / Greg the Leg, Greg Zerline, who was the best kicker in football. Like no one has a nickname for Justin Tucker, Will Lutz. They called this guy the Money Badger. If you have a nickname, you have to back it up. And what did this guy do? He turned in one of the worst seasons in football this year after being like he was touted as one of the best kickers in the league, and he did a great job. And I believe he kicked himself out of a job, if I'm not mistaken. And now, like, I actually have to say something about the kickers, because we haven't really addressed this ever on the Dream Stream, but NFL kickers now, like, they are all terrible. Like, they're really like a few good kickers, and the rest of them are bad. And I don't want to hear one more person say, well, it's so difficult to kick in the NFL. Like, oh my goodness, you know, like how many good kickers do they have? Like, you can't get a job kicking. Look at and this is not like just my wacky opinion. Like, look at the amount of kickers that lost their jobs this year and the amount of kickers that actually kicked in games this year is insane. And like, you're starting to see guys. I mean, Matt Gay's on his second. Like, you know, it is just fascinating what happened. I'm not sure what exactly happened. I think the extra points moving back, like, you know, it was necessary and it was good. And the thing is, like, it didn't really feel like it had a big impact on kickers at the beginning, but like, I'm not sure what it is now. Like, are we like working kickers too hard? Are we asking too much of them? Are they getting like, are they not?
You know what I think it is?
Ways? Like, I honestly don't know, but like, it's really a thing. Like, it's a real thing. Like, you have, let's see, Tucker, right? Tucker is definitely the #1 kicker in football. You have Daniel Carlson, Younghoe Koo, right? Those are legit good kickers. Will Lutz was in that conversation. And then what happened to Will Lutz? Will Lutz started missing field goals all the time down the stretch. He got a little hurt, so I'm willing to give him a pass. But really, like, that's 4 kickers. And to me, those are like the only 4 good kickers. I can't, like, all these other guys are just, they're so susceptible to missing, right? Look at Boswell with Pittsburgh, was a reliable kicker, and then he lost his job because he started missing field goals. Gostkowski, how many times did he miss this year? Suckup was missing all the time this year. All these guys, like, they all stink. Blankenship is 5, I would say. Steven said Mason Crosby didn't miss one. Put Mason Crosby in there. Still,
Nick Folk was good.
Obvious troll.
Yeah.
So leave the chat, Scott Waddell is calling me a troll. This is a legitimate take. Look at the numbers this year in the NFL. The top kickers are not hitting the same percentages as they've always hit.
You know, and you're right on this. And by the way, troll, that doesn't even make sense. Second of all, no, I'm with you. It is and Andrew, our producer, said it's like they're like closers in baseball. Ride who's hot. If not, see you later. It's true. Because look at kickers. Like, there used to be franchise kickers for years. You just held on to them, and now, like, you just hold that. It's so short, the span of a kicker, because kickers are huge. Like, I know people joke, and I'm all about kickers. You know, I have the vaccination with kickers. Infatuation with them, because I think they're one of the more intriguing plays in football. Like, in players, like the way the situation they're put in. There's a big fumble. Herbert puts it on the ground. Chicago picks it up. 2:51 left in the game. All tied up at the number that Justin Herbert's jersey says, 10. But yeah, I think it is interesting, Kenny, that you bring it up, because you have seen so much turnover. And this year being the year it was, we had to like bring people in 2 to 3 days prior to let them pass through their, protocols, that there were kickers in and out. Oh man. Don Montgomery almost doing what he did last time, but gets tackled there. But yeah, it's an inconsistent position. And just like what we've talked about with some quarterback positions now, if they're not seeing good results, dunzo. We are moving right along. We'll see who else is out there.
So I'm just gonna look at some numbers here real quick.
Please, I like numbers.
So last year, I mean, actually, we got better this year, because last year there were only 5 kickers that were over 90%. This year, I think there were 10 field goals.
Is that field goals? Okay, because I was gonna say, look at extra points. That was the worst it's ever been in the history of football.
Oh, no, I'm just looking at field. I mean, extra points were bad this year, but
very
I'm
bad.
Looking at field goals, but like,
here comes Trubisky.
You go back to 2017.
Nobody's gonna.
And then he
face mask.
In.
I think there's a face mask on the punt.
You look back to 2017, right? I mean, there were so many good kickers. Like, it was insane. Like, even going back to like Jake Elliott was good back then. Jake Elliott stinks now. Matt Frazier, Will Lutz, Matt Bryant, Hauschka, Bullock, Butker, Parkey, Tucker, Boswell, Gostkowski, Lambo, Zerline, Gold, and Graham Gano were all fantastic kickers back there. And by the way, shout out to Graham Gano. I disrespected him by not putting him in the group of
Dave,
good
by the way,
kickers, but
Cohen into the end zone for a touchdown. You mentioned him earlier as well. So he gets it. Not Montgomery at the goal line to go out of the shotgun. There is Tyree Cohen into the end zone. Sean Preston showing off he's in second place, but that may change. I was in fourth. I think I'm going to try.
But Badger this year, 72% of his field goals. Jake Elliott, 72% of his field goals. Prater at 75.
Real bad.
You had
don't care.
Zerline dip below 83. Like Joey Sly only hit 80. Cody Parkey 86. Like these are names that like you know that you rely on, and you know they didn't deliver. I don't know. So,
Dude, remember the days of like Neil Rackers? Remember Neil Rackers was like lights out for that like season and a half for the Cardinals? And then he's another one. Like it has happened in the past, but I think you're right. We're in this position now where the patience is so short because that 1 or like 4 points, miss a field goal, miss an extra point, that's huge in the NFL. Like most of these games are being decided by 7 and less.
right. Also, by the way, people wanted to point out, you know, Mason Crosby. Mason Crosby kicked 16 field goals all season. He hardly kicked any field goals.
Yeah, they scored a
So,
ton.
like, it wasn't hard for him to go 100%. Like, Graham Gano, Jason Myers, great seasons. It was, I mean, but even like Myers missed 4 extra points. Like, I mean, it was just really a rough season for extra points.
It was,
they
and that's.
definitely-
I wonder, Kenny, if that's what's
Everybody
gonna. If we're gonna, somehow I'm in first place off that touchdown. Okay, I just can't believe that we haven't seen more teams going for 2. You know, we talked a little bit of AFC, NFC championships, like who's going for 2 in one situation, not in the other. But like, I wouldn't be surprised next year. Like, there's gonna be a team, and I actually thought the Patriots, based on the way their offense was set up, was gonna be that team this year. But they actually had a good kicker, Nick Folk, kind of resurging there, former
Nick
Jet,
Folk
by
did
the
a
way.
good, yeah, Jet
He did.
Legends. He did a good job there. I'm in 12th place. Yeah,
Oh, you're right there. I see you.
Yeah, I had Cohen, so I'm doing all right. So wow, so
Okay.
we're kind of vying for the top spot here. So I am 7 points off. I would really like to see KJ Hill get involved.
If that
would be
happens,
nice for
I
me.
guarantee you'll get to the first place. There's going to be, it looks like a holding, and here is another face mask. Face mask on the D. Yeah, Matt Gay was good for the Rams. We said him. Carlson is the best. Yeah, there are good kickers.
Carlson
Kenny's.
actually was very good.
Yeah, we're not saying there's
I
not good
mentioned he was
kickers.
the first person I mentioned.
Yeah, I think they're just giving shouts. Midwest Heather. Midwest Heather, by the way, won the last contest. See if I don't think I'm seeing a duplicate performance here. There's a catch across the middle. Big old Hunter Henry. 4th grab, 37 yards. Let's see. Cat is somehow getting involved here. Get out of here. But yeah, I think, you know, next year might be the year that you see more of those 2-point attempts, especially early in
Oh,
games.
mispressed.
Like score the first touchdown, maybe go for 2. Here's a run going right into the defender. Not going to go far there, Eckler. Eckler's sitting at 129. I don't know if he's going to make that over. The 150 mark we talked about at halftime. Hakeem saying you should go for 2 every time.
Why not?
Honestly, there's going to be the team that's going to make that move, and we just don't know who it is yet. Like, there hasn't been – it's going to be like a random team that like a Cardinals or somebody that's going to like just buck the system to try to make it move. 20 seconds left here in the first quarter. Gonna get stuff in the back. Losing more yards is Eckler. Andrew, our producer, says PAT, the mid-range shot in the NBA, the 2-point reckoning is coming. That is a good point.
Absolutely right.
That's a great point. Start chucking threes. So here we are at the end of 3.
Yeah, people are gonna realize that it's you convert on extra points like, you know, what, 89 to 90% of the time, where it's not worth it anymore to kick the PAT.
No. And like I said, those numbers are going to just keep standing out. I just dropped to second place. What the heck happened here? Down by 2 to CRB 56-69. So we'll see as we have the last shot here in the fourth quarter to get that push here. Mitch Trubisky, literally not much, if anything.
Yeah, he was on
Very low
pace for the
passing.
bonus, man, and look what happens. Nothing,
20 yards
nothing
passing
happened
in
the
that one.
second half.
Herbert just
Not
has
good.
95. I think I throw more passing yards just during the sim, throwing it to my team. Who's open? Twitch fam, you open? Also, oh, yeah, here you go, Kenny. Ready? There it is. It takes a little while to get to New York. Hunter Henry has the most catches along with Keenan Allen, Tyree Cohen, and Allen Robinson. Nobody over 53 yards. 60 yards for Ted Ginn. He's just got the 2 grabs and the touchdown. It is 17-10. Your Bears over your Chargers. Not San Diego's Chargers because they lost them. People still going to be bitter for life. But yeah, it's Mitch Trubisky handing off to Tyree Cohen was your lone scorer in the third quarter. So we'll see. Getting into the fourth. Who's going to bust out? Who's going to make a move? It is Mike Williams, just 2 grabs, 14 yards, stinking out the joint. Come on.
It's the A-Rob, man.
Yeah, I could use him too. He's in my lineup again right now, sitting in second place. In first place, CRB has a captain of Austin Eckler, Trubisky, Henry, Ted Ginn, Anthony Miller, and Jimmy Graham. So if Graham goes off, he's going to almost lock himself into a good position there. What else we got here? People.
A lot of people needed Komet. People needed Komet in the chat. I saw.
Yeah. He's popped off a couple times. Look at this. Wait a second. So Fantasy Hawk says kickers aren't athletes anyways. Think the position should be done with. I can't stand when people say that. Like, I'm in fantasy leagues and I love the kicker position because it adds a different element to the game. And people are like, we should eliminate the kickers. Like with DraftKings, eliminate kickers. Come on, DraftKings. Like, put a little respect on it.
But it adds. I mean, think about. Yeah. Okay, they're not really like athletes, but it adds
They're athletes.
It adds another level of strategy to the game, right? Think about all of the strategy that went into that Packers game, right? With the decision to kick the field goal versus not, like that doesn't even exist without kickers. So I think that there's a lot of merit to having kickers. Like, you can't just eliminate the position. I mean, look, if you want to eliminate kicking specialists and make kicking like a requirement to be a football player and, train football players to be able to kick,
well,
then sure, go ahead. Like maybe make it more like rugby, where you have Deshaun Watson drop kicking from the 30-yard line. Like,
let's be real though, Kenny. Go back in time. Like John Hannah for the Patriots, like he was a field goal kicker. Ooh, that's out of bounds. He was also doing kickoffs. That's the one I always think more importantly. I don't understand why there's a position players like a linebacker, someone that can make tackles, make plays, like that isn't doing kickoffs. That blows my mind. That is the one. Punters I get. Kickers kicking field goals, I understand, but like, how is there not a linebacker or safety, somebody that could just boot the ball down the field? They have to have that skill position within them. Is Eckler again getting stuffed in the backfield, sitting at 124? He's losing yards and fast.
Yeah, if you have Virgil Green or one of the backup tight ends here for the Chargers, then you didn't want to see that. You want to see the Chargers get down to the 1-yard line. Now it's going to be a little bit of adversity here to see him get a touchdown. You will likely see the Chargers go with the spread here.
Yeah, could get a vulture score. The vulture always
Maybe
lurking.
Joe Reed gets involved. I don't know.
Good. In the shotgun. Here is Herbert. Top of the screen is Henry. Looks like he's looking that way. Goes the other way. Has a man. It's intercepted.
Oh!
Look at that. Taking it. Intercepts that Eddie Jackson. It is the ball hawk. Getting the interception. Herbert looking like he was at Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. 12 actually, so that might have been Reed. So that hurts you. Trubisky coming back on the field. Who do you need here? Brother Phil says Williams is boomer bust every time. And he seems to need to get out of the gate with things going. Yeah, it does happen. Bears defense owned in 10% of this, captain in 1.2. Helping out those owners. Shake up the contest a little bit. I'm dropped to 4th place. Straight edge back up to 1st place by 0.4. Michael shouting out the 8th interception for the Bears defense here in Simland in Madden 21. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. This is the Kenny Ducey empty the tank game. 1 and done for the day.
Right up to the clip.
Here is Trubisky, lines up, has a receiver open, going across the middle. It is caught for the first down. Anthony Miller, another grab. Steven saying Paul Hornady kicked and played offense. he is in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I just think the kickoff specifically, like kickers, yeah, if you could do that, great. Save yourself some money or pay a lineman a little more to do 2 jobs. But it bothers me sometimes when you see these like kickers that are like trying to chase down a specialist kick returner, and it's like they're not even close. Like you see it here and there, they make the tackle, but mostly it's pushing out of bounds. Where if you had like a legit linebacker, safety, even a cornerback, just somebody who can make a defensive play.
Oh.
Just love whenever Robbie Noble drops his nicknames in there. It makes me giggle. I don't know, every time.
They're always very funny. I agree. They're very amusing.
You got to figure half of our friends are in here hurting today. Rossi, you're good. I don't know what that means. Don't know what the heck you're talking about. But Midwest Heather, from me and Kenny, you're good. I don't know where you are in this contest. I am dropping like a fly right now. 7th place. All right, here's Trubisky. 5 to go in the 4th. Who do you need? Shout him out in the chat. Me and Kenny will give them to you. There is
A-Rob. There he is.
A-Rob going to be likely heading to greener pastures, leaving Chicago. It's probably one of the wildest off seasons we're going to see in a long time for the NFL. Probably going to do their best to look like the NBA. Or we could just all be overreacting. Like when Aaron Rodgers says, I'm unsure of my future. What does that mean? What does that mean, Aaron? You thoughtful son of a gun. Trubisky also probably going to be heading to a new team. There's a move by Cohen. Makes a catch, gets a couple yards. It would be very interesting, Kenny, if we head into the 2021 season with 3 different starting quarterbacks for the NFC North. I don't think Rodgers is going anywhere. Stafford obviously will be. Trubisky more than likely will be. I think the Bears will take a stab at somebody else.
Yeah, Trubisky should be out of there. I mean, I think that's pretty documented at this point, or at least he won't be starting. I think they're going to definitely try to address the quarterback position. And with all these names out there, it's a good time to be doing that. That's for sure. I mean, you got so many opportunities here to pick up a good quarterback that they've have to do that.
Yeah, and we talked about it already in the past. We talked about like the top 10 with who's going to need quarterbacks. The first round itself, like the need for quarterback is going to be crazy.
Yeah. I mean, not only in the draft, but, in recent days, you're seeing all these names come out. Like you got Matt Stafford available now. I mean, you could even have other quarterbacks available if teams decide to go in on Matt Stafford. I mean, Aaron Rodgers saying yesterday, talking about his future, sort of like it's in limbo. There's plenty that can happen here in the NFL. I think that we could see a little bit of a quarterback carousel because, again, a team decides to ditch their veteran quarterback, then the veteran quarterback becomes available. And Mitch Trubisky, like if they decide to ditch Mitch, then you can go somewhere else. He'll go somewhere else. Maybe he boots Drew Lock out of his job or something like that. You never know. So
no, that's a great point. Somebody's going to take a chance on him. It's not like he's going to be jobless. He's not going to be Blake Bortles.
Right. The interesting one to me is Dak Prescott, because I think that we're all just under the assumption that Dak Prescott's going to re-sign with the Cowboys, but not only is he coming off an injury and that's going to complicate his value, but I mean the Cowboys have shown a reluctance to pay Dak Prescott, right? And to me, given how it's gone with his contract talks over the last year, like I don't know if that's a sure thing, I mean, who knows what the Cowboys are thinking? So. Anything could really happen this offseason. I think it's actually going to be a very exciting offseason just because of, 3 quarterbacks that are very exciting in the draft. We got really exciting free agents. A-Rob, I mentioned Dak. There's a lot of guys out there that could decide to move if they want to. Godwin, Galladay, these are guys that are going to be out there.
Oh, yes. Tell me.
Big names on the market.
Yeah, and it all is going to depend on, like, if, next weekend's big game is going to be huge. You can say Super Bowl in here, by the way. We just can't advertise. But yeah, it's one of those things that, like, let's just say Tampa takes it home. You could, don't bring him up, Andrew. You could, I think it's a free agent, Juju, by the way.
Juju Smith-Schuster is a free agent.
Yeah, it stinks. He stinks. But big Godwin could just go try to cash in big money if they win. They lose, maybe he comes back on a deal. Like, not everyone's going to be Sammy Watkins, who's also available, which is, I know, not a huge name, but someone's still going to probably get some decent money. As David Montgomery shakes and bakes his way into the end zone, doing what he does. He's the fourth quarter king in these games. Kenny?
Who wanted to see that?
Honestly, nobody. He was his own.
Nobody.
I thought I would have, but I didn't roster him. Currently in 8th and going to be dropping because that's going to be a separator for whoever has him. Big score there in the 4th. Yeah, receivers are going to be big. Obviously, the quarterbacks are the headline, but it's good defensive players too. I was watching a Pro Football Focus video, but all like the free agent. I'm like, ooh. But that every year there's always good ones out there. Just this year it just seems, especially with the cap, what's going to change so much.
Sure. Shout out, because we do talk about basketball in here, shout out to the Nets for starting Joe Harris. Good decision.
Finally.
So they were playing around with different starting lineups. Glad that they settled on Joe Harris.
The Nets, there's something's
I don't know if I should use the word settled, but they're going
with. Sure.
We'll see if it holds.
You had a message. Jason Mack says, franchising and trading Dak would be the best interest for the Cowboys, but Stafford and Watson also being on the market might lessen the return, so they won't do it.
Of course. We haven't even talked about Deshaun, but I don't think that they can franchise Dak because they've already done it a couple times, right?
No, I think it was just the once, I believe. It was just last year. They still can, but I think then that number actually, well, no, the number still is super high with a lower cap too, so. It's obviously has to be fully guaranteed. It's like almost 50 million. And 49ers fans trying to show up. Maybe they actually get one. We have Herbert.
What was that? He just threw it into the ground.
Just ugly. Sorry, real quick. My wife is asking if she should heat up something, and I need to respond to that because it's very important. More important than any job, any living. You all know that. We're talking about food and dinner after the sim. Come on. Of course you should. And the worst catch in the game. I don't like those when they do that possession catch near the sideline, but it does happen. We're seeing a lot of it. 3rd and 8 now. Trubisky. He's playing like I'm both number 10, but Herbert here with the 146 remaining. Hey, the one thing I haven't checked, did they already announce like the maybe that's like the award finalists in the NFL? Has that even happened yet? I just missed that. Did I whiff on it? Because I was thinking like, obviously it feels like it's a foregone conclusion that Herbert's going to win, but I'm like, who else got nominated for Rookie of the Year? NFL.
Justin Jefferson, of course. So everyone in the world says
but did they announce
it's going to be Herbert because he's had the greatest. Did they announce it?
Or did they not do that? They don't.
They're going.
No.
Do it. They have an awards show.
No, I know that, but I didn't know if they announced finalists. I always forget in the NFL, but I don't think they do. I'm thinking like the Heisman over here. It's going to be it for the Chargers. Yeah, they don't. They don't like. I think they should, but I don't think you're right. No, I know it's the night before. Thank you, Michael, for pointing that out again. They used to do that like award show. Yeah, he said they doesn't think there's finalists. They should do that. That would a little more hype to it.
I think that like Justin Jefferson should win Rookie of the Year, but he's like, here's the thing. I'm not saying he should win like he is going to, or like that's who my pick, but like in any other season he wins it. And I think that like Herbert for a rookie had a good season for a quarterback, but like in general, kind of an average. Like you've seen this season before, right? Like Justin Jefferson had a like fantastic year for any wide receiver, let alone a rookie, right?
Sure.
So I feel like you measure like you're measuring Herbert against lesser competition, in my opinion, than Justin Jefferson. Like we should be measuring Justin Jefferson's season against like all these insane seasons, because Justin Jefferson went the hell off this year.
Oh yeah,
and, it's sad that he's going to lose because everyone's like, well, this is the greatest rookie season a quarterback's ever had. So quarterback's the most important position ever. We got to give it to him.
I would argue James Robinson has been like the guy I've been touting, because another guy that, like, I understand the team won one game, but I still take that stuff out of it sometimes, because again, look at his season. Not only a rookie, undrafted, no expectation. That's the only reason I agree with you on Jefferson, like, outstanding season. But they call him, I always say his name wrong. It doesn't matter. The reason Herbert I give a little credit, not like others, is because it wasn't supposed to be this way. Like, he wasn't supposed to even be, potentially starting until maybe midway, or see how the Chargers kind of panned out. Got thrust into action against Kansas City and did play just extremely well. But I agree.
Oh, run it in, Mitch.
Was he trying to kill the clock? Was he doing, who was that this year? Nick Chubb going out of bounds at the 1. But no, I agree overall. I think, like, quarterbacks get way too much credit. That's why, like, the year Adrian Peterson won MVP over Peyton Manning, I was, like, so excited for. It's like, we got to give these guys the credit they deserve. And we're going to take knees. So you're not even going to get any garbage points or touchdowns, should I say. You got points, but. Wow. He's right. Scotty Tuati says Rikishi got the worm. Gonna probably watch an old Rumble tonight, actually. Well, maybe I'll watch Raw. We'll see. In between. So here will be our last knee here. Wrapping up the game, Kenny. Again, looking great in his salmon. Got the great light. Everything about him. Right now, we'll give our shout out to our guy, Andrew, crushing it. Our technical advisor, Michael, our producer, Joe, and Jim. J&J going to finalize those stats. See if they can somehow give me an extra 3 points. Would be nice. Would be nice. I'm going to finish in 7th at best, it looks like, unfortunately. But Kenny, in this one, it wasn't a star-studded event. You have David Montgomery doing what he does and scoring in the fourth quarter, screwing everybody. But, 24-10 is your final. Not super action-packed, but Mitch Trubisky did what we thought he would do.
Yeah, let's keep this one short and sweet here.
I'm ready.
I'm going to start off with the worst player here, the Not My Kid Award recipient, and I think I'm ready to give it out. Let me just make sure.
Who is your Jesse Caulfield, Not My Thor award?
Okay. Let me just okay.
I got you.
How about Justin Herbert? How about the guy was $10,000? He had fewer than 3 points.
Great call.
Wasn't super chalky in this, but 3 points, quarterback. I mean, this is proof right here that you don't have to roster quarterbacks in the Sims.
47% of the game, so it's not like he wasn't chalky.
Insane.
Yeah, so I think that's a great call. What about your Andrew technical advisor extraordinaire, Michael Double J, player of the game?
Yeah, it's hard not to go with Austin Eckler here. You know that I love going contrarian here, but 10.2K, the game that he had was just absolutely incredible. He ends up putting up 23 fantasy points, which was the best game of anybody. He had the rushing bonus early on, 124 rushing yards, 2 catches, rushing touchdown. You got to give it to Austin Eckler here.
All right.
The Eckman.
The Exter. Anonymously. All right, that's it. We're gonna heck the end out of here. Yeah, I am done. All right, listen, this has been a lot of fun, Kenny.
State Brown.
Yeah, that's basically catch that ball, dude. All right, you can find this guy right here, the salmon loving, brick background, non-bunk bed sleeping, loves to get it cold, has a green tea. Hope he's feeling better tomorrow. Kenny Ducey at Kenny Ducey. Please go give him a follow. While you may think some of the things he says is cuckoo crazy, but that's why we love him. Got you great advice for you. And again, check out the playbook. He's got awesome stuff on the NBA and things of that nature. So make sure you check him out. Go win some money. Give him all the credit. I'm Jason Rossi. I literally do nothing worth. Yeah, you're welcome. I do nothing worth your whiles, but you can follow me at Jason D. Rossi. I'm on here. I chat. I do things. But this is a lot of fun, Kenny. Always great teaming up with you, my man. I think we're back together either tomorrow or a couple more times this week, but we'll definitely talk more Rumble. We'll see how this week progresses. Again, each and every one of you, appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you being here. I'll give it up for Jesse Caulfield.
Scoop, there it is.
Jesse Caulfield, here I am. All right, we have more Madden coming your way at 8 p.m. with the New York Football Giants visiting the Miami Dolphins. Adam Kaufman, Brandon Krisztal will team up for that broadcast. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1.5K Flea Flicker, which has a 1.5K prize pool, $200 to first place, plus the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first place. So head on over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in now. All right, the countdown for a certain big game in Tampa has already started, and right now we're getting some early takes on the matchup between Tampa and Kansas City from our DK contributors who caught up earlier today with Adam Kaufman.
Boy, it's hard to believe there's one game left in the NFL season. So let's look ahead to the Super Bowl with Kenny Ducey, Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. Boys, the salaries are out. People are going to be spending the next couple weeks setting lineups. It is, of course, a showdown. We know how this works. So let's start, Jeff, right at the top. Who's your captain for this game?
Yeah, look, there's over 600,000 people in the big Millie Maker event here for DraftKings this week. Let's get a little creative. There's a ton of top players we could talk about. Let's go with Mecole Hardman in the captain spot. Look, realistically, Sammy Watkins is absolutely dust. Even if he does play in this game, I don't think he's going to get a ton of snaps. Mecole Hardman versus the Tampa Bay secondary is something you're going to want to take advantage of. We saw in that Packers game what Marquez Valdes-Scantling did. He just burned them with the deep ball. Easily could have probably had another long touchdown if he had just been on par with Rodgers on one more throw. This is a different scenario. Now you have Patrick Mahomes coming in, throwing Mecole Hardman the ball. We all know what Tyreek Hill did to this secondary in the first meeting between these two teams. Hardman is going to get the snaps. We saw him involved in the offense. Yeah, it makes a boneheaded play, a fumble every now and then, but realistically, I think Mecole Hardman is going to be a very pivotal figure in this game. And like I said, the Tampa Bay secondary is ripe for these big, long plays. Speedy receivers are going to be overcompensating on Tyreek Hill. Go with Mecole Hardman in your captain spot, and I'll give you another reason why when we get to the value plays.
Well, there are a ton of places you could pay up, obviously, for the flex. So I like the pay down approach in the captain spot. What about you, Reed?
Yeah, Demarcus Robinson also would, if you want to get a little crazy. You're right. He fits that profile a little bit more to MVS than Mecole Hardman does. Mecole Hardman, we know what his talent is, his upside. So I like that, Jeff. If you want to go even more of a savings, Demarcus Robinson, the captain spot is 2,100. But let's talk about some of the studs up there, just so we have some parity here. Of the top six, I really think you can go anywhere, right? The top six guys, you're not going to get any debate from me if you wanted to go with Mahomes, if you wanted to go to Kelsey Hill. Like Jeff mentioned, those guys are great. Mike Evans is very interesting to me. Number one target in the red zone for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Got 8 targets, I believe, last week, and he's just a mismatch. You talk about the secondaries, and I know Tampa Bay is going through some injuries on their side. You just look at Mike Evans and what he's been able to do this entire season. Brady is looking for him. It's his first option on almost every single play because he knows getting that height and that skill set that Mike Evans has, especially in the key areas inside the 20, is someone that I'm looking for. You're going to need the touchdowns. You're going to need that upside, but I do think that this is one that if you want to go a little bit contrarian, which it's not that much because he's one of the more expensive guys, Mike Evans at 12.6 would be someone that I'm looking at as well.
Kenny, you were all in on captaining Travis Kelce yesterday. You going back to the well?
Yeah, I love the Evans call. I mean, you talk about the red zone targets. Him and Gronk are right up there at the top, and the way Gronk's kind of tailed off, Evans certainly is the guy that you can basically bank on him catching a touchdown. But yeah, I said it yesterday, Koff, and I'm gonna say it again. He's very expensive and he's so chalky a captain, but you cannot fade Travis Kelce in this football game, and you certainly cannot fade him in the captain spot, because I think that the difference here in Travis Kelce versus everyone else in the field is going to be pretty significant. Now, I know Tyreek Hill is a guy that actually gets a ton of targets. He's a high volume receiver. He's not a deep threat, right? He's a guy that they, his 50 or 60 yard run yesterday is catch and run was off a screen pass, right? They like to get him the ball in these short yardage situations. So you're going to rack up the receptions with Tyreek Hill, but Travis Kelce is as sure a bet as anybody, really, to give you a good base of 20 points. I mean, that's basically his floor because, he only had fewer than 7 catches 5 times this season. He only was held out of the end zone 5 times this season. And now in his 8 postseason games, he has 6 touchdown games. He had one game where he went for 3 touchdowns. He had yesterday, he went for 2 touchdowns, or on Sunday. And on Sunday, he really could have had 3 touchdowns, right? This guy is almost a lock to find the end zone. So when you talk about a guy that has a base of 20 points, then you look at the other high-priced options, right? Hill is maybe a good option as well, but Tom Brady probably going to get around 20 to 25 points in this one. Patrick Mahomes has only had 2 300-yard games in his 7 postseason starts. Yesterday really was the more significant of the 2. The other one came when they were down 24-0 against the Texans, so he just had to throw. This is not going to be one of those games. It's going to be a more balanced attack for the Chiefs. So I don't think Patrick Mahomes really is going to get you 30, 40 points. this is the one guy on the slate I think you can lock in as the highest potential and the highest floor, and that is Travis Kelce. I don't think he's going to get fewer than 25 points, and he's the only guy I can really realistically project here for 40 to 50 points. Like, he's the only guy who has that upside. So that's the situation you're looking at.
What?
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill doesn't have 40-point upside. Tyreek Hill put up 60 points against the Tampa Bay.
But Travis Kelce's the bigger. First of all, he has more targets. He's also probably going to have more red zone targets and more red zone opportunities to score touchdowns. Look, I'm not saying he's the only guy, right? You could go for a huge game.
That's exactly what you said. Yeah.
To me, though, realistically, when I'm looking at this, to me, he is. I mean, not like in reality, but to my mind, like, he's the only guy I'm going to project here to have the highest upside because of the touchdowns, right? So again, Hill or Kelce, I don't fault you for either one, but I'm going with Kelce. I can't, like, there's a scenario here that plays out where he's the highest priced, he's the highest scorer, and he's impossible to fade in the captain spot. I think that's
every time I do a segment with Kenny, it's like I get dropped into the matrix. I love it.
Jeff, I think we can agree that living inside Kenny's brain must be a hell of a place to be. But tell me, if you're paying down at captain, as you outlined earlier, who's a must stack for you along with him?
All right, so here's the play. You play Mecole Hardman in the captain, and you play the Kansas City Chiefs defense in the flex. Nobody's rostering the defenses in this game. It's Tom Brady versus Patrick Mahomes. Again, you're in a 600,000-man contest. How do you differentiate? You get the lone wide receiver in the captain spot, and you get the defense in the flex. And the reason you play the defense with Mecole Hardman is because Mecole Hardman is one of the best returners in football. Now, that's the one thing. You can double dip with the special teams touchdown. But again, the one thing I got right about yesterday's game is that Tom Brady was going to turn the ball over, and he did. He turned it over 3 times. Now he's going up against an even tougher secondary here. And realistically, Tom Brady ran about as good as he could with Mike Evans on those deep balls last week. Some fantastic catches, a couple good throws by Brady. I'll give him that. But this Kansas City secondary is absolute lockdown. You saw them last week against the Bills. There was just no room. There's no separation for a very good Bills receiver corps. They held Steph Diggs to under 80 yards. I think they're going to hold Mike Evans to something similar. And I think they're going to get some of these deep balls that Brady is lobbing up there into turnovers. So I actually really like the spot for the Chiefs defense. I think there's going to be a couple Brady turnovers again. And again, you want to differentiate. You want to go for the home run ball, pair Mecole Hardman, the captain, with the KC defense in the flex.
What are you thinking here, Kenny? Who are you putting with Travis Kelce?
Well, I can't say Tyreek Hill because they're just too expensive, both of them. So I'm going to go down, and I'm also holding in like a ton of anger here, hearing all these Demarcus Robinson and Mecole Hardman takes. We'll get to that in a little bit because Jeff's totally wrong. Darrell Williams is the guy I'm pairing with Travis Kelce because, he has really assumed the role of lead back here for the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's the reason why, again, I'll get to later, I don't think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to factor into this game at all. Darrell Williams is the guy that they've given the ball in huge spots. He had a 4th-and-1 conversion on Sunday. The week prior, he was instrumental with Chad Henne under center to winning that football game. And really, the last few drives of that game got a lot of big carries. He's the goal line back for this team. They will give him the ball in short yardage situations when they need, obviously a big first down or a touchdown. He is the guy here. He had 13 carries each of the last 2 games. He had the touchdown on Sunday, and he also is semi-involved in the passing game. We saw him get those 4 targets 2 weeks ago. So to me, at $5,200, probably the best running back in this game aside from Leonard Fournette. You could probably get both running backs and a high-priced captain and find value elsewhere. I think that's a very good way to go here. And I think I love Darrell Williams here. Like, he's going to be super involved. We saw the role that Damian Williams had in last year's Super Bowl, winning, going out and nearly winning MVP. I think Darrell Williams could have a very similar role here out of the backfield, maybe catching a lot more passes than he did last week. And at $5,200, I want him.
Definitely hear people saving some cash around here, Reed.
Yeah, the one problem I have with Darrell Williams, and like I get the justification if you're just looking at his stat log, but Cleveland and Buffalo are nowhere near Tampa Bay. And this is a home game. Let's not forget, this is a home game for Tampa Bay. And at home, they are extremely efficient. Now, if you look at their defensive splits, Tampa Bay, they actually have more interceptions on the road, more sacks on the road, which just goes to show you how well they're coached. And Darrell Williams, Buffalo, one of the worst defenses against the run, and Cleveland, not anywhere near where Tampa Bay is. That's the only thing that scares me about trying to roster running back. I think it's a good play if you're looking at contrarian captain plays, right? No one is going to do that. No one is going to be looking at the Kansas City Chiefs running backs at all. So that's more of a swerve play. And that's really, I think, the overall theme of all of our sort of takes here and correlations is you have to be different in this game because of not getting typical lineups or not doing any of that nature, right? If you want to win $1 million. And that's why pairing for me, a guy like Chris Godwin with Mike Evans is something that you don't normally see, right? You don't try and get two wide receivers of the same team for the most part, right? With the Chiefs, you can do that with like Kelsey and Hill in certain situations. But I like going with Chris Godwin with Mike Evans. The correlated stats, if you look over the season, they're in the positive. So when Mike Evans does well, so does Chris Godwin. And I know Chris Godwin has been hurt, for a few games in the regular season. But this is a team that needs to pass as much if Kansas City is going to keep up with them, right? Again, Kansas City on the road in the Super Bowl, we know how high-powered their offense is, how fast they can score. I like pairing up Chris Godwin with Mike Evans and completely stacking this Tampa Bay side because I really don't think there's going to be a ton of running in this game.
All eyes will be on Tampa for the next 2 weeks, waiting for the NFL's champ to be crowned. So that's where we're going to look for our play of the day. I already mentioned it once, but how can you not be excited for the NFL 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire? I mean, for just a $10 entry fee, you get a shot at $1 million grand prize. That's just one of 3 contests with a prize pool of at least $1 million for the big game in Tampa. So head to the DraftKings lobby now, check them all out, get those lineups in. I mean, come on, you got to do it. All right, but the big game isn't the only big event happening on February 7th, though. You can also check out the big game Snack Down presented by DraftKings and Major League Eating. So some of the biggest names in the MLE, including the GOAT himself, Joey Chestnut, will take part in an eating contest featuring some of the best football snacks out there, like 7-layer dip and jalapeno poppers. That's going to be a tough one. And you can get into the action with the free 100K Major League Eating Big Game Snack Down pool on the DK Sportsbook. Just answer 10 questions about the event for a shot at a share of 100K in prizes. One man who will be featured at the Snack Down took some time to preview the event with our own Emerson Latzia.
What is up, everybody? Gideon Oji, the number 7 ranked competitive eater in Major League Eating, joining me now. It's an absolute pleasure. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very, very fine. Good to be on here with you, sir.
Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out with us here at DraftKings. So I know you've earned some notoriety here, like in the world of competitive eating, because of your size. I went back and looked at a bunch of videos on YouTube. You're like 10 feet taller than everybody else. You're listed as 6'9". What kind of advantage does that give you, if any advantage at all?
Because a lot of the time the table is set up to match my other team, my fellow competitors. But I say mostly a disadvantage, but I'm not making excuses. Whenever they see me out there, they know I'm out there to compete. So that's what really matters. Yeah.
Wait, you're saying there's a disadvantage to being that tall? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, to an extent I feel, yeah, because I have to stoop down to an extent to the tables. I feel,
man.
But not really. Well, I'm not making excuses for it, but I guess but capacity-wise, I think it's going to be an advantage long term as I keep getting better at this sport. Because I have a taller frame to fill up with a lot of food, I guess.
Yeah, it takes like a while to get down there, man.
Oh yeah. So.
Well, you can make all the excuses here you want. This is a very safe space.
No, I'm not making excuses. I'm about that life. There's nobody that's gonna be on that stage I've not been before, so I ain't scared of the light. I love it. So, you guys missed the last party because I wasn't there. You would have had a real party with the OG being there. So, yeah.
I love it.
All of them, and I've always put up my best. I always do bad. Beat all of them, but my Stoney, right? Because my Stoney has not been on the road very often. But even Joey, depending on what contest, I've done very good. I've done good for myself in the competitive eating scene.
Yeah, you have. I mean, that's why I mentioned you're the number 7 ranked competitive eater in the world here. How did you get into this? How do you get into the world of competitive eating? I need to know.
I've always been a big eater. I came to America in 2008, and that's about the time Joey ate the 70 hot dogs. I didn't really know anything about competitive eating, but it was just I actually got a scholarship to come here and play basketball, but I was fasting that came to my house like, whoa, I could do that because I know I could throw down food. So I've always been looking forward to the day I throw out my boots and I'm no more basketball. And boom, that's exactly what happened. They had an event right there down the road from me in Atlanta, went to it, did very good, and I've been here since. Yeah.
So you're playing college basketball at Clayton State. You see Joey Chestnut wolfing down all of these hot dogs. Did you ever do anything like in college, like with some of your buddies or teammates? You're like, yo, time me. Let's see how much I can eat in like a certain amount of time.
Oh, yeah. Well, it happens that I told them it was my senior year, played my final game. Well, getting ready to play my final game. And I told my coaches and all of them, that, okay, what are you going to do afterwards? I told them I'm going to go, not knowing how to even get in the competitive eating scene. I didn't know a lot about it, but I know I could eat a lot. I told them, and I went to do my research right after playing college basketball. I was looking for the next competitive thing. And I saw that they had an event here in Atlanta. I was like, you know what? Let me see if I can email somebody, call someone to see if I could get into it, because I thought it was a lot more complicated than what it is. I went on the website and I thought I could just sign up being a regular person. And I did. And I went there and I did actually would have won the event automatically. It wouldn't have even been close. But I met a veteran over there that said, oh, do that. He gave me an advice on how to pace myself, which I now later found out he beat me by like half a hot dog, and that pissed me off. And that really pissed me off because I didn't know I was going to be that close to him. I thought he was going to do a whole lot more like than I was going to do. So that pissed me off. And I found out he was going to be at another event in Tampa about a week later. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to, sorry, not in Tampa, West Palm Beach, Florida. I said, I'm going to go there and I'm going to kick his butt. Because it was personal to me. Because his name was Crazy Legs. So that was the chase I was following in the very beginning of it. Because I came in to compete. And so I've been here since, and I've sensed that, I've beat him a bunch of times since then. So he's not my competition to an extent. Now I'm looking at the big dogs now, the Joey Chestnut, Darian Eats, the Matt Stoney, the Mickey Sudo. So, yeah.
Where does your nickname come from, The Truth? Because I can't help but think about Paul Pierce and, with your background in basketball as well.
I am the truth, man. The truth never lies. I think I'm the real deal. You know what I'm saying? I own that name on the road. But I think I've been true to this. It just speaks very much about my personality. I go in there I go out there to compete, and I came in my very first year smacking very, very good guys. So, you know what I'm saying? I am the truth that is yet to be realized, because I need to win Nathan's. I need to win the DraftKings contest coming up, to really confirm my truthness, but I am the truth. I've proven it so far.
With so much hype around the big game in Tampa, it's easy to forget that other sports are actually still happening. But the PGA Tour continues to roll on with their latest event, the Farmers Insurance Open. That tournament tees off Thursday at Torrey Pines in San Diego. And we got Pat Mayo joining us now with a course preview.
Torrey Pines, the site of the 2021 U.S. Open, but that's not really what we're here to talk about today, because the difference between this, I mean, obviously the rough length and the USGA setup is going to be way different, almost like we saw the year that Woodland ended up winning at Pebble Beach, where they had played, the 3-course event in the Pro-Am for Pebble Beach earlier that year. And the course looked really nothing like it did when it came around to the U.S. Open. Really trim fairways. And I would expect this to look more like when Tiger won here in 2008 against Rocco in the playoff. So there's also a split between courses this week. You have the North Course, you have the South Course. The South Course is where the U.S. Open will be held, and that's where 3 of the rounds are going to come this week for the Farmers Insurance Open. And the North Course tends to play a little bit easier. This tends to be an advantage in showdown contests. This happened at the American Express this week as well. And again, it's not to say that guys can't go low at the South Course. It's just that more guys are going to go lower at the North Course. So you might as well just stack those up and be on your way. If we just look at the overall courses, courses, par 72 for both. The South course is almost 7,700 yards. Again, that's where 3 of the rounds will be played, and it has shot tracker on POA greens. So at least for 3 of the rounds, you'll be able to track your guys. The North course, no such luxury on that front. There is no shot tracker, but it's only 7,250 yards, so significantly shorter. Still a par 72. They generate about the same. I mean, there's more eagles on the North, but there's just not a ton of eagles at this course anyway. Realistically, the one where you see the most eagles on the South course is on number 18. At least you have a few more opportunities on the North course. It plays as bent grass. That's just a change that's been made. I should probably go look into to see if they've actually changed the greens for the South course for the U.S. Open, but I'm pretty sure they're sticking with POA this time around. So for showdown contest, just target the North and you'll be good to go.
The 8 p.m. sim is coming up in just a minute here, but first, here's some other cool stuff on DraftKings right now. We still got NBA and NHL contests available tonight, including a 9 p.m. two-game turbo slate that's featured in the NBA 20K pull-up jumper contest. It's $10 to enter for a shot at a $5K first prize. And on the ice, we have a 10 p.m. showdown between Ottawa and Vancouver. One of our biggest contests for that game is the NHL 40K Great White North Showdown. $10 entry fee, $10K going to first place. And our Madden Monday Night now going to continue with the Giants and Dolphins from virtual South Beach. Wish we were in real South Beach. With the call, here's Adam Kaufman and Brandon Cristal.
As Jesse and I can speak to, being in South Beach this time of year is generally much nicer than being here in the Northeast. But nevertheless, here we are with BK. AK, thanks for being with us. And I think this sim, Brandon, is going to be a lot like the sim that I did back at noon, in the sense of we're talking about a couple of teams in sim land that really aren't all that real life relevant right now, which means we're probably just going to spend the bulk of this talking about what we just saw this weekend in the conference championship games and look ahead, of course, to the Super Bowl. But nevertheless, lineups locking in a matter of moments here, so we can spend just a little bit of time here on this free roll and paid contest for those participating, the Giants and the Dolphins. Who'd you go with for the captain slot?
I captained Evan Ingram. I looked, and he's on a little bit of a run where he's getting in the end zone kind of every other game. So, and I don't know if he scored last game. I think that was my logic there. But let's see. So I captained Ingram. It's loading. I'm in first place right now, FYI. And then I went with Barkley, Daniel Jones, Gesicki, and then I pulled the Rossi and rostered two kickers because I didn't love either defense. Both have had some big performances, but not lately. And so they're each averages around 3 points. I figured kickers will get me a little bit steadier scoring potentially.
Sure.
And this could be a big field goal game. It's funny, though, you say these teams aren't relevant. The Dolphins are certainly relevant in the Deshaun Watson conversation.
Absolutely,
until they aren't.
for
So
sure.
There's that. But the Giants, it seems like they're in the Daniel Jones business until we find out otherwise.
So for me, a very similar build to you, actually. I've got Golden Tate in the captain spot, which honestly I'm not sure I've ever done in Madden 21. So we'll see how that goes. Saquon and Daniel Jones as well. Also paid up for Matt Breida, and then I did give heavy consideration to pulling a Rossi and stacking them kickers. In fact, I decided to go with neither kicker when all was said and done, and I went with a couple of value wideouts that are probably going to give me not a whole lot. We'll see. Jakeem Grant and Albert Wilson were the guys that I rolled with. So, apparently kind of a split allegiance, which doesn't surprise me, I guess, in retrospect of making this lineup, because this is one of those sims where I really don't have a clear feeling on who's going to win. So why not have a decent exposure to both teams?
Yeah, and that's why I was a little worried. I went two Giants heavy, but with Gesicki and or whoever, whichever one of the Sanders, whichever kicker's the Miami kicker, Sanders. I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
I did just notice in the chat though, and you can speak to this because we did not get our NBA contest in. Rather, I didn't.
Yeah, I did. I'm in.
Dylan Stubbs said, Brandon followed your lead, put in 4 lineups into the NFL Millie Maker, cashed in all 4. Nice. Profitable day. Thanks for your input last week on the DK Millie Maker. I unfortunately did not follow my own advice. I had one lineup built and I never finished it off that had Mahomes and maybe Tyreek Hill, and would have felt good about that one. And I think I even had Fournette in that one. My lineup with Rodgers and a bunch of the Packers, I think I had Rodgers, I had Adams, I had Tanyan. I didn't end up making any money, but all 4 quarterbacks played well enough that my theory worked, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I checked to see, well, the $1 million lineup, the difference between first place and second place, $1 million and $150,000, they had the exact same lineup, except
it was just the quarterback.
Yeah, the winner had Rodgers, and the guy who was less than 2 points behind him had Josh Allen. So I'll let you know that
never mind less than 2 points, less than 1 point.
So was it less than 1 point? Oh, it was like 199.76 to 199.14 or something.
Yeah, it was insane. It was absolutely, because I was doing leaderboard live with Ducey, monitoring that game, that second game, and obviously the millionaire chase, and it was crazy, especially, and I'm sure a lot of people had lineups, whether you were playing smaller cash games head-to-heads or you were in larger GPPs, obviously the millionaire tournament, whatever you were playing, you were probably keeping a close eye on what those QBs in particular were doing. And that had to be, and I don't remember usernames or anything like that, but as we are underway here, virtual South Beach with Miami with the ball to start things off, about 30 seconds in, the lefty, the southpaw, Tua, and a flag drawn here. We'll see, likely going against the Giants. Pass interference, perhaps. We will see what we get here. 2nd and 7, and
Jabril.
DPI, yeah, too bad on Peppers. So late in that Bills-Chiefs game, I mean, the opportunities that were there for Josh Allen to, have one completion on those final 4 tries or so. Nice run right side and in. Touchdown, Miami. Okay. All right. 50-yard score, Albert Wilson. Feeling a little good about that one now.
I was eyeballing Albert Wilson, and I just thought, he's barely showing up. And when he does, I think he only had 3 touchdowns coming in. Now he's got 4.
Not bad. But yeah, just to finish that point, if if Josh Allen had even run for 6 more yards on that last drive, we have a different millionaire, which is just, it's wild to think that, like you said, those 2 lineups exactly the same except for the quarterback slot. Less than a point difference because both Rodgers and Allen had great games, obviously, from a fantasy perspective. And first place and second place, it's $1 million versus $150K, which, don't get me wrong, you finish $150,000 richer than you started the day, nobody's going to complain about that. But compared to $1 million, when all he had to do was rush for a few yards, that tough to sleep at night.
So I finished in 163,742.
Okay.
Not great, but Aaron Jones getting hurt, and then Devin Singletary never touching the ball, and TJ Yeldon getting all his run. Then I had Adams, Godwin, John Brown, not much, Tanyan. Kelsey was my flex, went nuts. And the Bills D had obviously played well coming in. We know that wasn't the case. Either the Bucs or the Packers D would have been the play, just because they both kept getting their hands on the football. But what was cool about yesterday's four teams is that the DraftKings folks that set the dollar amounts kind of made
pricing.
it where you could, the pricing, you could set up a bunch of different versions about a lineup you felt good about. I'll look at this lineup now and not feel bad about it at all. Aaron Jones had been phenomenal. You can't predict him getting hurt and not being a factor. Singletary, I thought, based on the Chiefs' run defense, might have had a chance and ability to catch the ball. Adams and Godwin, can't feel bad there. And John Brown's kind of a flyer, right? You got to fill out the lineup. And then Tanyan found the end zone, and Kelsey was amazing. So, and that was good enough for 163,000. But that's what made building lineups, and I'm happy for Dylan that he won in all 4 of his lineups, is that you could do it a bunch of different ways and find a way to make money.
Yeah, Dylan said top lineup for him was somewhere in the top 2,000.
Okay. Good job.
2nd and 2. Nice run by Saquon. Up to the 49. First attempt for 15 yards. So 7-0 Miami. Giants with the ball. Minute to change in here. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike. We've got Drew, our technical director. Also our great game ops crew. As always, Joe, Jim, thank you for being with us. Thanks all of you for hanging out here with us as well. And we will keep a close eye on our primetime Giants Dolphins who cares it's Super Bowl time free roll that we have here. I'm sitting early in 30th. I'd be doing that much better if I decided to play Tua as well. I was between Tua and Breida and ultimately went with Breida. So we'll see how we feel about that as the time goes on. But Wilson, good play early. We have Pittsburgh Pittner in front by about 5.5 points with Wilson in the captain spot where he is only 2.9% owned. Barkley, Tua, Breida, Ingram, and the Dolphins DST, all part of that lineup as well.
Well, so let me ask you this, because I just opened up my DraftKings app.
Yeah.
There's Showdown Captain mode for the Super Bowl.
Uh-huh.
$10. First place gets $1 million. And everybody that's on this stream...
Well, and there are going to be something like 600,000 entries for the Super Bowl. It's going to be wild.
It feels like it may get split, right? It's going to be tough unless you're lucky enough to be the one person that rostered, what's that backup tight end, 48 for the Chiefs, and he actually scores as part of your winning lineup. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
But Sherman?
No, Sherman's a fullback, 42.
Right.
A lot of people will have Sherman. No, 48. Yeah. I can't remember his name. But it feels like it'll be set up for a split. Nonetheless, $10 for a shot at $1 million. I will not make the same mistake that I just made, and I will have multiple lineups, including ones where both Brady and Mahomes are my captains.
Yeah.
But everybody on the stream, compared to the hundreds of thousands of people that might participate that don't hang out with the Madden Sim fam as much, might be at a bit of a disadvantage because you guys are used to building showdown lineups. So something to think about. I don't want you to take my $1 million, but
Oh, Ricky Seals Jones. Yeah. Thank
Oh,
you,
yeah.
El Paso number
yeah,
one.
right. Ricky Seals Jones, Eric Dickerson's cousin. He's been on 5 teams in 2 years. But
Yeah, Akeem here says I have 4 entries already.
yeah, see, and I know you're not a big fan of the big one, the big contest usually, Koff, but I imagine you'll at least throw down a couple of bucks for a shot at $1 million.
Well, remember,
Or your own verse.
as an employee, I can only play the internal contest, so I
Oh, you
can't
can't?
jump into the big public contests like that.
Then I
I mean,
guess that's a good
obviously,
thing I'm a contractor.
internally, you can win playing shadow contests and that sort of thing too. It's not $1 million, but you can do all right. But
I mean, it's fun
can
going back
only
and
play
forth.
against fellow employees.
$1,000
But, yeah,
you and I all the
obviously you'd
time,
be
but-
tempted for sure. Well, yeah, and we're doing our $1,000 head-to-heads every single night because we're loaded. Burrito 2 for 6.
As long as long as no one's running away with it, we can just kind of keep going back and forth. So, Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson, I know they're not the first people to ever do this, but I just watched them do it. They would shoot threes at the end of practice all the time for basically a grand difference, right? They'd shoot however many, and whoever was up, +4, +5. Then they would settle up it, because I asked, do they just keep a running tab? They said, no, those dudes pull out cash and are literally exchanging cash all the time in the locker room because they both have plenty of cash with them or at their locker or whatever. And, it'll be a $4,000 day for Melo one day, and it'll be a $4,000 day for AI the next. I don't think anybody ever won like 12 grand or anything. Maybe, who knows? But they said that it all kind of evens out in the wash.
As far as this Super Bowl, and obviously we have a good solid 2 weeks basically to really get into it and help people, provide whatever advice we can. Although ultimately, what I will tell all of you is go with your gut. I mean, if there are certain analysts, writers, whomever it is that you trust, that you value more than others, obviously listen to them. That's and that's for you to choose whom it is. I can tell you that something that I filmed earlier today that I'm sure you're already seeing some of or will see a lot of on the Dream Stream over the course of the coming days is a conversation that I had with everyone's favorite Kenny, as well as Reed and Jeff. And we were just talking about DK pricing and top studs, top value plays, bold predictions, whatever. But we spent time on the captain slot. I'll tell you the guys that those 3 liked anyway. Kenny, who was dead on yesterday. I know, crazy. Usually it's #FadeKenny. Kenny was dead on yesterday saying Travis Kelce in the captain spot for the AFC Championship game, and he went for like 60 points. He is going right back to the well with Kelce in the captain slot for the Super Bowl. That's how he feels about it today. Again, a couple weeks out. Reed, real big on Mike Evans. And Jeff was actually of the mind a Mecole Hardman or a Demarcus Robinson. Hardman was the guy he really isolated, but a value play in the captain slot so that you can pay up in your flex for a whole bunch of those studs. But, it just goes to show everyone's got kind of a different logic.
Well, Kelce has obviously been a good play, really, in any way you were going to use him in any kind of contest the entire year. Winfield's status and now Whitehead's status will certainly, I think, affect Kelce's ability to be effective, and that's a lot of saying the word effect. What I'm most interested in, and I don't know if I'm going to pick the Bucks. In fact, at this point, I'm not. But you take Eric Fisher out of the game and no Mitchell Schwartz, Shaq Barrett and JPP are not the bums that rush for the Bills. I mean, Jerry Hughes is an okay player. Ed Oliver rushes from the inside. They never got anywhere near Mahomes yesterday, it didn't seem like. And Shaq Barrett and both he and JPP with Vita Vea taking up space in the middle. That was, I think, really the biggest difference. Was Vea being back and playing more than probably even he anticipated. It put pressure on the pocket that allowed for those guys off the edge to come make plays. And with David Bakhtiari out and Billy Turner in at left tackle, Aaron Rodgers felt the pressure plenty. So I'm not saying that'll be the key necessarily or the difference in the game. But if the Bucks do find a way to win, a large part will be because Shaq Barrett and JPP are wreaking havoc off the edge.
What kind of game do you think we're going to get ultimately? What is your prediction for this game as you look at it right now? And obviously, I'm not locking you into anything. You reserve the right to, change your mind in the days and weeks ahead. But just gut feeling, how you feeling about it today, a couple weeks out?
I think we'll see something similar to probably what we saw when they met in, early November?
Right.
27-24. I don't know if we'll see a 200-yard quarter for Tyreek Hill in the first, but I think that it'll be somewhere in that range. Both teams have too many weapons on offense to not score, playmakers on defense, but holes on defense. And really the Bucs' holes come from their aggressiveness with that secondary. Those kids are young, and they'll fly around, but they're prone to mistakes, right? You got rookie and first and second year corners and rookie and second, third year safeties. And so they're vulnerable. Those linebackers are as good a duo as there is with David and Devin White in the middle. And, we just talked about the front. But I think that the secondary is certainly vulnerable. That's probably why they gave up 200 yards to Tyreek Hill in the first game. Carlton Davis takes chances and gets beat. But I think that we'll see a game similar to that. I mean, I'm not ready to say 27-24. I see 50715 predicting 38-35. I love games in the 30s.
Yeah, that'd be great. For Super Bowl especially.
When we talked on Saturday, I said this is what we're hoping to see on Sunday is a game where all four teams are at least in the 20s. And that's what we got. Right? Championship Sunday didn't disappoint really in any respect.
Well, I think it disappointed in the respect that
Matt LaFleur's an idiot.
Well, so we got a touchdown, Saquon Barkley receiving. Well, I wasn't even going to target that game. I have all sorts of thoughts on that game that I went over in the sim earlier today that I'm happy to do again, obviously. I realize we probably have some different people, including you here along with us. But no, I was going to start with the other game, the AFC game, because that one just never felt particularly competitive. And I know Buffalo jumped ahead by 9 early through one quarter. But then after that, it was all Chiefs to such an overpowering regard that it felt like Buffalo not only never led, but was never even in the game. It was just such a throttling on the part of the Chiefs.
Right. And when the Chiefs or rather the Bills are settling for field goals, because I've seen the Broncos do some silly things, go for it on fourth down, go for 2 on the first touchdown of the game here against the Chiefs. And Vic Fangio will always come back to, you can't trade field goals for touchdowns, or you need to find ways to keep scoring points against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense. And so when the Bills were doing that, it felt like they were sunk. It got interesting when they recovered the onside kick, but it didn't stay interesting. So I get your point. It never felt really close. The Chiefs just reminded you the gap that they really have between them and the rest of the AFC at this point.
Jordan says Packers-Bucks game was great. Second game was just okay. Meh. KC just kind of dominated, which is how I feel about it. I mean, that KC, like you said, I mean, the Chiefs are who we thought they were, right? I mean, it really just, it became apparent in a game like that where, this was supposed to be like the showdown. This was supposed to be the Bills coming out party. We belong. And not to say they don't, looking ahead to next year and where they slot in the conference, but it really did show the gap, the talent gap, the experience gap, the gap in about every way imaginable, to where, the Bills never looked like a team that was just coasting through the regular season to get to this point, obviously. The Chiefs, you see a game like that, and it makes you think, boy, I guess they were just kind of relaxing and not really putting their foot on the gas until they absolutely had to, and, clearly go out and did what they did yesterday. As far as, that other game, I mean, it shouldn't have been as great a game as it was. Brady and the Bucs, did all they could to try and give that thing away in the second half. Like, Brady was incredible in the first half. Second half, he had the 3 straight drives, with the interceptions, obviously, to keep the Pack in the game. What irritated me
was Kevin King's terrible coverage on Scotty Miller.
Well, for sure, with regard to our showdown, no question about that. Then, pseudo meaningless touchdown. I mean, I know it wasn't meaningless, obviously, in the scope of the game, but at the time, it was like, you got to be kidding me.
I just didn't understand what King was doing, and it was a long, long time ago, and I played cornerback. But you don't have to have played cornerback to know. Okay, you take away the outside, and you don't get beat deep. He did the opposite. I guess he wasn't going to get beat on a post route, but he played everything inside out and deep to the post, where any kind of out route would have allowed a field goal setup by Scotty Miller or any other receiver. And then he also allowed Miller to get behind him because he was peeking inside when, say, they hit Gronk or somebody or Braid or anybody in the middle of the field. There's no way they're getting to the line of scrimmage in time to kick a field goal. So I just don't it was terrible technique all the way around. A back shoulder fade, a quick out, any of that would have beaten him and set up the easy field goal. Instead, he gets beat deep by a guy that's really fast.
Yeah, what got me though was, obviously you referenced Matt LaFleur and that field goal decision at the end of the game. More irritating to me than even that decision, which I know Rodgers was all miffed about post game, even though he for the most part said the right things. He was sitting there sulking post game, but that decision, obviously, when you have the league's number one offense on the field and you have Aaron Rodgers on the field, you feel like you want them to go for it. Well,
if you don't get it, they take over on the 6 or the 8 or the 4 or whatever, and your defense maybe makes a play.
Yeah, but I mean, what really irritated me about that possession though was you could have pushed the envelope. You could have had a more attainable fourth down, or maybe even avoided the fourth down altogether if Rodgers had just been more aggressive. The obviously the first ball Devontae Adams drops, fine. That's not on Rodgers, and Adams probably still kicking himself about that. But the next 2 throws, he's throwing on the run, should have just committed to the run, and at that point in time, might have even skirted into the end zone by himself. I mean, he had a big opening there both times, but he just overly committed to the pass and was trying to, he had an open Lazard, didn't throw it at him. He was trying to shoehorn throws, force feed to Adams. And there were so many opportunities on that second and third down of that, specific, whatever end goal that they blew it. And I don't know. I think LaFleur saw that and was just like, we're just going to take the guaranteed 3 here.
Yeah, it really, I guess, I don't say blew my mind, but surprised me that Rodgers, who has as much awareness as anyone that's ever played the position, didn't know that he had a real shot to get to the end zone as he's kind of pushing himself, rolling right, or, stepping back up into the pocket to the right side. Yes, there was a DB that would have had to peel off that might have had an angle. There was a linebacker trailing, but that was it. And if the DB peels off, maybe he pulls the old fake where, the guy doesn't realize the line of scrimmage. He jumps and Rodgers walks in anyway. But when you've got that guy and you've got a defense that can make plays, why you would take the field goal when you could go for it on fourth down, you turn it over, they get the ball there with their backs against the goal, and then if you can make a play, great, and if not, you're going to get the ball back with another shot and another shot at 2. So I just didn't get it.
The one thing that I've heard, well, I don't know how much I've seen on social media, but I've certainly seen it here in the chat doing the sim earlier today, and maybe even a little bit during this one. I'm trying to keep a close eye on it all as we get a 7-7 game early second quarter here. Some people were beating up the Packers for going for 2 when they did, and that didn't bother me at all, even in the moment. And I know they didn't get it, obviously, but that was a very, even I'm watching the game, even my 6-year-old turns to me and goes, they go for 2 here, right? Like that, that just, it made sense to me to try for 2 and make it a field goal game. And if you don't get it, you don't get it. You're down by 5. But being down by 4 wasn't really going to do anything for you.
No, and I never have a problem with it. But let's say they score that touchdown, right? And then they're down and they go for 2. So they're down, 6? Or they're down 2 at that point because they don't get it? It's 31. What would the score have been? 31-29?
Like that.
Yeah, and so then they kick off. They've still got 2+ minutes, timeouts, and a 2-minute warning. And then all you need is the field goal. But you've done the harder thing, which was score the touchdown. Because they were so close, and I understand they hadn't been great in the red zone, but you've got Aaron Rodgers on the 8 or the 6 or whatever. Give him as many chances as you need. If he doesn't get it there, then you're kind of in the same spot you were. Yes, you're minus that 3 points, but worry about that later. I don't know. LaFleur, I'm sure, is understandably beating himself up because he earned it.
Devontae Parker almost got in. First catch up to 8 yards, 2nd and goal. He's down at the 1. 5 minutes to go here in the opening half. See if we get a Mac Breida run here. Rob Rand says, 3rd time today. If Rodgers tucks and runs on 3rd down, that field goal call would have been perhaps not have been in question. Packers still had chances. That's not even a lone factor. So we have a touchdown here by none other then Breida, as expected. The Dolphins go ahead in this one. Also, here in the chat, Congo Cab, people keep saying that, Adam, that lane opened as he was throwing the ball. He was looking to throw, not run. I know he was looking to throw. Doesn't mean he's not, doesn't have the
Capable.
awareness and the, aptitude. Aaron Rodgers is capable of just saying, you know what? Yeah, I'm looking to throw, but I don't have anything here, and I got a wide open lane. I'm going to keep the ball, and I'm going to run and pick up a handful of yards.
And even at 36, 37 years old, he still has enough athleticism to be able to have a shot at getting in the end zone there, or setting up a 4th and goal on the 1 or the 2.
Christina says, Kaufman, if Rodgers takes 2 or 3 steps up, pump fakes, all the defensive players come to him, and now the receivers are open and can run.
Sure.
Aaron Rodgers is not a winner. I don't believe Aaron Rodgers is not a winner. And now I do think, obviously, this stat or whatever you want to call it has been making its way around on social media, and I think it's pretty funny that 13 years or whatever it is as a starter for the Packers, and obviously in the NFC, and he has won NFC championship, and Tom Brady in year 1 at 43 years old in the NFC has won NFC championship, much like Drew Brees. Much of his career in the NFC has won NFC championships. It's not about comparing Rodgers to Brady. It's the Rodgers. I don't feel like you can say Aaron Rodgers is not a winner. You want to look at him and all the talent he has and say maybe he's underachieved a little bit for his abilities in his career. I'm fine with that. But I don't think like Aaron Rodgers all of a sudden sucks. Like, we're talking about the guy who's about to be NFL MVP, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he's going to be the MVP for sure.
I just think he blew it. I mean, plain and simple. And I think he knows it. I think that's why he was so salty post-game. Salty's maybe not the right word for it. He wasn't, a jerk. He was just moping. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens for him next year. I was on with Christian earlier, and we were breaking it down. We literally went team by team because I was kind of tired of having, and I've had it with you and others, tired of having the roundabout conversation of, look at all this, we could have a ton of QB movement this offseason, but how many do you think could really move? We just decided, you know what? Let's just go team by team. How many of these teams have a no doubt about it, this is their QB next year? Like, not 90%, not 85%, not 95%, 100%, you know who their quarterback is next year.
I think
And
there's about
we
8,
looked at-
10, maybe? What'd you get to?
We got to 14.
14.
There
Okay.
are 14 teams, as far as we were concerned, that no doubt about it, this is their QB next year.
All right, I could do this off the top of my head, but I might as well look at the standings because Adam Schefter today surmised it could be as many as 18. I'm going to take the under, and I'll tell you why. I think at the end of the day,
As many as 18 teams looking.
yeah,
All right,
changing. That'll make changes.
So isn't that the exact same math? How many teams in the NFL?
Yeah, I guess 32. So there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So you guys came up with the same thing that Adam did. But that's easy to do now. When everyone calms down and Deshaun Watson doesn't get traded and Aaron Rodgers doesn't get traded, yes, Matt Stafford's going to get traded because both sides want it. When Dak Prescott re-signs with the Cowboys, these moves aren't going to just happen because we all want them to because they make for good talk radio.
No, of
or
course.
in this case, conversations on Sims. So you guys came up with 14. So I'm going to assume you think Josh Allen is staying, right? That's probably a good guess. So that's 1. Lamar, 2. Baker and Burrow, right?
Yep.
Can't move on from Baker when you go to the playoffs and win a playoff game. So that's 4. Tannehill's under contract even without Arthur Smith. That's 5. Did you count Trevor Lawrence to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 6. All right, now we get to the AFC West. Do we think Mahomes is staying in KC, or if they lose,
I got a pretty good feeling.
if they
about
lose
it.
the Super Bowl, they're like, you know what, this guy's a loser now. We're
Yeah, I
gonna...
mean, he's got that 10-year extension.
Okay, all right, so maybe. All right, so what's that get us?
So, I
at?
mean,
6
don't
or
get me
7?
wrong. I think teams would be lining up if they wanted to move it, but I don't think
Yeah.
they will.
They're like, oh, $500 million? Sure, we're in. We're in. Okay, so is that 6 or 7 that we're at now with Mahomes?
I can only handle so much math.
All right. Raiders, no, if something makes sense, they'll easily move on. Herbert, they're not going anywhere. Broncos certainly are in the conversation, and actually, Dylan Stubbs wanted my opinion on what the Broncos are going to do. We can get to that. Washington, certainly. Giants, I think, would upgrade. Did y'all count Dak to the Cowboys as a done deal?
Nope.
Okay, well, I would, but if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Here, let me see.
Eagles aren't going to do anything that doesn't have Hurts or Wentz.
Correct, but you don't know who their QB is next year.
Yeah. Okay. Packers, I get that it's conversation. Bears conversation. Cousins is under contract for 2 or 3 more years. He's not going anywhere. And let's see. Bucks with Brady are set for 1 more year. Bridgewater, they could move on. Falcons, it's going to cost them a lot of money, but I guess they could make a move. They can't cut Ryan. They could trade him. Russell. Gosh, the Rams and that Jared Goff contract. And then Kyler. All right. Yeah. A lot of these teams that have guys that you would think, like a Teddy Bridgewater, they could draft somebody at 8. If Jeff Wilson falls to 8, and that doesn't mean Bridgewater won't start, but it'll mean it'll be his last year in Carolina.
So here's where we landed, okay? We landed on, because Bry Guy and Drew earlier were kind enough to send the notes along. Here's where we landed. These teams definitely know who their quarterback is. 100% know who their quarterback is next year, as we're in safety territory here. 14-7 Miami, and Giants get the ball out of danger range. Bills, Ravens, Browns, Bengals, Titans, Jags, Chargers, Giants, Vikings, Bucks, Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals, Chiefs. That is 14 that definitely know who their quarterback is.
Wait, so you're saying Daniel Jones? 100% Daniel Jones will be the starter. There's no world
And then,
where...
listen. And then we added, we said throw in the Dolphins, Cowboys, and Packers, as more than likely you know what they're doing. You still have 15 teams that are possibly looking. You want to include Daniel Jones in there? Fine. 14 teams that are
I
possibly
don't know if they're looking as much as they're listening, probably.
Fine. But that leaves Patriots, no idea. Jets, don't feel like we know. Steelers, probably Roethlisberger, but he's kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out every offseason, so you got to leave open the possibility of retirement there. The Colts, don't know. Texans, Watson wants out, so we don't know. Washington, don't know. Raiders, they'd be listening. Broncos, you're more the expert, but I would think they'd be listening. Cowboys, we feel like we know, but still we don't know. Eagles, like you said, it's down to 1 of 2 guys in all likelihood. Bears, no clue. Lions, no clue. Panthers, probably listening. Falcons, certainly listening. Niners, definitely listening. As we have a fumble and Giants get it back. So, and look, I'm not sitting here saying we're going to have 14 teams with new quarterbacks next year. That doesn't happen. But the fact that you have that many potential balls in the air heading into the offseason is fascinating.
Yeah, it's certainly going to make for a fun couple months until we get to the start of the league year, and we get some movement on these quarterbacks, whether they're staying, the Dak Prescotts of the world. I don't think they're putting another franchise on. I think they're just going to end up paying them, right? Whatever it costs, it costs. But I just, at the end of the day, talk to me. If Eric Bieniemy gets hired in Houston, will that be enough to keep Deshaun Watson? I think it might.
Depends. I mean, you would have thought so a couple of weeks ago when he was supposedly all upset about Bieniemy seemingly not being considered, and that was the guy that he wanted. But then you read the report yesterday that he doesn't care who the head coach is; he wants out.
Well, if you want to negotiate from a position of power, you tell them, I don't care who it is, right? Like, I'm gone no matter what. To certainly force their hand on Bieniemy. And they're like, look, are you sure? We'll hire Bieniemy. Okay, you know what? I'll stay. That's how you get it done.
Yeah.
And so, and I need to double check who Deshaun's agent is. Not that that matters, but certain agents are better with power plays than others. The idea that he's only wanting to go to the Jets in Miami, I don't know why the Jets make sense, other than I get that he likes Robert Saleh from
Maybe
what he
market. Does he want to
hears.
be in New York?
Maybe. I mean, it's a Georgia kid, but that doesn't matter. There's plenty of people that aren't from New York that want the bright lights and big city and all that. Or there's Miami, and that's kind of self-explanatory as well. I think it's a better situation when you look at their roster. Would the Texans want Tua? Here's the thing is, Tua did a good job of kind of showing us maybe who he is this year. And I think we've talked about it. I know I've talked about it on these Sims. He is an updated version, it feels like, of Alex Smith, where he's scared to take chances. So he's not going to lose you games, but he's not going to go win you games because he's not willing to let it rip when he needs to go make enough plays. That's why Ryan Fitzpatrick kept having to come in.
We really
That's
should.
what I'm saying. I don't know if
we had this
Houston's.
conversation the other day. We really should reach out to our guy Bees, Adam Beasley, who covers
Yeah.
the Dolphins down in Florida. I'm curious now. The more we've discussed it, I'm curious if Brian Flores has messed up the quarterback position more, and Tua in particular. Mentally, not obviously physically or anything like that, but mentally more than people are acknowledging.
I'm texting him as we speak, so we can get some insight from Miami Herald's own.
It's a lot
Adam
to break
Beasley.
down in a text.
Well, I'll try to. I'll try to give him the bullet points of what we're looking for. Congo Cap wants to know when free agency starts. The league year starts St. Patty's Day. It'll be easy to track. Tampering starts that Monday in the afternoon, which is, I guess, the 15th. Wednesday, the 17th at 4 Eastern is when deals can be signed. But I want to say it's probably Monday at 4 Eastern when teams can talk to players officially. Because the combine isn't happening, a lot of deals that might have had some framework worked out or had the ball rolling downhill, I'm not saying they won't get done, but not done as easily because the league certainly can't regulate all the conversations everyone has anyway. But if they somehow figure out that an agent was talking to a team executive and a framework of a deal was done super fast and they think it's shady, they could I don't know, it could raise a red flag. At the combine, you're there talking to an agent, GM's talking to an agent about a number of things, right? Oh, and by the way, this is what our guy wants. Or, oh, you're interested in my guy? Yeah, he wants out of there. He's ready. He's hitting the market. This is what it'll be. 4 years, $44 million. And then bam, that guy has a deal the second tampering starts.
Punts away, final minute of the opening half. Sort of a slow-moving first half here. It's 14-7. Not a ton of scoring, but Miami in front. And Giants will have a chance anyway in these final 14 seconds with one timeout available to get something done. Lewis says, hey, Koff, you got me stuck on Cobra Kai. You're welcome, by the way, because the show is awesome. As Chris points out, never die. You're damn right. 18-yard line here for Big Blue. It's a shame not having the combine. Not that I'm one of those people that, likes to watch grown men do calisthenics on TV for a few hours each day. But, without the combine back in, 21 years ago, we wouldn't have had, that infamous photo of pudgy Tom Brady that to this day still makes its rounds. I mean, you got to have the combine.
Well, there's that. But for people that do what I do, I get more value out of a week at the combine than I do almost the entire rest of the year as it relates to being able to talk with agents, talk to people around the league, talk to coaches or personnel people that might be with the Broncos that I don't get to talk to as easily in Denver because there's just more eyeballs on you at the facility. If there's somebody that's further down the totem pole, if I start talking to them at practice, everyone's going to notice. If I bump into them in a hallway or at a bar in Indy, well, then I can have a much more open conversation. And so, look, there's a million things, sort of like the other day when I complained about not being able to go to the Super Bowl. A million things that we can complain about that aren't real problems. The league will get around it, just like they didn't have pro days last year. They'll find a way to evaluate the players. The draft will go on without a hitch. They'll be able to, or go off without a hitch, I guess is the expression. They'll be able to sign free agents and deals will get done. It'll be fine. But, it's just, it won't be as smooth as it is in other years.
Just looking at the Chat Kings conference room here, I feel heard by the people, and I appreciate all of you. Between Lewis talking about Cobra Kai, got CEH saying he's on Ted Lasso now. Awesome. Enjoy every second of it. Dylan says, Koff, I'm finishing up my West Wing binge. This is what I'm talking about. This is how you feel like you've influenced the people for better. For better,
Well, so
I say.
Then I take a little bit of credit because I'm the one that pushed you to the West Wing at
That's
this
true.
point. Not that you weren't going to get there at some point.
I was.
And I know I talked about Ted Lasso plenty, but so did everybody. If you want to know Ted Lasso fans, or if you're not one, you should become one. They've already picked up not only season 2, but season 3 as well. So
Yeah,
2 more
supposedly that's
seasons.
where they're ending it, though, after
Okay,
season 3.
well, so then you have a managed expectation. Enjoy
That's
the
true.
20-ish episodes. They'll go out on top, probably.
Ed
Reminds me
says,
of
says, what's up, Koff? Who scored 3 touchdowns today? Albert Wilson, Matt Breida, and Saquon Barkley in the air. Those are your touchdowns to this point.
when you look at or talking about them going out on top, it reminds me of the Larry King, Jerry Seinfeld interview.
Oh yeah. You think I was canceled?
It's like 75 million people.
We were number one. There's a big difference between number one and canceled.
And then Larry just goes, B movie.
Well, we're going to take a break.
Yeah.
Do you have a research team here? Canceled? Yeah, that was some serious angst on the part of your Comedians with Cars host.
Oh, I think that it was warranted.
Yeah, it was.
When you're the number one show in television and you are literally going out on top, that's a big difference between that and being canceled.
No question.
It's like winning the Super Bowl in your last game or going 0-16. Or 2-14, whatever.
Jimmy says, finished the morning show last night after the games. Ted Lasso's next on my list. See, you guys are just, this all the stuff I've been watching during the pandemic. Get after it, all you.
Well, and I not that I can't look this up, but I got a year of free Apple TV Plus because I got a new phone last year. It was just a replacement phone, but then I did get another new phone. So do we keep do they keep giving you the year free? I know it's only $5 a month, but still, all that adds up and got every single streaming service like I do.
I don't know.
Does anybody know? Is that still a thing? If you get a new Apple device, feel free to let us know. All right, so I'm still texting Bees about what's going on with the Dolphins, but I can answer Dylan's question because I was asked about it on the radio today in the afternoon show here in Denver on KOA, our Broncos flagship that I go on every day. They were disappointed when I said I didn't think the Broncos would be overly aggressive for Matt Stafford. And that's kind of based on gut, kind of based on talking to some people. You know, the Broncos have this new GM in George Payton, and people want to cite that while he was with Rick Spielman, they had 6 different quarterbacks in the 14 years he was there or whatever. But, as I like to point out, if Christian Ponder was better at playing quarterback rather than just being lucky enough to marry well, he'd still be the starter. He was a first-round pick in 2011. He would still be the starter. If Teddy Bridgewater's knee doesn't explode, he would still be the starter. So to say, their plan was clearly to go get Cousins, and Bradford took him to the playoffs the one year when they traded for him when Bridgewater got hurt. To use that and to say, look, he was the assistant GM. So he wasn't the one saying, we have to do this. We have to sign Cousins. We have to do that. We have to draft Bridgewater. I know his opinion was highly respected, and certainly Rick Spielman considered what George Payton, the new Broncos GM, said probably more than anyone else on his staff. He was his right-hand man for 14 years. But the Broncos aren't in a hurry just to make a trade to make a trade. I'm not saying Stafford wouldn't be an upgrade from Drew Lock, because I think he probably would be. But it changes your salary cap pretty significantly. And bringing back some of the guys that they might want to bring back. And knowing that there's guys around the corner that they need to sign extensions for. Like Cortland Sutton and Bradley Chubb. So I think the Broncos are going to look at every single avenue. They could draft the QB at 9. They could trade up a little bit. If there's one sitting there, when 6 or 7 rolls around, they can get a hold of the Eagles. Maybe at 6 and make a trade, or the Bengals at 5. They could bring in an Andy Dalton or maybe a Jameis Winston to truly compete with Drew Lock. I just think that we're going to find out. Peyton saw enough from Drew Lock, just like everyone else in the building has said, that when they see the good throws and know that a year with Pat Shurmur in the offseason, a full year and a second straight year with Pat Shurmur, that would make a difference. So if I had to tell you right now, I would pick that Drew Lock is the incumbent starter with a vet, an Andy Dalton type, competing with him, an upgrade from Jeff Driscoll, not Stafford. Watson, if Watson's really available and could stomach Denver, that's different. If Rodgers were available, different. I just don't think the Broncos would even be that high on their list right now.
We get a 2nd and 9 from the 16. Dolphins ball. Dolphins lead as well, 14-7, about 2.5 minutes into this third quarter. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike, Drew, our technical director. We got Jim and Joe, the Game Mops crew. Lots of TV talk in the chat, as well as obviously football, as there should be. And if there are any questions you guys have relating to things that just went on at the conference championship games, looking ahead to the Super Bowl a couple of weeks, doesn't have to be a question, it could be a comment, the discussion. We are open-minded. A lot of QB discussion here so far in this sim. Probably not enough about Aaron Rodgers and what his future holds, considering the way he was talking post-game was, like he actually has something to consider. And truthfully, if he does, that would be him forcing his way out via trade, because I don't think the Packers are going to cut him after an MVP season, and he's under contract the next few years. and would be
It would wreck their
hell of a-
cap too. It
It'd
would
be
wreck
a
their.
hell of a dead cap penalty if they did get rid of him.
Yeah, we looked at that on Saturday, right? Didn't like 30 or 40 million dollars if they cut him in dead money.
Yeah,
I'll
something
double
nuts.
check. I'll double check. But essentially, to explain dead money real quickly, if they were to cut him, and we're calling this is, I'll tell you the number in a second. But if they cut him, even if they paid him all the cash that they were already paying him, if the salary cap, let's call it 180, it goes down 5 million this year to 180. If the dead money, which would be $31 million, if they cut him, just flat out cut him,
Yeah.
the $31 million, that would mean that they can only spend $150 million on the rest of their roster. So even though they're not necessarily writing a check to Aaron Rodgers out the door, because maybe they've already given him all his money, and it looks like they probably have based on how this restructure looks. But if they cut him, they can only spend 150 this year, when everybody else can, in theory, spend 180 or close to it.
Second and 4 picked up at midfield to the 47. We got a 1st and 10 on the way, and
But-
Grant's 2 catches.
Let's talk about what a trade would look like for Aaron Rodgers. One who would really be able to pull it off, and what are you offering? You can't trade more than you can trade more than 3 number ones. You can't trade more than 3 years down the road. So a team like the Jets could right now trade 5 number ones.
What do you think a 37-year-old Aaron Rodgers, even coming off an MVP season, obviously, what do you think he would command in the trade?
Depending on whose pick it is, but certainly a shot at number 1. Rick Lewis says that we have no clue, so I guess we'll just make it up anyway. But a team like the Jets at 2 doesn't make any sense for him, right? Because they're going to need to rebuild, and whatever they're giving back, the roster. And I don't know if he has a no trade clause or how it's even set up. He may not. We know Watson does. But let's use the Niners as an example. I need to pull up the draft order, but the Niners are probably middle of the pack, right, based on their record. Maybe in that 10 to 14 range. So, and because the Niners are picking 12. So if they offered up number 12, that might be enough to go with a couple other middle round picks, and maybe it's a different year. So Michael, our producer, tells us that if they trade him after June 1st, then they can spread out the money. The problem is a team, unless they have the framework in place, isn't going to want to make the trade June 1st, right? If the Niners are going to trade for him, and they're going to want to do it before the draft to get the draft pick, right? So you eat the money, I guess, on the trade, but you're increasing the value with the picks you get back. So I think the Niners at 12 make a lot of sense because he'd want to go there. LaFleur and Kyle are friends, and you're probably getting not just that first, but you're getting 3 or 4 more picks back. But I don't think it's 2 number ones. Maybe it is, but then that other number one's going to be in the 30s next year. If anything, I'm taking like their first, second, and fourth this year. So hey, give me your first, second, and fourth, and throw in a player.
Easy 41-yarder, 10-point game. Jason Sanders owners, congrats. It is now 17-7. Carter says, my 2 favorite announcers, what's up, guys? Love it when you 2 are on a stream together. Brandon has always got some helpful insights because he's got his finger on the heartbeat of the NFL. CEH says, Cops are really going to be 7 days a week of Sims, and related comment to that. Chris says, what do we got here? Where was it? Chris asking... I think it was Chris. Someone asked anyway if there were special plans for Sims this coming Sunday. So, yes, it is true. Sims 7 days a week. That is the plan, going forward, other than obviously Super Bowl Sunday where you won't have, day-long Sims. Now, you may have some Sims early in that Sunday with just the one actual game going on that day later on that night. But, plans to be announced in the future, obviously, concerning that. But the immediate plans, naturally, the Dream Stream is not going anywhere. Sims are not going anywhere. And yeah, we're, as I like to call it, I dubbed it a while back, we're heading back to the full 42/7 pretty soon here. 6 Sims a day, 7 days a week, 42 of these a week. And so hopefully you don't get tired of us and you're eager for a lot of off-season NFL talk, because there's going to be a lot to get into while, we still sprinkle in some NBA, MLB, NHL, movie, food, TV, whatever conversation around it. It's going to be a lot of football with Madden Sims as a backdrop here, so we appreciate everyone hanging here with us.
I'm going to continue to lobby for some sort of Pro Bowl that's a 15-minute sim per quarter instead of 8. So almost double the broadcast, right? Like do it on a Saturday night or a Sunday or whatever. And let a bunch of announcers drop in. You and Glash can drive the boat, or Emerson or whatever. But that way you've got a bunch of different players to pick from. It's twice as long. The points will be nuts. But you also know that guys will rotate, right? It's Pro Bowl, so they'll rotate players and they'll call a bunch of weird plays. I don't know. The quarterback would be the only thing that I'd be making sure I got one of the 2 starters. But I'm going to continue to lobby for that. I probably need to do it more than just telling you. I just send an email. I know that there's some logistical challenges, but I think it'd be really fun. Because how do you set the dollar amount with all the Pro Bowlers?
Fair point.
The pricing. Well, okay. So I throw out the Niners. Give me another team that you think
for Rodgers
drove that home that would pay up for Rodgers.
I think the Niners are the most likely. Obviously, the California guy, hometown team that passed over him in the draft. If they are, as Shanahan has noted this, we've talked about it. If they are going to move on from Garoppolo, it's to upgrade clearly, and that would be an upgrade. And also, further paves the way for the theory that I've had going back to like October, whenever it was, which is that I think Garoppolo is going to be in New England next year. So there is, it makes a lot of sense. I just don't know how much sense it makes for Green Bay. Like, would they want to trade Aaron Rodgers in conference, for instance?
Well, part of it is what are you getting back? And if the 12th pick is the best pick that you're getting, right? Because any of those teams higher don't have the roster. I guess the Dolphins.
At a certain point, you're
the Dolphins
at
3.
Good enough. We're going to hang on to Rodgers.
Yeah,
for
of course.
Year.
The Dolphins at 3. If the Dolphins say, "Hey, we'll give you Tua, and you can move Tua wherever you want to move him, but we'll give you Tua, the 3rd pick, and a couple more picks." The 3rd pick's better than the 12th pick. So even though LaFleur and Kyle are buds, doesn't mean that LaFleur's going to tell Packers GM Brian Gutekunst to get on the phone with John Lynch and get this done. They're going to make the best deal for them. I'm just saying, looking at these teams, at 3, right? So at 2, the Jets doesn't make any sense. Atlanta has Matt Ryan, so you're not doing that. Since he has Burrow, Philly is stuck at this point. Detroit, you're not trading him in division. Carolina, I think, needs too many pieces. Denver would certainly do it. So I guess, is the 9th pick better than the 12th? Yeah. And what is Denver throwing in? Maybe Denver's throwing in one of these wideouts. Maybe they're saying, hey, we'll give you 9 and Jerry Jeudy and a couple more picks, a 4th and a 6th. I don't know. Dallas isn't doing it. The Giants with Daniel Jones, I don't know. 11's better than 12. Chargers aren't doing it. Minnesota's not doing it. New England at 15. Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I know you take him. But didn't even have anybody to throw to.
Right. Yeah, I can't imagine. Well, there are all sorts of questions that I have about Aaron Rodgers in general. But, is he going to be dissuaded from a situation where obviously the weapons aren't there for him? I would think he would, coming off of, having, never mind Devontae Adams, who's arguably the best receiver in the entire NFL. And if you don't think he's number 1, he's probably number 2. But, to have, even Robert Tonyan and Alan Lazard are better options than currently exist on the Patriots, quite frankly. Sure. But what's the appeal for him of playing for a guy like Bill Belichick, who is, coached in a dozen Super Bowls in his career? Now, at this stage of his career, that might not be appealing. That might feel like too much work. He might want, more of a, if we're going to pull it back to Tom Brady, he might want more of a Bruce Arians type of coach, more of a player's coach, more of someone who's lets him go out, do his things, a little more lackadaisical, versus, the drill sergeant type, but proven winner, at least with Tom Brady on the roster, than that Belichick has been over the last 20 plus years. But I don't know. I don't know that anyone knows Aaron Rodgers well enough to know the answer to a question like that.
Well, this is what I think too that will come into play. Maybe less, even though there's the no trade clause for Watson. They're going to try to steer that trade a certain way because he's 25. There's going to be a lot of people lining up for him. Rodgers, I imagine that if the Packers are going to move on from him, they're going to let him be involved in the process to some degree.
Sure.
And I remember the Broncos with Tebow, they literally gave him a choice between his hometown of Jacksonville and the Jets, and he picked the Jets. He had a deal worked out in both places. He should have taken Jacksonville in retrospect.
We got a 3rd and 14 on the way. Fourth quarter is underway here from midfield. Dolphins with it. Here goes the southpaw rolling out. Incomplete. Was looking for Wilson again.
17, the Raiders. I guarantee you John Gruden would happily trade Derek Carr in the 17th pick. That might be where you get the best package, and then you're trading him out of the conference. If I'm the Broncos and Aaron Rodgers ended up in the division, so they had to play Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes, and now Justin Herbert twice a year, it would guarantee that Von Miller's re-signed here. There's a team option, and they're having to decide what to do with his deal long term. But you'll have Bradley Chubb on one side and Von Miller on the other. You're saying at least we're going to make their life difficult if we can.
So let's see. In our prime time, the Giants Dolphins, who cares? Super Bowl time free roll with 172 entries. Wolverine 83-85 is currently in first by about half a point with, let's see, Gesicki in the captain spot, Barkley, Tua, Breida, Wilson, Sanders. A heavy Miami stack there, and that is paying off so far. I'm sitting 15th at the moment, 10 points off the lead. How about you?
Because we didn't get basketball in, I almost suggested that we throw, $1,000 on this, just you and me. But
put a little money head to head on a Madden sim.
But instead, I'm glad we didn't, because I'm sitting a cool 126th.
Ooh.
Not enough Dolphins in my lineup, stupidly. Speaking of the Dolphins, we did hear back from our pal Adam Beasley, who covers them every single day for the Miami Herald.
Yep.
I don't even know if it's worth sharing.
I don't know if he'd be comfortable with you sharing it.
Oh, we'll say this. We're not trying to mess with you. He didn't say much.
No.
Certainly nothing overwhelming one way or the other. Like, oh,
honestly,
they
I
hate
think
him,
I think he more or less just echoed what we have been saying, which is that, if everyone were outright sold on Tua Tagovailoa at this point 1 year in, then there wouldn't be any discussion about it.
If Tua doesn't ever get good, and if they don't move on from him this year to trade for Deshaun Watson or something else, and they're stuck with him for a couple of years, and Justin Herbert continues to improve. I mean, 30 touchdowns as a rookie is hard to jump way up from. He's not going to go from 30 to 50, but if he just stays on a normal trajectory, that will be the one that causes them to kick themselves for a long time, because Herbert was right there, and they looked at him plenty. And because they had kind of had Tua in the back of their mind, I think even from the year before, when everybody thought they were tanking for Tua, they end up passing on Herbert at 5, and there were question marks about Herbert, but he answered all of them by the time he hit the field, when the doctor, we're going to assume unintentionally, gave a injection that negatively affected Tyrod Taylor. I'm going to assume that wasn't on purpose, like Bob Uecker used to say. Bob Uecker had that line when they asked him, "Oh, you want to?" Bob Costas, they used to do like this Mutt and Jeff routine at events.
Yep.
Hey, you want a World Series with the Braves, right? He goes, "Yeah, but I didn't play. Why is that? I got hepatitis." How'd you get hepatitis? The trainers injected me with it.
Third and 4, Daniel Jones with the completion. Gets out to the 45. Neither QB has reached 200 passing yards to this point, just to give you an idea what the offenses look like. There's my captain, though. Golden Tate, 6 catches. We have a 3-way tie for first at last look, currently. Competitive contest so far. Jones takes his time, passes to the right. Another completion, and... is that Tate again? Slayton.
Captain.
First catch for Slayton.
Oh, Slayton. Not your captain. We can talk Rodgers, we can talk Watson, but Stafford is the one that should get the most attention, because that's the one that's most likely to happen. They're agreeing to part ways, so the Lions, who pick at 7, could end up with a second first-round pick, and I know there's plenty of people that say you're not going to get more than a second. All it takes is one team to say, we do want Stafford. Sure. Now, the team most likely to do that actually has a viable shot would be the Colts. But if you're the Colts at 21, you've got all this young talent. They did have cap space. You did lose your left tackle. Costanzo finally retired, but I don't know what the draft is full of tackles. There's going to be like 50 tackles taken in the first 2 rounds. But if I'm the Colts, I'm at least saying, hey, 21 and we'll call it good for Stafford. Maybe, a couple late round picks. But the Colts are ready-made. You got those running backs. You got T.Y. Hilton looking to bounce back. Pascal. Tight end situation's okay. Defense is really good. Darius Leonard, tackling machine.
Brother Phil says, that's just
O-line.
it, Brandon.
Oh,
by the
Pittman
time
Jr.?
Tua improves.
Yeah.
What's that?
Pittman Jr., I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's going to be good.
Brother Phil says by the time Tua improves, and if he does, and that's a big if you ask me, they might not have the 2 Pro Bowl corners and all the assets they have now. The windows are brief. Edwards says, PK, since the AFC is pretty much set as far as young, solid QBs, don't you think the veteran QBs would follow the Brady playbook and go to the NFC? A lot better chance to make the postseason.
Yeah, the only problem with this conversation is let's pretend Rodgers is getting traded and Stafford we know is getting traded. If their teams don't want to trade them in the conference, that limits where they might go. Now the Colts, that's a winnable division. The Titans lose their play caller. We know Houston's a mess, and the Jags are going to take a while to get there. So you can get into the playoffs and host a playoff game or 2.
Barkley 11 yards away from the bonus. Skeptical he's going to get there with 3 minutes to go in the 4th. He's certainly not going to get there right here. 2nd and goal from the 1. He can get another touchdown, though, and that'll put him up over 30 fantasy points. We'll see if he can do it. Having himself a nice day, rewarding the roughly 84% of people that own him, 20% in the captain slot. There's the handoff, and did he reach? He did. He got there. Barkley, touchdown, and that's going to narrow the gap here and make it 17-14 after the extra point from Graham Gano.
Well, I've got Saquon. So that should give me in the top 100, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't think I'm catching you.
That's going to help me out a
I'm
little
going to save
bit.
that $1,000.
I mean, I'm assuming everybody in front of me also has Saquon, but we'll find out in a second.
Saquon would have been a good captain play.
Yeah, I'd say so. Choker says
107.
Choker says, hey, Koff, next time you do 3 consecutive sims, which seems rare these days, it's true, I haven't done that in a while, please make a classic contest for the fam, or even if you're bookending a slate. You know what's funny? In all of these sims that I've done here, I actually moved down in the standings despite having Saquon because so many people have him captained. Moved down to 19th, about 10 points off the lead currently. I've done so many of these free rolls that, I've set up when I'm doing sims, or even if Flash or Emerson or whoever sets one up, occasionally if I see it, I jump in. But I have never played a Madden Classic contest where I'm actually considering multiple games at once.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't have a good reason. I don't know if I'm ready. I'm, nervous. I don't want to be exploited as a fraud. Barkley, a couple touchdowns, as Mike notes, tying his Madden 21 game high.
The Jags pick at 25 also. In the trade with the Rams for Jalen Ramsey.
Can we get to 300 likes, by the way? I don't think I've uttered the smash that like refrain, but let's do
smash
it. We're sitting at 270 right now, about 500 people watching.
271 now.
But let's get to 300 before we are done here. Breida, short run. Smash that like button. We've hit the 2-minute warning. It's just a damn cough man says, rip that Band-Aid off, cough. I think I might need to.
Do you like my idea about the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, I'd love to see a Pro Bowl,
15,
for sure.
15-minute quarters?
That'd be a long, that'd be double the length of the
Yeah,
sim,
so
basically.
you just do it as 2 sims. I mean, you would block it off like 2 sims.
It's true.
Maybe get a musical guest at halftime?
Will Tara Lynn come in and sing?
Sure.
Sax man. LaMarca is playing the sax.
You kept
Tom Carroll's doing the national anthem.
We kept seeing those commercials for the Pepsi halftime show with The Weeknd,
Right. Yeah, my kids are obsessed with that commercial, mainly because they're obsessed with that song.
Well, it reminded me from a couple of years ago. I can't remember if it was Katy Perry year, whatever year it was. Pepsi tweeted during like the day it was announced, or championship games or whatever. It was like, he goes, "Hey, halftime fans," and you know Seth Everett.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Seth tweeted, "What's a halftime fan?" And all these years later,
someone who loves that halftime performance. You can only be a halftime fan come the Super Bowl, though. Unless you're just a fan of getting a snack. A little break in between quarters. Breida again. Dolphins just trying to run this thing out as best they can. Giants using up all their timeouts. 1:49 to go, 3rd and 4. I think it's pretty funny that on our text there with our guy Beasley, that I shared my thoughts on the
sure
the
you gave more
situation.
insight than I sort of did in the question.
And that he elected not to respond because I think he doesn't want anything in writing.
Oh, and I guess it was my fault for I should have said, "Hey, Koff and I were talking about this. What do you think?"
Right.
That would have been a better setup than we're on a Madden sim right now for DraftKings.
We're in a public forum where we're going to reference what you text us.
Yeah, well, that's him being smarter than you or I, because I would just write back whatever I thought. That's interesting working for a newspaper, though, and working in digital
on the
media
internet.
or radio. Well, no, like I work at a radio station.
Yeah,
and
no,
there's certain-
we're more in a platform where we can, give opinions than he is.
Yeah.
He has to worry about things like relationships.
Well, I think I do too, but I guess it depends on where it's going.
Right.
Michael points out that was a bad punt. He's right. That could set up free football in Miami
We already
Gardens.
had overtime today in the nooner. We're going to get it in prime
You said
time
South
too?
Beach. This stadium is not near South Beach. It's not far from South Beach, but it's not close to South Beach.
It's what, 45 minutes maybe?
Give or take. So every year when I go to the Super Bowl, not intentionally, but I've actually gotten to the game different ways, like each of the last 5 Super Bowls that I've gone to.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Daniel Jones.
Love
But
to see it.
my wife drove me to the Super Bowl last year.
Is
So
that
was
right?
the first time that happened. Yeah, she came down with the then 1-year-old for the weekend and
Nice.
had a rental car and drove me in one of my buddies that works with Westwood One on the affiliate side. Just drove us right to the front of the entrance.
They're going to run
Awesome.
out of time here. Better hope they get it in the end
Oh!
zone. Get out of bounds.
Get out of
bounds. Oh boy. We are going to get extra time. Wow. What a grab. Darius Slayton sets up a 1st and 10 from the 10 with 3 seconds left. And just like that, I tell you.
What if he shanks it? Oh, Flores icing him.
Oh, ice it.
You know what I don't think many people realize? Because we talk about minority coaches. I don't think people realize Flores' parents are from Honduras. But he doesn't, I don't think he really speaks Spanish. I think he understands it a little bit. When he first got to Miami, someone tried to interview him in Spanish and he kind of shut it down. I think people just assume he's African American because of his skin color, but
Drew says with
From
the floor
Honduras.
kick it here. Nope, this is where you go for it. Trust your receivers.
fortune favors the bold.
And time expires. We're going to overtime.
We're going to bring Jesse in for analysis and overtime.
Just going to break it all down. Now to our sideline reporter, Jesse Cofield.
So I had the Nuggets game on here, and her new commercial popped up.
Oh, yeah? There you
Yeah.
go.
For the big
Representing
game.
out in Colorado.
Yeah. Jesse gets a lot of airtime in Colorado. Between DraftKings and DraftKings Sportsbook. Yeah. She is very, very
A familiar face.
A very familiar face to sports fans here in the Rocky Mountain region.
17 all. For those that don't know the way overtime works, I think you probably do by now. Miami's getting the ball first. If the Dolphins score a touchdown here, it's over. If it's a field goal, Giants will have an opportunity to tie or go ahead and obviously win. If we remain tied, be it at 17 all or 20 all after each team has a possession, sudden death. We do not end with a tie. Time is now irrelevant here in Simland. We have had triple overtime before. Not to worry. I don't think it's going to happen here.
I just realized as this first quarter's winding down in Dallas, I forgot to set my fantasy lineup for the week in basketball. So hopefully none of my players have COVID or whatever. In general, but also for my lineup.
I had a real chance to pull out a victory in my season long yesterday, except that, I don't know, half my team who, guys who should have been playing had postponed games.
Yeah, I have yet to win a week.
Didn't have a chance.
I was winning going into yesterday 4-3. I lost 3-4.
I think I don't know, 2-2, 2-3, whatever it is.
Yeah, Mavs are wearing these weird white uniforms with gold trim that I don't think are homage to anyone. Maybe somebody on Shark Tank. It's weird. So I grew up as big a Mavs fan as you are a Celtics fan. I went to so many games and they were really, really bad. And I'm a big Mark Cuban fan. There was a stretch where I knew a couple of assistants and like 4 or 5 players on the team one year in recent years. But because I've been in Denver so long and when the Nuggets are good, it's good for me and work.
Yeah.
I definitely like when the Nuggets do well. I don't really wear Nuggets gear, and I've got a ridiculous amount of Mavericks gear that my buddy that was an equipment manager till like a week ago sent me. So I wear Mavericks gear around town. I mean, around town. I don't go anywhere. But if I did, I'd be wearing a Mavericks jacket or whatever. Yeah. But when they play, I'm always conflicted. Like, I just want to see a good game. And so I literally have no emotion. Like, every bucket that goes in, I'm like, oh, good, Joker. Oh, good, Luka. It's really a split allegiance.
I would have a hard time not still rooting for the hometown team for just those couple matchups a year where it would get complicated in terms of like what's good for you versus what's good for business, and sometimes those meet in the middle anyway, is like if they met in a playoff series.
Yeah, and that happened one year, but it was when Dallas just had Dirk and Denver went to the Western Conference Finals, and we were carrying the Nuggets games, so it really was good for work. So I wasn't actively cheering against the Mavericks, but it was certainly good when the Nuggets won. And when you're at a game with a credential, you're not cheering.
Yeah, just internally.
But when the Mavs won and beat LeBron and D. Wade, I got to go to 2 of those games in Dallas.
So you're saying had we played an NBA head-to-head, you would have had Joker and Luka both in your lineup tonight?
Maybe. Mostly because of the Nuggets point guard D can be a little suspect. And Luka, as Fantasy Hawk points out, dropped 80 fantasy points on that game in Dallas or in Denver here a couple Thursdays ago.
Yeah, that was absurd. High ceiling, that guy. 2nd and 4 from the 21.
Yeah, we talk about young players you would draft, and we've done this before. I'm not taking anybody ahead of Luka right now.
No.
I suppose if he starts having some flame outs in the playoffs, then you'll have to reconsider that in a year or two. But at 21, as much game as he has, and he makes everyone better, it was such a matchup nightmare. He doesn't really seem to like to play defense. But
he's young. Got plenty of time for that.
Just be a willing defender.
Drew says he's sitting at 14-5-7 through one quarter.
Yeah, when these guys get together, Joker and Luka, it's 2 triple doubles waiting to happen. Different for Dallas, who's down 10 right now, by the way. They've got Porzingis is healthy now. He dribbles off his leg and loses the ball, as we say that. Have you watched any Nuggets highlights and seen this kid from Argentina? I say kid, he's 29. Campazzo?
No.
Point guard? He's got a flair. He was playing in Europe a bunch of years. Facu Campazzo, like a lot of weird spinning passes and behind the back, behind the head. It's fun. He only plays like 10, 12 minutes a game. But anyway, that's enough Nuggets talk.
Mabel says Fluka Doncic.
No, I'll take the other side on that.
Yeah, all day.
Luka.
As with everybody else. 2nd and 9 from midfield here for the Giants. See if they can win this thing.
Daniel Jones to Evan Ingram for a touchdown would get me in the top 100, I think.
First down pickup.
Ingram, my
again,
captain, has
4 for
9.
69. I am sitting 10th, I think, but only like 3 points off the lead. It is a jam-packed group at the top here.
I'm only, I'm not good at math, 41 points off the lead. Ingram's going to have to do a lot
Math
here.
tells you right at the top. Jones sacked, fumble. Oh,
they
Giants
got it
land
back.
on it though.
What if Ingram on an end around? That's really what I need, where he gets all the points. Although a catch is actually better because I have Daniel Jones too. Michael Porter Jr. is the difference
Currently, we
between
got
whether
Fooligan. Hey, Pete
Mark that down.
Fooligan hanging out in front by about 2 points right now.
mark that down. Oh, I didn't realize that Campazzo and Luka played together at Real Madrid. That makes sense. Michael Porter Jr., who probably just hurt himself again, is the key to the Nuggets' real success in the playoffs. Beyond Murray and Joker, which that's a given.
Sure.
He almost hit his head on the rim.
Jones, that's another completed pass. They're going to go the distance. Can he get in? Tate, oh, I needed that so badly. Oh, that might have been the difference. That might have been the win. Tate to the 3, and we got a 1st and goal. Holy cow. There can't be anyone ahead of me who has Tate in captain spot. Let's see. No.
Who's covering Tate?
Oh, no, wait, Pfeiffer.
How open was Golden Tate?
Pfeiffer's right on top of me and has Tate in the captain spot. Actually, I think some other people have the same lineup I have too.
Well, so you're not going to win.
We'll see. I don't feel great about it. Barkley, can he get in? Not yet. Down at the 1, 2nd and goal.
No, this feels like an Ingram touchdown here to break me in the top 100.
Remember, Saquon is captain about 20% of lineups. A few likes away from 300, folks. Smash that like. You're getting a heck of a game here. A little free football. 2nd and goal. Another handoff. Easy lane there for Saquon Barkley. Giants win. Big.
Well, I had Barkley, so let's see what that gets me.
I think I'm going to finish in a tie for 3rd, less than a point away from a win. That's what
Captain Blood is one of the cooler screen names.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe yeah. I'm underestimating the Barkley captaincy, but I think Fooligan is going to win this thing. I'm going to drop somewhere in the top 10.
Well, looks like I'm 119, so
we'll see. Stats still to be added. We're not done yet, obviously.
am I right? Captain Blood, that's one of the cooler names for
Great.
sure.
Absolutely. Great name. So Fooligan's got Barkley in the captain spot. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the Rustikov player of the game waiting to happen here with the multiple touchdowns and about 60 points in the captain spot. Breida, Slayton, Tate, Grant, and Wilson all in that projected winning lineup right now. So Jones went for 292, missed out on the bonus, had a touchdown, 201.79. He had a score. Breida, 21 for 78 and a touchdown. The Barkley, 2 scores with 94 on the ground, so he just barely missed the bonus. Couple fumbles for Daniel Jones, not what you want to see. Tate, 9 for 92.
Look at that captain for you.
Awfully close, man. Awfully close to the bonus there.
How'd my
Barkley's
captain do,
just a
Ingram?
44
Not even
score.
on
So,
the board.
so Barkley with 3 touchdowns in this game. Just a monster performance. Wilson, 4 for 93. He was close to so many near bonuses in this game. What's that, 4 or 5 guys that were near bonuses?
Evan Ingram, definitely the not my kid award.
Yeah, that's that was your big disappointment in this one?
Yeah, he's my captain. 3 catches, 31. Terrible.
42% owned. Yeah, when he has 6 points. Not
I know I'm
great.
doing it in reverse order. You're going to ask me who the player of the game was.
No, well, I think we know the player of the game. I can't imagine you're going to give to someone who's not Saquon Barkley.
I am not. So, yes, you guessed correctly.
Man. So, P. Fooligan pacing toward a victory if it holds here. And hopefully, with all the manual scoring, as Jim and Joe get everything finalized, hopefully it does for you. Best of luck. So, here's what you got ahead for you. Just the one sim remaining here with He Who Shall Not Be Named. I'm kidding. Brendan Glasheen is coming up with our own Brandon Cristal right here. He's going to be sticking around for Steelers and Saints. So maybe
Who should I
some,
captain?
Yeah, maybe some QB retirement talk potentially on both sides of that sim. That is coming up in about 40 minutes with pregame anyway. Tomorrow, I'll be back for the Mad Matinee and the Early Bird Special. The Sims at 2 and 4 Eastern. I'll be with Christian and Kenny, respectively. Panthers, Eagles, Broncos, Washington. Keep an eye out on your alerts because I will make contests tonight sometime before I go to bed. So those will be there before morning. Try and fill up those free rolls as best we can. But, yeah, who do you captain? I would...
Kamara costs a lot. One of those
Yeah.
Steelers
I mean, I don't have
wideouts
the salaries
always.
in front of me. Maybe it's a good, like, here, we haven't done the baseless hunch play today in a long time. So giving no thought to this whatsoever, just name out of a hat and knowing that he is not the same guy in Simland as he is in real life, I'm going to go with Johnson. I would captain Deontay Johnson.
That's kind of where I'm leaning. I just feel like every time I pick a Steelers wideout as a captain, one of the other ones does well or goes off. But
sure,
it's a roll of the dice like anything else.
Mike said, I just realized, Coffin, I have the same lineup. Yeah, I think there were a few of us, but, you know, great minds think alike, I guess. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Drew. Thanks to everybody involved here. Again, Joe and Jim, the Game Ops crew, BK, always a pleasure, buddy. And,
Yeah, nobody else had my lineup, by the way. That's why I finished 119th all by myself. So,
soon enough, we'll be playing NBA Jam and just talking about all this stuff over a different video game. Thank you for hanging out here with us. Jesse Cofield is going to take it from here, take you through what is happening at DK and the DK Sportsbook, and preview a lot. Here's Jesse.
Yeah, I will. All right, Madden After Dark is next. Steelers taking on the Saints in New Orleans. It is a rematch of a game we had on Madden After Dark on Friday night. Brendan Glasheen going to take the call. Brendan going to stick around to join him for that one. The showdown for that game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker. You know the drill. 3K prize pool, 1K going to first place. Plus, the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool. First place gets $25. Head over to the DraftKings lobby. Get your lineups in now. And guys, I'm sure none of you are surprised that we're already looking ahead to the big game in Tampa on February 7th. Right now, let's listen to part 2 of our big game preview with some of our DK contributors and, just when you thought you'd seen the last of him, Adam Kaufman.
Kenneth, you've been wanting to talk value. Give it to us.
Yeah, you know, look, Jeff called Sammy Watkins dust earlier. I mean, I don't even understand what that means. What, he's dead? He doesn't exist anymore? Sammy Watkins was a game-time decision for the AFC Championship game. He practiced all week long. Now you give this guy 2 weeks off, and you don't think he's going to show up and play in the Super Bowl? Of course he is. He's $4,200, people. Sammy Watkins. Do you remember what this guy did in the postseason last year? AFC Championship game, 7 catches on 10 targets. Over 100 yards and a touchdown. One of the biggest reasons why the Chiefs were able to come back and win the Super Bowl last year, maybe the catch of the game, 5 catches on 6 targets for 98 yards. And by the way, in the playoffs last year, played over 80% of the snaps in every single game. This season, constantly 75% or higher. Sammy Watkins is going to be on the football field in this game. He's $4,200. And look, Demarcus Robinson, Mecole Hardman, those guys were on the Chiefs last year, right? And Sammy Watkins still got the snaps, still got the targets. They were on the Chiefs this year as well, and Sammy Watkins was still the guy looked to. So considering you have a guy at $4,200, I think that everyone's forgotten that he even exists. They burned his jersey last week in Buffalo. I mean, the guy's clearly going to be fired up to play some football. He's been sitting on the sidelines and seeing his jersey burned for weeks. So I think that this guy comes out, he gets a lot of targets because Mahomes clearly likes throwing to him. And he was so vital to the Chiefs in their Super Bowl run last year. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't give him 4 or 5 targets in the Super Bowl this year.
Kenny's trying to turn your take into dust there, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have fun playing Sammy Watkins, pal. This is a never Sammy Watkins household.
I will.
So,
I had fun with the Bucks this week too.
Again, look, I'll hang with my Mecole Hardman pick. Sammy Watkins been banged up, not a great season. On his way out, like I just don't really see it. But you know, it is the Chiefs. It could probably be Demarcus Robinson going off now that we've talked about every receiver except him.
So where are you finding your value then? Is it going to be Hardman Hardman in the captain spot? Is it Robinson, somebody like that?
Right. I mean, obviously, we've already talked about these guys, and I talked about a supreme value like the Chiefs defense, who I think is worth paying down for. But realistically, I think that when you're looking at this game, what the Bucks are going to do, they're going to have to use some of these sort of tertiary wide receivers. I'm again, we'll get to this in the fade section, but I think a guy like Antonio Brown or Scotty Miller. I'm going to talk about both of them just because we don't know the status of Brown, but whichever one ends up starting, if Brown sits and it's Miller, or if Brown plays and it's him, that's where I want to go here. You have a Kansas City secondary, very good lockdown. Again, they're good at limiting wide receiver ones. They're just good at it. Their scheme is good at it. But what they do is they give a lot of underneath. And you saw it last week. Cole Beasley was open, probably should have been thrown to more by Josh Allen, quite frankly. But I think Antonio Brown is going to be there. I think a guy like Scotty Miller is going to be there. And I think that's where you want to go for some value. I think that rostering, Reed's right. There's a good correlation. Tom Brady is playing well. We've seen Godwin and Evans go off. But for me, I probably would rather take the value on the wide receivers. It's just a matchup play. I just don't see both Godwin and Evans going off. So I'm looking at Antonio Brown if he's healthy. And again, if there's no Brown, I'll go back to Scotty Miller here, because I just feel like that's where Tampa Bay is going to have to go given the defense they're up against.
Reed, I assume you want to go with the Shermanator here?
Wait, hold on. Don't bury the lead here, Kaufman. No, I'm not going to go with the Shermanator yet. Look, I laid it out a little bit earlier, and the one like Sammy Watkins. This is what he does. He bookends the season. Comes out really hot when he's completely quote unquote healthy.
Don't go into the Sammy Watkins pool. Don't.
Right. No, I'm saying that's
water's nice.
Dip
It goes in.
Right. Like that's usually the thing that we see. Right. Like usually that we see. But and looking back at past Super Bowls, that's a different story. Right. Like that's the San Francisco 49ers against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You could argue that those defenses are strong. And look, Sammy Watkins and the Kansas City Chief are quote unquote defense proof. I just don't like it as price tag because, Kenny, I think a lot of people will look at that and gravitate towards Sammy Watkins. And having a chalky Sammy Watkins never works out. This is a never chalky Sammy Watkins household.
But when has he ever been chalky? When?
I'm saying he could be. He could be. And usually on week ones, Sammy Watkins is very chalky. Kenny, this shouldn't be your first rodeo. But if you take a look at value, I think the defenses are in play. Both of these guys are top 9 in blitz percentage. Todd Bowles, Spagnuolo, both of these guys blitz a ton. They're extremely aggressive. Tom Brady has done well in the playoffs, under pressure. We've seen that so far. That's been the narrative against him, but he's played well. And Patrick Mahomes is, again, he's sort of defense and blitz proof when he's able to get outside the pocket. So those defenses are fine. And what about Harrison Butker? Right. What about the kickers? I know our guy Rossi would love this take. Harrison Butker, right? Look, from a value play, of course we want the ceiling. We want the guys like Sammy Watkins, whoever, right? Mecole Hardman, these guys that can get us touchdowns and yards. But we also potentially want a safer floor. This game is at 57, 56. It's probably going to lie around there, over under. Harrison Butker, the last 2 games, 9 points, 12 points. It's not exactly going to write. You're not going to write home about that. But if you get a safe 12-point floor from a guy, who's kicking these extra points and who's been pretty consistent in terms of his field goal kicking, like that's more of the cash play, more of the floor play, as opposed to some of the higher price or the higher ceiling guys that might give you 0.
So then, Jeff, who are you completely fading for this game, and why is it Sammy Watkins?
Well, I didn't even think I'd have to talk about Sammy Watkins, but because
it's
a touchdown since like week 5 or something. Anyways, enough. This has been way too much Sammy Watkins. I'm fading Mike Evans this week. Again, there's multiple reasons for it, but I really feel like, again, Brady and Evans ran about as good as you could against the Green Bay secondary last week. And it's nothing against the player or anything like that. I just feel like with this Kansas City secondary, they are going to be able to take it away. They took it away against Steph Diggs. So you're telling me Josh Allen and Steph Diggs can't get it done, can't go for like over 100 and a touchdown, and now Tom Brady and Mike Evans are going to break through? I just don't see it. I think the Kansas City Chiefs secondary is going to give them, like I said, more underneath stuff, but I think this is a spot where Brady and Evans aren't going to be able to get those deep balls, and I think it's going to make it really tough for Tampa to win this game because of it. So I'm okay fading Mike Evans. Godwin is where I would probably pay up for if I was going to pay up for one of those wide receivers, but realistically, I want to look at those value guys, maybe even the tight ends for Tampa.
Reedy's fading your captain, buddy.
That's all right. Different strokes, different folks. I get it. Clyde Edwards-Helaire for me. I mean, his status, right? Like the health, and I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's healthy, but I just don't want to go up against his Tampa Bay run defense. I mentioned it earlier when Kenny was talking about Darrell Williams. that I think it's a fine contrarian play, and he could be used. But at the same time, this is a rookie playing in his first Super Bowl against the #1 run defense. Probably, back to the 2003 Tampa Bay Buccaneers with all of those guys and that stout defense with like Saragusa, I think it was Warren Sapp, excuse me, and Brooks and those guys are the like. So and Lynch, but like I just have no faith at $7,000 in the flex spot. I just don't have any faith in that. I think that's just too high of a price tag to go up against the #1 run defense.
Kenny, who you out on?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this short because I agree with Reed. I mean, you guys, you got your doctors, right? This guy who played last week, is he gonna be healthy? This guy who's been practicing for 2 weeks already, gonna be practicing for another 2 weeks. He's dead. Yeah, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he might as well be dead, right? He's not part of this offense anymore with the 6 carries for 7 yards last week. I mean, yeah, it was also against a bad run defense. Jeff mentioned 22nd in the league against run. Now you're gonna face the #1 rush defense in the league. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is just not going to be a factor in this one. You have to go back all the way to week 11 to find a good guy good game that this guy had, right? He hasn't had a good game since week 11. I mean, he hasn't been involved at all. Darrell Williams has been the guy. Darrell Williams is the high leverage back. He's the goal line back. If there's going to be anything had in this game from a rushing perspective, and, for that matter, a receiving perspective for a running back, it's going to be with Darrell Williams. He's proven himself that he's reliable. The Chiefs love giving him the football in big situations. They're going to continue to do that. It's no knock on Clyde Edwards-Helaire, right? He's been injured. Whatever the reason may be that he hasn't had a good game since week 11, that remains the fact. And Darrell Williams has just most recently been the guy that they've relied on. It's like Ronald Jones II and Leonard Fournette in this game, right? Fournette's the #1 back. Does that mean Jones stinks? Does that mean they hate Jones? Does that mean Jones will never be good again? No, it doesn't mean those things. It just means when you're looking at this slate, you don't want to play Ronald Jones the same way you don't want to pay $7,000 for Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the flex. Don't do it, people.
Final question, and my favorite one, where we find out where the likes of the Shermanator, Rojo, Cam Brate, and I don't know, Le'Veon Bell all have multiple touchdowns. Jeff, bold take, a hot take for this Super Bowl.
Don't you take my take, Jeff. Don't you do
Mecole
it.
Hardman scores 2 touchdowns. Super Bowl MVP. Sammy Watkins drops a touchdown.
I like it.
Reed.
One of Mecole Hardman's touchdowns is on special teams.
Oh, there you go.
Like it. I am going to the Shermanator. I am going to the Shermanator, Kaufman. And look, he's gotten he's gotten like 0.00 like everything, right? This entire season. You have LaShawn McCoy, Le'Veon Bell, you have all these guys back there, Darrell Williams, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. But leave it to Andy Reid to keep this in his back pocket. We've seen Shermanator out there. We've seen Anthony Sherman get into these weird type of plays. The guys, they only had like at the most 17% snap share, maybe in a single game. $400, get down there close. No one's going to be expecting number 42 to get the ball. It's going to him for a touchdown.
All right. Well,
no one expects the butterfly.
Kenny, here's a
you want to talk about something that no one's going to expect? That there will be a trick play field goal touchdown in this game, or a trick play punt touchdown. There will be a fake field goal or punt that will go for a touchdown, and I am not ruling out the possibility that Harrison Butker catches or throws it. So I think that if you roster Harrison Butker, you may think that your ceiling is like 12 points, but it really could be like 18, because I think that Harrison Butker is going to get on the board with a touchdown, or Patrick Mahomes catches a touchdown. But we've seen this in the Super Bowl before. There's going to be a big, bold play. Sorry, Johnny Hecker, it won't involve you. It's going to be Townsend or Butker with a touchdown in this game. Unfortunately for Townsend, you don't have him on the slate, so you can't play him. But if you play the Chiefs DST stack with Butker, you might get double points for that one.
All right. Well, if we're all going to give blatantly hot takes that have no chance at coming through, I'll add one to the equation. Tom Brady wins his 7th ring. That part is not wild. The wild part, he retires right there at the podium on the field. I'm done. I'm walking away a buck. See you in the hall.
That's not a hot take.
Couldn't leave it.
That's got to be like plus 200 odds. Let's put that on the DK Sports.
Of him retiring? No chance. He's playing
and
till
winning
he's
the Super
75
Bowl.
years old.
Oh, come on.
Oh, the Super Bowl. I mean, that's just a given, isn't it? For Jeff, for Kenny, for Reed. Thanks, fellas.
Let's talk about the play of the day here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, and it should be no surprise. It's the NFL 5.55 Super Bowl 55 millionaire. So for a $10 entry fee, you get a shot at $1 million grand prize. And it's just one of 3 contests with a prize pool of at least $1 million for the big game in Tampa. So you know the drill. Go to the DraftKings lobby right now to check them all out. So earlier tonight, we introduced you to Gideon OG, who will be competing in the big game Snackdown presented by DraftKings and Major League Eating. You can get in on the action with the free 100K Major League Eating big game Snackdown pool on the DK Sportsbook. Just answer 10 questions about the event for a shot at a share of 100K in prizes. Right now, here's part 2 of our conversation with him.
Kenneth, you've been wanting to talk value. Give it to us.
Yeah, look, Jeff called Sammy Watkins dust earlier. I mean, I don't even understand what that means. What, he's dead? He doesn't exist anymore? Sammy Watkins was a game-time decision for the AFC Championship game. He practiced all week long. Now you give this guy 2 weeks off, and you don't think he's going to show up and play in the Super Bowl? Of course he is.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you, there is no kale in this competition, because I know back in 2016, you won the World Kale Eating Championship. I'm sorry, when I think kale, like sadness comes to mind. Like many people really wouldn't think of kale as a competitive eating food, but you hold the world record here. How different was kale compared to the other foods that you're used to eating in a competition?
Kale is more, because one thing I realized with those food, having to eat a lot of protein, especially the meat, the appetite fatigue kicks in very, very fast. But kale just helped learn. I grew up eating a lot of vegetables, so it was just easy money for me. That was just my sin. And my bite falls, because I'm one of the ones that when it comes to having to chew through difficult stuff, in the competitive eating scene, I'm very, very good at it. So that automatically, because kale was a little bit hard to chew on, it's like chewing on the toughest grass you can ever think to imagine. So that came up easy for me, and it was just my thing. I couldn't see another person putting on my number. And one of the funny things about that contest, I just show up, don't know what to expect. And I did it very well. So it's just a natural thing for me that I just feel, I can't even really explain. I'm just good at it. Anything that's more difficult to eat, I'm good at.
Yeah, what was the toughest thing that you've ever had to consume in a competition?
The toughest thing I have ever, let me see. If you eat like sweet corn, right now I won the last sweet corn contest over there in Florida. That's very difficult to eat. So on a good day, that's why people like Joey Chestnut, they're not going to show up there because they know they're going to get the Google fashion ball whooping if they show up, because that's my kind of thing, to do. And let me see what else. Wings, trying to get wings from the bone, a little bit difficult. But I think, what I would have done very good? If I showed up at the last party that you guys had in Las Vegas, that was in the bag. I had no doubt in my mind. That was in my bag.
Candy? Are you talking about all that candy?
Yeah. That's definitely down my alley, because that was a little bit difficult. I saw them struggling. I was like, whoa.
Wow.
It would have been a bigger party. So I'm excited about the coming contest, so I'm very excited about it. Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to run it back to the candy thing, but for this competition, you do have 8 minutes here, man, for an all-you-can-eat event, steeplechase format. We're talking 8-layer dip, pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, a sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers. Which food are you looking forward to the most, consuming here?
I think the pizza to an extent is a little bit tough. So my soft competition, I'm gonna struggle with that. I see myself powering through that and giving myself an edge. And the sandwich, let me see. Because I've been so busy, I'm been so busy. I've not taken a look at all the single complexity of the food, but I'm gonna take a look at it. And the good thing is we'll have a bunch of food that we're gonna eat through, and I'm gonna have advantage in a bunch of them, and which I feel is gonna give me an edge. But make no mistake, I'm not coming there to be second to Joey Mikasudo. I don't know if Matt's going to be there. I'm not sure all the people that are going to be there, but I'm coming there to win. And that's what the truth does. I'm not coming there. I don't see them as competition. I've kicked all your butt, easy money. I'm coming there to bag it.
I love how trash talk is part of your game.
Oh, yeah, it's part of the game. And that's not even part of the game. That's who I am. I show up and they know it. I beat every single one of them and they know it. So especially when we're not doing too much of a quantity. This is 8 minutes and we're eating this little stuff. I definitely I stand a good chance. I know I have a good chance to win it. You know, when it comes to just like the Nathan's hot dog, Joey, he's gonna be difficult. It's just because he has so much more capacity than a lot of us do. That's automatic for him. But competition where we're not gonna be consuming a whole lot and we're eating 8 minutes, yeah, it could be anybody's day, man. And I think it's gonna be my day. Yeah.
Do you study the weaknesses of your opponents?
Yeah, because I know I've had enough experience on the road doing this that I know, especially if I have to dissect all the food and see, you know, I'm definitely gonna know what it's gonna take to. I know what it takes to win. They just put it that way. I know what it takes to win, so I'm excited.
Here's a clip from the Ross Tucker Football Podcast previewing the Chiefs Bucks.
The key to the whole game was the end of the first half. This was the key to the whole thing. Sean Murphy-Bunting had a sweet interception on Allen Lazard in the slot. Yes, he tugged Lazard's jersey. Yes, people have a right to be frustrated because in some instances it felt like they let him play. In other instances they didn't. I think we all would like more consistency there. There's no question. On that one, Bunting tugged him a little bit, then he got that interception in the slot. And then the Bucs weren't going to get anything out of it. They elected to go for it on fourth down late in the first half. Exactly the right decision. My guy, Steve Fezzik, at Fezzik Sports, was freaking out on social media because there's no reason for the Bucs to punt it there. They go for it. They get it. And then Brady lobs a terrific touchdown pass to Scotty Miller against Kevin King in the end of the first half, 21-10. So Kevin King got beat end of the first half. He got beat by the Mike Evans touchdown, and he's the guy that had the game-clinching pass interference, which was a good call. You know, Tyler Johnson, we'll get to that, but he had that undershirt bri. It was untucked. It was out, which I can't stand. I think it's a terrible, sloppy look. But that's what Kevin King tugged. So we'll get to that. But Kevin King really showed. Remember, he was questionable to play with a back injury. So I think he was hampered by it. I think he struggled as a result. So it's 21-10 at halftime. And then start of the second half, Jordan Whitehead, we talked about it, came up popped Aaron Jones, fumble, leads to the Cam Brate touchdown on the first play after that. Devin White picked up the fumble, got goal-to-go situation, play action fake, boom, Cam Brate touchdown, 28-10. Early in the third quarter, the Bucks were up. I almost said Patriots because of Brady. The Bucks were up, and it looked like they might run away with the game. And I said, either Brady's going to a 10th Super Bowl or this is going to be an epic Aaron Rodgers comeback. And he almost did. Packers got a quick answer as Rodgers was doing what he does, his magic tricks, running around and then throwing a touchdown around the pressure to Tunyon, 28-17. And then the craziest part of the whole thing, Bri, might be the fact that the Bucks, Brady had 3 picks. Now, one went off of Mike Evans' hands, but the other 2 were terrible picks by Tom Brady. I mean, terrible. He had one to Adrian Amos. When they're up 28-17, he lobs it up. Was a terrible throw for no reason. Amos picks it up, leads to a touchdown to Devontae Adams. So then it's 28-25 or 28-23. And the Packers go for 2 to make it a 3-point game. And Equanimeous St. Brown just drops it. So then it's, still 28-23 at that point. Evans has 2 drops on the next drive for the Bucks. The second one goes to Jair Alexander for an interception. Brady throws a third straight interception on 3rd and 2, and you're thinking, what is going on? It's unbelievable to think that something is, that Brady would be playing like this and could blow it. But then after that, Brady throws a screen to Gronk, and Gronk gets good yardage for a suck-up field goal, so it's 31-23. Packers move the ball right back down the field, Bri. There's 2 minutes left. They have 4th and goal from the 8 maybe? And they kick a field goal to make it from a 1-score game to a, wait for it, 1-score game. I absolutely hated it. Hated that decision. We all did in the moment. We all hated the decision by Matt LaFleur to kick the field goal. It's good, 31-26. But then the Bucks get the ball back. I don't know why the Packers thought that they could stop them. They couldn't. There's a controversial pass interference at the end of the half on King, or at the end of the game on King, but he tugged his jersey. I mean, they have to call that. And they, if they tug a jersey and you see the stretch, they're going to call. Sometimes they don't see the stretch. Sometimes they do. They saw the stretch. Game over. Brady's going to a 10th Super Bowl. It's unbelievable. 31-26 Bucks.
Madden After Dark is on the way, but we still got NHL contests available tonight for a 10 p.m. Eastern showdown between Ottawa and Vancouver. One of our biggest contests for that game is the NHL 40K Great White North Showdown, $10 entry fee, $10K to first. And don't forget to check out all the action over on the DK Sportsbook on the NFL, NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, and more. By the way, a big welcome to my home state, the state of Virginia, where the DK Sportsbook is now available. All right, guys, my time on the Dream Stream is coming to an end, but the magic keeps rolling on with Madden. The magic keeps rolling with Madden After Dark. There it is. Let's send it out to Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Kristoff for the call of the Steelers and the Saints. Good night, everybody.
Hey, magic works too, Jesse. There's magic in the air
Yeah,
every
there
evening
is. Yeah.
on the Dream Stream. You know, dreaming, magic, that whole thing. I see what you were doing there. We've got the Steelers. We've got the Saints. Saints are home. So I think it's a good idea, Brandon Kristoff, to roster Drew Brees. And may I remind all of you that these two quarterbacks will be home watching Tom in the big game once again.
I didn't get a lineup in on time, or I'm not going to, because somehow you invited me to Washington, Denver. So I've got that lineup ready to go.
Interesting.
That was weird. Did that happen at any point?
I don't know. I mean, Washington, Denver. I don't think I did that.
I thought I mean, I don't know. Upcoming early bird special. Is that tomorrow, I guess?
That's tomorrow. That's probably
Okay.
Koff, if I had to guess.
Oh, maybe I clicked on it and it was Koss. Anyway.
That guy.
Yeah, I got excited for a second. But I was like, I didn't think I'm doing a Denver game. So I can tell you my fake lineup, and it'll probably be the
Okay.
best one.
Right. And then every time someone from your fake lineup does something, you can tell us I will
Yeah.
be dominating and winning this if my lineup went in.
Yeah. So Koff and I talked about it at the end of the last sim. I was going to captain Deontay Johnson. Okay. Which meant then I could play Kamara and Big Ben. Then you got to go way farther down the board. James Washington, Saints D, and Traquan Smith.
Okay.
All right. So, for posterity.
Traquan Smith's been really good as a
Yeah.
wideout 3 in these sims. I
Yep,
like it.
so that's where we're at. Well, that money should work, right? With Washington and Traquan. That sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Saints D.
Saints D, you like a defense. Indoors. Okay. All right. So I got Juju Smith-Schuster, Sim Schuster in Simland, of course.
Of course.
Got him in the captain spot. Kamara and Breeze. I don't love playing Drew Brees in Sims, but he's indoors. He doesn't have the X factors anymore, but Breeze, I believe, yes, he still has these superstar traits, indoor baller included. Jalen Samuels, Traquan Smith, I've got in my lineup, and also Latavius Murray. So squeezed all of that in, still had $100 left over.
Pretty good.
So
pretty good. Well, that's annoying because it didn't click from 45 minutes ago when Koff and I were talking about Deontay Johnson to me filling out that lineup. Oh, well.
So Koff was basically what you just did there is he was fake listening to you and didn't really steer you in the right direction, like a good friend and co-host.
No, I think he did. He said Deontay Johnson. And then
Oh,
it
he
just
did
didn't-
say that.
Yeah,
Okay.
he said Deontay Johnson. It
Oh,
just
okay,
didn't
all
click
right.
in my head because I was trying to wolf down dinner and get caught up on the rerun of Law and Order SVU that my wife was watching, which I now won't know how it ended because I came downstairs. But
that's the worst, huh? When you have to leave and go do something when there's a suspense building.
it was fine. I imagined that we could guess how it was going to work out. We got far enough along that I could guess.
All right, we're underway. Here we go. Steelers and Saints, led by two old quarterbacks that just can't get by Tom Brady. Brother Phil, he's staying red hot. I love to see it. Flashy, have you been controlling your urges, young man? No trips to the loo with certain photographs. Good lad. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. It actually works because your name's Brother Phil. What's up, Brother Phil? Lindenbaum, Decano. Great to see all of you from Madden After Dark. Giggle Pigs.
There's Juju.
Do you like carrot cake?
Fundamentally, I don't really have a problem with it. I don't think I seek it out.
Same. Well, Kyle, he just turned 21. His mom made him a homemade carrot cake for his birthday.
Well, happy birthday.
He's a nice guy, Kyle. Loves Madden After Dark. I hope you like your cake while you watch and your lineup does well and you make some cake. Rake in the money. Oh, yeah, Sarah, you like that one? Get out of here.
I've never understood the expression, you can't have your cake and eat it too. I guess that means you can't just keep it and not eat it, but who would want to do that?
I can't think of many. Actually, I can think of a few, but I won't name names. That's rude.
Well, like the ones on those great baking shows, I get. What are you going to do, frame it? Keep it in a temperature locked frame, like freeze it, temperature control? So you want to eat it if it's a good cake. It's a weird expression. A dumber expression.
I used to be a lost young boy. Maybe I still am to some of you. But when I was a young boy, I would never eat cake for my birthday party. I would get a cake at my birthday parties, but I wouldn't eat it. I'd have ice cream, but not the cake.
I'm similar. It's not that I wouldn't eat cake. I just never sought cake out.
Same.
In fact, dessert, I've become a bigger dessert eater in my old age. Honestly, like north of 40, and I don't know why. And I'm 42. I'll be 43 in March. I would always want more food and no dessert. And if I did do dessert, I'd maybe do I always like strawberry cheesecake, but I didn't go out of my way to have dessert. I'm like, if we're at a nice restaurant, give me more steak, more sushi, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have one more roll than dessert. In recent years, that's changed.
I got you.
Lewis Daniel says freeze it. Okay, but what do you do with your frozen cake? It's either taking up space in your freezer. I don't get it.
Well, there's such thing as ice cream cake, which is pretty bomb. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people, Earl Clark, it hurts when... Oh. That's pretty funny. And I caught myself before I got myself in trouble. That's funny. Ertz Eifert. A good carrot cake is the best cake ever. Oh, man, that is a Madden After Dark username if I've ever seen one. That's great. Who are you? Yeah, that made my day. That was funny. Terrace likes sweet potato pie.
Okay. As a dessert?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
We'll allow it.
I also like key lime pie. If I was going to pick a pie, I would go key lime.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good.
I keep trying to cut sugar out of my diet. It's not going great. Like processed sugar.
Hey, they're at the 13. Roethlisberger with time. Surveying. Don't take a sack. Oh, boy.
Good thing I fake rostered that Saints D. There's Marcus Davenport.
I can't get over that username. That's fantastic.
This week, a couple of years ago, Marcus Davenport made himself a bunch of money. He got the Saints to trade a first-round pick to move up to get him because he dominated the Senior Bowl after not really being on a lot of people's radar at UTEP. So, virtual Marcus Davenport going down memory lane at the real Senior Bowl. He's got Richard Comfort wrote.
Hey, Glash, I named my dog after you, but I really don't like him. I'm not sure if renaming him...
Rehoming him.
Oh, what does that mean? Like putting him in a new home. Okay,
yeah,
rehoming him.
Adoption.
Or, I'm going to struggle saying this word.
Euthanization.
Euthanization, there it is more ethical. What would you do?
Well, obviously keeping the dog alive versus killing him is more ethical. I would hope that's your answer, Glash.
Yeah.
Maybe just change his name and you'll like him more.
Wait, you talking to the dog or me?
Either. Picked off by my fake Saints defense.
Hey, that boy. Jenkins. That's not good. Big Ben. Looking like the first half of the playoff game against Cleveland. No, Andrew. We have Andrew on the ones and twos. Producer Michael. I don't think that's Jimmy B. Disguised.
Sack. Saints D only captain less than 1%, 0.9%. Both D's right now are, I'm sure, helping people lead early.
Joe and Jim updating scores. Let's see. Producer Michael telling us, did you see the real Vance McDonald retired? Didn't see that.
I didn't. I'm gonna
He's a
switch.
nice piece. I mean, look, Ebron's the guy. Ebron was the guy when they brought him in this past year, but McDonald, nice piece for them.
I decided to switch to the active Slack chat. I was on a different one.
Jesus, man. You all right?
Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm new to all this, dude.
Come on, you're not new.
To Slack. I've only been on it.
Slack, that's true. Yeah, to Slack.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I can wing it with the best one. Is that Jared Cook?
It sure is.
I'll still maintain the Saints all black with the home all black is my favorite uniform, I think.
It's a good one. It's up there. Rick Lewis, what's up, man?
Rick Lewis accused Coffin of not knowing what we were talking about last game. We were talking about quarterback free agency and trade scenarios.
Can you sum it up? Give me the Cliff Notes.
Of what we talked about, or of Rick Lewis's saying that we don't know anything? It was only a one-word sentence. He said, these hosts don't know what they're talking about.
No, I know, but like, what was the overall Cliff Notes of you and Koff's discussion?
Well, it was more Koff listening to me because he had already kind of talked about it in the previous sim.
Oh, okay.
But I said at the end of the day, I'm not convinced that Watson's gone. I really don't think Rodgers is gone. And Stafford, we know, is gone. And then we talked about what makes the most sense for Stafford. If Rodgers were going to go, the Niners with the 12th pick, seems like they may not have to give up much more than just that. I wouldn't think.
For Matt Stafford?
No, for Rodgers. Sorry.
For Rodgers, okay.
Stafford, I think, will cost a 1, but I don't know if it'll be higher than the Colts at 21.
Wow, you really think a 1 is the price for Matt Stafford?
All it takes is another team to offer. It might end up being a 2 or lower, but...
No, but you're right. Someone might get stupid and offer a 1. Because there's so many teams that need a quarterback all of a sudden. Or willing to make a change at quarterback.
Yeah. And so... Where does Stafford make the most sense? He'd make sense in New England. Not sure what they're going to do at 15.
I think the chat nailed it. I like to see him with the Colts if Wentz doesn't go there.
Legacy Lock, I think, called me an intern and says I need help.
Put him indoors. He's been indoors his whole career. I know that's a little bit overblown, but wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate Stafford in New England, honestly.
He's from Dallas, so it's not like he grew up playing in cold weather, but he's played a bunch of games in Green Bay and Chicago.
Yeah.
When you've got an arm like his, the weather thing's overblown.
If you guys are just joining us, Big Ben threw a pick from the 13-yard line, a chance to score a touchdown, and didn't work out. So ball back to the Steelers in a scoreless game. Smash the like for Jim and Joe doing their thing in the game center.
Fantasy Hawk says Stafford and Dallas make sense. That's only if they're willing to move on from Dak. And maybe they are, but Stafford costs about what you were willing to, well, I guess Dak's up into the 30s now.
Okay, so if he goes to Dallas, folks.
Where does Dak go?
Right. Like, how does that work? And how much could Dallas, I'm just asking the question, how much does Dallas get in return if indeed they were to move on from Dak Prescott? Like, what's his value right now, the fact he didn't play all last year?
I don't even know what I think they only get a third rounder back because he's a free agent. So unless they sign him and trade him, you get a compensatory third rounder.
John DeCano, yes. Brandon Christel helped me with the pronunciations of words. For a dog named after me. That was very, very nice.
Oh, Legacy Lot says to call an intern to help me out. Oh, okay. We don't have any interns, do we?
I don't think so.
And Louis Daniel has my back, sort of. He says, BK, I'd never say you don't know what you're talking about. It's the length of time you talk about it. Need to be more concise for Louis Daniel's taste. I don't know. You asked me a question. I'm going to give you a thought-out answer. I guess I could give you a 10-word answer, but then not a lot of nuance there.
Yeah, right, Jason Mack. They would franchise Dak and then trade him. Fantasy Hawk, 2 firsts. If you ran a team, you're going to give up 2 firsts for Dak Prescott? Come on.
I don't know if that's true. Who's making that trade?
Right.
Maybe. There's not enough of a proven track record. There's enough of stats. He's put up stats, and he's won games with a really good team around him. And he was playing well with a bad team, a team that was playing poorly, a terrible defense to start the year.
Mhm.
He was carrying them this year, finally. But who's giving up? That's everybody comes up with ideas. You got to tell me who. I always like to use the example back in the day when Carmelo played here in Denver. We'd be on the radio and someone would say, "Hey, we need to trade Carmelo for 2 number ones." Like, okay, tell me the team that's calling up and offering the 2 number ones, and then you pull the trigger. So who's trading 2 number ones for Dak?
Yeah. And also, right, and which team?
And then you have to pay him
makes
$40
sense
million.
for- Yeah. Right. And then you also, so folks, like you said, like we've already witnessed here, is folks believe that Stafford could fit in Dallas. So they've already done the easy part, the replacement. But how is the other piece moving out is the challenge.
I guess he could trade Dak to Detroit.
Okay. Yeah, right. Just replace him like that. And look, Andrew points out Patricia coming back to New England makes Stafford to New England seem iffy.
Sort of. I guess they'll ask Patricia what he thinks of Stafford, but he may say Stafford was the reason that we didn't lose more games.
Yeah. Juju Smith-Schuster is the high point man so far in the receiving category. 4 for 49. Fooligan over on Twitch. Fooligan leading the free roll. 172 entries. Big Ben and Breeze watching Tom on the couch again. Madden Crazies in third. Lord Silverman in fourth. M. Romero 25 is in second. I think that was incomplete. Yes, it was. Intended for Juju. Charles Carter. How about Stafford in New Orleans, assuming Breeze is done?
Not the worst idea, and except that they right now they have to figure out what they're doing with Taysom Hill. They're so far over the cap that they're gonna have to get creative, even with a quarterback that's reasonable by quarterback standards. Oh, Rick Lewis said he's sorry he hurt my feelings. My feelings aren't hurt. I was just reading what was written. I think you would know if my feelings were hurt. I would just take my ball and go home. Leave Glash on his own.
Stay here.
Fine, I'll stay. Yeah, the Saints have the worst cap situation in the league, I believe. I'll double check it, but
Well, the other thing too, guys, like, do you really want? Now, I'm not saying I disagree with like Stafford fitting in Dallas, but do you
Drew
really
says
believe?
the Saints are $99 million over the cap right now?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Sean Payton believes he could win with Jameis, or
I think he wants to bring Jameis back.
Yeah.
Which is
Even
crazy
did you
since
see
he played
Breeze
Taysom Hill.
post game? He's looking at him, looking at Jameis like it's your team now. And I mean, that doesn't mean anything, right? Until like they sign him to a contract. But just that little moment there.
You look at it on Spotrac, Spot Rack, however you want to pronounce it. Saints, it says, are minus 105.
Yeah.
Again, that's a projected cap. We don't know what the exact cap is because the league hasn't set it yet. Minus 105. That's more than 50 million worse than the team that's above them, which is the Eagles at 51 negative, and then the Falcons aren't in good shape either. They're 33 over. Steelers at 28. You can get a little creative and guys that you're keeping around. You can rework some of their deals. The cap is kind of a fake number in some respects.
Richard Comfort says, I'd like to clarify that my dog Glash is a very bad dog. It's very likely if he's rehomed, the new owners won't like him either.
Well, then that'll be up to them unless he's biting, and then he becomes a liability, a actual legal liability.
Maybe you should shave the dog's eyebrows.
Louis Daniel wants to know, how do I feel about Stafford in Denver? Is he an upgrade from Drew Lock? Absolutely, right now, for sure. Now, Drew Lock's 24 and Stafford's 33. And in some ways, they kind of seem similar. Like Drew Lock's trajectory could very easily be a Stafford-like, where he just slings it all over the yard and never wins anything. But what are you giving up to get him? The Broncos certainly aren't going to trade 9 for Stafford, I wouldn't think. So then you're looking at your second rounder and Lock, maybe. And that might be enough for Detroit. If at 7, they don't want to draft a quarterback right now. And they know they have a lot of work to do. And they're just trying to acquire capital and move on and create cap space. You know, their new GM came over as the Rams. He was the Rams head of college scouting. So he may have a bunch of hidden gems that he's looking at this year and next year that he's ready to draft for Detroit and start to build that way.
So apparently, I'm a Bichon Frise
Nice.
kind of dog.
I can see that. Your hair kind of looks like that. With the new haircut.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think.
Sure. It wasn't an insult. It was an observation.
It looks like a dog, and just looking at it closely, the first one I see on Google, it's a dog that doesn't shut up.
I'll be wearing hats for the next 2 weeks because I was supposed to get a
talked about
haircut
this.
today. Yeah. Well, no,
What
the girl.
happened? Your appointment didn't happen, or?
Well, no, one, it got moved because my wife went skiing, and then it was supposed to be today, but my hairstylist is out 2 weeks, either with COVID or close contact. I got a call last night at like 8 at night. Like, we have to schedule your appointment, reschedule or move you to a different stylist. I'm like, same person's cut my hair for 2 years now. I'm pretty comfortable. I'll wait. I don't have to do anything other than this. So, I'm not leaving the house much. I'll throw a hat on and be ready to roll.
Pebble Beach says lame sim.
The game, yeah, it's 0-0, and we're almost at halftime.
Pebble Beach, if someone called you lame, I would tell them, give Pebble Beach a chance. Give this sim a chance. And if
How
it
many
stays
touchdowns
like
are we
this,
going to see? How many
you can
touchdowns
call
are we
it.
going to see?
I don't know.
5. I'll set the number at 4.5. More than 4.5, less than 4.5.
Oof. And this, more. We're inside. Come on. Two good offenses.
Anybody say less than 4.5? All right. Rhea, I don't want to mess up your last name. I might have messed up your first name. Stafford to Washington for their first. Dak in Dallas. Wait. Stafford to Washington for their first. Dak goes to Dallas, so he's already in Dallas. Watson to the Jets for 3 number ones over the next 3 years. The second pick, Seattle's next year, and then the Jets in 2023. Okay? Darnold to the Niners, Jimmy G to the Pats. This sounds like Dak just staying in Dallas. I don't know why that was included. But Stafford to Washington just for their first. All right. Feels too high. Maybe not. Washington is picking right here as the division winners, but losing early. Washington's picking 19th. Stafford for 19. See, I think the Colts at 21 makes a lot of sense. Colts ready-made roster. A lot of good pieces. Cap space, I'll make about the same as Phil Rivers. They don't think Luck's coming back. Although Stafford does want a new deal as part of this agreement to move on from Detroit. He wants them to help him work out a new deal.
Jay Don says, I'll take the under. PayPal me 5. Kamara is stuffed. His first carry of the sim. Wow. If you paid up for Alvin Kamara, I can understand why you're upset. Richard Comfort, would I like to adopt dog Glash? Are you talking to your dog or me? I just like saying that. Richard, where are you based to acquire me? The other Glash. Shotgun snap, 2nd and 9, incomplete.
What if you took that dog that was named after you and kept calling it Glash and then got Raheem Meowster? Would they get along? They'd be about the same size.
Yeah. I mean, I would rather have a dog. I've been over that.
Although with quiet hours there, you may be in trouble.
Which, by the way, we do need buzzword nominations. That's a catch. Nice pickup here.
Emmanuel Sanders.
The sim was off to a good start. Big Ben threw a pick from the 13.
Fantasy Hawk says Stafford seems like an indie type of guy. I'm not sure what that means. Indy, one of the more underrated towns to spend a weekend in. There's a big event going on. You can drink till 3. Everything's downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Bummed I'm not going to be there for the combine. Kamara.
Andrew Scarcella, this is approaching the worst game in sim history.
Trading for the Dodgers, says Drew, one of the producers. Trading to the Dodgers so he and Clayton Kershaw can be teamed up once again like they were when they were freshmen in high school. And Clayton was the center for Stafford at quarterback. And then I imagine they played baseball together too.
Nathan Lawson says Tampa is no doubt winning. Talking
No
to the Super
doubt.
Bowl.
Look, I think their pass rush is going to give the Chiefs fits, but to say no doubt, I don't know.
All the power to you, man.
Shaq
Right.
Barrett
It's
and
it really
JPP
is
are good
interesting to see. So, because the Saints, the Chiefs are going to be without 2 starting offensive linemen.
Their 2 best offensive linemen, who are their 2 tackles, and with
Fisher went out, right? That was the announcement
yeah,
today.
Fisher tore his Achilles, and Andy Reid said he didn't think Mitchell Schwartz's back would allow him to be ready in 2 weeks. So you've got backup tackles against Shaq Barrett, who led the NFL in sacks a year ago, and JPP, who we know even with 7.5 fingers can still get home, and Vita Vea in the middle, back healthy, really takes up a lot of space. We saw
Right.
that yesterday. That's
Mhm.
why they got to, it helped that Billy Turner was in there, not Bakhtiari at left tackle. Made it a little easier to get to Rodgers, but Shaq Barrett was coming off the right side.
Oh, Latavius Murray, somersault to the 1.
I don't know if that'll be enough to make a difference, but it will contribute to a potential Tampa win. Is getting to Mahomes and making his life more challenging.
Let's watch what happens here on 2nd and goal.
Ooh, nowhere to go, Camaro.
Nathan Lawson, you just went from like a 10 to like a 1 in terms of like your confidence level, or like just your level of what you're saying. You're an idiot if you think Tampa doesn't have a chance. But you just said no. What was the word? What was the phrase? No doubt winning. I think they've definitely got a chance, but no doubt, man, that Kansas City offense, man.
They're effective. It really is awesome to watch what Mahomes is doing, assuming you don't hate the Chiefs. If you hate the Chiefs, then that's on you. But
Kamara. Oh
Nope.
my God. You've got to be kidding me.
he's just assaulting the record book in every respect.
Richard Comfort is back in about this dog. If Glash would like Glash, I'm based in Florida.
Okay.
Glash is quite a handful.
Quick JetBlue flight. How old is this dog, and why did he name him after you? I guess are the next 2 questions. Touchdown.
Who we got?
Jared
Cook? Looks like him. Yep, Jared Cook. We finally have a touchdown with less than 2 minutes to go in the half.
I'm still feeling good about less than 4.5, but we'll see.
I just caught something here in the chat. Lewis Daniel, interesting question. Who do you guys think the 2 weeks off helps more?
Who's more hurt? I guess the Bucks right now, because Winfield got hurt late in practice this week, and Tahir Whitehead got hurt and left the game. Vita Vea is just getting back into shape, so that gives him 2 weeks to really get into football shape. If we don't think Schwartz is, Antonio Brown too. If we don't think Schwartz is going to be ready to go, the rest of the Chiefs, I mean, Patrick's got turf toe, I guess, but that'll help him. He seemed to look okay even with turf toe yesterday. Now
I was just going to say, taking injuries out of it. I mean, Andy Reid to come up with the game plan to dissect that Tampa defense.
Yeah.
He's a hot coach. I mean, he's got great personnel, but Andy Reid is probably the hottest coach going right now in football last couple years.
The last time they played, it ended up being a 27-24 game. The Chiefs did get 200 yards from Tyreek Hill in the first quarter.
Right, and that game wasn't as close as the final score.
No, but how about this stat? I had it this morning on one of my updates. In the last 27 games that Patrick Mahomes has played, including playoffs, the Chiefs have lost once, and that was to the Raiders.
Wow.
So he's 26-1 in his last 27 games.
And what is, if I'm wrong on this, I apologize. I'm thinking about it on the fly. I heard this earlier today. Mahomes in the playoffs is now...
Well, he's won 3 games last year.
His only loss is to Brady.
Yeah, so he's 5-1 in the playoffs right now, and he's
right.
never played
6-1 or 5-1, I think.
Well, the first year they were the number 2 seed, won one game, and then lost to the Patriots. Oh, plus Super Bowl. If you count Super Bowl as a playoff game, then he's 6-1. Sorry.
Yeah, it sounds right.
6-1, 6-1 in the postseason, and other than playing in the Super Bowl, he's only played at Arrowhead. Fumble.
How
about my Saints D pick?
Saints D and Brandon Cristal's fake lineup. Touchdown.
The people that are captaining him in 0.9% of their lineups, they got him and/or Jared Cook.
Jared Cook in the leading lineup in the free showdown, 44% flex, 6.5% captain. Saints D, 8% in the flex, and as Cristal said, 0.9 captained. Jordan Lindenbaum says the Bucs are hot right now. I think the 2 weeks actually hurts them. It gives them time to cool off, maybe. Pure speculation, Galaxy break. Jordan, I'm kind of with you on this. Like, I think it was good for that team to be on the road. There's something about that air, and no offense to anyone that lives in Florida, like just that complacency, I feel like that's in place. And the fact that they are going to be so settled at home for the next few weeks and then playing that game in Tampa, I don't know, man. Like they've been locked in being on the road. I think teams during COVID period have benefited from being on the road. I said this earlier. You have a little bit more freedom of movement in terms of like eating team meals with each other in the hotel room. Like you can actually probably get away with a little bit more on the road as a team. I'm not trying to say guys are going out and getting in trouble. I just mean like being together as a team, whereas when you're at home, it's in for practice or walkthrough, and then you go straight home.
Here's what I'm going to disagree, only because I'm not saying fundamentally teams have more road teams won this year than home teams in the regular season too. But when they're on the road, they just have zero distractions, period, because they don't have any family, any friends. They weren't eating together as teams, though. They had to eat in their rooms for the most part because of COVID. Or they could go down and grab food and bring it back up. But they couldn't use restaurants, inside hotels for the most part, and they were relegated to their rooms, and they had to do their meetings on Zoom. So there wasn't as much camaraderie as there normally might be, and there's plenty of teams that'll tell you that especially when teams aren't going away for training camp really anymore, that longer extended road trips, especially if you're a West Coast team playing on the East Coast or vice versa, and you're there for a week together or leave an extra day early, can promote bonding. Here's what I'll say about the Bucs. All Brady needs is more practice. That's all he continues to want with his team, is more reps and more opportunity to get timing down with those receivers. So I think 2 weeks helps his offense, whereas the Chiefs, as we've seen, can dial it back and then dial it up. And so that's a lot of words from both of us. I think it slightly favors the Bucs, and because Super Bowl weeks are distracting anyway, this one has a chance to be more distracting for the Bucs in that family might be coming to town earlier. But if I'm the Bucs, I'm telling them, hey, I'll see you after the game. Like, come to town. You can't even, and if there's a significant other and it's their family, like if you want to see your folks, you're staying with them at the hotel, or I'm going to the hotel, the team hotel, because I don't need to get COVID and miss the Super Bowl because your cousin came and accidentally had COVID.
Right.
But in a normal week, in a normal year, if this was a normal Super Bowl, I would think the road team would have an advantage because the Bucs you would just be getting pulled in a million directions, and you'd have to turn your phone off because every single person you know would want to go to the game. And even once that's settled and you've given out your tickets, that's not going to stop your random neighbors and your guy that washes your car and all those people that you just see in your everyday life. So it would be, I think, even more distracting, despite getting to work out in your own facility and be in your home locker room, which they are going to get to do anyway. But the Chiefs aren't traveling until the Friday before the game, so they'll get all their stuff done at home.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, if this was not a pandemic year, just imagine the circus in Tampa for the next 2 weeks.
It'd be bonkers. And here's the thing: there's 22,000 tickets. We know 7,500 are going to healthcare workers, but that leaves 14,000 going to teams and whatever. There's tickets going for $9,000 up top and $25,000 behind the bench.
Keith Gordon says, I want to watch these Sims, but listening to you talk about Brady all day has made me nauseous.
We're talking about Mahomes, too.
Oh, man.
We haven't even really talked about Brady.
Tough.
Have we talked about Brady? A little
I did
bit.
earlier today.
Oh,
He won.
well. Yeah, to the victor goes the spoils.
Really. This was Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. We'd be talking to all you Packers fans about how great Aaron Rodgers is. But guess
So
what? He didn't win.
I'm guessing you know somebody. Do you have a friend in your life that's kind of always a contrarian, kind of a hater, like not a jerk about it, but will always have a hot take that seems genuine? Do you come
Does
across
Kenny
people like that at all?
Does Kenny Ducey count?
Kenny might count, sure. But we've got a guy here in Denver that produces our afternoon show. And this is a guy who will say stuff like, I just don't think Champ Bailey's a first ballot Hall of Famer. In Denver, he'll say that and believe it. He's like, I think that Ed Reed's getting in. I think that whoever, I can't remember who else was. Tony Gonzalez is like, I'm not sure Champ gets in. And he stuck to that for like 6 months. So he texted us yesterday. We're on this group chat, the afternoon show.
Yep.
No, I'm just a contributor. And he goes, now with Brady winning, going to his 10th Super Bowl and a chance to win 7, he's definitely going to prove that he's the GOAT. and all three of us just jumped on him. We're like, that's been proven. The 9 appearances and 6 rings have already settled it. It's been settled. This will just add to his legacy. And unless Patrick Mahomes can catch him or someone else, he will continue to be the GOAT until someone has 6 or 7 rings.
Just taking the Super Bowl out of it entirely. We'll go through the stats here. Roethlisberger, 14-21, 133. Breeze is not even he's not even at 100 yards, not even at 90 yards. 11-14, 89 yards and a touchdown. Big Ben, no touchdown passes and a pick. Kamara, 4 for 18. Jeez, no running of the ball here. Samuel's 2 for 6. Murray 1 for 1. Connor 1 for 2. Juju 6 for 68. That's been good.
It's your captain. My captain, Deontay Johnson, my fake captain, 0 catches. I feel like I always guess wrong with the Steelers receivers in regular season and in fantasy sims.
Jared Cooks had a nice game with a touchdown. And the defensive score, guys. Scoop and score after Big Ben was sacked. Strip sack, touchdown. What the heck was I going to say? I might be Brady'd out today, to be quite honest. I've said a lot about
Brother Phil, though, has an interesting you're about to talk about the regular season. Brother Phil brings up that this is the very first time in Brady's career he'll be in a playoff game with a superior coach standing on the other sideline. And so, barring some KC kookiness, he picked him 34-23. Look, if the Chiefs win by 7, 10, 14, 17, no one's going to be surprised. But if the Bucks do win, I don't think it should shock you. They've got Pro Bowlers all over the place on both sides of the ball, and the best quarterback to ever do it. I get he's 43, and he's not as good as Patrick is right now. But it shouldn't blow your mind if they figure out a way to make enough plays, get to Mahomes and those receivers. Godwin and Evans are better than the Chiefs defenders. Then you got Gronk, who's going to take up Honey Badger's attention, and Brait. Chiefs defense is just okay. The reason they're good and their numbers are good is because their offense is always up.
I remember what I was going to say. Just take the Super Bowl out of it. Just the way Brady has played in terms of his path to get to his 10th Super Bowl, going on the road for all 3 games. As a wild card team, has never been done before in his career. He goes and beats 2 quarterbacks who, in conversations, have been argued, I'm not agreeing with this, but Breeze and Rodgers have been argued to be top 10 quarterbacks of all time. Went through both of them at their home arenas, fields. And this is all gravy at this stage. And you know something, Brother Phil? You make a good point. I mean, look, Ron Rivera's a good coach, too. But Taylor Heineke was the quarterback. The fact you got Mahomes and Reed as the opposition. That AFC Championship game 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
3 years ago.
Well, no. Last year. This year was yesterday. Last year was when the Chiefs beat the Titans 2 years ago. That's how calendars work.
My bad, yeah. So 2 years ago.
3 seasons ago.
There it is. Good way to put it. I mean, that was the last time Brady played Mahomes. Well, actually, no. Brady and Mahomes played Week 12 this year. But that game, I mean, man, Andy Reid
overtime
had an answer for everything.
It was a great game. I was at the Saints-Rams game that day, which ended in controversy.
Chef Duke says T. Hill, Tyreek Hill, is going to destroy Tampa.
Well, he did the first time, and he's the most unique player in the NFL on the edge.
That's the game, right? I mean, we joked about this in the regular season. It felt like when you watch Kansas City play offense, they'd be like, all right, we're just going to make Kelsey the guy on this drive, and then the next drive we're going to make this one about Hill. If those guys are going to get their yards, but I don't know how. You've got to contain them. You're not going to stop them.
You have to put a safety over the top of Tyreek Hill. If not, he's going to have 200 yards in every quarter. They slowed him down. They figured it out, but it was a little too late. At that point, the damage was done.
Dude is so quick. I mean, the way he moves with the football after he makes a catch.
He's the fastest player in the NFL. Top end speed. And most people will tell you he's the fastest player they've ever seen. Vic Fangio was coaching this league for 35 years. The only people he could compare him to were Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
Maybe Bullet Bob Hayes, and all he was the fastest man in the world in the 60s when he won the Olympics.
The other player that I've got my eye on, or I'm thinking about for this Super Bowl, is Leonard Fournette. If Fournette can run the ball, and Ronald Jones too. I think Jones wasn't his best this past week. He's still trying to get back from that injury. But Tampa's going to do what a lot of teams did to Tom Brady over the years. Keep the ball out of Patrick Mahomes' hands. And they have to run the ball, and my God, in that second half, I know Brady made some bad throws. Those interceptions were bad. But this no risk it, no biscuit style, like, oh my God, like just run the football. You're up by multiple scores. Run the clock out. The clock's your friend.
Run the football.
Fournette's been really good the last few weeks.
Run the football, check it down, basically adopt the Patriots offense that they won a few Super Bowls with here recently. Like, don't worry about stretching the field with Evans and Godwin.
First
and
down.
Scotty Miller for that
own
matter.
30. Yeah. I mean, look, and that's where the no risk it, no biscuit works when Scotty Miller makes that play at the end of the first half.
Chris Johnson, Fantasy Hawk, not faster than Tyreek Hill. Just ask people that played against both.
So
they'll tell you Tyreek Hill was faster. Go right now, everybody. Google Tyreek Hill and McCole Hardman running a 40. I swear, if you try to clock it, Tyreek Hill's is in the 4.1s. They ran against each other in the Chiefs indoor facility in the spring or early summer, whenever that was. And it's close for a little bit. And then Tyreek Hill turns on the Jets, looks to the side. He doesn't even keep his head straight ahead, or he might have been even faster. CJ2K was fast. Don't get me wrong, but football people will tell you Tyreek Hill's the fastest player they've seen since Deion.
Brother Phil, it was more like the rantings of a 13-year-old Jonas Brothers fan after her first concert in response to me talking about Brady. It's good. Jordan Lindenbaum says all of the 200 yards were in the first quarter, fresh on people's minds. Sure, but Jordan, don't you agree that the Chiefs, the fact they were leading in that regular season game in week 12, they just kind of, the Chiefs can then put it in neutral. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if the game's closer, and the other obvious statement as Breeze goes down is the Bucs need to play with a lead. That's another thing I've learned about this Bucs team. They got to play with a lead. They haven't had to be in situations where they need to score last in this postseason.
Yeah, they're not really wired to come back yet.
They haven't had to.
They haven't had to, so there's that.
Right.
I guess I shouldn't say that. Not that they aren't wired. We just haven't seen it.
The last time they did it was Atlanta in the regular season when they were down big, and that's when everyone was making the jokes.
one of the
Oh,
worst
Tom
defenses
Brady
in
against
football.
Atlanta. Yeah.
One of the worst defenses in football.
Right.
Certainly
right. Oh, yeah. I'm
pass
not
defense.
saying that was like
Yeah.
a revealing game. Just that's the last time they did it.
Here's a question, and
Go for it.
I wonder if someone's going to break this down. But is there a chance that Andy Reid and the Chiefs dialed back their playbook in case they played the Bucs in the Super Bowl? Like, by the second half, they're like, you know what? Let's just vanilla it up.
I wouldn't put that past Andy Reid. But Andy Reid, I have a lot of respect for his mind offensively to create plays.
He's
and
as
draw stuff
creative a
up.
play caller. It helps when you have those weapons, right?
Yep.
If he's out there with the Jets players, it doesn't look as cool. So there's something to be said. John Fox, one of his favorite cliches, and I like using it all the time. Show me a good coach, and I'll show you good players. I mean, he's right. Andy Reid looks like a much better play caller with Mahomes and Tyreek Hill and Kelsey than he did when it was Alex Smith and Jamal Charles and a bunch of receivers I can't think of.
Brock Garrett says, it will be interesting to see how the game goes because to defend using a safety over the top to cover, they'll they've been using him more as a gadget player. I think he's talking about Hill, more so between the tackles. I think he's talking about Tyreek Hill. 3rd and 7. Can the Pittsburgh Steelers do anything on offense? No. That's not good. Well, I'll tell you what, Brandon Cristal, if you rostered in a real lineup, I know it's in your fake lineup, this Saints D has been terrific.
They've been balling. Saints D and Jared Cook are the difference in the game. And I'm feeling great about no more than 4.5 touchdowns. Fantasy Hawks' Andy Reid is brilliant, and in Philly, even in Philly was. Yeah, he was a great play caller. I'm just saying he looks even more creative or more successful when he has better players. Phil Jackson never went and coached the Kings when they were terrible. He coached Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. I know that takes a different skill. I'm just saying Larry Brown, everywhere he went, he took bad teams and made them better. Different kinds of coaches.
Let me ask the chat something, and it's really just out of curiosity, and I'm not going to go on to this little tangent thing. I promise. I'm just genuinely interested. Are the 480 of you on YouTube, how many folks are watching on Twitch? Just answer this yes or no. Are you, let me make sure I got the right word. Are you fatigued, or is that the right word? Do you have Brady fatigue? Meaning, are you bummed that Brady's in the Super Bowl? Just from the standpoint of, and take your fandom out of it for a minute, like, this guy again? Or are you excited for Mahomes Brady, even though Brady's 44? Like, in terms of the matchup, like, are you excited? Now, if you wanted to have Rodgers Mahomes, are you still going to be able to get up for Brady Mahomes? Or are you like, oh man, like, this guy again? I'm just curious.
I'll chime in since
yeah, please. That was the idea.
And I think that it's cool. I picked the Saints preseason, but Breeze's arm fell off. Then I picked the Packers before. There's my guy Traquan. Picked the Packers before the playoffs. Thought it'd be Packers Chiefs, but I'm fine with how the Bucs won and got there because Tom Brady doing it with a new team in a new situation in the first year, and they've got the added cool thing of being the first team to ever play a home game and could be the first team to ever lose their home Super Bowl, right? I think it's cool. And if Brady beats Mahomes, then I think it's a more fun story. Patrick beating Brady is kind of an unofficial passing of the torch, right? I guess Brady could get back there next year and whatever, and there's a chance that maybe the Chiefs don't. But it might be some nice football symbolism if the Chiefs win their second in a row and Mahomes does it by beating Brady. And Brady's good. Brady isn't, 210 yards, 3 interceptions, and a fumble and 1 touchdown. If he's reasonably good and the Chiefs are better, I think that's good for football. If Brady and the Bucs somehow win, it's interesting for football, good for football, and even more unbelievable for a guy whose resume is already the best resume of any quarterback of all time.
Yeah, I'm with you, though. I think Kansas City winning, it then puts them on that trajectory as the next big franchise, the next dynasty.
Well, they're kind of there anyway.
They are, but they got to still win.
Winning makes it more official, I guess.
Sure. And look, I think Kansas City for the next 2-3 years, absolutely the favorite in the AFC. But it ain't easy, given all those young quarterbacks in the AFC.
Well, and the salary cap. Mahomes is going to start to take up more and more of that salary cap. Kelsey's 31. He's not getting younger. Tyreek Hill's 27, not getting younger. Right? So at some point, he won't be the fastest player in the league. And at some point, Kelsey won't be the best tight end. Chris Jones, right? He signed that deal. He won't be as dominant. So at some point, it'll be Mahomes carrying a bunch of new players and staying healthy. Patrick's shown that he gets banged up, not debilitatingly hurt, knock on wood, but the kneecap thing last year was a fluky deal. The injury against the Browns is fluky. Turf toe's real. Ankle that slowed him down a little at the start of the 2019 season was real.
Yeah. I feel that.
This red zone ground game just is nothing for the Saints.
Jared Kilgore says, Glash, what is going to happen when Blaine Gabbert wins the MVP? Because Brady and Gronk catch COVID at the avocado ice cream store.
I can guarantee you that Tom Brady's circle is so limited right now, and the amount of people that he's around in close contact. It has to be, what's my man, Alex Guerrero.
Yep. you
And
got
that's
it right.
probably it. Alex Guerrero and maybe Giselle and the kids, if they're even there.
Right. Well, his oldest son, Jack, who
Yeah,
he
saw-
had with
saw
Bridget
him at the
Moynihan,
game.
he was at the game. I don't think the rest of the family was, though. The other,
No, you're not going to send all those little kids there.
Exactly.
That little, but you're not sending them to Green Bay. For Jack, it's a quick chartered flight from New York, right? Or Jersey?
Yeah.
Peterborough?
Mockingjay. I love Mockingjay. He's a great guy or gal. I'm assuming it's a guy. Comes in here, has a good time in the chat. Says this Brady talk gonna get old. 4 quarters for 2 weeks. STFU. Look, if Aaron Rodgers won yesterday, we would probably be talking about a great State Farm Super Bowl matchup. Chiefs,
Sure.
Packers. You all would also come in here and say, how about that, Glass? Your boy lost. And
3
I'd have to wear
interceptions
it.
in the second half.
I'd have to wear it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? But that didn't happen.
I just want to see a close game, just like or games in the 20s like we saw over the weekend. 20 plus.
I mean, if only there was a Pro Bowl happening, we could hype up the Pro Bowl.
Well, we sort of can. They're going to be doing a Madden sim just without all the fanfare of the contest here on DraftKings. Best I know, right? They're not doing any Pro Bowl. I wouldn't imagine they're doing any Pro Bowl contests.
Jordan says, I've been talking about Brady every sim for the last 6 months. I don't know if that's entirely true. But I can appreciate because you said, I love you.
Koff, do we know if Koff's come around and now is he excited to see Brady in the Super Bowl again, like most Patriots/Brady fans are? My buddy Brad, who's as big a Boston fan as I know, he texted me in the I guess middle of the Chiefs game about how excited he was. He's
I hate
Boston
gaming
through and
games. I hate gaming games. Glash is the worst host, talks about whatever he wants to. I hate gaming games. You want to go to Amazon and search for a microphone, a Blue Yeti, works really well. It's about $100. And then you want to go to the internet and start your own podcast. Plug the microphone into the USB port and talk into it. And you can talk about what you want to talk about. Thank you for being here.
Always looking for new podcasts. I found one over the weekend. I didn't realize Willie Geist had a podcast.
You
where he
guys just can't handle that he won yesterday. Man. What else do you want to talk about then, everybody? Let's talk about Stafford and Aaron Rodgers. Where is he going to be next year? We're talking about football, for crying out loud.
Yeah, after the Super Bowl, we'll have plenty of time to talk about where Aaron Rodgers won't be playing next year because he's going to stay in Green Bay. There's no impetus for them to trade him. He's going to win the MVP. And the coach said he's the heart and soul of our team. They're getting rid of Aaron Jones. They're losing Jamal Williams. That's why they drafted A.J. Dillon in the second round. I didn't like the pick, but they must have.
Sandor says, well, if I was doing these sims for 6 months, it's been 10, I would talk about Jell-O. Now that is something to talk about. I hate gaming games. Bet it'll be better than your talk about the sim, your job. 2nd down and 8.
We've called out all 3 scoring plays. As they happen.
Oh, man.
The Steelers have 0 points, and there's 5 minutes left in the game.
Jordan Lindenbaum, thank you. Yes. I didn't decide for who won the games yesterday.
Fantasy Hawks has 0% chance Rodgers stays, Cristal. I'll take that bet.
Really, you're picking your battles with the wrong people. I'm sorry. The Tom Brady and the Buccaneers won yesterday, and the Chiefs won. We've talked about the Chiefs a bunch on this sim. You guys got 2 more weeks of this.
And then we'll talk.
Look at that!
Is that
A
James
touchdown.
Washington or is that Juju?
James Washington.
He's on my fake roster. My fake roster would have been nice.
I'm so happy for you. Madden crazy right now, pacing our free roll, but it should change with the score.
Although Deontay Johnson on my fake roster, not good. 0. My captain. So maybe I wouldn't have been in the money, in the fake money. Brady threw 3 picks. Yeah. And then his team won. And he made enough plays in the final drive to keep Aaron Rodgers off the field. I'm no Tom Brady fan other than an appreciation for his greatness.
Richard Comfort, Glash, despite how bad, I love how the dog commentary just keeps weaving its way in.
He also said he had a horse named Brandon earlier, too. So.
Despite how bad my dog is, I still highly enjoy your banter. Thank you. Never change. Adopt my dog.
Did you see that when Richard Comfort said he had a horse named Brandon?
I missed that one.
Yeah, I saw that one. Good name for a horse, I guess.
I hate gaming games. I love you. Thank you. Good little back and forth. Who wants to do a buzzword? Everyone seems very upset and cranky because the quarterback in Tampa won yesterday, and we're talking about it. So what would you all like to do for a buzzword? Get it off your chest.
I think it's Brady.
I don't know if I can do that. People might hate me.
That ship may have sailed. Who cares?
You guys just want to... How about this? If we do Brady at 10:59, we'll do Brady.
We won't talk about the rest of the sim.
And then tomorrow at 8 and 10, I'm working with Tommy Freeze Pops, who is a New Englander as well. If I can't say Brady's name once on the 2 sims tomorrow night, I can't say his name. I can talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but if we do Brady as the buzzword tonight, as we get another fumble, oh my God, and a touchdown. Oh my
We have some free football in New Orleans?
Wow.
A lot of people like the Brady buzzword. Or Tommy.
So if we do Brady for the buzzword tonight, I can't say his name once tomorrow night in the 2 sims at 8 and 10.
It's weird that you qualify it when these are your rules that you're making up.
Yeah. No,
what if Tommy if Tommy Freeze Pops wants to talk about him a lot?
I know. That's what's going to be hard. I'll have to let him know.
We're definitely getting overtime. That overtime last game.
Carter Robinson. Yeah, that's right. Get a microphone. But before you do that, hit that like button, bro.
Hey, everybody click on the Sports Center Twitter and see Anthony Edwards dunk from just inside the free throw line.
Eric Stern. Come on, man. Don't be so stern. Love it. Chat's fired up. You guys are great. I love you. I promise. I really do.
Seriously, go watch this Anthony Edwards dunk. I recommend it highly to everyone.
So, all right. So now folks are making rules. So I can't even say, unless I'm saying Tommy Freeze Pops, I can't call him Tom Terrific. I can't call him the GOAT.
What about
I can't
TB12?
use any of those buzzwords, if you will.
What about Giselle's husband?
Nothing that connects to him. And if I do, I got to think of something.
Buy pizzas for everybody?
Ooh, it has to be good. It has to be something to make people...
Wear a Mahomes jersey on Super Bowl Sunday?
Ooh, I like that. That's for like basically 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours of not saying his name or of wearing the jersey?
No, I mean like tomorrow night of not saying his name when you add up 2 sims. All right, Sarah will keep me honest, and we'll come up with. Well, we got to come up with something before we do this. You have to eat a ghost pepper. Love that. It's just a damn cough, man. I like that because that was something we were gonna do, based on the promo from a few weeks ago. I like that. If I mention anything Tampa, there's another one, Tampa. I can't do it once tomorrow night. But then if I hold my end of the bargain on Wednesday, I get to go back to Brady talk. But I will take a day off from Brady talk tomorrow if we do Brady as the buzzword. And if I break the rules, tomorrow night, I've got to eat a ghost pepper on the air. You got, all right? That's the deal. Does that sound fair? That sounds fair. I'll take a night off tomorrow. All right? Oh, man. All right, here we go. Buzzword time in just a few moments.
Nuggets are going to go into Dallas and win their 4th in a row, beating the Mavs.
Going to get it all out there.
Luka had 70-plus fantasy points tonight, maybe 80-plus.
LeBron had 75. Played him tonight.
Luka, 3 at the end of the game, goes in. 5 seconds left. Cuts it to 4, and a foul. Joker's
All right, here we go.
line.
Buzzword time. 3, 2, 1. Brady, 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 the GOAT, Brady, 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 Brady. Not enough of you are commenting. Let's go. Brady, 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 Brady. Don't you dare write cheater. Brady, 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 Brady. All right. Some of you didn't follow the rules there. David Israel wrote Mahomes. Oh, that's going to be hard tomorrow, man.
I think you're eating a ghost pepper, dude. I'll definitely take the under on that.
You think so?
Yeah.
For 2 hours, I can't say anything connected. So what I'll do tomorrow,
No, here's the other
we-
thing. I think if you tell Tommy, then that kind of ruins it. I think you have to see where the conversation goes, and you have to avoid it without telling them why. If the folks in the chat give you up, that's fine, but you can't warn him ahead of time. I think that's the real challenge.
That's it. I kind of like that challenge, honestly.
Now, you as the person driving the bus don't have to tee up Super Bowl questions, I guess. That's the best way to avoid it.
Yeah, I'll just call the sim all night tomorrow.
Big sack. We're getting free football in New Orleans.
Who's playing tomorrow? I hope the Bucks are not on the sim.
Oh, yeah. God, that'd be amazing.
What's tomorrow? Tuesday. Oh, thank God. It's Seahawks, Browns, and Titans, Colts.
Washington, Denver in the morning. I've got that one. I've already got my winning lineup filled out.
Oh, I should have thought about that. No. I'll take one night. I kind of like it, not telling Freeze Pops. That'll make it kind of fun.
Bruce Malcolm is not a fan
on?
of mine. I don't know why Bruce Malcolm doesn't like me, but a lot of hate in the chat.
I also feel like someone in the chat, I feel like at least one person in the chat likes me enough to maybe give Tommy Freeze Pops a heads up. But
No,
you know
I
what?
say you don't do it. Don't, at least not till the middle of the second sim.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Our guys in the back are saying, don't do it. Don't tell him. That's
All
going to be
right.
on you guys, too, because I'm guessing Michael and Drew, you guys will be here tomorrow night, maybe. I know Michael probably will.
Brady baiting, says brother Phil.
This is what I think you can do. If you can make it all the way through,
Yeah.
this is how you reward yourself. Not only without the ghost pepper, I think you can cut it off and make it the buzzword again tomorrow night. If you can get all the way there, then that can be that should be your buzzword again.
Look, I don't know how many of these I've done. I can say this with confidence, and you can say you're full of it, Clash Sheen. I know for sure I have done. I would argue I'm throwing an of the 600 whatever of these. I'm guessing 700 of these. I can say with confidence for 100 I have not mentioned Tom Brady. So I think I can do this.
I've done a few with you where his name hadn't come up for sure.
Yeah, like come on, I don't bring him up all the time.
You think you've done 600 or 700? Koff checked a couple weeks ago. He'd done like 450 or 460.
Oh, okay, maybe. All right, then that's astronomical. So maybe in the 300s. I could say, all right, maybe 50. 50, I can say with confidence, 50 I haven't brought him up once. But he's in the postseason. He's going to the Super Bowl. You have to talk about him.
Let me ask you this. If you don't wear a Patrick Mahomes jersey, will you wear some sort of Tom Brady-related gear on Super Bowl Sunday?
No, I'm doing a pepper. I'm not wearing that crap. No.
All right. What about Scotty Miller jersey?
Scotty Miller. That'd be great.
Or a Gronk.
Those of you that have been here from the beginning, you know it's true that I have not. I talked about it. No, I admit it, but come on.
Fantasy Hawk wants to know if rings make you the GOAT, why do people don't bring up Bill Russell, go straight to Jordan? I think part of it's the era, the fact that he played with 6 Hall of Famers. And there were only 2 good teams in the league back then. It was dominant, don't get me wrong, but I don't think anyone's starting their team with Bill Russell.
Rob ran with a great idea. Someone changed their name for tomorrow night to Tom Brady.
If they do, you just don't call them out.
Right.
Like,
People
hey,
in the chat.
in there. Oh, somebody's got 113. Good job.
Tomorrow night, going to the 8 o'clock game, everyone changes their username to Tom Brady.
That would be funny, because then you would have to get really creative.
That's
or rely
amazing.
on Tommy to read the winners. Hey, Tommy, why don't you read the list of the winners? Who's in the leading lineup?
All right, here we go. 45 seconds left. Let's check it out. We'll go to the free roll first. Harp 010 is in first place with Jared Cook and the captain. Juju, Ebron, Washington all flexed, of course, in action right now.
And the Saints D?
And no Saints D in the free roll.
Oh.
I mean, in our league, the free roll. Yes, both defenses are in first place.
They both scored.
666.
They both scored.
Barbs, or a variation of Brady's name. Yeah. In the free roll, the prize money free roll, Steelers and Saints D in the flex. Our free roll, the one with the DK SimFam friends.
One timeout. Let's see him pick up enough yards here. Field goal time. No. You're going to call timeout. Maybe get the out route. That's what we
they
did
can do it.
in the last game. The Giants were able to complete it down to like the 7 or something and kick the game tying field goal.
Lewis Daniel says, Glash, name one other player that you've brought up in 10% of Sims.
Huh.
Cam Newton. But really, probably him.
I thought Mahomes or Rodgers have been brought up plenty because of MVP talk.
For sure. We did a lot of Packers talk the last few weeks.
And
I was pretty passionate about Aaron Rodgers.
For a stretch, Congo Cab made everybody talk about Derek Carr. Oh, get out of bounds.
You got to get out of bounds.
42-50. That's a 59-yarder in the dome.
Boswell?
60-yarder. I think you got to run one more quick out.
Dom is Harpo 10. Looking for his first Glash free roll win.
Oh, Sean Payton trying to ice him.
You guys are great, though. I appreciate you all. If you hate us, love us, think I'm a honk, whatever you want to believe. Appreciate you guys staying up, watching Madden After Dark, playing in these Sims.
Well, so here on Pro Football Reference, these are Thomas Edward Patrick. Why does he have 2 middle names? Thomas Edward Patrick Brady's nicknames. TB12, Tom Terrific, Touchdown Tom, GOAT, The Pharaoh, Comeback Kid, or Sir. That's on Pro Football Reference. Who calls him Sir? Probably all his teammates because he's old. Nope.
Wow.
No free football there. Why not run one more play on another quick out?
Because they'll never get out of bounds. They're not that smart.
Ebron just did. That was way short, even in the dome.
Avi had a question.
Don't start nothing, BK. I wasn't trying to pick on Derek Carr. I was just saying, I was trying to think of examples of other players that you've talked about.
I mean, a lot of quarterback talk. Dalvin Cook, just because he's been a beast in Sims.
Yeah.
Richard Comfort, love you, Glash. Hate my dog, but you all right.
Or his goat named Brandon.
Or his horse. All right, I promise, the DK Sim fam, you've got to trust me. I won't say a word to Tommy Freeze Pops.
And then will you say Brady as the buzzword? I think that should be your reward if you make it all the way through.
So in that case, technically, I can't ask Tom Carroll if he wants to do Brady as the buzzword, because then I would break the deal.
Yeah, you just say, hey, no, I've got one worked out. And tell him he can come with some suggestions.
Right. I just have to start doing it. Oh, yeah, I got a plan for the buzzword.
Yeah, be like, oh, I've been thinking about a few. Now, you are allowed to call him Tommy Freeze Pops or Tom, call him whatever. But it's got to be obvious you're talking to him and not about Tom Brady.
Right.
But again, you can steer the conversations. You can stay away from the Super Bowl. I'm not saying you should because that seems silly, but just keep talking about that Bucks D.
Yeah, I can
Just
talk
keep saying over and over. It's coming down to the Bucks D and maybe the run game.
Bucks. Yeah, right.
Yeah, Fournette and
It's all about
Rojo.
their defense, man.
Fournette, Rojo. You talk about the receivers, be like, hey, hopefully they catch the ball. It's a dependent position.
Yeah, as
Talk
long
about
as
Arians,
the
talk
pros
about
are good.
Leftwich calls the right plays. You're gonna have to be strategic, but you can do it.
I kind of wish you were on tomorrow night to execute this, but the fact that it's with someone who doesn't know makes it
That's better. Because I would just be trying to tee you up at every turn to see if you just slip.
Right, yeah. Oh, man, this is good.
But I will check in.
All right. That's great. Well, I mean, that gives you something to look forward to tomorrow, unless you think, these guys are more. Am I allowed to say 43-year-old quarterback? I think that doesn't count.
That's obvious. That's very obvious. There's no other 43-year-old QBs.
Yep. Someone in the chat's going to be like, you broke the rule. You said, I'm going to try and...
You have to stay... pretty much just don't talk about the quarterback.
Right. You got to avoid anything about the position, period.
And then I think you'll be fine. Or if you do, you say, hey, the advantage is going to go to the Chiefs and Mahomes all day. He's just better. You have to be open-ended. A lot of ellipses in your sentences.
Chef Duke says Kamara ate the ghost pepper.
And no kidding.
Way he played in the sim. All right, we need player of the game and the Not My Kid award.
Can we start back over with the stats?
Sorry, guys. Yeah, we'll pay attention to that too. Big Ben somehow threw for 246 and a pick.
Behind.
Breeze 181 and a touchdown.
No picks.
Kamara 14 to 37.
Kamara, what was his ownership numbers? Pretty high, right?
Pretty high.
He may be it because he only had 3 catches for 2 yards, so that's 39 total yards. I get the 3 catches, especially if you paid up for him in your captain
He was
spot.
73% owned, 22.7% captained.
So Kamara GOAT status, or not good way, and not GOAT like a certain quarterback who won't be mentioned tomorrow.
All about the defense, man.
It is. It's all about Shaq Barrett and JPP and his 7.5 fingers.
Oh man, I don't even want to think about it. It's gonna be tough.
Actually,
I need to
about
think about
JPP's
it.
fingers.
I think I'm
Okay.
just gonna write his name. I'm gonna write his name right here and write. every
Deontay
phrase.
Johnson also close, but who's our player of the game? Cook, 70 plus a touchdown, 6 catches.
That Saints
Deontay
defense
Johnson,
is
2 for
good.
21.
Yeah.
Saints D, how many points did they have? I mean, they're only captained in 0.9. Well, who were the captains in the 2 contests?
So
our
in our
contest?
free roll, Harpo Dom in the chat had Cook in the captain spot, and then in the prize money free roll, Brack 666 had Cook, Jared Cook.
All right, so Cook's your player of the game, and it's a coin toss between Deontay Johnson and Kamara for the Not My Kid award.
All right, that works.
I don't know.
So, all right, everybody. I like to say sometimes that I'm a man of the people. So, you know what? You guys are getting sick and tired of Brady and all the Brady talk. Well, I mean, like I said, I'll preface this by saying I can't control who wins the playoff games and who's going to the Super Bowl.
That'd be cool if you could.
Yeah, I mean, I would like him there. I'm excited. I'm thrilled, but he's there.
At least you didn't call anyone customers today, so.
This is true. But the fact of the matter is he's in it. But I can understand. We had a big day. And the chat makes a fair point. We've got 2 weeks to not only unpack yesterday, I'm sure there's still going to be talk about yesterday tomorrow. And then we're going to preview. We already did a little bit of it in this game, this sim, of previewing February 7th. I get it. It's a lot. All right. So I will take the day, I'm doing the 8 and the 10 tomorrow night. I will not say his name. Anything connected to his name, as you mentioned, I'll go down. I'm going to make a list. the GOAT, Tom Terrific, the Buccaneers quarterback,
TB12.
TB12.
I think if you called him the
Gisele's
Pharaoh,
husband.
I think if you called him the Pharaoh or Sir, no one would know what the hell you were talking about, despite Pro
Right.
Football Reference thinking those are his nicknames. It almost feels like someone hacked into them the way you might on Wikipedia.
Tampa.
Can't talk about Tampa Bay.
But I can say Tampa Bay. I can say Bucks.
You can say Gronkaneers if you want.
Like I can talk about the Buccaneers. I just
Yeah,
can't
absolutely.
go to him.
Nope.
All right. Challenge accepted. And look, if I slip, my producers here, they're gonna know. They're gonna be like, "Hey, man, you did it."
There will be an alarm going off.
Right.
And then you better
you
get that
guys will
ghost
make me feel
pepper.
guilty if I don't follow through. So
Can you get your hands on a ghost pepper easily during a pandemic in Boston?
I think, is it that hard to find them?
I don't know. I don't live in Boston.
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to look it up. I'm not gonna look it up because I know I'm not gonna do it.
All right. And then if you make it all the way till, what is that, 10:59 Eastern, then you can use it as a buzzword again.
10:59 Eastern.
And maybe you don't say Brady. Maybe you say TB12 or something else, just to sort of vary it.
That's a
or
good one.
goat.
The sixth round draft pick. Now that they can use sixth because
No.
a lot of players are sixth round draft picks. Antonio
Yeah.
Brown.
But again, it's got to be obvious. If you were talking about the quarterback, then you're out.
Oh man. All right, we got to get the schedule. Let me get the heck out of here. You guys are fun. Here we go. Here's the schedule right here. Thanks, producer Michael. So at noon Eastern, you get Emerson Latzia and Christian DeAndrea to start your day for 49ers at Cowboys. At 2 p.m., Panthers at the Eagles, Kaufman and Christian. 4 p.m., this is what you want to enter, okay? The Broncos at the Washington football team.
Oh, I've already got the winning lineup, so all y'all are playing for second place in the DK Sim family.
Can I say Gronk's buddy?
Sure.
Gronk's buddy, Edelman. 6 p.m., Jaguars at Ravens. You get Rossi and Kenny Ducey. And then I'm here tomorrow night with Tommy Freeze Pops. Seahawks at Browns, and then Madden After Dark, Titans at Colts. Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait to be like all play-by-play tomorrow night and be like inside the charts, because then all of you that are like, I want play-by-play. Oh, you're getting it. You're getting it tomorrow night. And we're not talking about anything from Sunday at all. Can't wait. It'll be great. Oh man, I love this. We're almost a year into doing these, and I am looking so forward to tomorrow. This is the new juice I need, the motivation, a challenge. This is going to be fun. Oh, you guys you don't get it. Oh man, it's great. It's great. All right. That's going to do it for us. Thank you so much. Congratulations to Dom winning our free roll. For producer Mike, Andrew on the ones and twos. Brandon Cristal, good time. I think we're back together later in the week.
Wednesday night. Same bat time.
Bengals at the Seahawks.
I'll try to get the right lineup in for that one.
Okay. All right. Good stuff, everybody. See you tomorrow night. Go Brady.